roots in biological reality, but in policies of discrimination. Race was invented over the past 600 years to do racism. As Dr. Dorothy Roberts said, race is not a biological category that's politically charged. It's a political category that's been disguised as a biological one. Race is made up, but racism is real.
Hey, can I ask y'all a question? Do y'all consider Italian white people?
Yes. And you
Nope,
You
know
do?
they're
who else
Yep.
is
bullies.
white?
They're a bunch of bullies.
You know
Because
who
I'm gonna
else is
read. I want to
white?
read something. I'm gonna read
Hispanics.
something after
Welcome
y'all.
to whiteness, Hispanics. We
Okay.
welcome you with open
Okay.
arms.
All right. So let me
Yo,
read
I'm
this
gonna
real
say
quick.
this.
Can I read
Pops,
this
I
message?
don't like that video, bro.
I
Can I
know
read?
it's pretty controversial. That's why I
Hey,
played it.
can I read this
But
real
All
the
right,
quick?
the
let's
link to the
pause
original one is
information.
in the gram if you want to check
Can I?
out her account. She
Can I?
breaks down a lot of stuff.
Can
Go
I
ahead,
read this
Cedric.
real quick? Yeah, I want to read this
Yeah,
real
go
quick
ahead.
to the question I just asked. I asked, do y'all consider Italians white people? So let's go look at exactly what that says, right? Because I've been through this a long time ago. It say Italians were not immediately considered white upon arriving in the United States, particularly in the 19th and early 20th centuries. While the Naturalization Act of 1790 defined whiteness for citizenship, Southern Italians in particular faced significant discrimination and were often excluded from mainstream society. Over time, through cultural assimilation, the growing popularity of Italian American celebrities and the cultural impact of works like The Godfather, Italians gradually achieved the status of whiteness in the United States, especially in the decades following World War II. And then it gives elaboration, Nationalization Act of 1790, discrimination and prejudice, shifting perception in the 20th century, and cultural assimilation, and then The Godfather and the cultural impact, formal recognition. And you can, if you go look that up, you'll run into all those things that give a in-depth, you know, detail of the question I asked. So again, the Italians in Sicily didn't consider themselves white. But if you go really look at Sicily, right, you'll see their closer connection to melanated people, right? That's where you get Sicilians. Sicilians don't look like the average American Italian today. And since that, but the original Italian is from Sicily. So just go check those things out, and you'll see the transformation. And then to kind of answer your question, Harper, about asking someone, are they white, or what makes you white? It's about assimilation and acceptance. But also, like
Mostly
I said,
racism.
yeah, but yeah, and I do that too. I'll go with that too, and because most what you can call core white people have a prejudice and racist epithet about themselves concerning everybody else that are not in their class group. They don't care for them. They don't like them, and if they can control them, dominate them,
Why are
um,
you speaking for white people? Are you white?
I'm speaking from a historical and cultural understanding that is very
No,
educational
you're
that we
speaking
can
for
read.
individuals. You should
No,
ask
no, I know you
individuals
want,
what they
I know you
think.
want to give me some pushback, Scarlett, or whatever they call your original name. I know you want to give me pushback because I'm speaking on something that you consider yourself, but
It's
there are
kind of
people
like
that
me speaking for you. I
are okay,
wouldn't
but
presume
I'm
to.
not speaking for you. I'm understanding the education, and I'm reading from I'm regurgitating education from your own people.
Except the majority of my fellow Americans don't really believe that way.
Okay, well,
We're
as
kind
I
of
said,
focused and busy on our own lives, contrary to popular belief. You know, we got
I don't,
bills to pay, we have people to feed, we have work to do.
I don't know what you're talking about, but
I
okay,
know you don't know what I'm talking about. That's why I told you.
I know. Well, it's not. It wasn't needed because it's not even on the subject matter that I'm talking on. So, that thank you for whatever you had to say. I think you might feel good about what you said, but okay, cool. I salute you. Do what you do.
So again, what makes people think that they know what are in the minds of other people with the
It's not.
bad mind reading?
It's
You
a such
just
thing as
said
called.
that white people only want to deal with white people because they're raised to only want to deal with white people.
Okay, so I'll explain what I said from a historical point.
Mm-hmm.
If you were not a part of Hitler's bloodline or Hitler's cultural stance or whatever he felt, he did not care for you, right? He did not care for you. He didn't want to deal with you, and
There's
he would
some
destroy
rumors
you.
that his
Uh,
grandmother
So now
was
I'm dealing
Jew.
with something that I really studied and understood. So let's go to what King was talking about earlier, the original Anglo-Saxon. If you are a American, what you call American white person, an Anglo-Saxon who is the original white person doesn't see you as a white person. This is what I'm talking about. No matter what you're trying to say
How many
about,
Anglo-Saxons are around anymore? We're a little bit of
I,
a
I, I,
hodgepodge,
do you
157
know?
kind of crew right now.
Well, do you know? Do you know how many are around? I
You
haven't
don't,
did
but you're
a
speaking authoritatively on them. So it's up to you,
no. I'm speaking on their
Seventh
culture. I'm
Son.
speaking on the culture that they
That
made
where are the
known. I don't know what your argument.
Anglo-Saxons?
What? Excuse me. Hold
Where
on. Let me
are
do this.
they?
What is your argument? What is your argument?
That American
And why? Are you,
culture, American privilege is much stronger and more important and more valuable than the labels that people insist of putting upon white people of whiteness.
okay.
That's what I'm
And who
talking
said
about.
anything? Okay. So who said anything on what you just said? Who spoke on that?
You're speaking on behalf of white people, Seventh Son, and you're
No,
doing it on
I'm not.
purpose.
I'm
You
speaking on
just
cultural
did. Did
differences.
I
I,
misunderstand
I
him? Did I
yeah,
not?
you
Did I
did.
hear it wrong? Please restate your
You did.
claim.
You did. Because Harper, are you still there? There- Okay. If Harper's still there, then we were talking about cultural, and me and Nathan were talking about cultural differences, not so much about white people and their day to day and their power here in America. And then I started showing through cultural difference how these cultures that accept themselves as such are also there come from a culture who don't consider them a part of that culture. Like give you an example. The original people originated in Africa, right?
All
And
of
they are the
us, right?
melanated
All
people.
of us.
Oh, excuse me. I don't need your help. I got you. So the original people were originated in Africa. But when it comes to the melanated people from Africa, they don't see us, the African American, as a part of them. That's why there's such a dissension um, division between the American melanated people and the Eastern melanated people because they don't accept us as their own. Same thing as the Anglo Saxon and the American white. And that is very factual. It's historically proved as well as scientifically proved. So I don't know what you're
So the
talking about.
Anglo Saxons are rejecting the American whites?
So the original white, blonde hair and blue eyed people that we call white, no, they don't accept you. They don't see you as them. They don't.
Right.
Because
Okay.
you have been diluted. Why have you been
All right.
diluted? Because when you look at
Okay.
your genealogical makeup, you're not them. You don't have the
Great.
same blood type, and so
Great.
that would kill any little pushback. And I want you to know, start listening. Your God gave you two ears and one mouth for one reason. Learn
This
how to
Seventh
use
guy's
them
still
Son, the
properly.
way
talking.
you speak
This
all the
guy's
time,
still
it's like
talking.
God gave you four mouths. So
Okay,
you
well I'm
need
gonna
to
show you
practice what you preach.
so wait a
Because
minute. I wouldn't
you
talk. I wouldn't
bore
talk if you
us
didn't talk to
with
me.
your
But
lectures,
okay.
sir.
Well, I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do with my two mouths or four eyes or whatever you thought I am. How about this? Pew.
All right.
He left.
Are you
You that
mad? Are you sad?
nigga. Y'all love it when people think we care because they leave. Why do they do that? They announce they're leaving. Why don't you just leave quietly?
Yo, the most clever thing I heard about that, they was like, "Yo, land your plane, land your plane." He's like, "You know what? I got a parachute," and he left.
No, hold up.
Did
I'm
we
back.
get? Oh my
I'm back.
God!
Hey, Pop, I'm back. You know what?
Hold on, hold on,
it's
hold on.
it's funny,
Did
Pop.
they?
It's
Did they name the new
constructive
pope?
criticism, Seventh Son. I like
Did
What
I
you?
don't
I
that.
care
didn't hear
what
you,
you
Matt. I
say.
didn't hear you.
How about
Did
you?
they
I don't
Oh
name
care
the
what
yeah,
new
yeah.
you
Then
pope
we
say.
got the
yet?
new pope. We got the new pope. Is he
Did
Excuse
they
black?
me,
say
lady.
who it was?
I don't
Was
know
it the
care what
bald
you.
guy?
You ain't got nothing to say to me. You're not on my level.
Seven son, relax. Seven son,
I
relax.
am. I am, bro. I am.
Thank
We
you,
were
thank
talking
you.
about the
Mute
new
up.
pope for a second,
Did they?
okay?
Did they say who it was?
I haven't seen it yet. I just saw that it was white smoke and it was selected.
His name is Leo.
Leo? Oh
He
wow, that's the
um it's American Pope named Leo the 14th.
American pope. He's American.
That's what it says. Hold on.
If he's
New
American, that's
American
Cardinal
Pope.
Dolan. I think
Yeah,
Dolan is
Dolan.
New
the Dolan from New York.
I thought it would have
He
been
he spent
Bishop
time
somewhere.
he spent time in Milwaukee too. Met
Yeah, I think.
met him.
Oh my
I
Hey,
God,
met
you
what's
him
the
when he
name
met
of
was
him,
that?
Pope?
What's the name of that pope that quit?
Archbishop. I met him
What's
when
the
he was
name of
Archbishop.
He was the Archbishop of like the Diocese of New York.
what's the name of the pope that quit?
He was in Milwaukee too, because when I was
Ratzinger. What was his
at
name again?
Marquette, I met him.
Ratzinger.
What'd you say, Matt?
I think his legal name was Ratzinger. I forgot his Pope name.
Did y'all ever
Ain't
study
it
on why
Timothy?
he quit?
Uh
Did you ever study
oh
on why he
yeah,
quit?
Ratzinger was Benedict the ninth. Benedict the ninth. But Ratzinger was Benedict the ninth. Wasn't he like a Nazi? What were they called again? The children of the Nazi. They were called a name. Nazi youth. He used to be a Nazi youth.
Talking about the one that quit?
Yeah, the German one that quit. He used to be a
Oh,
Nazi youth,
but
and
did y'all do the knowledge to why he
I don't
quit?
know
What
why
made
he
him
quit.
quit?
No,
Uh,
you wanna tell us? You wanna tell us why he quit?
let's do that another day. I
Oh,
just want to.
okay.
We'll get into that another day. It's a lot of shit with that.
Seven the Sun, you don't get annoyed about people telling you about you. Like, you don't get like irritated when people make these grand overgeneralizations and assumptions and they just think
I'm.
they
I'm.
know
I'm. I'm
everything.
Ben, now, do you want me to talk or do you just want me to shut up? Because I don't want to bore you. Which one you want to do?
Look, you need to take that hit with the understanding that I constructively criticize. You do talk too long, and you know this about yourself. So when I'm reminding you about
And
yourself, just
Monica,
take
you're
it.
annoying, but you don't take the constructive criticism. You'll
Uh,
you'll you'll
hey,
flow the
hey,
Hey,
conversation.
aren't you
Mr.
hungry?
Finley, Mr. Finley,
Aren't you
sound like son of a grown
hungry?
man.
Why don't
You're
you
grown.
chew while you're talking, Finley? Because we don't love that.
I don't even know what the hell you just said. You're in the
Grab a
matrix.
biscuit and start talking to me, Finley, with your mouth
Yeah, but
full,
you would like to watch me eat, wouldn't you?
with gravy.
Grab
Well,
a
I don't. I
You're
Mr.
don't.
Finley,
jealous.
let me
You're
ask you.
jealous
Let
of
me
me
ask you a
eating.
question. Wait, Mr. Finley, let me ask you a question. For better or worse, like which of the two has said something that has been of more interest to you to either talk shit or like to either want to contribute? Monica or Seventh? Be honest.
Wow.
Seventh.
Okay, what was the topic?
We were talking
Like,
about
what was
we
the,
were
what
talking.
was it? Not specifically, but like, what was the concept? Go ahead.
Oh, I don't remember the. What do you mean by what was the concept? What do you mean?
That's a
Like,
tough
was it
question.
politics? Was it religion? Like, you know what I
It was
mean?
criminal justice. We were talking about criminal
Well,
justice.
I can say what
Okay,
Seventh doesn't do.
go, go ahead.
He
I
doesn't
But do
call
told.
you wait?
people.
But do you see? But
He
do you see
doesn't
how?
call people by names previously used on the app, and he
There
doesn't
you go.
post to the Discord the full name and employment information of other Clubhouse users. That's what Seventh hasn't done.
Are you stupid? You must be
That's
So
pretty bad.
stupid. Your venom
so.
and vitriol against me have made
Oh
you
my God.
mentally ill. I was
So I
sharing an
would
Why don't you
account.
guys
I
talk
would
Shut
about the
have
up.
to be
surprising
mentally
Shut
stuff?
ill.
up.
I
Talk
would
about
I
the
was
have to be
sharing an
surprising
account.
mentally
stuff.
All
ill.
right, then I'll just do this.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
I'll
I
just
would
do
have
Big
to
Mike
be
because the
mentally
mods are
ill.
too
I don't
scared of
care.
you to
The
So
hell
handle
with the
I
you.
would
what?
have to be
Now
mentally
she started
ill
a
Oh
room
my
for a
gosh.
second.
notice
I thought
I
she
was
started a
patterns of
room for her own
sharing
person.
an
behavior by
account
a wicked
who has
witch who
exposing
is like
another clubhouser. I
bored
was
and stupid.
protecting
Like it's
the
okay to be
clubhouser
stupid, but to
that
be
they were
stupid and
exposing.
malicious,
And I
that's the fucking
let the
problem.
moderators
Yeah,
know,
shut your
like I
fucking mouth,
was
bitch.
told to. No, I won't, Tally. You're
Yeah, yeah,
mentally sick.
yeah.
You're
So
ill.
the
You're telling
the
people
the
to die because you
moderators,
don't like
because
them.
bitch, you were
It's
gonna die anyway.
weird.
We're all gonna fucking
It's
die. Get over it, you dumb
weird.
bitch.
It's
Anyway,
weird.
so
You're sick.
as I was
Moderators,
saying,
I'm asking for a
yes,
special
as
dispensation
I
to
was
not
saying,
let Tally over moderate
yeah.
me.
So I'm
She
not
cannot
moderating you right
handle it.
now. I'm
She's
just talking about
biased.
what Seventh Son has not
I do
done,
not
which
want to
happens to be something
engage
that
in
you
this
do.
petty,
That's what that
bickering,
is.
bitter
And
bitch
also, I would have to
ideology.
be crazy to notice
She's
patterns of
not.
behavior from
She's
a fucking
insane.
malicious cunt. I'd have to be
She thinks
insane
that I did.
to not want for
Like
people like
Mike,
yourself
she
to
actually
spread
thinks that
the
I
full
drew
name and the
attention
fucking
to the
employment
account that
information
was
of other
exposing
people after
another
being the one
clubhouser
to
to
delete that
hurt the
shit about this
clubhouser that
weird
was
bitch,
being
my fucking
exposed.
yourself.
I was
Okay?
alerting the
You're stupid.
team
You're dumb.
about this
Okay, so both of
account.
them acknowledged
I
that
was
they did not know
alerting
the
the
nature
team
of the
to the
information.
account.
You are
I
the
was
only person
protecting
who
them,
knew
and
the
I
nature of the
don't.
information. So
And
why the fuck,
and
other than the
and
fact
did
that you're
and
retarded,
did I
would you go
share
and
which
post it like
clubhouser
the
that
dumb bitch
clubhouser is
that you
exposing?
are?
No,
Yeah,
you're
yeah. Seventh Son has
overreacting.
never
You
done
Hey,
went
that.
Mr.
I've
nuclear.
Finley,
never
you
had
still
You're
to worry
there?
about
mentally
Seventh Son
you're
taking
mentally
screenshots
unwell.
of me
Go take
and
a
posting
nap.
them as his fucking profile.
Nobody
You
did
Hey,
that.
perpetually violate other people
Nobody did that.
hey,
in
Mr. Finley.
perpetuity. You weird bitch.
Nobody did
You.
Hey,
that.
Mr.
Are
Finley, you
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 still
done?
there?
deserve every
Are you
fucking thing you
finished?
get.
I'm still here.
God
Everything.
All
bless
right, I
you.
want to holler
You
at you when it's
deserve
done.
none of what you deserve, what you get. You deserve none of what you deserve. I know that makes sense. No.
So being that's over now.
I pray
Uh,
that you never get what you deserve, Tally, because then you'd be in hell.
um, so, Mr. Finley, just to let you
Done?
know, just to let you know,
Point of
evidently it is.
clarification, Jews don't believe in hell. I'm not going to hell, bitch. You're gonna die mad about that too?
You're going to be wrong about that too.
Well, anyway, thank you, Tally. I appreciate you for saying what I don't do. But one thing I noticed that I do or did do in the past, last year when I was here, I didn't know how to express myself properly. I couldn't get the knowledge that I do know
Huh?
off properly. I didn't know
Yeah,
how to
you
get it
no,
out.
stop with that. No. You see what I'm saying? And all that fucking hype, and then we're changing the fucking plan for tomorrow. It's fucking job. Stop breaking my fucking balls.
What?
Yo,
Listen to me.
yo,
This
boss,
shit
stop yelling
for
at your
you.
employees.
Listen to
Stop
me.
yelling at your
This shit
employees
for
off
you.
mute.
It was a new
God
plan.
damn it.
Now we're doing
Stop
something
yelling at your
different.
employees off.
So
We're
Mods,
gonna
so
go on
here's what we're
strike.
mods,
doing.
We're
I
going on
need you to
mods,
strike.
chill.
mods.
I need you to fucking
No, let it go,
relax.
let it go. This is all by
I
I
need you
design,
just
to
want
bro.
to point
relax.
out that when
No.
Bart is
Papaya
making a
did it, when
comeback,
Change the
bro.
Papaya
plan.
did it,
Yeah.
she had a
We're
24
Bart's
at the
making a
hour
door.
comeback.
hosting ban from the fucking
We
Discord.
found the
But when
door.
this weird
It's the wrong
bitch does
string.
it, it's fucking fine.
Hmm. And
Really?
Mr. Finley, I
Yeah.
made a lot of mistakes, but I'm learning, and I'm gonna
Sure.
just say this, I'm gonna land.
So
I
you need
made.
6 on 4 and 4 on 6.
He gonna let
That's
that
the
play, but I
same.
don't know how to talk
This is
over it,
worse
so
than
I'll
a
be
butt
quiet.
dial.
Six
Let
on
him know,
six. Four
Bart.
on four. Four on
Tell
six is
them,
not
Bart.
four.
Hey Harper, is this cool, bro? Is it all right?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
Hold
even
up. Bart is
realize.
teaching
This
people
is
a
worse than a
lesson. They
butt
No,
gotta
dial.
because
learn.
I'm telling this guy at
This
my
is
job, like everything gets
see,
switched
this
Hey
is the old
around.
Harper,
school
I
Bart
mean,
that's come
is
back.
it
And
okay,
I'm
bro?
trying to
Can I?
explain to
No,
them,
no, no.
like, calm down. Calm down. Stop doing for
Yo, mute up.
tomorrow. Let's
No,
Okay,
get
this is
to
great.
tomorrow first.
I'd rather listen to this than seven, no
Let's get to
disrespect.
tomorrow first, and then we'll
that's
work
fine. I'm
it.
cool with that.
All right.
Oh my God.
It's his accent.
He,
I get
he
it.
he's teaching us how to run a business.
Nah, but I was just gonna say I like the group.
Ah, come on, seven, bro.
Yeah, I thought he cut it off. I was just.
No, I
Breaking
cut it
news:
off. I'm
the
sorry,
Pope,
brother.
the Pope
Pope
is
is
an
American.
American
He's
Pope.
an
His name
American,
is
yes.
Robert Prevost.
Is he black? He's like, that don't sound like a black name.
No, white guy. I don't know which
Prevost is
guy.
definitely not black.
Yeah,
Has there ever been a
Prevost.
black
He's
pope?
an American,
He's an
American
American, so
Pope.
that means he's melanated.
Has
No,
there
he's
ever
not.
been a?
He's
Has
a
there ever been a? Hey Matt,
white guy, blonde hair.
has there ever been any black popes or melanated popes?
Hell no.
No, most Pope are either
Let me
Italian.
go check that out. Let me go look it up. I'll be right back.
All
He
the
was
Pope
just answering that.
I can
before,
answer for you. No.
all the Pope before Pope John Paul II were Italian, and then we've had one German, one Argentinian, and now we have an American.
Did he vote for Trump?
Oh, I don't know.
Why would the Pope vote?
I mean, he wasn't Pope then.
Why would a devout Christian vote, or not a devout Christian, a devout Catholic priest vote? There you go.
Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna read it to y'all real quick. So it says that um, with the recent death and burial of the retired Pope, Pope Benedict the XVI, some little known history of African occupants of the papacy, as that's what they call it, the PAPACY, comes to mind. The church records tell us there were potentially three black popes in Catholic history. Pope Victor I, who headed the church from 1 89 through 199, Pope Miltiades, oh, I can't say that. Let me spell it. Miltiades from 1311 to 1314, and Pope Gelasius the first, who was Pope from 1492 to 1496. It said, incidentally, all three popes have been declared saints, them seeming prohibition based on race apparently existing only for African Americans. Moreover, the reigns of the three African pontiffs were more brief than those contemporary popes, perhaps because life expectancy was short was shorter then. All right, so yeah, there were three. All right,
So it's three black popes? What?
there were three.
Yeah, there were no three black pope. I don't know why we're listening to this guy. I don't know where he gets his
Well, you
shit
see,
from.
now y'all see what just happened. I just read the information. Now, are you going to say I'm wrong or is the
What is your
information wrong?
source? What's your
I,
source?
I went and just
What's the
looked it up.
source? What's the source?
I looked it up. Don't matter. It
What
says
is the
there were three.
website?
That I looked at Google. Google said it. And if y'all say Google hasn't been
So
accurate,
so
if,
no no
if
no
y'all
no.
don't,
Say
but if
seven
y'all
son
say
seven
if
son.
you say Google isn't accurate, then all of us have Google things. So
No
I
seven son seven son. This is what I'm going to
forgive
tell
me
you,
for
bro.
Googling.
Listen, bro.
I'm
Maybe you
not
don't know this,
wrong.
bro.
The
But
information
look,
wrong.
we are in the look, wait. Yes, we're in the era of information, bro. You have to vet your sources. So the sources are very important when it comes to you like trying to argue for something specific.
I wasn't arguing. I just asked a question, Nathan. I said, were there any black popes? Somebody said no. I went and
Okay,
Googled it.
answer. You know what? Especially for when you answering questions.
Okay, can you go look it up in what y'all got now? Y'all got the chat BT thing. Go look that up and say if there were there any black popes. And you read to me the information it tells you. Can somebody do that? Being that my Google source is so outdated.
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
what
saying
it
it's
is
outdated.
what it is certain popes were born in like Africa, like in Libya. I think one was born in
It don't
Egypt,
say that.
and
Okay,
and
my
then they
bad. Go ahead.
assume, and then that's always the thing with these people. Just because someone was born in Africa, all of a sudden they are black. But that's
Huh?
the.
Say that again, Matt. Just because you're born in
I
Africa,
think
that makes you black. Is that what you said?
that's not what I said.
Okay, I'm
I
done.
said
Okay, I'm done.
this is normally the assumption. Just because someone is born in Africa, they
Uh-huh.
normally relate that to being black, when in reality it's not the case.
Right, and then, you know, let me tell you why I agree. Because we're not black people; we're a melanated people. So I'll agree with you. I'll go with you. What you
And
just said.
every human being has melanin. So I don't
But
understand your nonsense.
do the
Every
science.
single human being has melanin. Are
My
there
name is
people
Michael
on Earth
Thompson.
that doesn't have melanin? Seven Son?
2171.
Are there
Thank you.
people on Earth that don't have melanin?
Um, the difference in what you're trying to ask me, I guess, is that some obtain more melanin than others, which biologically, what me and Nate was talking about earlier, makes us different. Like you, Matt, I don't know where you're from. I don't know what you look like. I don't know who you are. I'm sure if you are a brown culture or from a browner culture than the average white American, then you do have melanin in your skin, but you don't have as much as me. So our hair texture is different. Our eye colors are different. Our bone structure is different. Our whole culture makeup is different due to the melanin within our cells, right? So I'm not saying animals got melanin when you really study melanin, and like I have over the last 30 years or more, and what melanin is, right? And so we produce different amounts, right?
Okay. So um, the way we describe black present day, there hasn't been a pope that meet that description.
Okay, so you can say present day there hasn't been a melanated pope. I'll go with that. It just told you the dates where there were, and
Did
we
you
talking
not
about
hear
time.
what
Everybody,
I said? Did
everybody
you
has
not hear what I
melanin unless you're
said?
albino.
What you say, man?
I
I'm gonna
said
listen. Maybe
the
I
way
did.
we
Maybe I
describe black,
misunderstood. Maybe I misunderstood.
the way we describe black
Everybody has
today,
melanin unless you're albino.
Matt,
Not
how do we describe
non-melanated
black?
or
Hey,
unmelanated
what's
is
her name?
lightly
Y'all said
melanated.
my name again. I can't remember. What's her name? What?
You can
What's
call
that?
me
What?
Scarlet.
Her name
It's
is. She
not
needs to
Monica.
prove. It
Her
needs
name
to
is
prove that
not Monica.
she's
It's in her
white.
profile.
That's the
I'll
It's
be back,
difference.
Scarlet.
seven. Son, give me an
She
Okay,
hour. I'll
needs
be
to
so
back.
prove.
not
She needs to
Monica.
prove she's white. That's
What
the
are
thing.
you talking about again?
Prefer
Again,
Scarlet, actually.
okay, so
But her
whatever you
profile
prefer.
says not Monica.
Well, how
So
about
you
this,
use not
Miss?
Monica.
I'll refer to you as Miss. What are you talking about now in the subject that I'm trying to have with Matt? What do
So
you?
what I did interrupt. You're right, Seventh Son. I did interrupt. But people are making the argument that
It's because you're black. That's why she interrupted you.
non-melanated people are white. No, everybody has melanin. It's it's a skin pigmentation. Unless you are albino, then you don't have any melanin. Am I
So,
Now,
wrong?
wait a second.
so
Did Nate answer your question, Seven, about who could get sickle cell anemia? Who could get sickle cell?
um, I'm gonna let y'all have that, but Miss again.
No, no, no. Because that
Okay,
is the
I'm gonna let
difference
you go.
there. No, 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 no. Because that's the difference there. And I'm gonna ask Miss Scarlett here. How many people in your family have gotten sickle cell anemia that you know about?
Yeah,
None that I
And your
know about.
husband's
I didn't know it was gonna come that
and your
strong.
husband
Oh,
and nobody, right?
Nathan, you're off mute. Do you mean to be?
No, no. But I'm asking
Pause, Nathan.
who out of right your family has sickle cell. I'm
None that
asking
I
Scarlett.
know of. Harper, can we take it off of me personally?
No,
I'm
no.
still
It's not you
wondering
personally.
what the leadership is gonna do.
Yeah,
Because
dig
what do
deep,
you
go
guys want
personal.
me to
They're
do?
just gonna get rid of
When
Tali.
there's
It's perfectly
when there's
fine.
an
Don't worry. Just keep it
account
going.
when there's an account that is exposing a clubhouser that I know they're exposing, and I'm telling you guys, hey, pay attention.
Y'all
Hey
need to
guys,
mind
you're
your
missing
business.
something. Hey guys, this account is not good. They're bad. This is a bad person. Can
Y'all
we
need to start
protect the
minding your business.
clubhouser that they're exposing? And then I get yelled at and bitched at by a psychopath that I'm doing it wrong. What
Don't
do
let
you
her
guys
affect
want from
you.
me? What do
Don't
you
let her
want
affect
from
you.
me?
She's
Just
obviously
confirm yes or
Shut
no.
up. I'm not
Are
asking you.
you
I'm asking
are you
Nathan and
retarded? Just
New
yes or no
Guy.
answer. Are you retarded?
I'm asking New Guy and
So
Nathan.
I
I
believe you
prefer to
are retarded.
never talk to
Okay.
you again
So
for the
you're
entirety of my
alleviated of the
short
further
life.
harm that you
Someone
caused
call me?
New
because you're
Guy.
retarded.
New Guy. What do you want me to
Yes.
do? Because you and Nathan both said that when I told you there was a problem, you just ignored it, especially quote
No,
unquote from
I
Nathan,
said I
because
said
she's
quote unquote I
always
was
complaining.
I said quote unquote I told you that I couldn't because I was driving. You said check the
Right.
Discord. I said I couldn't because I'm driving.
Well, and then I didn't want to say, hey, look at this guy. I didn't post his profile in this chat. I went privately to the Discord. I
The
did the
private
best I
Yeah,
Discord of
could.
yeah.
323
You
people.
said
Yeah.
and I
Had the
quote.
moderators been doing their fucking jobs, I wouldn't have had to alert anybody because you would have known and you would have handled it without me. But because you're slackers and you're not paying attention, I alerted people. I can stop quite easily because the pain is not worth it.
You are not in pain.
What do you
So
want, bitch?
so
What do
Mike
you
asked me
want from
earlier.
me besides my death?
If you're gonna call me bitch, call
Mike
me better bitch. How
Mike
about
No,
that?
Mike
worse bitch.
I need there to be a
Mike
hierarchy,
called
Bitter
bitch.
Mike asked me
bitch.
earlier
Bitter bitch.
who gives me better topics, and I get that, good brother Seventh is long winded.
New
But
guy, you're not going to answer me.
Monica's annoying.
You're not
And
going to
so
answer
that's
me.
why,
Yeah.
Well,
since
I did want to speak on
being
that.
annoying
I
and
am
being
I,
annoying. No,
I
let me
am
finish.
long winded. I
Yeah,
am
yeah, but
long
let me
winded.
finish. Let me finish. Let me
But
finish.
I
Let me
think
finish. Let me finish.
I love
Let me
subjects
finish.
I'm
Let me
kind
finish.
of
Let me
compassionate
finish.
about
No,
them.
no, let me finish. No, I didn't say you were annoying, Seventh. I said
Okay,
you're a bit long-winded. I love you, but you are a bit long-winded, right? I told you that,
I
right?
am. I'm trying to work on
But
that.
he asked me what, like, the only reason I'm rarely able to engage with Monica is, one, I don't think she's always being honest. She doesn't engage with me in good faith, and she's
Finley
annoying. Like,
sent it
she will
again.
employ she will implode a conversation, right, and interrupt, right, and then whiningly demand that you
Tally
not do the
started
same
this,
to
actually.
that you give her the courtesy. That is my problem. That is not
Same
Tally
Monica.
thing with
started
Tali.
this.
Tali started
Tally
this.
started this.
She started all this, Tali. She just needs attention or whatever she needs to do, and she needs to come in here and tell us about her drama.
So Tally told you to argue in dishonesty and bad faith and hypocritically, not Monica.
No, no, that's just part of debates, and you have to bring that up. If not, somebody gonna take advantage of it. So you got to be on your A game, Mister Finley. I don't know why you
So
crying
so
about it.
a game is arguing in bad faith.
No, A game is knowing when somebody's arguing in bad faith.
I learned that. Chillism taught me that shit right there.
So get on your A game because no one's gonna care about your feelers. So stop it.
That's not a game, Barth. That coming to the court and throwing elbows and hacking and then screaming when you get hacked is not your A game, fam. You
Facts.
get
That's
jumped.
not
You'll
what
get jumped at the
happened.
court. You'll get jumped at the court for doing that, fam.
All right. Well, then let it be.
But you know what? As I'm learning the different rooms, right? And I'll say this in every room. Once we mature as a people, no matter your race, color, creed, or religion, once we can reach that level of maturity and want to interact with each other with having a same agenda, and we don't have to have the same worldview, but at the end of the day of any discussion, what we want to walk away from the discussion with is with an understanding. And I mean that's as simple as it gets. If you can't walk away from no discussion with an understanding, then why are you having the discussion? To prove what? You're smarter, you know more information. You're better at arguing the debate. You can overstand other people because of your education. We're in our culture, and I mean and I'm gonna use the word blackness or melanated culture. We got to stay in. Each one teach one. Each one reach one. Each one teach one. Not each one beat each other up on the app with the knowledge that they have. I'll leave it right there, man.
I think most of us are here for sport. I mean, it's great if you learn along the way, like a Barney song, but I, I don't think it's being
Entertainment.
persuasive.
So it's
Yes, it's
entertainment.
entertainment, but
Oh, okay, I
being
got it.
being persuasive in an argument only serves the people in the room.
We know what an
It's
old
not,
person told me, Tally.
and
Oh,
sometimes you do convince people. I was convinced of many positions that I had previously taken to be wrong. It happens sometimes, but that's like a second order consequence of
an
being here
old
for
man
entertainment.
An old man told me this a long time ago. He said, "You know what creates an argument?" I said, "What?" He said, "There's one who think they know and one who don't know." And I was like, "What you mean?" And he described it about thinking you know and what you don't know. Because at the end of the day, Tally, he told me we don't know shit. We just regurgitate knowledge that we were passed down to us. We wasn't there when it happened. We didn't see it happen. So we're just regurgitating what we believe, which
You
think
learned
you know.
how information is spread. That's what he taught you, how information is spread.
Well, if that's what you want to label it, he just said traditionally it's a regurgitated knowledge that is passed down from generation to
Yeah,
generation.
that's
So
how
it's what
information is spread. Period. Though.
yeah, and it's what you accept that matters, Nathan. So if you don't accept it, then it's not real to you. Like I asked my mama the other day, right? And my mama's in her 70s. I say, Mama, what color is the sky? My mama say the sky is blue. Sometimes it can be purple. I say there's no such thing as a blue or purple sky. She wanted to argue with me that it was because that's what she sees. But then when I showed it to her scientifically, she still like, well, it looked blue to me. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. I get you, but I don't.
I don't get it.
I think that you should, kind of stand on what you try to sit here because I feel like you go down this hole, and this is for seventh. I think you go down this hole, and I'm not, attacking you, but you go down this whole narrative of just like, going like black versus white. and then you go to this point
Mm.
of we should get to an understanding. And
Mm-hmm.
through your whole dialogue, there was no understanding. It was completely one-sided. You didn't offer any type of space for anybody else to come in
And
that's
which
the opposite of what you may deem as just like black, right? And you didn't offer that space for anybody, so you weren't open for any type of, hey, I want to understand. You were just here to express what you wanted to express about
mm-hmm.
the history of it and etc. and how you feel about it. And then
Mm-hmm.
suddenly you now want to project, hey, I'm here, or this environment should be about learning and
Mm-hmm.
understanding at the end of
Mm-hmm.
the day.
Can
So
I ask
i
you a
i think
question,
you should
Cosman?
stand on what you actually, the principles that you like to express.
Kajito, can I ask you a question? Because I hear you, and I know I'm listening. Your critical uh thing was of me, whatever. But what subject are you talking about? Because whatever the subject was that you hear me speak today, I was asked questions, and I just answered them to
Race.
the best of my ability. So when we said, when what's his name, Harper asked me about asking white people what makes them white, then I kind of identified that as if he asked me what makes me black, and I said it's a mindset, right? And it deals with your genealogy, or as far as your bloodline, and it's a mindset. That's all I said. So what you just said about me being one sided, I just answered a question from to my best ability. I wasn't trying to be one sided. I was just answering a question.
Okay. I mean, I think differently, but I do agree with your last statements about boiling it down to understanding, and I do agree with Tally about a particular point about the room. But I think it's not just like a sport. I think a lot of people come to this room to express themselves, of course, but I like to highlight a principle, which is that I think the room upheld is that it's freedom of speech. And for me, and I like that. But when it comes to freedom of speech isn't free if you're not allowed to express yourself. And what I mean by that is a lot of people come and try to express themselves, then they get cut off, they get big mic, and some people are just like put on the back burner, like they drop the stage or they leave the room because they don't have the ability to have free speech because then there are silence. Now I get that's the environment of the room, but sometimes you got to fight your way through it. But a lot of times people like myself don't want to fight through it because I see at the end of the day, a lot of this does revolve around in this room and not outside of it. And I'm not a person that assimilate to like the environment. The things that I express in the way that I operate as a person, I do this in real life. So I just want to express that.
And I'll say to you this: in real life, the people that I deal with are high class people as far as their occupations, who they are, their degrees or whatnot. Right? That's my social equality. And I don't have the same type of conversation. And it could be the same subject, but they don't flow the same. In this thing called Clubhouse, you have different cultures. One is the trolling culture, right? And I don't come from that. I'm an older individual than most of these people in this group. And I don't come from that playing all the time or trying to joke and when there's serious conversations, right? I don't come from that. So I don't subscribe to it. I left this group one time because of that. I was given so much bullshit. I just said, fuck it, I can't. Found myself getting out of character because it was just too much for me. But it's the culture. It's a thing that exists here. Um, and it's about battling. Everything is a challenge, which you are supposed to challenge certain things, but there's a way to do that, right? And I figure that, and some of that principle doesn't exist within certain groups, not just chillism. A lot of different ones I've been in, to question, to challenge, to even give a debate. You know, it's done like I just heard a while ago in bad spirit. It's not done to say, "Hey, I learned from that." It's to say, "I cut your head off. I beat you down. I smashed you. I overstood you. I stumped you in the ground." And you can't walk away with that with an understanding. When you hear me say that, it's because I've been on these groups now for about a year, and I do get to understand each and every individual character. You know, and so when you see that, some people I'm gonna talk to, some you'll see me I will not talk to because I don't think it's worth my time because they are always in bad spirit when it comes to me, right? You talk too long. You a prisoner. You a this. You a that. You know, why even argue or debate with people like that, or have a conversation when there's no solution based um, connotation in the end of it? There's nothing to it. It's just that I'm gonna call you when I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna treat you the way I want to treat you, and you're gonna accept it. It's because it's the premises that been set in this group. Either you like it or you get the fuck on. You know, and that's just it. Cause, however you say your name. I learned, and Nathan and everybody else will tell you, I learned. Chillism taught me that much.
Hey, Seven, in your PTR, is that a my what kind of ring is that? North, south, east, west? You hear me?
Oh, you didn't hear me. Oh, okay. I went on mute. My bad. I said that's my universal flag. Remember, I'm a God body, bruh. But I know the difference between my cultural studies and my spiritual study or my spiritual relationship, and they do coincide. But we ain't gonna go down that road. But that's the Nation of Gods and Earth ring. I got it tattooed on me. I got my ring. That ring cost me almost $1,000 because it got diamonds in it.
Seventh, I have a question, man. You say you're a god?
I say I'm a God body.
Yeah, yeah. You don't think you're gonna die one day?
Yeah, of course I am. But wait a minute. Let me tell you my truth. The way I feel. Nothing never dies. So what I will do, my spirit will leave this physical body and go be in a spiritual body, or it will turn into a spiritual essence, right? Meaning I will return back from which I came from. There's no such thing as die. You know, when we really look at the scientific of it, we just transmigrate, and I'll move from this. This body will die. Yes, my physical composition will die. If yes, yes, just to say it.
So, so let me ask you, and who are you gonna return to?
The Father who created me, God, God Himself, the Creator, the Alpha and Omega, the one and only.
Okay, I mean, I'm not here to judge that, man.
Yeah,
I believe I don't call him the Father, but I believe in the one God.
right. And so when um people question me about that. That's why I always say I'm a God body, because even within the scripture, it tells me that I am the temple. I am the physical manifestation because I was made in God's image. And the Spirit of God dwells within me, right? So I accept that. I accept it as I am a part of that God entity, that I come from that. So therefore, as I am, then I try or strive to carry myself in that manner in real life, right? You know, um, I strive to be righteous. I strive to be just. I don't treat people fucked up. I do. I move in a certain kind of way, and I live by certain kind of laws. You know, uh, and I have a spiritual relationship with God. God has been helping me out, brother. Not to just put my business out there. I've been in the hospital since last Thursday. I see what God is moving in my life. I see what's going on. It's been happening, and so I can attest to that.
He just shut all of y'all down again.
Yo, Lion, you on the road?
Am I in the road?
On the road.
Yes, I'm on the road.
Where you at?
South Carolina, what you want to meet up to fight?
I'm on my way, fam. We gonna settle this once and for all, fam.
Oh, hey, I'm gonna just let you know, bro.
Hey,
We still cool.
where you
We'll
at in my
still be
state, bro? Where you at?
Greenville. Greenville. Hey,
Oh, you in
hey,
Greenville?
yeah.
Where you at in Greenville?
I'm about to leave now, but I was at. Let me
Are you
see
on
this.
85?
Yo,
I'm about to
yo,
hit
yo,
85.
seven. Let me and Lion settle this. I need his address. Let me go settle this right now, right now.
Look, we can sit. Hey, don't take this ass whooping personally now, son. All right.
You on
Man,
85?
Lion, you too old, fam. You too
I'm about
old.
to hit 80. I'm about to hit 85.
Hey, hey, Mr. Phil, you say you too old?
He too old. He too old, Seven. He too old.
I don't know about that old shit, man. I done, there's some young niggas that tried me.
I'm talking about Lion. I'm talking about Lion. Lion
Hey,
too old, man. He
I
too old to
told,
be
I
too
told,
angry.
I told somebody, look at my PTR, look at my hands. So,
How tall are you, Seven? Ain't you about 6'3", 6'4"?
I'm 6'1", 6
Are we the
probably.
same? We the same height. We the same height.
Look at those
You look,
hands, but look at my hand though. Just pull it up and put it up close and look at my hand. I
Yeah,
you
will
look,
that's what I did.
not.
you look tall in
I
that pic.
will. I will not.
That's what I did. I looked at your ring and I thought I was looking at a Masonic ring. Like, what the fuck?
Nah, that's my universal flag, bro. I live by that flag. And those who I've been questioned, I've been talk shit to it about it. They don't know it. They don't know the history of it. They don't know nothing about it. They only know what they heard, and a lot of that information is fucked up. And it's not. For those who want to listen and hear it, so I can describe it to them properly, with that seven, that moon and star, and the points around it, and I'll put the PTR. Hold on, let me change it real quick. I'll show you exactly what it is. When I put it up, then if you want to know, I'll explain it. If you don't, I don't have to. It's not necessary. Sometimes I guess I don't know.
I already know the number seven is it's completion, total, full, perfect. And it's also a symbol for God.
Yeah, so that's the one. There you go, right there in my PTR. That's it. That's what's on my ring with the diamonds in it. I say that because I like that. That symbol alone is a long lesson, which is a 120-degree lesson that we study. Right. That goes when you added the nodules and understanding with each 120, then it's a 360-degree lesson, which we know 360 is a circle of completion. So yeah, you partially right. Everything in that symbol means something. The angles of the star points, the color with the yellow and the black, the star with the 5 points, the moon with the 2 points, the seven with the seven. But that's why the seven is drawn like that. It got 7 points on it. So it means a lot. The
We
colors
got a
deal with
Nathan. We got a Nathan and a Nathaniel on stage. So we got a real Nathan and a fake one.
I don't know if you can say fake. Could you say fake?
Yeah. The Nathaniel, the real Nathan, because he's the real Nathan. The other
But
Nathan is
wouldn't
a
that
fake
be
Nathan.
wouldn't that be like an imitation of something else? Does that
He a
make it
knockoff.
fake?
He a Chinese knockoff, fam.
Oh,
Well, actually, the original name in scripture is Nathaniel. Nathan is a shortening of Nathaniel, but
I
that's
told you, a
beyond.
knockoff. That's what I said. Didn't I say that? So a knockoff.
oh, okay.
Yo, where's Nathan? He came off. He came off with Mike and said something. Pause about. He went back on mute, and he ain't been back off mic since.
Yeah, he was talking to me earlier about he was trying to. I don't know if he was trying to pull me down a certain road, but I just answered the questions properly as I could. I've learned to do that. Yes, ma'am. No problem. No, ma'am. I don't need anything right now.
Wait a minute, you were literally in the house in the hospital bed talking to
Yeah, bro. I've been in the hospital since last Thursday. I speak to y'all when I
us.
can. Mm.
Hey, seven, that's an addiction. I'm just letting you know. You're addicted, bro.
Now, I wouldn't say I'm addicted. I just say I'm bored and ain't nothing else to do in here. My nurse will tell you I'm just sitting here, just sitting here.
What you in there for, Seven? If you don't mind.
I had an operation done. I put that up in the PRT to PTR PRT PTR to show you what happened. So it's calcification deposits. I got about 8 of them. They hurt real bad. I had to get operations for each and every one of them, and I lost a lot of blood when I was on the operating table. Um, Hold up, me do it again. It's a lot went on, bro. I'm going through a lot. I don't tell everybody everything because, like, if I just spit it out of here, no, ain't nobody genuinely care about me. So it's like, but you ask and I don't mind answering.
Yeah, you ain't gonna get no genuine answers on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I'm one of them though. There you go. So if you look at my PTR, that's what the operation was. So I had a calcification deposit eat into my muscle the size of I will just say a size of not quite a tennis ball. It was the size of a tennis ball. The one in my knee is the size of a softball. The one in my hand is the size of a golf ball. The one on my elbow is the size of a golf ball. The two in my hips are I haven't got those X-rayed yet, so I had to get those X-rayed. Um, if you think about pain, this is the beyond the pain because you got something digging and eating into. You got calcification eating into your muscle, and it sits, and then it just tears up shit. I mean, my bad. Excuse my language. It tears up stuff. It's painful. You have to go on high pain medicine. So I was on the highest of high pain medicine that from fentanyl down to psychobizaprine. And now I'm taking what's this one salt with a P, man? I forgot. The one you gave me earlier this morning. Protonic? No, the one for the pain and the one that the winging me off of it. It's 8 milligrams. Oh, prednisone. Oh, prednisone. Yeah, that's steroid. Yeah. So I'm doing all that, bro.
I'm glad you were able to get the medical attention you needed.
Thank you.
I hope you heal quickly.
The rest of this here tally, I'm in trouble, but dealing with it. Give it up to God, man. God got me. I rocked through it. It ain't that important. I mean, to me it is, but it's a
Well,
struggle.
okay, so as a person who is was able to get the medical attention that they need, um, how do you feel about United being sued by
Talking about
its shareholder?
one United.
United Health.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah.
actually
I
a
thought
part
you
of
was talking
United
about
Health.
I thought you was talking about my parents there for a
I'm
second, Tally.
I'm
No,
act,
so United Health is being sued by their shareholders basically
I'm act,
for making drastic changes to their approval process for medical necessities
well, I'll say this.
to the
You know,
detriment of their shareholders, even if it meant the betterment of however many millions of Americans are subscribed to like their service.
I'm a part of that. Matter of fact, that is my primary doctor over at One Medical, and they basically for me, all they do is do my prescriptions as far as uh, if I need prescribe something or something like that. One Medical sometimes they piss me off over there, but um, that's all they do for me is make referrals and prescriptions.
I find it troubling. I just the shareholders. I mean, as a person who you know has been in corporate America for like decades, I know the shareholders and stakeholders are
Can you
who
tell
they're real.
ortho
Hmm?
to come in? Not ortho. Can you tell the OT and the PT to come up and see me?
Oh,
Thank
I'm
you. I
gonna
need to
mute
see.
you. Okay.
Oh, my bad. My
Yeah. So I know as a person who's been part of corporate America for, decades at this point, that the shareholders and stakeholders are who they're really serving. But to have the shareholders sue the organization for doing the thing that the majority of Americans would say is right because although unfortunate, the killing of that CEO was a catalyst, at least for conversation. And to your previous point, seventh, sometimes conversations start revolutions.
oh yeah, most
I
definitely.
they they're going to backtrack because they're going to have to please their share and stakeholders, and that really sucks. And it even, I guess, for the people who are rooting for Luigi. Um, what he did was absolutely in vain, and he is going to spend the rest of his life in prison. And no, there will not be systemic changes because the share and stakeholders said so.
Yeah. Wow. You know what? And thank you for that information because I did not know One Medical was being sued, and I got to talk to them. I got to talk to them today because they getting on my nerves. But I'm gonna tell you who need to be shut down and sued. Humana. I can't stand them right now. But you know what, Tally? Being due to this administration and what this administration is doing, my Medicaid and Medicare, because I'm on disability because of these things, has never been a problem ever. Nowhere, no co-pays, no denying. My insurance was never denying anything. Now, over the last 30 days, my insurance has been ruffled. I've been receiving co-pays, and a lot of shit is being denied that I need, right? Because if I didn't have these things in order properly, then my medication is being denied that I need, that if I don't get, I could die, right? I could leave here due to certain things that which the Medicaid and Medicare does up under Humana, right? Since Trump has been in office, man, these shits is changing. But if you're not on it and you just want to go by what's being said on the books or in the public or on media or whatever you feel or your opinion is about this president, you won't understand it until it affects you directly. And this shit has affected me directly because it's hitting my home very closely. So is my wife who works for the federal government. And it's just fucked up, man.
I don't think it has anything to do with this president. I think that the practices of these healthcare organizations predate Trump, predate his
Well,
even first thoughts or comments about um, running. I think that was in the 80s. These things have been happening for decades. I don't think it's fair to put it on this administration.
well, the reason why I can because I've been on disability since 2013. I've never had a problem, Tally. Not until this administration, not until this one. Now, his first term, he didn't do a lot what he's doing now. So I did the knowledge to it and I understood. The stuff that he's putting into place now is different than his first administration. You know, I think he is becoming a little bit more, I don't know, would you say politically inclined, but he want to tear everything down that's government, you know. He want to tear everything down that doesn't fit his agenda. And he's doing it right in our face. We see it. Some of us are directly affected by it. So I have no other finger to point at nobody else but this administration because of the history, the facts of my history being on this governmental health care.
So, what would you, because now that it's impacting you, it's important to you, but what would you say to the people who were upset when changes were made? Well, one, Obamacare was implemented, and then two, changes were made that drastically impacted people who were under their care or relied on them. And that was, what, a decade ago now?
When who was in office?
Um, mm, I would say, mm, well, there are the people who were opposed to it. That was under Obama.
Hmm.
And then there are the people who made changes under Trump. Um, but they think of it as unconstitutional, right?
I see it like this, and I'm not well versed in a lot of what you're asking me, but I'll just give you my best ability. When Obamacare came about, it helped a lot of people. And it opened a lot of doors for healthcare to change. A lot of those people didn't disagree. They disagreed with it because it was Obama. You know, That's all it was. They didn't understand what they were even disagreeing with. They were just disagreeing because Obama did it. And the reason why Trump hasn't been able to change it directly yet, because Trump doesn't have a plan to trump Obamacare. He doesn't have a plan for it. He never had a plan for medical the medical situation to the degree where people would get the proper health care. That's why if you look today, Obamacare has not changed. It is still implemented within the government from Obama because this administration right here doesn't have a corrective plan to it. They don't have a better plan. So I mean, I do know that much.
It's time to move on from this our current system. It's just freaking time to move on. Everybody keeps freaking, oh, it's a great system. It's a trash system. Literally, insurance companies, especially medical providers, healthcare companies, they go out of their way not to pay. It's just a trash system. We need to
That's
move
right.
on to a better system. Like, I'm over
But
this
remember,
system. And
I
I have
agree with
great
some of that.
healthcare, but I'm over it. I'm so
Trump has
over
the
it.
concept of a plan.
Oh, it's the best. It's absolutely the best. Absolutely the best plan. Absolutely.
The
But
shareholders
but
of
when we
United,
implement it, it,
I'm
it
being sarcastic because I don't believe he has one.
the
he doesn't.
Of
shareholders
course,
of
he doesn't have
United,
one.
the
For
shareholders of
the oh, sorry,
United.
Telly, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, I hear people say they want to change, but the shareholders of United said, no, we don't care that that CEO was killed by that one guy. Go back to the previous policies that made them more profitable. I think they saw like a 25% like dip
You know
on
what?
the stock market or something. And they were like,
People,
no,
people
no.
forget.
You know what's sad, Tally? What's sad is that you have these people in conglomerated offices, right? They never get to see amongst the people.
In
They never walk.
in what in what offices?
Hey man,
I knew you were going to say something, man.
corporate. Well, let's just say corporate, right? If I said that word wrong, forgive me, right? I'm human. I can make an error. So when we look at corporate, the medical system from the corporate level, right? Then they don't walk in the hospitals and see these people sick and what they need. They don't see the medications that they need. But then you go to these government funding, government funded institutions like Humana and places like that that deal with Medicaid and Medicare. They will inform them to snatch back, pull back, deny. You know, I just got now. Brother asked me a while ago, why was I here? And I told you all why I was here, whoever you were listening, and I showed you the PTR. The only reason why I've been in the hospital since last Thursday is because they're looking for a plan. My next course of action is to go get therapy in house. So now I got the government, Humana, denying my claim, right? They just straight up my dental claim. I'll show you a picture of my tooth in the back, what happened. They denied that, right? That's detrimental to my body. Opens up for infection and all kind of shit. Because I bit down on something and it fucked the tooth up so bad that, whatever the case. But I have the insurance company through the government denying these claims, denying medications, right? That I need. So it just comes down to the fact these people, that man that got killed, he never stepped foot in a hospital to see, what these people are going through. And I said that today as I was talking to my Humana planner. I said that's why that man got killed like he did because y'all are hurting the people that really need these things.
No,
You
no,
know,
you didn't say that.
So it's a
Hold
couple
on.
different
word,
factors
yes,
here. Hold on.
word bond,
It's a
word bond.
it's
Hold up, lady. Word bond in my book of life. When my wife get here, when she was on the phone, she'll tell you I said it, and I meant what I said. I said that's why he got killed because he was a part of that. With Tally was just talking about those people who don't want to make the fucking change that is necessary needed, and they're hurting people.
Are we
People are.
defending murder? It's crazy.
can I
Ladies,
can
speak.
I
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, lady.
oh
My bad.
so I want to make sure y'all can hear me. There's a couple different factors that a lot of you don't know the inside of. Um, one being, oh, you have to ring the bell. You have to ring the bell. I don't know where she is. Uh, uh, Sorry. One being, Tally's absolutely right. Can y'all still hear me? Because I know I got really bad signal at
We
work.
Yes,
hear you.
ma'am.
Okay.
Hear you loud and
Okay.
clear.
So first things first. Yes, most companies operate in um in the interest of their shareholders because their shareholders, they want to make them money because they want to keep them invested in their companies. Two, when it comes to companies like Humana and Medicare, they have out of pocket maximums that they can charge. Um, so they have out of pocket maximums, like doctors can only charge so much for certain procedures without them getting kicked out. A lot of times they'll get rejected, and once they're resubmitted, they get approved. But the thing about it is right, a lot of these companies don't care if the doctor gets paid because the doctor is charging a certain amount, or the facility in which the doctor operates out of, they have to make money too. So everybody has to make money in this situation at the expense of the patient, unfortunately, right? The nurses have to get paid, the doctors have to get paid, anesthesiologists have to get paid, the bills at the facility have to get paid. So a lot of that goes into what you're being charged for a certain procedure, right? And unfortunately, again, this comes at the cost of us, but it's not just a government funded thing. You have to remember a lot of this has to do with the insurance companies. They want to get top dollar from you. They also want to get paid from the doctor, right? Because they can only charge the doctor so much, right? And they'll only cover so much. So realistically, the two people that get screwed in all of these situations is the provider and the patient,
Right.
because the insurance company is going to get paid regardless, right? And the facility in which the provider operates out of is going to get paid. The doctors get paid last, and then the patient is treated last. But everything operates at the benefit of the shareholders because they are the ones who keep the doors open for the company. If they're not pouring their money in and they pull their money out, the company no longer seems profitable. They lose money. There's no more faith in the company.
Right. And what I learned, hey, Lion, you are. I ain't even gonna respond to what you just put up. But anyway, uh, I ain't even gonna do it.
Sir,
That's
I
none of
am married. Somebody tell my husband
yeah.
there's this
That
random
that
fat
that
M&M on the internet trying to
that
send me
that that's none of my business. But yeah, Tally, I agree with you fully. I mean, lady, what you just said. I've learned a lot about it because I've been on it since 2013, and I've seen the detail, the intricacies in and out. Um, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense what you said. Um, we are we are fucked over, and like I'm gonna tell you, I had my operation on my shoulder, and I had the PTO off a while ago. That operation cost over $10,000, right? And then another hospital that I was at saying that I owed them a check of $2,000. But when I talked to my provider today, he said the only thing it was that your insurance wasn't, they didn't have you updated, right? So you're dealing with your premiums, and your out of pockets, right? You have some out of pocket on some things, which is not a lot. I could handle some of that, but for the most part now, because of the administration that's in now, that's changing. It's changed to where now, instead of actually being able to get the service and get a charge, they're denying the service altogether. You know, and it's it's nefarious or nefarious for the people that need the health care. So I see healthcare is about to go to shit. And so now what I'm doing to what I should have been doing, which I wasn't educated on, is I have to get a herbalist and do things for more holistically, because if I don't, then when the medical system goes to shit like it's going to, then I'm gonna be left really, really messed up. Really messed up. So I'm doing everything in my power to keep me alive
So, and nobody wants to talk about the Pope, or did I miss it? Maybe you guys did.
They talked about the poll a while ago. But
I'll see. I know I always miss the colors.
You can talk about the Pope again if you want to. What you got to say about the Pope?
I don't know. I heard that Italians are not happy that it's an American Pope.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the thing about being Italian. They had all the
Oh, there's
Pope.
a new pope.
Yeah, American guy from Chicago.
Apparently, he's a Peruvian descent.
Oh yeah, he's Peruvian.
Yeah, from Peru. His family's from Peru. Hmm.
So it's a win for the Hispanics. I don't like this guy. Hmm.
I don't
Wasn't
know.
the last
And
guy Hispanic?
apparently, he
Back to back.
is also critical of Trump, but they don't know yet if he's like left or right leaning. But they know that he's been critical of Trump.
who the Pope that just
But
is in
was
the now?
Yeah.
was he critical of
Hmm.
all the child
Pope can't
molestations and
Pope
shit when
can't
it
fuck
happened?
Shit, wake it up, man. Mm.
Pope, Pope can't fuck the
Why do
Pope
we
can't
always
fuck.
do the what about him? Come on, man.
Hey, the
Man.
president Trump
Nah,
can't fuck with the Pope.
Lion, look at my PTR, bro. I saw
yeah,
this and this reminded
I
me
like
of you.
it.
Okay.
Actually, I
No,
like it
no,
too.
look at the little blue bag.
Oh,
The
so
blue.
the El
You
Nathan.
see what
Oh,
it is?
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Pineapples. You made that? You had that made?
Bro, upside down pineapples, bro. I saw
That's
that
what's
when I
up.
went to Formula One. I was like, oh shit.
can
He's
you
trying
come
to
up,
let you
El
know. He's
Nathan?
trying to let you know.
I don't know exactly what these
God, that
things
dude came
mean
there with his family.
together.
Oh, hey
They
Nathan.
don't
Look,
mean
I
nothing.
learned on
What he does when the
Instagram
children are
that
asleep is different.
I learned
Mm.
on Instagram that upside down pineapples is like a sign for swingers.
Right.
But yes, bro. That's a Lion talk. You know who
I
it was?
gotta,
It was
you
Lion
gotta
and
leave Instagram.
that's what I saw the PTR. I mean, I saw this guy. I was like, hold up. Let me snap a picture of this, bro. He showed the lion.
So,
I didn't know about all these little
uh,
signs and symbols. Oh, go ahead.
no, let's talk about weird sexual practices of people on the internet. I love this. Go on.
Oh my.
All right.
No,
Okay.
there's
So,
people in real life. This was real life, Dolly. My eyes connected with him in the real world.
No, I wouldn't want to
Yeah,
exercise my
honestly, I
airport
wanted
control issues.
the
Please,
guy
more
from
on pineapples.
Africa to become the next pope.
you wanted who?
We gotta get
The
Tali like a
African one.
boyfriend. We need to get Tali a boyfriend that can take her like travel or something. I don't know, man. Tali, what's going on?
I am a detail oriented person. Some might call a perfectionist, some might call neurotic. And I am just pointing out hypocrisy that benefits
Eccentric.
certain alabaster bitches. But anyway, pineapples. Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
hey, Matt. I'm gonna ask you a question. If a dude walked up to you, right, and said, "You got something in your eye. You want me to help you get it out?" What would you say?
I drive with my windows open, so I don't talk to people on the street. I find it weird if a guy approached me on the street.
No, I'm talking about like if you
I
were
don't
just
know.
walking from.
I don't know. Seven said I don't know, man. Yeah, my daughter be asking me questions like that too. What is going like?
I'm gonna just warn you. If somebody come up and ask you that, run or punch them in the face and run. Get away from them ASAP.
Damn, bro, he just said put your family
I
member. That's
ask
fucked
you
up.
what? What?
This is
Do
why I
I?
love New York because
Mm.
no one in New York approaches people and asks questions. We just keep our head on the swivel and we mind our business.
Yeah. Okay. I was just letting you know.
I was gonna say back to the Pope thing. I was in another room and they were just talking about that. And my position is, they say, well, what do you think about him? Um, what? So I already don't trust that kind of a organization as it stands. But for the people who do, I'd ask you to look into his background and see where he stood on the whole molestation charges in the like 2015 or so. He was clearly there for that. Was he one of those people that were looking the other way or trying to never mind it, or was he one of those people that were trying to basically snuff out all of the bad actors?
I
And
know
that's just
people
So
that'll
really
do
recently, I was told there's a movie called Spotlight where they were talking about that line about the molestation
It's
by the
about
Pope.
the Boston Globe
The
and the
Boston ones,
uncovering of
yeah.
the molestation. It started in
Mm.
Boston, but then it spread from there.
Before y'all
Wow.
give into your dark predilections, El Nathan, what do you mean by um he is not left? He's a registered Republican, progressive politically, but a Catholic centrist. Like, how do you think that will speak to whatever his goal is as a pope? Like, how will that change?
Oh, so first I have to say that I'm not an expert in this issue. This is just what all of us have read in the past few days. He was appointed by Pope Francis. He's a missionary pope, which means for example, he didn't serve in the US. For example, he's lived abroad for much of his missionary life. But also, he has views very similar to Pope Francis, slightly more conservative when it comes to doctrinal issues, but on the whole, generally considered progressive, sort of a progressive centrist. So, not very, very different from Pope Francis. So yeah, so when people say left, I'm like, no, no, he's definitely not a leftist at all. In fact, he's slightly, just very slightly more conservative than Pope Francis when it comes to issues of doctrine in the Catholic Church. But when it comes to socio-political issues, he's just as progressive as Pope Francis. So for example, he's pro-immigration and all of that. Hence his tweet about JD Vance just a couple of weeks ago.
Why does he
What did
even
he say
matter?
about Judy Vance?
I don't like. He's just a man that wears a big uniform. What does he do? What's the
He's
fucking
the
big
head
deal?
of like
he
1.3 billion people.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
the
Oh,
icon. He's the vicar
but
of
he's
what?
also a
Christ.
What
sovereign
is he
leader
gonna
of
do to
a
1.3 billion
state.
people? Say move left and they move.
Yeah.
This is
He's the vicar
retarded,
of
dude.
he's the
No, but
vicar of
also he's the
Christ.
head of the Vatican City, which
What
is
do you mean the head?
considered
I don't
some
understand what
kind
the
of
head of what. Like,
sovereignty.
what does it mean? What does he do?
Yo, the Pope went to Villanova. That's
It,
tough.
it's
Yeah.
it's really well, Mike. It's really at this point in the day. It's really more like what is the royal
Yeah. So
family
they, they,
agenda?
so so they it's its own country, Mike,
What, like what is
and
the
he's the
royal?
head of that.
What's the
He's gonna
royal
get
family?
killed. They're gonna murder him. So
Wait,
it
hold
ain't
up,
gonna
Oh
hold
matter
my
what
up,
he
hold
do.
up,
God!
hold up, hold up, hold up. Listen, Mike. I don't know if you can hear me, but
I can hear you.
it's more like symbol. It's just really more symbolism at this point. In the early days, they were responsible for basically flipping the world upside down. They had that kind of power and influence. Now it's not military might more. It's really just like the royals of Britain or England. Uh,
You know what it seems like? It seems like a dark underground culture where fucking people wear stupid uniforms.
It's
So
a
anyway,
mob.
yeah,
An
I think that's
underground
slightly.
culture of
Anyway, I
1.3
was
billion people.
Yeah,
I
It's
was
a
that,
mob.
yeah, yeah. When
anyway,
you
I
no
was
no
saying
just like
that
just like politics,
I
like
was
like we could say, oh yeah, America, but then as you get deep into the politics, you can see there's like dark shit in that. So like on the surface, it's 1.3, but those are just people existing functionally, right? They don't necessarily subscribe, but this is I don't know, man.
Nah, they subscribe. Whatever he says goes for them.
What does that mean? What does
anyway.
he
There are
say?
far more. There are far more. I think that this is a
He
very
shapes their theology and their doctrine.
So I was
What does that mean?
as
Like,
I
tell me
was
the last thing
saying,
that they've
as
changed and
I
it's like
was
had an effect.
saying,
I don't care what you're saying. I was talking. What
shut the
is what?
fuck up. Like,
Okay,
what's
good.
wrong
That
with
like
you?
that's gonna work. Anyways,
You're a
what
stupid child. What's
I
wrong with
very
you?
much am, and now you know what you're dealing with. And stupidity, fucking
Like, shut the fuck
is
up,
like
man.
doesn't care about what
Shut
you
the
have to
fuck
say.
up.
Anyways, I'm saying,
Tally,
what was the
can
last
somebody
time? When was the
moderate this
last example
fucking
you could
idiot?
show where this
Like
person
we
said
were
a
having a
thing
and then
Tally,
1.3 billion changed what they did,
Tally,
right?
can we have
When
some
was the last time that
moderation in
happened?
this room?
I'm
Because
sorry.
Because
otherwise, it
there's
just
a
seems
Let
like
fucking
this
me
guy is
respond.
just
idiot
somebody that people like
trying
kind of
to
pray
like
I
to,
shit
am
talk
right?
woke
making chicken
people.
Are
fried
there
rice.
any
Can we
examples of
have
it?
some
I
Like
understand.
here,
moderation,
like
Like,
in
please, Tally?
politics, legislation
Tally,
changed the
so
law,
I'm
Tally,
so you
trying.
could see
Tally, can we
what
have
did
some
Okay,
he
I'm
change?
sorry.
moderation?
What has
Just
anyone
let Mike
changed?
Can we
land, and
have
then
some
you can
No,
moderation?
it's.
respond.
I mean, this
Yeah,
guy
my
thinks that
Can
apologies.
like.
we have some
I am busy.
moderation?
Anyways, so you see what I'm saying? Like,
Can we have
when
some
was the last
moderation,
time like
Tally?
something like that has been so
Tally, can we
effective
have some
to where somebody
moderation?
like within
No,
that,
And not
chill.
let
like
these
the last,
fucking
Yeah,
what
idiots
was the
my
most
talk.
powerful thing any pope has done within our
What?
lifetime where we can
Yeah,
point
we
to
are
that say,
only
hey,
because you're
look,
the only one who can
he
speak. All right,
changed
keep
this,
speaking.
okay.
Keep
and we
speaking.
can
No,
say,
All right, all
okay,
right.
this
just
was
Keep
the
let him
speaking.
land.
change.
Keep speaking. All right.
You see what I mean?
Can
Like,
you
when was the
can
last
you
time?
can you moderate,
What
or
was
is
it?
this how you want the room?
What
And
was it?
you invited me upstairs to speak. If
No,
you
no,
are
no,
here
no, no,
to
no.
like
Look, you interrupted me, bro, because you feel like you're entitled for some
Sally,
reason. That's the thing. And then you start insulting people. So you know what I'm gonna do?
but you're a fucking
I'm
idiot.
gonna
That's
accept
it.
your
Everybody
insult.
can
That's
see
what I'm
you're a
gonna do. I'm
fucking
gonna accept your insult and I'm gonna use it to my advantage.
you are a fucking
Because
idiot. It's
there's one thing
clear
about
for
idiots
everyone to
and
see.
kids is
And
that they don't
Tally,
know how to reason too well.
I blame you for
So
this.
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm
I'm
just
not
gonna
gonna
ride
talk to
that and
idiots.
I'm gonna use it against you. And I'm
I'm
gonna say, yeah, I
anyone will
am.
invite me to sit
Like right now.
shit,
You
bro.
see? Because I'm not even frustrated. You are. And I think I'm winning. You don't feel too well, do you? So, like I was saying, when was the last time any pope has had any significant like effect to where the 1 point something billion listened to him? Like, what was the rule that was established that we can point to?
To Mike's point, I think the last time it was relevant was around gay marriage. One of the popes said something about gay marriage. I think outside of the occasional proclamation of something like that, it's.
But like, was it
No,
like
it's
okay, he
post.
approved or disapproved, and then it followed, or was
I,
it already changed?
I mean, it was already
He
changed culturally. I
he
think he followed.
said,
To your
"Who am
point,
I to
Mike, even
judge?"
more maybe.
That's what he said. He followed the going consensus of America's public. When they asked him
So
about
you're
it,
basically asking,
his
what does the
iconic
Pope
state
run?
his iconic
It's just what his
statement.
influence is.
Hold on, let me hear
His
what Lion said. Go ahead,
God
Lion.
damn man, I don't know what's wrong with y'all. His iconic statement in
Yes, ma'am.
response
I
to the
keep
gay
pressing this
marriage
thing.
thing
I didn't mean
was
to.
he said, "Who am I to judge?" That was on all of the publications all over the news, giving you the idea that he's stating that it doesn't matter.
I
Do whatever
see.
you want.
I see. Okay, so he was going with the consensus, and then from that, like, was there any pushback, pause, like against him within his like? Okay, so
Yes.
then,
Yeah.
so
So now, well, people started to the old timers that have been in the church all of this time. The old timers were told that divorce is wrong, right? Never divorce. If you do, you'll be kind of like excommunicated, and all of a sudden, now it's not such a
okay,
bad deal. Uh,
I do, and I
you get what I'm
appreciate the
saying?
answer.
So
Thank
every
you.
time,
So
yeah, the same thing happened with the
So
gay
the
thing.
Pope run a lot.
So
Listen,
people started to leave in droves because they were saying that these people just are following government policies and not following after their savior Jesus.
when you think about the contracts of with the Vatican, my bad, and how they rule nationwide, and who belongs to the Vatican, right? So when you deal with the now Italians, and then you can trickle down to the Italian mobs, organized crime, and then you flip on the other side. You just say the worldview about uh, missionary work, and this is why you see most popes they go to Africa and they doing things over there, and the politics behind that is, is they're checking up on their interests. They're checking up on their invested interests, as I'll say, because the Vatican and the Pope they have an invested interest in a lot of countries, right? And so what the Pope does is that he's just the top head of it. There are people above him, and you can check that out. But he's just like the front runner, like the president, just for popism, or what they call the papaya, or however you pronounce that shit. Yeah, he wear the ring too. That's why they kiss his ring. What other culture have you seen kiss the ring besides mob individuals? No other culture.
wasn't it like
See,
royalty?
Yeah, but it's still, yeah, but look at who does it and look who they connected with. You can connect those things together. The Vatican, the mob, and the Pope. All of them are
Oh my
justified.
God! Come on. Only one thing they
This
share
is
common. They
crazy.
all in Italy. Come on.
No, it's not.
Right.
Okay, well, I'll let you, if that's what you
Well,
say,
let me ask y'all something.
Nathan,
I'll leave
can
that
we
right there.
tell them this
Who
atheist
follows the
man?
Bible? Because I've this organization that everybody's shitting on is the people that put together the Bible and everything that you guys learn
Exactly. The
about the
Bible that
Trinity and
he
all that.
follows too.
Huh?
Just because
Exactly.
just because you put it together doesn't mean that it wasn't already
Say,
written,
Well, what I'm
yeah,
saying is
Satan
right?
follows.
their
No,
whole
they
interpretation
canonize
of
it.
the
They put
Trinity and all
together
that
the
It
yeah. They
came
doesn't.
put
from the
together the
Catholic Church.
books
Hey,
that
look.
people know as the Holy Bible.
Hey, look. If I have a
Say,
bunch of holy
you
bricks and
can't
then
use
somebody
that.
builds a holy wall, those bricks were already holy, bro. Just because people put something
Hey,
together doesn't
hey,
mean that the word wasn't written before that. Who cares?
So
Because,
the words
because,
were written, right? But
yeah,
the way
because
to
they
read
took,
them
wait,
wasn't
they
that
looked
way.
from,
The way to
they,
read it was
wait.
different. And then when
no,
the
it
words were put
wasn't.
together, the way to read it as we know it
Yeah,
today.
and what did they do? What did they do, Nathan? They really translated it and put it
Uh,
together from what the
they
apocrypha,
canonized it.
the dead. No,
What are
what
you
they
talking
did.
about?
Okay,
Well,
like
these are
the
the same
council
people
of
that said
All right,
that God
the
is
count.
Son,
Who
Father,
is the
and Holy
count?
Ghost, all in
Who is
one
the
person.
count? Who is the council of,
wait,
of
wait, wait,
Nicaea?
wait.
That
You
was
all are moving
clever,
too.
actually, if they did
Wait,
that.
A
you
lion,
moving,
a
you
lion,
moving.
Yeah, they
lion. Tell him
canonized
who
it,
the
bro. They
Yeah,
come
tell
up with the
tell him.
the
concepts like the
Catholic,
Hey,
Trinity,
lion, do
what's
me a favor.
acceptable, what's
Tell him
not
who the council of
acceptable, what's
Nicaea was.
heretical, what's not heretical.
the holy,
Like people who use
the
those
Holy
terms
Roman
right now,
Church.
they got that from the
Look,
Catholic Church.
Yeah, but the
The
Catholic
Catholic
Church.
Church is the father that
Yeah,
birthed
but
the
the
majority of
Catholic Church.
Christian religions right now.
But Nathan, the
Listen,
Catholic Church isn't the first church.
and also,
It actually
Protestantism
was the first
came
church.
from Catholicism.
all
No,
right,
it's
Protestantism came
not.
from Catholicism.
The
all
Catholic
right.
Church
Peter
is
was the
not the
first
The
first
pope.
reason
church.
Peter
the
was the
reason
first
why
pope.
they're yeah, the
To
reason
Nick,
why they're like
to
Hebrew Israelites, the reason why you got seven sons is
I'm
because
not. I'm
of the
not a
Catholic
Hebrew Israelite.
Church.
Why did you do that just now? I'm
You
not a
don't
Hebrew
say you're not a
Israelite, bro.
Christian.
he's
You're not a
not referring to
Christian.
you.
I don't
He's not
subscribe.
You're a
I
referring.
don't
God
subscribe.
body.
Now
He's
look,
not
see that
referring
we
to
just talked
you.
about
He's
that
talking
earlier,
about.
Nathan. If you
He's
want to
talking about
know, I'll tell you.
Brianna. He's talking
I'll
about
share it with
me.
you
He's
so you'll
talking
get
about
the truth.
No,
people.
no, no.
But
I want
Lion,
to
you can
know. I'm
talk.
just saying.
You don't know,
No,
I'm just
Nathan.
he
saying.
wasn't talking
You're
about
speaking on
you.
something you don't know. Okay. So you don't know what I
Man,
am because you haven't asked me and had a
No,
discussion
no,
with
no,
me
no, no.
to
We don't need to
find
get
out.
into that. But my point still stands, though.
But don't lie on me though.
Come
I'll just
on,
say
man.
if
I
you
Just
want
don't.
to
keep
I
know,
ain't
I'll
going.
lying
You
tell
on
always
you.
you.
make it about you, dog.
look,
I'm
seven. He
not.
wasn't
They made
seven.
it
He was
about me, Mike.
seven,
He
See,
seven,
said what I
seven. He
was and
was
what I'm
not
not.
he said
seven.
what
Can
you're
you hear
not,
me?
bro.
Seven. He
So
wasn't talking about you. He was just naming all of the different
no, he
denominations.
said, Seven, you a God body. You not this and that. Was
Oh
I
my
wrong? Did
God.
I?
See, you're talking about
He
yourself
said
again.
No, I'm not,
Hebrew
Mike.
Israel.
He
He
said
said
that.
that
So
he.
where am I
Oh my
wrong?
God. Oh my God. All he said was that's the reason why you have the Hebrew Israelites,
And I said
and
I'm
you
not
got.
one.
Hey, wait.
He put me in that. Okay.
And you got the seven sons. That's what he said.
Okay. And so what you mean? What does that mean? Tell me
That
so I
means
understand.
there's a delineation. He's not saying that
Thank
he's
you.
calling you a seven. You a Hebrew Israelite.
But what is he calling me then? The seventh
He's
son is
talk.
what?
He's
See,
just.
there you
He's
go
just.
again.
He.
Me, me,
Oh my
me.
Hey,
God.
Mike.
Hey,
All right.
me. That's
No,
seven
but why did
songs.
he
That's
say
a
my
song.
name? Okay, but he said my
Me.
name.
It's all
Because
about
Come
you.
on, Mike.
I know you're not a Catholic.
Okay, thank you.
All
That's
right.
all I asked.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So what
So
I
you were right
wanted
the
to
whole
say to
time, Nathan.
yeah, what I wanted to say to Ninja the whole time was when you
Put your
say
foot in
who
your
read
mouth, Mike.
when you say who
I
reads the
have.
book, when you say who reads that
I
book,
believe you.
it's not just Christians. Even the Church of Satan reads the Bible. Muslims read the
Exactly.
Bible.
But they
Well,
read
what
it
And
backwards.
my point
that's
I was
from
making,
and that's
Ryan,
all from the
is
Catholic Church.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It all started with the Catholic Church and how they decided to canonize the Bible, how they decided to interpret the nature of Jesus and this, that, and the third. A lot of the stuff that came from Protestant, that came from Catholic, that came from even Muslims or whatever, Israelites, any other like spinoff of the Christianity came as a result of the decisions made by the Catholic Church and the bishops there.
That's a
Judaism.
fact. Let me, let me just say this. Right, seventh son. What's the thing you just was saying? All we get is regurgitated information, right?
Yeah, regurgitated. Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this question. If I was to read the cat ate the bat, and I didn't put any expression on it, and you were to read that to someone else, how would you read it? Just as plain and bland? Would you put a little extra seasoning on it? the question.
Like,
Okay. Anyways, the point what I'm making is the point what I'm making, Seven Son, is this. Look, we do have regurgitated information, right? That we interpret. How we interpret that is based on how we see the world. What you get from when you read the Bible is the Romans Catholics' interpretation on those books that were written. How they perceive it should be. You get that, right?
I could say, of course, but then the way that I do perceive it is totally different from their even their expression, right? Because just plain and
You
simple.
know, but my point is, you're not just getting the raw information. You got
Well,
information that was stepped on.
I believe that.
My
Yeah,
point is, you're getting information that was stepped on, and you're
right,
getting it
right.
from a perspective of white people, and you're taking that white perspective and you're putting your black perspective on it. You get the different. You get what's going on. So
I understand that.
it's still a white man feeding you at the end of the day.
That's why those of us who understand exactly what you
Because you know
said,
when you
we do.
once you cut it, bro,
Well,
and
well,
you
what I was going to say,
distribute it,
Nathan,
it's different.
what I was going to say, to believe for those of us who believe exactly what you just said, that's why we go do further study and further understanding of the knowledge, so we can get the more accurate truth than what's been presented to us. So we do that. I'm one of those. Been doing it for over 30 years. Is that where we see exactly what you said, and then we strive out to other avenues to find out more accurate truths to what's being presented. That's all.
Seven Son, there's no way to fix it. There's no way to fix it, bro.
I didn't say fix it.
That's
I
a
said go beyond it. Okay, let me give you an example. There's a book
Well, no,
called
no,
The
let me just break it down. Hear me out. Hear me out. What I mean by that is this:
Listener.
just because of how information is relayed, bro, you can always get someone else's interpretation of it. You're not gonna get anything raw. You're gonna get someone else's interpretation of it. So all I'm saying is this: at the end of the day, just give thanks to those white Roman Catholics for giving you the God you believe in, bro.
I don't believe in the
Because
same
it
God,
wasn't for
but I
I know
mean
you don't. I listen. That's the point. I know you don't, right? But where did it come from? We already went through this.
I agree with you, Nathan. I agree that
Man, so
they
then
took.
give thanks then.
Well, okay, so this is what I'm saying. I mean, before you take me down the road or put me in a box or trap me in somewhere, I believe what you said. They have taken an original text, an original
Hey, no,
bit.
this is how information.
Can I
Please
finish?
don't
Can
hear.
I
Please
finish,
don't get.
Nathan? Nathan, can I finish?
I think you misunderstand. I think you're
I
not
heard what you.
understanding me.
Well, if you keep coming off, you will never get my understanding of what you said, right?
But that's not
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm saying
okay. Oh, go ahead, Nathan. You got it, man. Good. I agree.
whatever information. It doesn't listen. Whatever information. It's not the raw information. You get someone else's interpretation of it. That's all. Any
So,
information.
what we do when we're dealing with information, period, right? Like I made an example today, through science and in school, they tell you that, or just by somebody, they told you the sky was blue when you look up at it. But when you go to school and you get in science class, then you'll learn that there's no such thing as a blue sky. So what I continue to follow the tradition of the sky is the color blue, or what I deal with the science, right? That speaks more in depth to what is being said. So when we look at the Bible and how it's been composed and how the books are missing and how you deal with the 88 books versus the 66 books versus the 33, then you start studying those things and say, well, wait a minute, we can see what books are missing. Now, why are these books missing? So you go study that. Then you see, well, what was the language was the books, the words originally written in, right? And then you go study that. And then you try to say, well, can I learn the language, right? From the Greek interpretation versus the Hebrew interpretation, right? Or the language that Jesus spoke, which was Aramaic, right? Which was some of those words were written in Aramaic, you know. And so you start learning the etymology of the languages, and you start seeing the history and the culture and who presented it and how it transmigrated down the line and how it was changed and how it was fucked up and people wanted to put their own admission into it. But one thing they could not do, God says this in His Word. What man touches, he always destroys. But at the same time, you cannot alter or change what God has put into place. You can try to change it, but it's not going to stop the truth from coming out, right? And so we
See,
strive for
that's why I
that.
wanted to stop you, bro, because you're not understanding me. Let me help you out. I want you to do this. Describe the color blue to me without referencing anything that's blue.
Describe the color blue to you,
Yeah,
but
without referencing anything that's blue.
through the way that I would do that is I would tell you through um
Describe it to me. I'm telling you to describe it to me.
describe it. You
Yeah,
can't.
describe the color blue to me without referencing anything that's blue.
I don't think you can.
You can't, right? You need to be able to experience it, right? Right?
If you say so, I'm listening. I'm listening
No,
more than
this
trying
is
to.
a no. This is a. If we can't do it, how would I know what the color blue is?
So I think somebody asked that. How would you describe the grad color green to somebody that's blind? You can't. Besides the smell of it or something like that,
How can smell tell you the color of something?
because of the description the person would give to you. So when that
Okay,
person
dude.
smelled
Let's
that,
do. Let's go with blue. Describe the color blue to me without referencing anything that's blue.
I don't think you can, Nathan. I'm gonna go back to that. And if you can, enlighten me.
Okay, so if you can't, then right? If I'm trying to describe blue, not even if I'm talking about something that I saw, right? If I'm telling you this, I saw this, and I'm describing it. Do you know exactly what it is?
Not unless I
You can get
experience it,
my interpret. You're gonna get my interpretation on the object, right?
right? Unless
Is
not
my
unless I,
interpretation the correct? Is my interpretation
it's your
the correct
experience.
interpretation of the object? It's my
It's your
experience, right?
it's your experience. Yes,
What is
but
the
can
Bible?
but your experience
Was the
can.
Bible written by was the Bible written by man or God?
The Bible was inspired by God to man.
That's not what. Come on, Seth. Why you doing the Ashley thing, bro?
I'm telling you from my best ability and what I
No, just
believe in,
answer
bro.
my question. That's all I
I
want,
thought
bro.
I
Just
just
answer the
did.
question.
You asked me.
I today.
Man.
Yes. I'm gonna ask again. I said, was the Bible written by man? Yes or no?
And you put God in there, so I said it was inspired by God to
My
man.
God, come on,
Am I
bro.
not answering your question?
Was the Bible written by man? Yes or no?
It was inspired by God to man. I can't change that.
That's
The
it's a
answer,
yes or
the
no
answer
question.
is yes. It was written by man. It's not a difficult
Thank
question.
you, thank you. Yes, it was written by man.
I just said that it was
No, you didn't.
inspired
No,
by.
you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you did not.
You wanted me to.
Okay,
I really did,
I
but
asked you a specific question.
yes, it was written by man, inspired by
Okay, so let's
God.
okay.
Yes.
Listen, you giving me extra information. That's not
Okay.
necessary.
All right. All right. Okay, Nate. Let me do it the way you want me to do it. Go ahead and run me down the hole. Go ahead. I'm following you.
Listen, if you ask me questions, I would answer them yes or no. I wouldn't filibuster you with a
Hey,
whole bunch
Nate.
of
Hey, Nate.
other
Go ahead.
information.
All right. Let's go from here
Okay,
then.
cool, cool, cool. Okay, so the Bible was written by men, right?
Yes. Yes. The Bible was written by man.
Were the men trying to describe their experiences, what they had with God?
Yes.
Okay, isn't that regurgitated information being passed down to you?
Yes.
How do you know by the limitations of what we can get from when we're writing down what we see, right? The limitation, how you know that you're getting an accurate picture?
You don't.
Exactly. So if we don't, it doesn't matter if you get the information from this person and that person. The point still stands. Like you said earlier,
I'm sorry.
all
I
we
did it by
getting is
accident.
regurgitated information,
I
right?
said that
So
before.
you
Yes.
going down the yes, you're going down the rabbit trail of going to this translation, which is someone else explanation for it, and this other translation to get. You're still getting the same thing. It's not going to change it.
And it does change due to, like you say, everybody doesn't have the same experience. So this is why it would differ. And what I strive to do over my 20, 35, 40 close to years, well, no, I ain't that old, 30 years to actually studying these things, is that we get to the more accurate interpretation that we can or experience that we can. And then there's another level too, Nate, that I don't think you might subscribe to, is that there's a certain thing that's called the spirit of discernment. And then one of the things that I prayed for was that God showed me the truth where man falsehood lies. I think so far God has been doing a good job of showing me, especially when it comes to reading and studying. I can see when man influence is versus God influence is being implemented because God influence to me is righteous, is just, and is truthful. Man will lie, man will be deceitful, and man will misinterpret. And not only will they misinterpret, man will mislead with just because of his own opinion. That's why we deal with the what, when, why, and how when we're dealing with things, right? Especially when it comes to an author, Nate. I'll just land with that. When it comes to an author, you want to know who he was, what era was he in, what was going on. Agree with that?
Say it
I
again.
know I hate the shit out of you niggas, man. Talk around in circles all day.
All day, bro.
Like,
I
why
try
All
you
not.
day.
feel that?
I try
Why you
not
need
to.
it?
I try not to, Lion.
Now you did listen. The point was made. He didn't
you
even have to
you would take
explain it, bro.
you would take somebody around the mulberry bush, Nate. You really will.
No, bro. Listen, Severson, I think that like these type of conversations where you put the truth on the line, where you put your truth against my truth, and we're gonna see which one is more consistent in the real world. I think you're not used to having these conversations, bro, because you
Okay,
come
good.
from a dogmatic point of view. And what I
Okay,
mean by that
so
is like
wow.
if information goes against what you believe in, you would rather believe your information than challenge it.
So let me
I
say this to
hereby
that.
how you talk.
So
Go
let
ahead.
me say this to that. One thing I would say to that understanding that you have about me is this right here. Um, That's why I do research. And I can be, and I'm still, one thing about me, I'm still learning. So I can be corrected. I was corrected on one of the biggest subjects that we talked about in another group was slavery. Because for all my life, I believed one certain thing about it where I was wrong at, right? And when somebody told me that information, I received it because I went and researched it more and I found out it was accurate. So I'm not too big to learn. I'm not too smart to not still learn, Nathan. I don't deny information but I will research it. That's why you don't hear me argue with people about, that's why when we talking, you don't hear me tell nobody you wrong. I'll say, okay, boy, that's what you saying, that's what you believe, then I'll give them that. And then I'll go back and look at it
Yeah,
myself.
when you do that right there, that's what you say, that's what you believe when they're just giving you the facts. It ain't just what they
Well,
say, that's what they believe. That's what the
no.
facts say.
Well, this is what I'm saying. If somebody give me something factual and I don't know that truth to be evident, then I'm gonna say, well, that's what you know right now. I don't know it. So I'll go back and research it until I found it out to be evident. I'll compare
Would you
things.
accept
I'll
it then?
do what?
Would you accept it afterwards?
Yes, I do. I just
Okay, let
told
me
you
give
I'm
you an
not.
example. Let me
Okay.
give you an example of what I mean. Do you believe that humans were created?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What if someone provides information that shows that humans weren't created and it's factual? Would you accept it? Would you adopt a new belief?
They would have to show me that and give me the
No, no, no,
resource.
no, no, wait. No, 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 no. Let's don't go into what they'll have to do it. I'm
Okay, I
asking
mean,
if
if
they
it was
gave that information to you.
okay, are we talking philosoph? What are we talking here? Are we dealing with?
What do you mean what I'm talking about?
Are you dealing with an if?
What do you
Oh,
mean?
you did. You say if they showed me something other than what I know right now, and it to be evident, and they could prove that, yes, I would accept it. Yes,
You
it
would
wouldn't be no
accept it.
problem if they could
Okay.
prove that they
And
were
that
accurate.
and that
Yes,
yeah. And that being something that goes against what you believe in, right? You would accept it. I'm just trying to make sure.
if it was accurate knowledge, I could accept it.
Yes,
Yes.
accurate knowledge. What do you consider accurate knowledge?
Accurate knowledge would be something that is more truthful than more opinionated or more uh no, just leave right there. That is more opinionated. It's more factual.
Something that's more truthful.
It's more pragmatic.
Okay, well, how about this? Give me an example of what accurate knowledge is.
I gave you one a while ago when I said my mama thought the sky was blue because that's what she's
And
always
you give
believed.
us you give the like a scientific research that
I
shows
went,
that the
I, I
sky
went and
isn't
showed,
blue.
I went and showed her
I mean,
why. I showed,
I'm
I went
saying
and
it,
showed,
and the information you
yeah,
provided was like some scientific research, right?
yes, it was more accurate than
So,
just to
so,
look up and say the sky is
an
blue.
example of some. I got you. An example of something being like what you say is like the
Just
truth,
like
right?
you ask me questions and answer them at the same time, so I don't know what to do, Nate. What you want to do? Just listen? Okay, I'll just listen.
No, 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 no. I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to like one example. The example you're giving me is like some scientific research explaining why the sky isn't blue,
Yes,
right?
or why
Okay,
it is, or why it
and
looks
that's
like that.
accurate truth, right? Accurate
Yes,
truth could be in the form of some scientific paper that explains something, like explains something.
yes, yes.
Okay, so if I can provide, let me say, if someone provides you scientific paper that explains the origins of human, right, and it goes against the creation story, would you accept that?
If it is factual, yes,
You said that fact accurate information is like something scientific, right?
something
Or that's not
properly
what you're
proved.
saying?
I'm saying that if it is properly proven with the proper information, then I would say, well, that was wrong. That was wrong. Yes, Nathan. Yes, 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 yes. 1,000 times. If it can,
Okay.
if it can overstand the knowledge and wisdom and understanding that I have about this, then I will say
Where's
this
your knowledge
information,
that you have of it of the creation story?
the creation story, it comes from the understanding about God and His creation and how He created.
Okay,
Because remember, Darwin has a totally different theory about that, which goes against what God with about God. And there's a lot of people that believe about evolution. But what I did was I showed where those two are evident in the same movement.
I don't understand what that means.
Okay, I'll show you what I meant. So Darwin says what we evoluted. Our evolution was the beginning of everything, right?
I don't. I don't think he said anything like that. But go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, he said everything's happened by evolution. And then when I deeper studied that, right, the Big Bang Theory, that's what it was really about. And so when we look in the Bible, we can see the Big Bang Theory. We can see all of that. And all he did was leave out God first. And he spoke
What is that?
on,
Wait, wait. What is evolution? Just give me like your definition of what you're working on, because I don't
uh,
think evolution doesn't have anything to do with the Big Bang.
the changing of things, and evolution has a lot to do with the Big Bang.
Oh, okay, I'm talking about biological evolution, bro.
Biological, it dealt with all of that. The transmigration from one body to the next, one movement to the next, one evolution to the next. Like now, we have little lizards and snakes, what we call reptilians. But back in the
No, I'm
day,
talking about the change in the allele frequency.
I'm
That.
dealing with. I'm giving you all that. If you listen, so now we have a smaller version of reptilians that we had one time. That's about evolution. You can see evolution within that. No matter if you want to talk about the woolly mammoth or the dinosaur, that's evolution. Due to the, like you said, the frequency of change within the atmosphere of the universe. They change. The woolly mammoths don't walk on the earth no more. They are elephants now, which is a diversion of, or not diversion, a version of the woolly mammoth because it evolved due to its time. Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
So what about other humans, proto humans
Did we
that
uh
we evolved from?
that the yo yeah, we are a diluted version of the original humans of this earth. Yes, we are.
Wait, 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 wait. What are you talking about diluted?
Diluted meaning we're not the same structure as those people who were here before us. We're not the same as they were. They
No, I'm
changed.
talking.
They
You see how you quoted
evolutionized.
the woolly mammoth?
They
You see how you quoted the
evolutionized.
woolly mammoth,
Right.
and you said that the woolly mammoth, yeah, the similar process, the same evolutionary process, bro.
Yeah, we did. I just said that. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with anything
So
you said.
but, look, I'm trying to
I
understand
know
what you
what you're
mean.
trying to
So the
do, and
woolly
I'm listening.
mammoth. So the elephants are a diluted version of the woolly mammoth.
Yeah, they're evolutionary stage, but they're still not the same. They come from the same found that the elephant is the woolly mammoth. He's just not that same version. But due to the changing in the atmosphere, he changed.
Is he a diluted version of the woolly mammoth,
Yes,
or
he's
is
a
it?
diluted. Yes, he is not the original version of that mammoth of that mammal. No, he's not the same.
And uh, I give up. Someone else take over.
What was the initial argument? You guys are arguing about the
We're not arguing. I think we're just
validity
trying to
of
get
the
an understanding.
I don't
gospels?
know what is going.
Okay, so what he
Are
asked
we
So
me,
talking
lost now.
about the
Haggo, what he
gospels? Are we
asked me,
talking about translations?
what he
How
asked me,
colors?
No,
we were talking about translation of the Bible first, but then he wanted to ask me, okay, so I believe in the creation of man by God, right? I believe in God. So I believe that God created man. He said, well, what if somebody showed you a knowledge that's, different than what you believe? Would you accept it? And I said, yes, if it showed me accurate knowledge with proof that that's not true. And he slid over to evolution, right? And I say, even when we look at evolution, God is in evolution, but it depends on what you subscribe to. I don't, I'm not
but it takes away.
disagreeing with
If
him.
you support evolution, it takes away from the creation.
No, it doesn't because
Like
I can see evolution within the
no, I'm talking
creation.
about man. I'm talking about man being created.
I can still see that because we are not the original form of man that was here in the beginning. We're not them. We're a diluted version of them. But I don't know how you feel about that, but
Oh
I,
my
I
God,
see that to
bro.
be evident. And I don't if you're saying,
Oh
oh
my
my
God.
God, I don't know what's the problem. Help me understand.
You just using words. You're not even tracking what I'm trying to say, bro.
Do you think this is the first time I done had this conversation? This is about the thousandth time I done had this
No,
conversation.
it seems like you just talked and you didn't listen because you're
I
not even
heard you.
listening to the points I'm
Okay,
making. That's
so you believe that evolution is that we came from something else, or what do
no,
you
that's
believe?
not what I'm saying. No,
What do you believe?
I asked you about humans, right? Is
Okay, what
humans
about
were
them?
created? You said yes, humans were
Yes,
created, right?
yes,
And
yes.
I'm asking you about evolution,
Uh huh.
biological evolution, right?
Uh huh.
If it's true, then the whole idea about humans being created goes out the window.
But and I just said it. You can see evolution within the creation story. You can't help but see
Oh,
it.
never
But you
mind, bro.
say, okay, well, I don't know why I'm wrong yet for saying that. That's the problem. People don't see evolution within God's creation story. I see it. I've studied it.
We're
I
talking about
understand that.
human. We're
That's
talking
what I'm talking
about
about. So,
human
so if you hear me,
evolution.
okay, if you hear
And
me
we're
saying
talking about if we're talking about human evolution,
you
we're
running me
talking about
around in circles, you running me around in circles. I just said if
were humans created?
what? Yes, humans were created. Yes,
Okay, if you believe in evolution, the idea is
yes,
that humans being created doesn't make sense. You get that, right?
no, because I see evolution within the creation story. Do you get that?
Bro,
You not understanding. It ain't me. I just told you yes, man
it
was
seems like
created.
you don't know what evolution is, bro.
I do know it. All right. Okay, Nate, you got it. That's fine. I don't know where you at, bro, but
Look.
that's
Evolution
fine.
says this.
You're
We
running me.
came from. Listen, evolution says this. We came from a common ancestor, right? All of us. Oh, did he leave?
Damn.
Yo, Butcher, Cogito,
My
that's
bad.
your man's, bro.
My bad. But
Oh,
see,
I
uh,
thought you ran away. I was just saying my
no,
big
Oh
I
brother.
didn't run.
shit.
I hit the phone. But listen, bro. All right, this is the difference between what me and you are saying. You're saying that if you believe in the evolution story, you can't believe in the creation
Oh.
story. That's what you're saying. I heard you very loud
Humans
and clear.
being created, not just the creation
Oh,
story.
okay, so
Humans being created.
okay, humans being created. I'm a because all right, I'm gonna stop this. We're gonna strictly talk about humans which deal with a
That's what I was
creation.
talking about. That's what I'm
Okay,
talking about.
that's what I've been
Exactly.
talking. That's what I've been talking about the whole
No,
time.
no, 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 no. You
See,
all over
you
the place,
doing, you
brother.
keep doing that. You're telling me I'm not. So when I say if you, see, I can see evolution in the creation story of man. Maybe I should have said that. I can see that.
Okay, okay, okay,
Is that
okay,
better
okay.
stated for you? Does
So
that help you out better?
what about? Okay, let me ask this question then.
Ah, you
What
doing this
about?
is crazy, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What about
Cause
like
I
the proto humans, like Homo habilis, Homo Neanderthal,
Cro-Magnon,
Homo?
all of that. Yes. Oh, okay.
No,
Yes.
no, no, Cro-Magnon. No, not that, bro. But yeah, what about those? They were before. They were before like what we have as like modern humans. They were before that, bro. And some of them lived around the same time as well too. Like Homo Neanderthal and Homo sapien sapien. Oh, sorry, Homo sapien Neanderthal and Homo sapien sapien. They lived around the same time as well too.
Okay.
They had a
Oh,
common ancestor as well too.
okay. And do you see where they're still in existence today? Can you see them today?
Yeah,
Me too. Do you know what nation or culture of people that are most related to those people or that level of man? Do you know what
people
culture?
from like say it again.
Nah, I was just saying, Keith.
Mongolians and Caucasian steppe societies have the highest percentage of Neanderthal DNA.
There's another
Mongolians
one.
specifically getting up to 3 to 6%. Or actually, I
There's
think it's
another.
3%, not 6%.
There's another one too. Hag up. Okay, what do you know,
And
Nathan?
how
Okay,
Ray Alba said that
wait.
Caucasians came from Mongolians.
But this is
Okay,
They're
wait.
getting
This isn't question time. This isn't question time. These
okay,
all counter. If you know what evolution is, this is countering the whole humans being created thing. Tell me how they coincide with each other.
okay. So now let's look at. Have you looked at the Aborigines? The Aboriginals. Have you ever looked at them
What are
and
you
looked
talking?
at the? Look, what I'm saying is,
You asking
look
me
at.
question. I'm telling me talk about the creation, like how
Okay, either
how
way, either
yeah.
way, no matter what you're saying, and I hear you. I see God in all of it.
That's what I'm talking about. You see what
I
I just
see it.
you see what I
I
just said, bro?
I see it.
Listen, I'm gonna send you a paper. I'm gonna send you a paper. Send you a paper right now, bro.
Send me a paper.
On like, and I'll
And
send you
but
videos
you
as
best
well too.
believe it's probably something I've already
Yes,
read. Nathan,
cool.
I'm 54
No,
years
no, I'm
old,
gonna
and
send.
I've been.
Wait, cool. Listen,
Oh
doesn't
man,
matter how old you are, brother. You know
it
how
does.
it is.
It does matter.
No, it
Cause
doesn't.
why?
It
I've been
doesn't.
studying that long,
Especially when
Nathan.
it.
I've been
Bro, I
studying
got a
that this
son, bro,
same
and my
subject.
son teaches me new stuff all the time.
Yeah, but
I never be an
yeah.
arrogant fool to say
Did you
that.
ever
Oh,
hear
I
me say,
already know just because
hey
I'm older.
Nathan, what I did say is this right here. I'm still learning, and I'm able to learn because I'm a good teacher. So I'm a good student as
Yes.
well. You hear me? I want you to
Okay.
understand who you're talking to. But when I say
Okay. I get what you're
I'm
saying.
when I say I'm old, and that means something because a lot of the knowledge y'all talk about, I've been studying this knowledge in the 1970s. I mean 1990s, 90s, bruh. I had people just like you come across my path that know a lot of stuff. I stayed in a place where we didn't do nothing but study everything I Clubhouse could even think about talking about. I've been had these debates and discussions 30 years ago. So you're not telling me nothing new, no concept. You ain't gave me no new concept, no new information, none of that. I don't get nothing new yet. I hear
Do
a
you
lot of
think,
regurgitation.
do
Now,
you
if you
think
talk
I
about current
perhaps
events, you hear about talking about current events and new stuff like politics and Bitcoin and economics.
okay.
Then I can say I don't know. But a lot of this historical stuff from biblical times to all the evolution and Darwin and Socrates, that man, that's so old to me. You ain't telling me no new information that has not already came across my desk.
Listen, man. I try.
Neil
Listen.
Platon's
Only thing I can do is
disease.
I do. Only thing I can do is just give you the information, bro. And
Right,
like
and
I
it's
said,
information that
you
I've already had.
let me finish, bro. Like
Go
I
ahead.
said, you did exactly what I said you were gonna do, bro.
What did I
You were
do?
gonna combat with dogma, bro.
Mm.
You like it
I'm
doesn't
not
matter
coming back.
if I provide the listen. It doesn't even matter if I
No,
provide
I'm
the
not.
information for.
What I just
Let
told
me
you
just
that your
finish. Let me
information
just
that you
finish,
have.
brother. Let me
No,
just
because now
finish, my
you're
brother.
trying to put me on
Let me
a
just
scale
finish,
that
man.
I'm not. You're putting me in a scale that I'm not. All I'm telling you to what you said is that you have not presented anything that has not all the way already came across my desk. Period. You can't. I've been studying
Okay, cool.
before you, bruh. Way before you. With
That's cool.
intelligent minds way deeper than you are. That's what I
That's
know.
cool, bro. That's
I know
cool.
that.
But I
So
gotta
so when you're
that
telling me
is
I'm presenting you with knowledge or information that you're not accepting, it's because I've already seen it and I've already observed it and I've already read it with people with a very intelligent who have broke these things down to me because I was lost. I didn't know them. Nate, come on, man, stop what you're doing. I'm not.
what do
I'm
you
not
mean I'm
denying.
doing?
Put it like this. You, if you show me something other than the creation that's actual fact. Yes, I'll accept it. And ain't nobody
I
been able
can't
to do
show
it
it to
yet.
you, bro. Because listen, I can't show
Nobody
it to
hasn't
you
been able to
because
do
you
it yet.
already, bro. I can't show it to you because you already made up your mind
No,
not
what
to
you can
believe
give
it,
me,
bro.
what you think is
No. I
fact.
got no, bro. You, what do you mean? What I think is facts? I'm
Okay,
giving you
so
the
let me
facts.
do you subscribe to the information that you have? Yes or no?
Yeah, does it make sense?
And it's different than the creation story that we know of, right?
Yes,
So you believe that because of what?
because of the information that was provided to me.
Because
Right.
you
What I
believe it.
did,
Because
I
you believe it. Because
no.
you
One
believe
You
it.
second, bro.
Because
One
you
second,
believe it.
B.
No, it ain't no
Can
because
you
no
just wait?
second.
Can I,
It's because you
bro?
believe
Let
it.
me just explain. Bro,
Because
let me just
somebody
explain
told
because
you
it ain't
something
that.
else, then
Let me
with
just
something else,
explain because
you
it ain't that
believe it.
simple. I'm not.
Oh man,
One
it is
second,
that
bro.
simple.
Bro,
Oh
can I
man,
finish?
god
Can I
damn,
finish?
that's dumb.
Can I
Yeah, go
finish?
ahead, Nate. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What I what I was trying to explain to your podcast was simple. I'm
To
not
my
the
what?
type of person who
Come on, don't get
your punk
disrespectful, Nate.
ass.
We good right now. Don't
Anyway,
do that. Don't do that.
so like I
Don't.
was, and
We gonna keep
anyway,
it.
like I was trying to.
We gonna keep it grown up, Nate. We ain't there. Let's go. Go ahead. Listen. I'm
All right, but
listening.
let me. Bro, you gotta let me finish though. Anyways, like I was trying to say, look, at the end of the day, bro. Yes, at the end of the day, this all we gotta do, bro. All we gotta do is take the information. What I did was this: I read it, I studied it, I saw all the other supporting information that supports it, and I did the same thing with my belief. I read it, I saw all the other stuff that supported. Then I did a comparative thing, right? I said, hey, this explains this, right? This explains that. This one doesn't explain this well. This one doesn't explain that. I'm going to adopt the one that has more explanatory power than the other one. That's how I live by. It made more sense. I don't think you've done that because I'm listening to you, and it
Okay.
seems like you didn't put
So
in the
now
research
so
on both.
so now let me respond to what you just said. Now, the knowledge that I've studied, which is probably some of the same what you've studied, right? Because I did a lot of comparisons to things too from different angles. And so what I did, I studied, I looked at, I compared, and then guess what? Me and you have in common. We both accepted it because what we wanted to accept to our understanding. And that's just it. It doesn't make what you saying right, and it doesn't make me what I believe wrong. What it makes is that we've accepted two different doctrines from our own admission. That's all. Even though you did some comparisons, I can show you from the evolution story that doesn't match up to the creation story. It doesn't compare. It doesn't match up. It doesn't make sense. But you will say, well, it does over here. So because of our own, and this is understanding,
I give up,
that
bro.
to our own personal, no, because you don't like it, because I'm telling the truth, because of
You
your
just
own
want to
admission to
respond.
what
You're
you
not
wanted.
even addressing
Excuse,
me.
excuse me. Excuse me. I didn't say one word when you said what you said. But I'm going to say this and I'm going to hush. You personally, all I hear is I did this. I did that, and I did the last thing. I'm saying the same thing you did. And so here we are at a standstill. You think you right, I think I'm right because of our own personal acceptance of the information that was given. Because you did some research and knowledge, and I did some research and knowledge. But guess what? We both could be wrong. So at the end of the day, this regurgitated knowledge that we share and we think that's right could be wrong, but we accept it for our own personal usage.
Oh
That's
my
it.
god,
Yeah, I know. I
bro,
understand.
this is
I
bad,
understand,
bro.
Nathan. I understand. I know it's very bad that you don't want to accept that much. That's very pragmatic.
No, you're
You
not
don't want
being
to accept
pragmatic.
that. No, I am, but you don't want me to be. But I know I am. Like I say, you know how many times I done had this creation,
No, I don't think you
evolution
had it
story.
enough, bro. I don't even think you
No,
understand
no.
what it
Hey,
is
I done had this
because you started
conversation over
talking all about
2,000 times, man.
hey, you
Over
started talking
2,000
about the
times.
Big Bang
Night,
and all that
night
other
to
stuff.
night.
What doesn't have
Night to
anything to
night,
do with
day
it,
to day. We used to be up 4 or 5. Hold up, Nate. Let me ask you a real
bro?
question.
You
How old are you?
listen. I
No,
listen to
let's
you,
deal with some
bro.
realism. How old are you?
It doesn't matter, my brother. It
Okay.
doesn't matter.
No, I'm asking you a question that for a reason. I'm 54 years old. Are you in my age range?
No.
Yep. Okay. So in the 90s or the 80s, were you 17,
Li-
18 years old? No, answer the
No.
jump. Just follow me. Okay, I was right. So when I became
Mhm.
upon the knowledge of self, how you doing? Okay, just a second.
Bro, I
When I when
listen,
I when, when
listen,
I wait a
listen.
minute, let me say this because my doctor want to talk to me. When I gained the knowledge of self, I was 18 years old, Nate. When I gained the second level of knowledge of self, I was around about 19, 21, right? And what I did every day, the same thing you were talking to me about for 7 years straight, while you was growing up or wherever you was at, I was studying this with people older than me. I was studying the same thing me and you are talking about. It don't matter
Really,
what you
can I
think.
ask the
Wait a minute.
credentials
Wait
of
a
the
minute. Wait a
people
Are
minute.
who
you
you
in the
Wait a
studied
minute.
doctor's
with?
office? Are
What?
you in the doctor's
Well, you,
office?
hey,
Have
come
I?
on, come on, come on. Don't troll him. He's in the doctor's office. Don't troll him
Okay,
with that.
so this knowledge, me and you know this, Nate. This knowledge that me and you are study is
Wait, can I ask the credentials of the people who you studied
I'm
with?
finna
The
I'm finna give it
knowledge.
to I'm finna give it to you. A lot of these people were uh uh professors. I studied up on a professor.
At what
Uh,
university?
he went to Howard. Hey, Howard. Yeah, he went to Howard, and he got locked up for some he got into, and I wound up in his
What do
same
they major
path.
in? What was the major? Professor in what?
He was one was a major in science. I had a brother that was a
What
major
kind
in
of science?
just I don't know. I can't. He just said he was a major in science.
Okay.
He showed me
And
all
what
this
was
shit.
the other one? What
Then
was
I
the other one?
then I had a brother that majored in African studies.
Okay.
So when he majored in African studies with everything with the Egyptians
So
and the
nothing in
creation.
biology or anything like that, right?
Now I never had a real well. Now I did
Okay.
when you
Carry
look
on,
at
Nathan. Go ahead.
when you look at the brother who studied Sheikh Diop with the two cradle theory that dealt with biology, right? And so these brothers were older than me because I was 18, 19, bro. These brothers were like 40, 50, 30, and all that
Why do
shit.
you think
So
that
they
has anything to do with anything?
because they had put in the work to
You know, like one
understand
of the
these things.
smartest guys on this app is a fucking kid. He's a PhD.
Yeah, I heard about him and I heard him get crushed one time too.
It
So
doesn't matter. Look, people can
his
still
name is
lose.
Chris. His name is Christian, and I
No,
heard him
that's
get
not his name.
crushed.
That's not his name. You're wrong. But it doesn't
Well,
matter. Look,
there's
people
another one,
can get
15 years
crushed.
old.
People
There's
can get
another one.
crushed,
I don't know.
but
Okay,
it
what is
doesn't
that?
mean
Okay, so Mike?
that
What
the
is your
age
argument?
doesn't
What is your
mean that they
argument with me,
suddenly
Mike?
have.
Mike, I got to get
Look,
an
you're
understanding. What
conflating
is your
knowledge
argument
with
with me?
wisdom.
No,
I'll
what is
give you
your
the
argument
wisdom
with
thing,
me,
right? I
Mike?
get
What is your
that.
argument with
But
me,
when it comes to knowledge,
Mike?
especially
What
more
is your
recent
argument
knowledge,
with me?
because you know things get updated, right? These are things that
Okay,
you like when you talk about the age thing, like, bro, look, no disrespect. I guarantee you don't know how to use a computer the same way a youngster does.
I
Like
don't.
you
I
don't
know I
even
don't.
have,
I don't.
you likely don't have the ability to even access information that we have available to us because of your age. So
Okay,
age
and
can be a
you
useful
think,
tool,
but you
but
don't
the way
think I
you're
can
trying
be
to
taught?
describe it right now, it's like as if it's some type of like
Okay,
appeal to
you
fucking
y'all
age
want to say what
fucking
y'all want to say, but y'all don't want to hear
fallacy,
me.
which probably is an authority thing, right?
No,
And you're just talking about like what
no,
you did.
no. I'm telling you my
No?
experience.
I
No,
that's what I just
I agree
said.
with
What you
you.
did and experience is the same thing. You see? There's
No,
already a
okay, so
disconnect right
no,
there.
no, no. Wait a minute. We just got jumbled up. So listen, the reason why technology, and I know technology evolutionized, it changes, right? You're right. Today, the way that kids do things on the internet, I don't know how to do, right? Yeah, I don't. But then I'm not too big for me to go ask and learn, which
I'm not
I've
saying that
done.
you are. Now you're just talking about yourself. I'm
Okay,
referring to the
wait a minute.
specific.
Wait, this is
I'm
about me,
referring to this.
right?
No, because you always drag it out too long, bro. I'm sorry. I don't have the ability. I'm limited with my like ability to follow. So all
Okay,
I'm
so what
saying
are
is
you
this:
telling? Okay, let me
when we're
ask this
talking
in
about
short.
look, when we're talking
Hold up.
about a
Well,
certain
wait a
subject,
minute,
and
Mike.
then
Let me
what
ask
you
this
want to do
in
is you want
short.
to
What are
refer
you
to
telling
people's
me that's
age as
helping me
some
right
type of
now?
credential because the conversations that you had as something to override another point. Like why should we care about that when
It's not
right
okay.
now
So if you asking me a
anything
question,
you want to challenge, we
oh my
could
goodness.
simply look up and get at least somewhat of, like, let's not say an entirely accurate idea because we know
Let
it's
me
wrong
let me ask you a
sometimes,
question.
but
Let
we
me
can
ask
get
you a
a
question.
generally good
Hold on.
idea
Let me
to
ask
know
you
like
one
how
question.
on or off you are.
Okay,
You see
let me
what I
ask you
mean?
one question.
It
No,
doesn't
let me
even
ask you
matter
one
about your
question.
age.
Let me ask you a question, and I'm
Go
gonna go back
ahead.
to what me and Nate was just talking about. Now, there's a knowledge that's written in science, right? That deals with the sky, right?
I don't
Is
know
the
what that means.
sky?
There's a knowledge. I don't even know what the fuck that
Oh,
even means.
oh man, there's
There's
the
a knowledge?
information. There's the information, right?
Okay,
Does
there's a
that
lot
matter
of
for you?
information.
There's the information. Okay,
Yeah.
there's information that says when we look up at the sky,
Yeah.
that the sky is not the color blue, right? Now,
No,
fifty
I don't think it
thousand
says.
years.
I don't think it says that. I don't think it says that. Like, I'm just gonna take a guess here because I'm not a fucking educated person, but it could be the case. The reason why the sky portrays itself as the color blue is
Okay, okay,
whatever.
wait a minute. I fell off. I'm back.
Okay,
So
you fell
yes,
down.
it does say that there's no such thing as a blue sky. It says it just like that in the scientific information. But
It
when we
says
look
that
up
there's
at
no
the
such
sky,
thing as a blue sky.
yes, it says that. Yes.
So
But
are you
then it gives
paraphrasing? Are you gonna
oh,
say
what are
like?
you doing? What Mike? What are you doing? Tell me
Okay,
right now.
I want to
Because
hold
I
you
can't do
accountable.
this.
Look, I'll tell you why. I want to. Right now, you're trying to demonstrate how you have some type of knowledge, and you're
Information.
gonna.
No,
And
I'm
yeah,
not. No, what I'm doing is
okay,
telling you the information.
okay,
That's
fine,
all
fine,
I'm
fine. Right
giving
now,
you.
you're trying to demonstrate something,
I'm not trying
right?
to demonstrate
Yes,
anything.
you
When you
are.
trying,
Yes, you are.
okay,
Yes, you
hey,
are.
hey,
Yes, you
Mike,
are.
I don't do this. I don't do this. I'm
You're
being
doing
honest
it
with
right
you.
now as you're saying
No,
you're not
because
doing
I'm
it.
following you up, but I'm finna
Okay,
stop
so
because
let me
it's
finish
not
my point, and then you
necessary.
can tell me where I'm wrong.
It's not
You want?
necessary. No,
Oh,
you
no,
talked
it
just
is
a while
very
ago. Now I'm
necessary.
trying to say, let me
No,
speak,
it is
please. Can I
necessary.
do that without you interrupting me?
No,
Can
because
I?
Yo,
you
I
always
seven,
can't.
talk.
seven son. Just let Mike
God
make his point,
damn,
then go.
man.
Wait, seven
Thank you
son.
very much.
Let Mike make his point, then go back to addressing Nate, bro.
Yeah. So
Don't
here's the
stress
point.
yourself.
You right now you want to demonstrate a point,
I don't need
right?
nobody telling me about me the whole time, though.
Bro, all you want to do is talk about
That's
you.
okay. Just ignore it and deal with
God
Nate. You were winning
damn,
that
man.
one, nigga. You were winning that one. Don't pick a fight you can't win,
These
nigga.
motherfuckers
Finish
think they
Nate.
know every
So
goddamn
look,
thing just to
this
troll
thing about the
somebody,
blue sky,
just to
this thing
try to
about
prove their goddamn point. That shit
that's
get
right.
aggravating,
That's
man.
what the game is in here, bro.
Now I don't play games.
It don't matter. You are right now. You're playing the game.
Well, watch
You're
this.
playing the game. This is a point proven game that you're involved with. Okay, that's all it took. Anyways, the point of me saying this was the reason why I was asking you about that was because I didn't want you
He's
to
gone.
change
He's
what you
gone.
said. It's fine. Anyways, this is what happens. This is like the Samoa thing. You say something, and then I want to pin it down. So when we can look something up and confirm it, we can say, well, this is what it actually says. You can't say, well, that's what I meant. Or you see what it's saying, it's agreeing with me. No, 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 bro. You're making the claim of this and that. Let's hold it accountable. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. But if you want to demonstrate a point, right, by saying, hey, look, it says this, but if you do that, it says that. And then 20 years later, it says this. It's like, bro, that has nothing to do with somebody's age, dude. So the sky is not blue.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Science never said that. What he don't even know what he's talking about. Whoever said that is talking about how color is subjective. So that had nothing to do with
Science.
the.
That's science, though.
No, no, it's not. He said it was scientifically proven, and it's not scientifically proven. All they're saying is color is subjective.
No, he didn't say it was
No,
scientifically
no.
proven.
When
The
they talk about the
sir,
sky, they're
oh my
like
God,
pointing out.
y'all.
Why don't people in this room steal
Listen,
man people's arguments? Like why
no,
don't we
he
get back
did,
into
but
that
he
fucking
said this
because
earlier.
Mike said the
You,
same exact shit and nobody disagreed with Mike. Mike literally said, "Are you talking about in science how they talk about how the sky portrays itself to be blue? If you use the word portray, the
It's
inference
not
there,
a
if it
so.
portrays, the
Why
inference
are
there
you
is that it's not
screaming?
objectively
Why are
blue."
you screaming, pussy?
Nah,
Why
cause
are
I'm
you
passionate about
screaming?
this. Y'all
Who
did my
gives a
nigga.
damn?
Y'all
Who
did my
gives a
nigga
damn? It's
wrong.
not a
Y'all did my
scientific
nigga wrong.
theory. I
Y'all
didn't
go
even
free
say
black
oh,
people
that's
anything.
the
today.
problem.
This is
I
that
You
didn't even
gotta
say
choose better
anything.
anti-blackness.
niggas.
I didn't
You
even
gotta
say
choose better
anything.
niggas.
It's
Like, what are we
autism and
You
talking
gotta
about?
stop
atheism.
choosing
I
the
don't
bottom
know
of
who
the
you
barrel
crashing
niggas.
out with. I
And
didn't say anything to that man. I stayed
and
on
Seven
mute.
Son, my boy.
But
But
that ain't
Seven
got
Son is
shit to
lost,
do with
bro.
science. The fuck are you
Bottom of the
talking about?
barrel atheism.
It's all science though. It's
Bottom of
all
the
science
barrel
though.
bums.
Bro, he's just that guy's a lecturer, bro. You can tell, right? Because it's like limited engagement and it's more listening. And then he always like drags himself in it, which I understand. Like our the human experience is like being able to relate. But I'll go on the app, off the app, I'll come back on. That motherfucker's just, yeah. And then what I did, I go off the app, I come back in, and then when I was drinking my coffee, and then I come back in, and it's like, oh, then and like when I had a
It's fucked up.
conversation, the fuck, bro? It's like everything, bro.
Mike,
I
what
don't
I
know.
want to know from you is how much do you charge per hour
Pause.
Depending on what.
for bodyguard services?
Oh my
Pause,
Oh
god.
my
man.
god. Get
Pause.
the fuck
Oh my god.
out.
I don't even. Hey, wait, that went over my head.
Uh,
I don't get it. I don't get it.
oh, because Seven's
He tried
son,
to say
in his
that
way of
you
saying stuff,
protecting
was
people,
cooking
Seven Son.
Nathan. You told,
Oh, I see.
Mike,
yeah,
who you a
yeah.
bodyguard for?
He hit him up with the
Hey, you know what?
epistemological
Hey, you know what?
basis,
Hey, hey,
okay?
hey, you know what? For the homie, it's always free of charge. Right or wrong, I got it.
Yo,
Just
pause,
like that.
pause, pause.
You hear that? That's real shit right there.
Hey, yo, where's
So,
Samoa at, yo? Fucking Samoa.
Bro, try to get that nigga. Y'all keep pinning that
Mike,
nigga, pinging
Mike,
that nigga, bro.
my,
Yo,
Mike,
Samo
that
was in
bodyguard.
Melissa's room last night. I seen him
No
up
I
there.
way.
told you he's coming back. Hey, you know what he's doing? He's like driving by the house. He just doesn't have the fucking nerve to knock on the door yet. You know what I mean? He broke
He
up with his
was
chick.
online.
Oh,
He was online 3 hours ago. It says. I just
Hey,
pinged him.
Are,
you know when you break up with your chick, you're like, fine, whatever, and then you're trying to see who holds out the longest. Well, he's
you
driving.
hear your phone ring, you pick it
Yeah,
up, you be happy that invite me up.
yeah. Right now, he's right. Hey, he's driving by the house.
Yeah.
He's
I
That's
blame
what he's
Mike.
doing.
I
He's like
blame
pressing and
Mike.
holding onto the room in the hallway, see who's in there and shit.
I blame Mike for this. He didn't bodyguard
He like,
Samoa.
man,
He
they
actually went on and attacked him, and Samoa, well, he had no other
I didn't
option but to
attack
leave.
him. You know what? If anything,
It was a
that should be a
vicious
sign of
attack,
character. Like
unwarranted.
where, if someone's wrong, even if I like you, like sometimes if I feel it's fun, I'll say something. If it's like two mutual friends, but if it's like somebody I don't know,
I saw
I
you
go,
beating up on an island boy. That's
who's
what I
that?
saw, bro, and it was bad, bro.
Nah, like because Nathan's my friend, Samoa's my friend, and I was like, hold on here, so I can like, I'll get involved, but like,
he picked the side that
Ooh
was right, man.
shit.
That's all
I
that
yeah,
was.
Ooh
exactly, I did.
shit.
If
Ooh
it was
shit.
me
Congrats,
on the other
That
congrats.
is
side,
a
he
very
probably would have gone
dangerous
with.
admission. Very dangerous admission.
No, it is no. It's like it is truthful. I will fucking lie for a friend. Will you, Huey?
No. No.
You
Yes, you
lying
would.
motherfucker. You're lying
No, I'm
right
Yes,
not.
you
now.
No,
Look at
would.
this
no,
guy
I'm
right
not being dead
here.
ass.
Bro,
Mike,
he
Mike,
had a
You're a
smile
Mike,
when he
Mike.
liar,
said
Wait,
no,
hold on,
bro.
hold on,
bro.
Mike,
This
Mike,
This
dude
guy
Mike.
had
right
the
here.
biggest smile on his face when he said no.
I
No,
know.
no, I'm being dead ass. Ask yourself why I don't have a lot of friends to begin
You
with.
wouldn't lie about
Precisely because
anything
of
though,
that.
Louis.
You
You wouldn't
don't
lie
have a
about
lot
So
of
anything.
you're
friends
Because
saying,
he
because you're
Because
a
wanted
fucking
because
drama.
you lied,
Caucasian.
dog. That's why.
so
No.
Huey, you're saying that if you had Jewish friends in World War II and they came knocking at your door and say, "Are you harboring Jews?" You're like, "Yep, they're right under my floorboards right now. Go for them."
Um.
Yo, That's yo, all. Mike.
Okay. Wait.
Yo,
Wait. Hold on.
Mike.
Yo,
Hold on.
I hear you, Louis.
That's. I think that's a
Would
That's
you
a
bit
lie.
lie
different.
for
Hold
your
on, hold on, hold
friend
on.
to? Oh, okay.
I wouldn't do that. Wait. Well, I wouldn't say that there are no Jews in the house. I wouldn't say that.
What if they're like,
Oh my god.
just to be clear, I'm
Huey.
just asking, are there Jews in your house? Are there any Jews, potential Jews, in whatever shape or form, class it like the
He was
society
like,
known as
I would
Jews,
there's a
say possibly.
possibility.
in this
I would say
structure that
possibly.
you call house?
I
You
would
Ika,
say
say
he'll be like,
possibly.
possibly?
there's a possibility.
There's a possibility. Yeah. I'd obfuscate. I'd obfuscate, but I wouldn't lie. No.
You
I
would
can
have
picture the
Yeah,
way
that's
Huey would
that's a
answer.
byproduct of a lie, bro. You're speaking with the intention to deceive, right?
Right.
That's like it's still within a
No, but he
subcategory,
also has those intentions of like not fully lying, so it's kind of like he's playing both sides.
bro.
so
Look,
so say
He's
you
Because I,
didn't
I
saying
wouldn't because
lie.
I wouldn't be
he's
So
saying
saying
wait. I wouldn't be saying something that I know to not be true though. That's the difference.
no, but you would say something. If they asked you a question, you know what they're asking you. You would pretend not to know what they're asking you, and try to talk about something else, which is a form
Sure.
of
Right.
a lie.
So wait,
Right.
Mike.
It's a
If
form
you're
of
saying
it's a
okay,
form of dishonesty.
It's
Fine.
a form of
no problem.
deception.
It's a form of deception, but it's not a lie. It's not the same as a
Okay,
lie.
so you would be deceptive for your people, right?
Depends.
Ah, motherfucker, in a diaper,
Not as a
bro. Come on,
not
dude.
not as a general principle. No, I'd avoid it at all costs. Like I'd rather not be deceptive for my
Bro,
people.
everybody would. I'm just saying, if it came down there, bro, I'm lying for my people. You
Bro, if
wouldn't
Okay, no,
lie
somebody
for your
if
came
it
and
son,
knocked on your door and said the cops are following him, and if they knock on your door and ask me if I'm here, just say
why are we
no.
even playing this
You
game?
won't say
If we
no.
really think about it, we probably can catch him lying for one of us in this room. You know what I mean? If we really think about it,
who?
you.
wait
No,
for the
not for
record.
one of y'all.
I kind of agree with him. I don't think I've ever told a lie neither.
You motherfucker,
That's
you're a
fucking
lying. He's lying right
wild.
now.
That's
This guy's like, hey, I had to do it because Nathan's my dog. But you know what? I don't agree, but I just couldn't say it because
Hold
Nathan's
on.
my
Mike,
dog.
Mike,
Remember that
wait,
shit?
yeah.
Remember
Mike.
Nathan's my
Let's
dog?
get
That's
let's
not
get
what
a
I
couple.
said.
Or when he
That's
Wait,
not
That's
what I
accused
not
us,
what
said.
I
when he
let's get a
said.
accused
couple
us
What
of
I
of,
things
said
clear.
was
or when he accused us of doxing, that was
Samoa
wild.
asked me, "What's your opinion?" I said,
Yeah.
"Look, all I'm gonna say is Nathan's my dog."
Yeah. No, no.
Listen. Let's get a couple of things clear. I'm not making the claim that I don't lie. I lie all the time. But the question is, would I lie for a friend? Nah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't believe you,
Nah.
but that's just my
It,
belief. You know
Nah.
why? Because I actually think you're a good person. I think good people will lie for their
What the
friends.
fuck? What the
Yes,
I
sir.
mean,
Yes, sir.
That's
I've
crazy.
done it
That's
before. I'll do
crazy
it
work.
again.
That's some crazy reverse
Is it?
psychology shit right there.
No, that's like, what do they call that? Like a paradox? Oh, that's what
I
it
think
is. I don't know if that is
Yeah,
actually.
It's
It could
Is
be
it
kind
a
of
ironic.
lie
it's
It
to
could be
protect
ironic.
are
them?
you, are
Is
you,
it a
yo,
is
Mike?
it
Are
a
you
good people
helping?
tell lies. It's kind of a
Say that again,
paradox.
Louis.
Yeah,
Are you
good people
helping
tell
out your
lies. It's kind
friend
of a
covering
paradox.
up his cheating? If his wife, if you, let's say you're in with the wife, like you know the wife, you know
If
you've
I'm
had
in
like,
with his wife,
huh?
I don't
Oh,
understand your
if I
question.
knew one of my boys was
Like,
cheating on his
like if
girl, would
one of
I
your
tell?
boys is cheating on his wife, and he's like,
I'd
hey, like
lie for
Cindy's gonna
sure.
ask you about this.
Like, like
Just say
alibi
this
shit.
story.
Like, hey,
Nah,
if she
no
calls you, say I
alibis. I'm
was
not
here.
doing that. Nope,
I would lie
can't
Yeah.
for
do it.
sure. I've
Nope,
done it. I've done it.
I do not play those games.
I totally would.
Even if, like, let's say you, like, you know her, like you've been around her,
The only reason why I know her is because I know him. If I don't know him, I don't really know her. That's how it is. I'm not a fucking save a fucking you know what. I don't do
well,
that shit.
I
Captain
listen. I'm gonna
fucking
tell you
hero.
straight up. I'm not the homie you call to cover up your cheating. That's not me.
Bullshit. You're a liar, bro.
Nope.
You're lying
Nope.
about not lying.
bro,
No, no,
okay,
no, 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 no.
I'm
I
not
lie,
I
Mike. I just don't lie for my friends. Nah.
You would
oh
lie. You would lie for yourself, but just not for your friends, right?
Nah,
I would
look,
lie
look,
to. I
look.
would lie. Wait. I would lie to my friends, but not for them. No.
But you lie for
uh,
yourself, just not for your. You would lie for your
Yeah.
kid, then, right? Go ahead, Knowledge. Go
Uh,
ahead.
If
we'll
the
see. We'll see, Mike.
girl
I
if
can't
the
say.
girl
I can't say.
found photos
Fair.
and messages in my friend's phone, I'll be like, "Yo, I was using his phone. That's my fault. I was using his phone."
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
exactly. That's called
No.
bro code. All of my guy
No.
friends, if they saw
You know
me
what I
like
would do?
doing something like that and
What
they
would
got
you do?
questioned about it, they'd be like, nah, all of them.
Listen,
That's
I'm
just the
gonna
bro
keep it a
code.
buck with you, and y'all can say this is corny because y'all will probably say this is corny. But if my homie's girl comes to me and is like, "Oh, I found messages in his phone," I'll tell her straight up, like, "Look, he's probably cheating, but there's probably things that like he doesn't feel comfortable to tell you.
That's not
You've been
corny.
Oh
That's
my
you've been fucking
horrible.
around.
What are you
god,
You've been
bro,
talking?
fucking
you're a
around."
Yo,
you're a
wait, you're
yo,
tattletale.
snitching?
oh
Yeah, he
my
would.
god.
No,
I
but for the
saw
good of the
pictures.
relationship. Hold on. For the good of the relationship, because I'm gonna tell her
The
straight up, like
good.
the reason he's cheating on you is because you don't listen to him, you don't take his feelings
Oh
into
my
account.
god,
So
he's
Like,
a
so
he's a
wait wait
fixer.
wait
Huey's
wait
a
wait
fixer.
wait
He's a
wait
fixer.
wait 1 second. Not only are you like a backstabber to your friend, but then you're a victim blamer. That's
Nah, then they're gonna
wild.
split up, and then he's gonna be like, "Well, I'll take you out, and I'll accommodate your stress." That's what he's gonna
That's
do.
crazy, Huey. Then you're gonna be like,
You feel
and the
comfortable
reason he's
making that call?
yeah, very comfortable.
What would you
beep
do,
beep beep
Louis?
Yeah.
beep beep.
Would you tell or would you lie?
Your man's cheating on you.
Bro,
Yo, ain't
come
that
on.
ain't that dirty Mackin?
Hey, Doc, I wouldn't even answer the phone if my fucking friend's chick called.
Exactly.
Fuck you out of here, like
Bro, bro, would you tell? Let me ask you this, Mike. Would you tell your homeboy his wife is cheating on him?
100%. I've done it.
Yes. Yes. Whoa.
100%.
I don't
Absolutely.
know, bro.
I know you. I had this conversation when I first met you.
Oh
I was
yeah,
like,
we did have
"What?"
this conversation
Yeah, yeah,
before.
yeah. I couldn't believe
Wait,
it.
Nathan, you wouldn't tell him?
He said, "Nope, I
Bro,
don't
I
get
don't know if I'll
involved."
be able to do that, bro. Nah, bro.
What
That
the?
that listen.
Wait.
Really?
Wait.
I
Oh
don't
wait.
know.
So
I don't know. I listen. If you're talking about a friend and his wife, bro, a lot of my friends who have
so
wives, bro,
you
their whole life revolve around that, bro. I'm
so
not gonna
you
be
would
the one
treat
to
him like
destroy that.
Dale? You would treat him like Dale from King of the Hill? That's
I'm not
wild,
gonna
bro.
be the one
You
to
treat him
destroy that
like
image.
Dale. That's
That's how good
wild.
of a friend I am.
Oh my
Yo,
god.
that's why. So you'd be like Hank,
I'm gonna tell you
motherfucking
this,
whoa,
bro. I knew
that has
someone,
that
bro,
reaction.
who I used to work with when I did construction, bro.
Yeah.
His girlfriend broke up with him. After that, he killed himself, bro. I'm fucking good.
I see.
I'm not, bro. I'm good, bro.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
I
I
see.
feel you, but that's not really on you.
Okay, so
Yeah,
what if
that's
you knew for certain that they wouldn't do anything irrational?
Who is it? No, no. It is on me. Me telling my friend that, bro. I'm the one who's going to be crazy as hell.
okay. This is the
All
reason
right,
I
so
would. This
so
is
so
this is the reason
basically,
I
you're
would.
saying that it's better to live in a lie of bliss than to like you would have taken
Yes.
the you would have taken the blue pill in the Matrix. If you were
Yeah,
Neo, you would
I
have taken the blue pill. You would have
No, no,
been
no, no,
No,
no,
in
honestly,
a
no.
Nathan,
much
this is
This
how
more
I
is
feel.
no,
I
no.
like.
believe the
No, no,
truth.
no. The Matrix only affects me, bro. This doesn't affect me, bro. This affects other people. You know what I mean?
See, that's why the
I'm not
Look,
Muslims have the
looking.
advantage on the
I'm
Christians,
saying,
bro. They
And
they
that's
put in their
why.
doctrine. They're like, hey, we're allowed to lie if we do this.
exactly.
They
Yes.
like
Yeah,
they
but
wrote
that's why.
that
But that's
clause,
why,
Yeah.
like
Nate.
that back door in there.
Sure. Wait, but
Yeah.
let's not conflate a couple of things because that's why I made a distinct category here, which is I would lie to a friend, right? I would lie to their face to a friend, but not for them. There's a difference.
I know, no, no. You made that clear. I don't believe you though.
Like so in the no 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 what fair enough, but like what I'm saying is like if my homie wanted to commit suicide or
Christ.
whatever, he's like, and he was like, oh, I've got nothing to live for, but I genuinely like believe like he has nothing to live for, I'd lie to him and be like, no, you've got everything to live for, bro, right? You know what I mean? At that point, right, I'd lie to him, but like I wouldn't lie for him, like to cover up his lies or somebody else. Nah, I wouldn't do that.
well, that's
Ah,
just not
damn.
being a psychopath.
Exactly. I don't
That's
know.
just
Look,
like, yeah, like I have nothing to live for. Yeah, you're totally right, dude. Yeah, I really wish I could help you, but yeah, you're right. You have nothing to live for. You
So Louis, let me ask you this: why would you lie, but not lie for a friend? What about the for a friend part makes it like, nope, I won't do this? Like, what about
wait,
that?
wait, no,
Not you,
no.
Louis. I'm
So I
sorry,
didn't say
Huey.
that.
My bad.
Oh,
No,
so
no.
oh,
I'm
sorry.
just curious
A
about
question
I
for.
think
lying for like.
moral entailments of what's going to happen afterwards. In other
All
words,
right.
I am lying to somebody, and I am responsible for that, right? I'm starting this chain of like away from
Actually,
reality, right?
you're actually really
But
spot
I'm
on
not
there.
willing
Yeah.
to go. I'm not willing to contribute in somebody's else's like distortion of reality because I don't know their plans with it, right? And I don't want to contribute to that, right?
All right,
But
Huey.
I also
Huey. I
wait.
got a scenario for you, right? I got a scenario for you. You're driving in the car as a passenger, and the driver was drinking,
Making my way
right?
down
You
the
get
road.
pulled over, and the cop asks you, "Hey, was your friend drinking?" What do you say?
A little bit
Nah.
So
depends.
you say
Well,
yes.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh my
yes,
god.
hey,
pretty
how
much
about
yes.
this? How about this? Your friend's on parole, and if he gets violated for probation, he goes back and he does this full time. What
Uh,
happens? Do
I
you say
tell
what?
the truth, but I say that he's a really good dude, and I explain the circumstances.
So you
Like he
would
had,
put him in jail?
like,
Like
He's a
well,
you are
really
the
good
you
dude.
are the contingency for freedom or prison?
Don't make him do the sobriety test. He's a really good
You
dude, but he
you
was drinking
sit
a little bit.
yeah, that's what I'm gonna
you
try. I'm
snitching
gonna try that.
you
I'm not.
snitching Huey
He's and
Yeah,
guess what?
on
I'm
your
What
telling
the
you.
boy
fuck?
See,
Yeah,
prison?
and
Yo
it's funny, Mike,
Huey,
because
Huey,
And
we
I
then
ain't
they
say,
never hanging out, fam. Never,
and then
never.
they
listen,
asked him, and they asked him, "Were you drinking?"
But
He's like, "Nah," but he
you
was.
heard that, Huey?
listen.
Even
Something.
the cop is like, why'd you tell the truth?
yeah, exactly.
What the fuck is
Right,
wrong with
right.
you? I have a
But
body
listen,
cam.
that
I
actually
can't do
that
anything about
something
this.
similar to that actually happened to me. So check this out. So when I
Wait,
started college,
no.
yeah. So back this was like 2014 when I started when I was second year of college, right? Um, I took my best friend out, Dex, and like another close homie, but let me not say best friend, but like close homie. I was dropping them off at the taxi rank so that they could like hop onto a bus and then go home, right? And Soms the weekend before had gone to his drug dealer's place, and somehow the drug dealer packed their like a shit ton of weed. And this was when weed was still legal in South Africa. It's legal now, but back then, right? He packed his weed in Soms's bag, and basically Soms came with that bag to school right after. Like the fucking idiot that he is. Anyway, so when I'm dropping them off, they decide let's have one joint. I don't smoke weed. Okay, so these niggas get out the car, right? They smoke their weed, and then there was some undercover cops in the same exact fucking parking lot, right? And they come through, and I'm fucked because number one, like I just got the tags on my car done, but like my study visa was about to like expire and shit, so I'm not trying to have those types of problems, yada yada yada. That's why I didn't smoke the weed with them, right? The cops pulled through, they decide to search all of us, and because I'm like slightly older than the two of them, they just assume I'm the drug dealer. So they ask, so they end up searching the car. They get the bag, and when they find the bag, we're all like, ah, shit. It's like one of those really really shitty moments, right? And then they ask, whose bag is it? Okay, to be fair, okay, to be fair, I didn't say whose bag it was. We were all quiet because it was just like one of those really awkward moments. But I looked over at Psalms and I was expecting him to tell the truth. He ain't say shit,
Oh
right?
my
And I
god.
told the cop straight up, "That's not my bag, and it's not Dex's bag. Dex is the other guy, my best friend, right?"
Wow,
Right.
that's
Damn,
dry
bro.
snitching.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
But
okay,
bad,
okay, okay,
bro.
okay.
Holy
Wait,
shit.
okay,
Yeah, you
okay,
would have
wait.
been
It,
violated that day.
that's not as bad,
Yo,
right? That's not as bad as what we were saying. That's still fucked up though, right? Because you're
No,
gonna say
that's
something.
horrible because he didn't have to say anything except that's not mine.
yo,
Oh
bro,
exactly.
wait,
bro,
oh
bro,
wait,
bro,
Like
He
bro,
a
you
bro, bro.
like,
Wait,
snitch.
wait, 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 wait. Hold on,
Dude,
come
hold
flat
on.
out
on,
Mike,
snitched.
Mike.
bro.
Wait, hold on, Mike. Here's the thing. Psalms comes from a richer family than I do. He's
Oh my
got way
god.
less
Look, he
to lose
already
than
has the
I do.
math worked
Nah,
out in
fuck
his
that.
head as to what makes him feel better about telling on his
Nah,
friend.
fuck that.
Exactly.
Listen,
Like
listen,
I
Psalms.
he
I
know.
thought about
saved
this
This
up.
on
is
his
a
pillow that night. He's like, "Oh
PhD,
shit.
bro.
Yo,
Well, he's
yo,
wealthier."
listen.
So,
I
That's
saved up. I saved up to go to that expensive ass school. These niggas had like private school
look, he was
privilege. He
spiteful.
went to some of the. Nah,
He was
fuck that.
spiteful.
Fuck
yeah.
He
that.
got mad. He's like, "Look, I got to pay for it."
Huey,
He has to
Huey,
pay
tell
for
the
Yo,
truth.
something.
Huey.
You planted the drugs. Tell the truth.
He
He
did.
planted the drug. Yeah,
I'm
you.
Nah,
screaming.
nah.
It
Yo,
was
yo,
him,
Yeah.
Huey.
officer.
Yo, Huey. We
That
can't kick
big
it, man.
black
I'm sorry.
Negro with the
I'm
big
sorry.
No,
lips.
no, but
You ain't
think
law,
about, but
fam. You a
wait,
snitch.
hold on,
You a
Finley,
snitch.
you're forgetting the other part of the equation. Had I not done that, all three of us would have gone down for it. Now, maybe I could have eaten my L
It
on my
was him,
own or whatever,
officer. That
but
Yo,
Dex,
abrasive
hey,
Negro over there.
hold on, but Dex would have gone down for that shit too, and
Oh
he's
my
poorer than me.
god. You
but
know,
See,
for
Pete,
s-
but
so
So
Pete, Huey.
you're
so
But they gotta figure out who it belongs to.
so check this out.
They
Check
ain't gonna
this
be able
no,
to
out.
pin
not in
it on all three
All
of
right.
y'all.
These
Not
are
in South Africa, Finley. They don't give a fuck about
this
that.
is this. All
Oh,
right.
that's right. I
Let
keep
me.
forgetting you. I keep forgetting United States.
So let me tell you like a story
that
about
just means
shitty
you can pay
friends.
him off, Mr. Finley. Hey, $50, go away.
Nigga,
Let me
this
tell
was
Right, the
college. I
rich,
didn't
the
even
rich
have
dude, the
50
rich
bucks,
dude could
bro.
have paid him off.
Yeah, you don't have
You
to
should have
say
said the other homie
anything.
was richer. He got 50 bucks.
Yeah, and you know what happened? You know what happened? So the cops take him and Dex and Psalms to the police. I end up calling Dex's bro. We're like, we gotta get him out. And I tried to call Psalms' mom, but he had this weird thing where he didn't want any of us to talk to his mom because he had a hot mom. Anyway, so like
what?
down at the police down at the police station, he ends up calling his
Wow, what
mom.
a
His mom,
beautiful detail.
listen. His mom pulls through, right, with a lawyer. The lawyer only gives a fuck about bailing him out. Leaves Dex there. I spend the whole day at the fucking station trying to make a plan, and eventually we ended up talking to the cops and getting him out. But Psalms was willing to ditch us too. Fuck that. Like, and he was being the idiot. Like, why would you bring your drug dealer's weed to
See
school,
how
to
he says
campus?
ditch us two? Two means
Yeah,
as
ditch. Yeah,
well. It means he
yeah,
did a bad thing as well, referring to
yeah,
you.
yeah.
That's what Jesus did right now,
Exactly.
bro.
Wonderful.
That's what you
Yo,
just did.
so let me tell you a story about like shitty friends, and even though you might have a shitty friend doesn't mean your friends are shitty. So we were going to Florida, right? And then we stopped at the Bucky's. And then we're like, hey, look, we're just gonna get here early and we're not gonna do anything. Probably not gonna like go drink or anything anyway. So instead of getting back on the highway, why don't we just hit these roads on the side, right? But I had like my friends, and then they had also brought like not a mutual friend, but somebody I didn't know that was their friend, right? So we go
This
right.
is the beginning of every horror movie. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we go right, and then we're just gunning it down this fucking side road on Bucky's, like the Beach Express. It's on Alabama before you get to Florida. We're just gunning it, bro. Just going, doing pulls. We're like, it's fucking awesome, right? But we get lit up, bro, and we just fucking gun it. We just gun it, right? But this guy who I didn't know and was friends with everybody else, he's not as talented, right? This bitch gets caught, right? Right? And the cop obviously is like, hey, who are your buddies, right? Because he stops. This bitch not only tells them the make and model, that pulls out pictures with their license plate, bro. Pulls out pictures with their fucking license plate, right? Now, he didn't have a picture of my car, right? But he described like a blue MR2 and whatnot, right? I made it a Pensacola, no problem. Next day, they got in trouble. They were asked, what's the blue MR2? All these bitches had my fucking picture of their car at car meets. Do you think one of them snitched on me? Nah, nah. Even though they were like, oh yeah, and I'm just saying, like that's like the difference of shit. We've never hung out with that guy. I think they took care of that. I think they were just fucking. I don't know what they did, but yeah, just because you have a shitty friend doesn't mean that everybody else is gonna turn to shitty, right? And we don't hang out with that guy anymore. That guy's a piece of shit. So yeah, Huey, what the fuck?
That's
What the
crazy.
fuck?
No, but
But
hold
yeah,
on. Going back to the reason why I wouldn't lie for a friend is because, look, if I lied to a friend, I understand exactly where the moral burden is. It sits with my soul directly. The problem with lying for a friend is that there's like this weird implication where I don't know what kind of can of worms I'm opening them up to by like furthering them in their journey,
they got
in their
evading
lie, right? Like I feel
charges.
like at
They
that
got
point, like
evading charges, bro. They could have gotten like something like they were like offered if they gave my shit up, but they didn't.
No, you know
That's
what,
real
Huey? No
shit.
matter what, hey, no matter what, you're always contributing to their future. If you say yes, no, or I don't know, your response, well, I don't know is a lie, right? If you say yes or no, it's still a contribution to the outcome. So that doesn't necessarily work in the sense of like moral ambiguity as far as like where it leads. You're still contributing to this person's future by giving a response. And I would even say, if you do lie, the person asking you still remains in the current state of like, I don't know. So nothing really changes, right? But if you say something like the truth, you are changing it, right? But you're willing to be immoral by lying to somebody else. But you're not willing to be immoral to an extent, I should say,
And
to
that's
lie
to
for
selfish
help
someone
other
then.
else.
people be moral.
You're
Yeah.
morally selfish. You're morally
No, yeah,
selfish.
sure. So I mean, wait, you could say immorally selfish in a weird way. Look, I'm willing to do something immoral. I'm not willing to implicate others to do something immoral, right? Even if they choose to do it themselves. So
What
me
do you mean?
personally, I
What do you
would
mean
rather like if
implicate
I
though?
have
What
to
do you
be the
mean
one to tell the
implicate
lie,
though?
sure, I can put that on me, on my
Wait, what
jacket.
do you mean
But
implicate
to
though?
further
What is
to further
implicate
or
mean?
enable somebody else's lie is a problem for me. That for me
You're not
is a
furthering the
gray
lie.
area I'm not
Look,
willing to do.
if somebody did a thing, the thing that they did no longer perpetuates. It's done. It's over. Did he take the candy bar? He's not going to continue to do it, right? You just either say yes or no, or I don't know,
No,
right?
no, Mike. Okay, so I can't know that. That's like that's a serious problem. So if I'm with a friend who steals, takes the candy
No,
bar or
no, no, no,
whatever, right?
no. A friend that stole, right?
Hmm.
Stole. A friend, not steal. Like smoking a cigarette doesn't mean you're a smoker, right? So, like, look, a friend
Wait,
that stole a candy bar.
Mike. Wait. What does that mean? Smoking a cigarette doesn't mean you're a smoker.
No, like if you try a cigarette for the first time, are you a smoker?
Yes. If you suck a dick for the first time, are you gay?
That's
Yeah,
different. There's a
yeah. You have it.
whole
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You. I would say you are because you're basically
Okay,
furthering
there
an
you go.
idea. No, no, no. But that
Okay.
doesn't mean anything. Your actions, right? The blank act is what we're talking about, right? You could be a thief, right? That has you can have thief desires but never steal. You could have a thief desire that only steals once. And we're talking about an isolated incident. Somebody stole, not steals, stole a candy bar. The cop comes and asks you, "Hey, did your buddy over there steal a candy bar?" What do you say? You're going to say, yes, he did, right?
Wait. Assuming, Mike. This is assuming that I know for a fact that he did. Like I saw him do it, right?
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
I would say probably.
Ah, you fucking guy, man.
Look,
good.
I wouldn't straight up be like, oh yeah, I saw him, officer. He did it at this time and date. I would say
Like,
probably, but like the reality
probably is
is,
worse because
Probably.
that's like a character thing. Probably. He seems like the kind that
no,
would. You see, look at the pants he's wearing or some shit like
no, but
probably.
listen.
Given all
But
I know about my
I'd say
friend, he
probably,
would
but I'd
steal
say
that
some
fucking
other shit
candy
too.
bar.
I'd say some other shit too. Like, look, officer, he's been going through a tough time. His mom just recently died.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I've got a particular friend in
So
mind, but like, I'd
I
He's
say
got
like
take
he's going through a tough time. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I take the justification afterwards that you know that there's something not right with your answer, right?
yeah,
I
yeah.
take it like that. That you
hey,
take that like this answer that you're giving has to be backed up by other things so you can sleep at night. That's
He
the
no,
wants
way
to be
no,
I
the
no,
look
no.
at it.
Wait,
hey,
no,
he
no,
wants
no, no. Hold on,
yo,
Incan. No, Incan.
he
That's a
wants to be
problem,
the
right? Like,
villain and then the hero at the same time.
no, wait. Why
This
am
fool.
I? Wait. I'm sorry. I'm the one being put in the position where I have to lie in the first place. I'm not the villain.
Hey, you don't have to do anything.
Hey,
You should want to.
there is a moral. There
He said
there
you
is
want to.
hey, listen. Didn't anyone here like learn anything from Spider-Man, the very first movie?
No, I
Which
Well,
Remember
one?
when
Toby,
he let the wrestler,
well,
where he
Toby
let the
Maguire,
wrestler,
yeah, he
yeah,
told
when
him,
he,
right?
yeah, and then he just said that not my problem. I just steal this shit, and then ultimately what ended up happening was he goes outside and finds out that his uncle has been murdered and his car was stolen by the same guy.
yeah, but telling on him wouldn't do anything. It's already happened.
You know what?
He
We
could
would
have
have to take
stopped
it to
him. So
moral.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about preventing the act from happening. I'm saying Well, Huey, just to let you know, Lion, have you been in this room for a minute, or are you just coming in right now?
I just heard
Okay,
the
let me ask you a question,
storyline
Lion.
about he and his friend.
Let me ask you this, Lion. Would you lie for a friend?
No,
Okay. Would you lie for
What
your
the
family?
no,
fuck,
Wait,
line?
wait, wait. Hold up.
You a
Would you wait, wait?
snitch?
Would you lie for your family?
no.
Okay. I don't believe you.
Line. What if they're like, hey, look,
Yeah,
we're
I
here
wouldn't
to
even
round
lie.
up your family.
I
We're
wouldn't
gonna
even.
Lion,
kill
Hey,
you.
Lion
hey,
is lying
Mike.
right now.
He
No, no,
is.
Mike.
What an
Mike. I
appropriate
wouldn't
name.
even lie for my. I wouldn't even lie for myself.
What do you mean you
Never
wouldn't lie
have.
for yourself?
I'd
If
lie for
someone,
him.
Oh
if
God.
someone said, "Hey, Lion, I was told that you did this and you did that to such and such," I will say, "Yeah, I did. Do something about it."
Oh, so
Bro,
if a
if
cop stops you and
you
is like, did you stop at
No,
that stoplight at that
no, he
stop
mean
sign?
I'd
he
like to say
means
that this ideology is why people are rooting for Carmelo Anthony, who belongs in jail just like Lion.
Why would I belong in jail for telling the truth?
yeah. So Mike, he's talk. He's
That should tell you that you're the one fucked up.
no, but
Yo, King, let me
No,
ask
you
you, King, would you
dumbass.
lie for
It's
your
the
friend,
do
King?
something about it that is the fucking problem.
King, would you lie for
Touch
your
me and
friend?
see what happens.
would I lie to my friends?
No, no. Would you lie for your friend?
Yeah, if it's a true friend, yes.
Let's
I
Yes.
would
go.
also
Thank
Let's
you.
go.
I would also lie for my family.
Let's
Um,
Exactly.
go.
but I get what Lion is. I get what Lion is saying, but Lion, I think you're playing like I think you're playing games, Lion, and Mike's right because, for instance, if your son did something, then he was in real trouble. Where if he got caught, they would kill him or something like that,
It only
and
hinged
they
on
come
you.
asking you about it, you're gonna lie.
No,
Y'all
I'm
I
heard
not.
it,
know you're
right?
gonna lie.
Y'all
No,
I didn't
I'm
heard
say
it,
not.
right?
anything.
Y'all
I'm,
heard it, right?
I'm,
That nigga was fucking lying for Samoa. Bitch ass nigga.
You would lie for
Anyways,
what?
so
what's
King.
up?
You don't obviously you don't know my position because you're looking at it from your perspective. If my son did something horrific coming for him, he deserves it. If they catch him, I'm not going to tell
No,
you where he is though.
What if they
You got to
ask
no,
you
no.
get
where he
him.
is? Wait, what
What
if
if they
they
ask
ask
you?
you
Do
where
you
he
know where
is?
he
Yeah,
is?
he's
Do you
got
know where
That's
he
what I'm
is?
trying to
he's got
say.
throwaway kits. You
And
gotta
you know
know.
where he is.
What if they ask
That's
you?
what I'm trying to
Do you know
say.
where he
Where's
And
your
if
is?
they
kid?
ask me, do you know it? Look, I'm not telling you. Do you know where he is? Yes.
They
Where is
have
he?
a
I'm not
gun.
telling you.
Okay,
I
now they
haven't
have a
lied
gun.
about
Now,
anything.
That's
now they have
obstruction
a
of justice, sir. You're going to
now they
jail.
have a gun to your wife's head. This is the mafia,
No,
Lion.
don't say that.
They
But
Don't
want
it's
say
to.
not a
that.
lie.
No,
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay,
Wait, wait, wait,
gotcha.
real quick,
But that's
Inkip.
what I'm
I just
trying to
wanted to
say.
quickly
You can
respond to
create a
something you said.
situation. The point is, you can create a situation, Mike.
yeah,
And I
I
get
agree
what
I
with
was
you.
Line's
just
talking
about to say
about.
that,
In
King.
most
Like, here's the
cases, I
thing.
get what
You
he's
keep
talking about. In
acting
most
as if
cases, he wouldn't lie. I'm the same way.
Hey, real
But
talk. I'll
this
lie
isn't
for
most
less.
case.
I will
This is
lie
not
for
a
Me
less.
Mike,
too,
I
bro.
would lie for you
no.
even
But
though you
but
would
Mike,
lie
the
to put me
point
in
is,
jail.
this isn't a most case situation.
You're an atheist. I expect that, Mike.
No, no, no,
I'm
Oh.
not
Lion.
a.
You playing games. This isn't a most
Uh,
case situation. This is an extreme case situation, and I feel like you are lying.
I'm not a liar.
Hey,
The
no,
$20 is
wait, wait, wait,
$20.
King, you're wrong. Look, if you got the guts to put the gun to my wife's head, I already know you're gonna kill her and me too. I'm not gonna tell you
That's
shit.
not.
That's not true,
What?
brother.
Anyways,
That's
like I
not.
said, Mike,
It's a
Line's
cat
like, oh,
gun,
well,
dude.
dead.
It's a
Mike,
cat
Mike,
Well,
I
gun.
get
dead.
what
What?
Line is
Why try
saying.
to survive?
I get what he's saying. He's saying, and I agree with him. In most cases, I'm not lying.
What about
I'm
a
not a
gun
liar.
that's a lie detector
But
gun?
you're talking about in all cases, including extreme cases, outlier cases,
I
cases
just
where
tell you
you
what,
know. And
don't lie, don't
in that
cheat,
case, I think in
don't
most
steal
cases,
around me.
included, most
You know
people are
who
in those
lied?
cases are going to lie.
King David.
If
King
it could
David
if it could
lied.
save a million babies, like a million babies would die
You would
if you
lie.
lied, that type of thing. Most people are going to save a million
Are
babies,
they
bro.
retarded babies?
No, they're
It
not.
didn't.
Oh my god.
They look just like lion, little
Why was
Blasian babies.
that wasn't even funny,
Yo,
bro?
line. Wouldn't you agree?
You're
Wouldn't
right.
you
It
agree
was. It
that
was pretty
King
bad.
David? Wouldn't you agree that King David lied, and he was blessed by God for it?
Yeah,
No,
Wouldn't you
yeah,
he
agree to that?
wasn't. He wasn't blessed because he lied.
no,
No, no, no, no. He with the blessing, yeah.
he repented for his sin. But what
There
is
you
that?
No,
go.
no,
What's the
no,
relevance?
no. So no. I'm not talking about that. I'm not saying like, oh, look, he was. I'm saying, look, he was blessed, right, in his lie, right. I'm talking about when
No,
he was
he
presented.
wasn't. He was
Wait,
cursed.
wait,
He
wait. No,
right.
no.
He
I'm not. I'm
wasn't
not. I'm not.
blessed
I'm
for
not. I'm
lying.
not. I'm not. I'm not
Said that
talking
they wouldn't
about what
lie
he
for a
did.
friend.
I'm
Royal
talking
family.
about when he was presented to the king, I think of the Philistines, and he started acting like he was
I
crazy.
would.
He
I
started
would.
dancing. He started like letting his
Wouldn't you?
spit roll all the way to his
That
beard.
that
He
that
You
acted
guys
like
get
a
life
crazy
look,
away.
man.
no,
Did
that
God
let,
not
let me
bless
bring up
him?
let me bring up a
No,
circumstance that's
Oh,
way less at
she
risk.
He
didn't
Okay,
was
answer.
too
Lion,
legit to
your
quit.
son. Okay, Lion, your
Oh,
son's girlfriend comes to the house, and she asks you, "Did he cheat on me?" What are you saying? Assuming the answer was
wait,
yes.
how would I know?
so
Did he
I
confess to me
just
that
said
he cheated on her?
I said assuming the answer was yes. The answer is yes.
Oh, then
What would you
yeah, he
say?
cheated on you.
What the fuck is wrong
I,
with
I
you,
mean, I
Lion?
feel like I'd say the same thing.
Lion, I'm gonna be a tail of the dragon, but I don't
Well,
want you to
hey,
be
This
listen,
there.
I like to. I got a question for all of you all who disagree with my position. Don't you all
Yeah.
tell your children to never lie and
Listen,
always tell the
bro,
Yes,
truth?
yes, we
listen,
line.
listen,
Stop
listen.
trying
do.
to act
Question,
like
question number. Look,
we didn't break the
question
other
Why
number
now.
one.
doesn't
Watch,
you
watch, 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 watch,
lie?
Like
watch,
this
watch.
is nonsense.
Question
Why
number
Stop
one.
trying
you
to
How?
act like we didn't
lie?
make a
Look.
distinction.
I'm gonna point
We
out. I'm
already
gonna point
made
out
the
the inconsistency
distinction.
right
Did
Oh
now.
my
I don't
god.
understand
I'm
what you're saying. Hey,
going to
King,
point
King,
out.
Stop
King,
I'm
King, King,
going
you
to
lying.
point
remember?
out the
Does she look
inconsistency.
King,
fat in those
I'm gonna do it. Yo,
pants?
line.
King,
Wait,
King, you
line. Hear
remember that
this. Hear
you're.
this. Hear this.
All right, go ahead.
Here, the issue here is question number one. Where is your son? Your answer was I'm not telling. Question number two. Did he cheat on me? Your answer was yes. When the answer could have been I'm not telling.
No, 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 no. You. So I didn't say the I'm not telling part for that. It was for a whole different point.
Do you
Knowledge.
know where he is? Yes. Where is he? I'm not telling. What do you say, quote unquote?
Okay, okay. If she was to ask me, do I know where he is, and I do know where he is, yes, I do. Where is he at? I'm not telling. Okay, that's not. I'm still not lying there. That's not a conflict. Is he
This
cheat?
is so dumb,
Is
Lion.
now watch this. Is he cheating? Is he out cheating on me? Yes,
Nope,
probably.
nope. Let's keep it analogous. Let's keep it analogous. Where
This
is
is
he
Okay.
at?
so
Is going to be
dumb.
analogous with who is he cheating on me with. Those are analogous. The where and the who. So both have to be I don't know or I'm not telling. That's the only way to be consistent. But according to you, when it comes to cheating, you're going to say the person's name.
Wait,
I,
wait, wait. Lion,
wait, I think I think
why
I
are you
think what
raising
I think it's
boys that are
I
Yeah,
cheating
think
this is
it's
on
just
women?
Lion.
uh,
You're just being
shut up, Austin. Look,
facetious.
I think what's happening. King, stop judging me by your standard
I'm
because
not.
you lack morals.
I'm judging you by what I've seen you do in here.
Because you, all right, show me what I've done in here.
Yeah. So respectfully, you've embellished, you've exaggerated,
What?
you
Give me an
have.
example.
For instance, I'll never
Examples.
forget. Absolutely. You know, I always got examples. You know, I always got receipts.
Uh-huh. I'm
One of
waiting.
the first conversations I had with you last year, we spoke on the
Last
topic
year.
of last year. We spoke on the topic of the angel of the Lord, and you
Uh-huh.
lied.
Man,
You
shut your bitch
lied
ass up.
about the
You ain't talking
word
about shit, you
uh,
fucking nigger.
Malek.
What?
I think it was
Calamity.
Malek,
The
and
calamity?
you tried to make it like that was a specific angel, and I was so shocked. I was like, "What are you talking
Malik.
about?"
You
Yeah, the
said, did I
word
try to
Malik.
make
Yes,
it?
the word or Alec is either Malik or Amek or Almanek or Malik, one of those. Where the
I don't.
Hebrew, that's the Hebrew, and you tried to make it like that was a angel.
I don't remember the conversation.
Of course,
Try
so
another one.
convenient. You
Try
don't
another one.
remember.
No,
The
you
point
said
is
a
the
year
point. Hold
ago, and I
on,
think you
line.
purposely did
Hold
that.
on, line. You told me let me please let
Man,
me
y'all
break it down.
arguing over some dumb
So
shit.
the reason why, line, I said you did or you would do what you did, it's not because it's my perspective. It's because
It
I've
is
seen what you do. Now, I would agree with you, and that's why I made a distinction, that in most cases, you're an honest, honorable person. That's why I said
Malik.
in most cases, I
I'm
get
gonna
what you're
look it
talking
up.
about. But in outlier
No, I don't
cases, in
know.
extreme cases, and in
I don't know.
cases where who's talking and in extreme cases, Lion, right, where, for instance, a million Israelite babies are on the line for their life, where if you lied, you could save them, or cases that are, uh, almost improbable, you would absolutely lie, just like most human beings. That is what I'm speaking to. I'm not saying in average everyday cases you would lie. No, I agree with you. I think in most of those cases, and I think that's what you're working on, that you would be honest. That's just the person that you are. But I've seen enough to say, okay, in extreme cases, he would absolutely lie. So.
You know what? I say this. I think everybody's lied on their taxes at least once.
Yeah, let's
Wait,
No
go.
way
wait, wait,
around that
wait,
one,
wait, wait, wait,
buddy.
wait,
Let's
wait, wait.
And that would be the
No
Allow,
way around that one.
allow me, allow me to respond to that ridiculous statement from King. You did exactly what I said you're doing. You are judging me by your own opinion of yourself, because you know that you're a liar and you're a Christian. You expect everyone else to be, if not the same as you, or worse. And unfortunately, there are people who actually uphold to some moral standards that may be a lot higher than yours. I didn't lie about anything. And you had to reach all the way back in your your bag of nonsensical garbage to try to use that as an example. I want you to show me, because we can't use that one. You can't even remember it clearly enough. How about you use
I do
another
remember it
example?
clearly. I told you exactly what happened.
No, you said Malak, Melik,
Yeah, the word. No, no,
Amalek,
no. The
Malak.
Hebrew word, sir. The Hebrew word is what I don't recall correctly, but I know where it's at in the scripture. It's the same word used for angel. You tried to make it like it's a separate angel. I know.
All
I
right,
remember exactly what you did.
so well,
So
if you
don't lie.
want,
You
we can.
just you
Wait,
really just
King,
lied.
King. If you
You really
want,
just lied. I'm
hey,
gonna let
King,
it
this
go
is
then,
how
because I'm a Christian.
King. No, you're not. Listen, what we can do right now. Well, not in this room. If you like, we can go back to that scripture and go through it again. I think you're
Yeah,
the liar, King.
but
No, no, not at all.
I
You
wouldn't.
tried to
Hold
make it
on,
like
Yeah.
it's a
hold on,
separate,
hold
it's a
on. I
separate
mean,
angel named
that's not a
Melech,
lie. I
and it's
think it's a
just a lie.
misunderstanding of the information.
And
I don't
it's
think a
also right.
misunderstanding and interpretation of the information is a lie. I think
That
a
wouldn't
lie has to be agreed upon that a
Matt, would you
fact
lie
correct.
for
was
Matt? Would
No,
you
stated.
no,
lie
no,
for a friend,
Matt.
Matt?
I would
Oh
agree
hell,
with you. The problem
nigga,
in
what?
that, I
He's
I
would
lie
agree
happy.
for
with you,
less,
Matt.
bro. You
Me
crazy?
too. Me
Matt, I
too.
would agree with you. The problem in that case, though, is that I brought his IUIC church, the one, the camp that he loves so much. I brought their perspective to him and showed him that the angel of the Lord, they think it's Christ. That word Malik that he tried to make, oh no, that's a separate angel. Then he tried to change his
Malakah,
tune. I'm telling you, Matt, I was there for the entire thing.
regular beings
No,
created
I
from fire.
understand. I
Yeah,
think
you're just
maybe okay.
saying. You're
So
just
he
talking
has
No,
though.
an
I'm telling you what you did,
interpretation.
Lion. I'm not sitting
No,
here
no,
lying
no.
on you,
King,
bro.
King. By the way, you need to join me. I've been going around Clubhouse and packing up Hebrew Israelites. I like them catching on, lacking on stages where they don't have
Oh yeah.
control. I'm telling you, it's funny. I missed it, and yeah, I'll ping you, bro. It's funny, bro. Caught them lacking, son. Yeah,
Wait, you said you
what?
catch me?
No, I said I caught them lacking. One of
Oh,
them
you
was
called
like,
them like
oh yeah, bro. I hit him up Galatians, and they're like, oh yeah. I'm like, well, what do you think this means? Like, well, I don't take these. I have to look at the manuscripts. Those are the manuscripts that I respect. I'm like, which ones are they? He's like, no, the manuscripts. I'm like, okay, Codex Sinaiticus, Codex Vaticanus,
right.
which was,
Yeah,
and they're
yeah.
like, oh, like that doesn't matter. I'm like, mother, you're saying manuscripts. This guy didn't even know what
Yeah, they have
manuscripts he was
terrible
referring to, bro.
hermeneutics.
It
If you
was
learn
fucking
hermeneutics,
horrible.
you can do a great job against them. All
I
you need to
bet,
do is
bet.
learn hermeneutics, and then you
How
can
you
back them
saying?
up.
I was about to ping Lion so he could back his homie
Yeah.
up, bro. It was crazy, bro. That shit
Oh,
was
you know
funny,
what,
bro.
No,
Mike,
but
you were right. So I was thinking
all
about the
right.
example you gave me. So he actually asked me. So after my example, was it a steel man? And I said, sorry, was it a straw man? I said, listen, that's my dog. It was a steel man all day.
All right. So you haven't proved a lie yet, King. I think you're just giving us your opinion on the subject. I'm actually, while we're talking, looking for the direct scripture because I have no clue what you're talking about. You can simply just be trying to make an argument saying that I would lie on a scripture because it was so long ago, and you would think that you could just get an easy win by stating that. And that's just not going to happen, King.
King,
If
Lion, nobody's
yeah,
Lion,
wait, hold
Lion,
on, hold on, hold
Lion.
on, hold
What
on,
was
hold
my
on,
position,
hold on,
Lion? What did I
hold
say
on,
about you?
hold on. And that's the great
What
point.
did I
I
say
don't
about you,
remember.
Lion?
I don't remember. That's what I'm trying
No,
to
no, no,
say.
no, no. I'm
You're
not
just
talking
throwing
about the.
something out
I'm
there.
not talking Lion. I'm talking about what I just said about you
You
now
said
about
that
your position. What did I say about your
you're
position?
saying that I'm lying about something about the name of an angel
Y'all
called
hearing this guy?
Malik.
This is the
Malik,
problem with you, Lion.
you
This is
said
my issue with you. This is what you just did right now is my issue
you're
with you.
saying did you
The first thing I said, Lion, was
Just
I
said that.
understand your position. You are not a liar in the general sense. That's what the first fucking thing I said. But you can't listen to things without your emotions far enough to actually hear what somebody's saying. And that's how I know that's how I know you don't even realize you lie sometimes.
Point
The
out
first
the
thing I said is
fucking
Lion is not
lie.
a liar. I get his position. That's the
This
first
what
thing I
he
said.
says. Hey,
The
Lion
first
is
thing I
not
said
a
was Lion is
liar.
a honorable man. That's the first thing I said. What does he remember?
Look,
Oh, he called me a
hey,
liar. He called me a
Lion.
liar.
Hey, you know what just
That's the
happened?
only thing you remember?
So what's happening right now
Fuck
is
out of
you're
here, man. Had a
walking back your
conversation with
statement.
yourself.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna have it with the room. So what this nigga just did was he walked back his statement because he just realized he don't know what
I
the fuck
walked
he's
it back,
talking about.
sir. That was the
How?
first thing
Yeah,
I said. And
yeah.
this is
Yeah.
how I know you're a
Lion
liar.
is
Thank
not.
you for proving
Wait.
you're a
Watch this.
fucking
Wait,
liar. You
no.
just lied again.
The only
You
liar,
just lied
the
again.
only
The
liar.
first thing I
Yeah.
said was
Yeah. I
Lion
got it.
is not a liar in the
All that.
general sense.
Yeah.
I get
Right,
where he's
right.
coming from. And now you just
So you
lied.
heard it three
This is
times.
exactly what I'm talking
Everybody,
about. You just
you
lied.
you heard this. You heard
This
this double
exact
talk, serpent
y'all
talk
all
right
heard
here.
it. This nigga just
You
lied.
just heard it. Look,
Y'all
listen,
all fucking
everybody. This
heard
shit is
it.
funny. This shit is
You
funny. Look,
literally
what you're
set
hearing is
your ass
this.
up and you fucking
Hey,
prove my point.
he says, Lion is not a liar, but Lion lied about this scripture.
Yeah, that's
He said three times.
yeah,
I just said
but
Lion is. Wait. No, break it down. Lion is not a liar, but Lion
Inky, you see what he
lied
just did
about
again?
this scripture.
You see what he just did again?
okay,
This is
okay.
how
I
you know
mean, like,
Lion lied.
yeah. All that
Thank
he's
you for
pointing
proving my
out is
point.
all that he's pointing out is that liar isn't kind of like, are you gay if you sucked a dick once type of situation, right? In which we
Well,
would
I would.
agree, you suck a dick once, you're gay, right? But that's not like what a
Right.
liar is, because we all
Yeah, it
know that we
actually
lie.
is.
I mean, like, yes and no. Like, we don't use it like that. When we point out that guy's a
Yeah,
liar, we're not
I
like,
do
well, look,
though. I
okay,
do.
okay,
I actually I
okay.
do.
Let me point out how that may not be the case, even for you, right? Because when you're getting accused of being a liar, you take offense, right? But it's already
Right.
under right? But you already know that everybody believes that everybody else lies at some level, right?
Yeah, but that
Black
has
or
nothing
white
to
lies.
do with that. Wait, that doesn't have anything to do with me. So the my premise here is I don't lie about anything. I was asked a series of questions and I told the truth. King comes off the mic and says, no, absolutely not. You can't. I King don't believe you would do that. Why? Because I know that I'm a liar, and if I'm a liar, then I know that you must
I
obviously
never
also
said
be
that.
one as well. That's what he's basically saying. That's what the
You see
implication
what he
is.
did?
That's what the implication is. And then after that, he goes even further than that and says, "Hey, listen, I can prove that you're a liar because last year you and we had a debate over a scripture and you lied about the scripture concerning an angel." Oh yeah, King. Well, please bring me to the scripture. You said something about
Yeah, the
the
angel of the
angel
Lord.
of
Anywhere
of
that
the
there's the word
Lord
angel.
was
I already
wait,
told you.
the angel of the Lord
Yes.
is a Malik or Malachi, a Malik.
Malik
Hey,
is
King.
the
Hey,
word
wait,
angel.
stop. I'm not talking to you. Remember, you didn't want to go back and forth. Now look at you. You're
Oh
lying
no, you
now.
brought me up though. You're bringing up my
No,
name.
I'm
You're
talking to
bringing up my
Inkin.
name.
I'm talking
You're
to
bringing
Inkin.
up my name.
Look,
So you
the
don't have to
person,
speak on
the
me. As
per,
soon as
the
you speak on me, now you're bringing me
all
in.
right.
That
So
was good.
to
But you're still
Aiken.
talking
All
on
right,
me.
fine. To Aiken, the liar is accusing others of being a liar. That could be whoever. All right. It don't have to be that guy. It could be whoever. And he was wrong. He was not able to prove any fucking thing, and now he's angry.
Yeah, that's not the case. So I broke everything down.
I asked for a second
Anybody who
example.
saw, they saw exactly what I was getting at.
Give
So
me
we can
a
move on.
second example. And what he did, he doubled down and said, okay, well, lion is in
The second
lion,
exact, you gave two in the
lion,
conversation in the last like
lion.
five
He said,
minutes.
no, he says, lion, okay, is not,
You
he
lied
said,
about what the
and
first
then,
thing I
and
said.
then he
I said
repeated
you
it.
were an honorable man. You told me I called you a
Here's number
liar.
four. Watch this. Number
You don't
four.
know what you're talking about.
Watch how
And
he
now you're
double
gonna
talks
create a new one. You're
for the
gonna create
fourth
a new
time.
one. You're gonna
Watch,
create a new one.
watch how this man double talks for the fourth time. How can one be one thing, be a liar?
I
You're
already
accusing.
explained
How
that,
can
sir.
how can a
I
man?
already explained
How
that.
can wait? How can
You
a
don't
man
listen.
be
That's
a
your
liar?
problem. That's what.
He's
That's
a
why you
liar,
became a liar again. Because you don't
or
listen. You listen
and
with your
not a
emotions rather
liar.
than listening with the logic.
Incan.
That's what I said.
How can a man be a liar and not a liar
I
at the
already
same time?
explained that.
I'm talking to
When
Incan. I'm not
most
talking to
people
you.
think about a liar, they think about
Incan,
someone who does it
Incan,
habitually.
Incan. No. I don't care what
Yes,
people think.
yes, that's what most
No,
people think about.
that's your
Especially in this
interpretation.
no, that's what most people think about.
Hey,
If you're
hey,
going to
Incan,
use liar with a capital L, which is what we're talking about, most
Incan.
people
Like
think
let's
that
say
that
if
is somebody
somebody's
who
a
lies
like let's say if
habitually.
somebody's an honest person, right, and you know they are, but they lied on like their taxes, like Mike was saying. I'm not gonna
Hey,
call
Red.
him a
Hey,
That's
I'm
hey,
what
not
I'm
gonna
Red
trying to
Rum.
call him
say.
a
And that's
Red,
what
liar.
I
Red,
mean.
I'm
I
Red
not
don't
Rum.
gonna
even
Red
call
Rum.
call
him a
Red
niggas
Rum.
liar.
Red.
he knows that.
He
Like
lied.
Red.
He lied on his
Red.
taxes,
and
but I
that's
don't
why
think
I
Hey,
you
made
can
the
Red.
call him
distinction
Red.
between
a
somebody
liar.
Hey,
somebody
Red.
who lies, but then lies that are on the periphery
Hey,
in
Red.
extreme situations. Like if you can save a million Israelite babies by
Red.
lying instead of them dying, of course you would do that.
Red. Got a question for you. Red. Red only. Question for you. All right. I'm an honest, honorable man. I'm told. Right. Never did anything that's outside of the bounds of the law. Right. But I murdered one person yesterday. But I never murdered anybody ever again after that. What am I?
Yeah, you're a murderer. You murdered somebody.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah,
You're a
murder is
gay
not the
murderer.
same thing as lying. So,
I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, exactly.
and
So
not
shut
all
the
sins
fuck
are the
up.
same. I don't know why you brought up
Yeah,
murder.
yeah,
but
yeah. Now,
That was
lion,
that's
for
terrible.
example, if
you're terrible. You're a
lion,
liar, nigga.
lion, for
Not all
example, let's
sins are
say you
equal.
don't want to be friends with
What are you talking
like
about?
liars, right? Like you don't like people who lie, right?
Correct.
But let's just
Correct.
say you're friends with somebody, and all your life he's been honest to you and has been respectful, all that, right? Never lied to you. But and then like you he like admits to you that he like last year he lied on his taxes. Would you stop being friends with him because he's a liar now?
Yeah, because it's a snowball effect that's going to ripple into other things. You lie on your taxes. You lie on anything. Listen, it's the one thing that
I don't know about that.
wait. The easiest thing for you to do in this world is literally stand tall and dignified and tell these motherfuckers out here, yeah, I did it. What the fuck you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You gonna kill me? You gonna arrest me? You're gonna whatever. Do what you need to do then. Stop
Yeah.
being scared. Stop being a fucking scared coward. You didn't come into the world that way.
But you know what I was gonna say
You
earlier
de-
when Nathan
you
was
de-
saying something?
you develop you develop those bad behaviors by hanging around other fucking liars.
I mean, yeah. Um, what was it? I think Nathan was saying earlier something about would you live if you know if you're gonna live in a lie but you're happy, it's better than the truth and being sad. I disagree with that. I always think that the truth should always be said, no matter if uh, it's sad or bad or makes you not happy. Like, no matter what, the truth should be said. That's what I believe. Because if you live in happy in a lie, one day it's gonna come out, and all those years of happiness ain't gonna mean shit once it comes out.
Exactly. The
So,
truth always
right,
comes out.
right.
The
So it's
the
better it
truth
comes out
always comes
earlier.
out.
It's better it comes out earlier if possible. If it's like under somebody's control, it's better if it comes out earlier than later because you think that you're gonna be happy for years, and then once it comes out,
Yeah, I can't
it's
trust you
gonna mean
anymore.
nothing.
Everything that I would say that we built the rapport and all of that shit, that goes right out the window. Everything.
Yeah. That's how I always believed. I always believe no matter what, how if it's the truth, just say it. Doesn't matter if it's gonna hurt people or not. Like if it's the truth, right? It's
Yeah,
reality.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's what,
Yeah.
in most cases, people who are honorable would do exactly that. For most cases. You know, but there are outlier cases. You know, I'm sorry if I could save a million Israelite babies or a million Christian babies or a million Armenian babies, I would absolutely lie.
Yeah,
That's
but
not that's not even a thought to me.
if you're lying to protect your friend, that is honorable. So I don't see the dishonor here. Secondly, if you're lying to protect your life, your family life, where you are duty bound to protect those people, I don't see a lie here. I don't see any
But
fraud here. I
I
don't
but
see
agree,
Matt,
any
what
Matt.
if
dishonor here.
This is
what if it's
why
a
I don't get
criminal?
mad at Andrew.
What if it's a criminal thing, Matt?
Then
I'm
I'm
not.
probably
I'm
not
not.
gonna lie.
I'm not turning my friends in.
If
My
your
Wow.
duty,
friend murdered
my duty
somebody,
and my honor, my duty and my honor is to my friend.
All right,
no,
so
but
let me
if your
give you the
friend
let me,
murdered somebody and you know that what they did is wrong and they should turn themselves in, and they don't, and then
The
the
key,
police and authorities come
right,
to you and
right.
tell you,
The
do
keyword
you
is
know?
duty. So the keyword is duty. I have a duty to my friend, and that duty
No,
inclined
you
me
have
to
a duty
protect
to
him.
your beliefs. Like if you believe, if you're a Christian,
oh,
you have a duty
yeah,
to God. Like
that's the point. You
so
have
what?
no friends. Your
So it's
friend is
not
God, or it's supposed to be.
right. It's not your duty to your friend, no matter what he does. Or because he's your friend, like you're gonna have to have his back, no matter what. Like he just
No,
killed
but
Yes, it
Red,
somebody.
is.
You know it's
No, no,
wrong.
no.
it wasn't
But
even that extreme.
Red,
Nah,
bro,
nah,
I
nah.
know, but I'm
hold
just
on.
trying to make
But
the point to Matt, the extreme side, and he's still saying he has a duty to his friend over his friend killing somebody. Like that's different than what you know. That's different than when it comes to smaller things. Like yeah, small little things. Like okay, you are gonna have your friend's back. He's your friend. You're like whatever. You're gonna
But
lie. You're
some
gonna do
people
this.
don't see it that way. Some people
But when
think,
it comes to
no,
murder,
I don't see it that way. Like
yeah.
no, my duty is to my friend.
yeah,
Like
I mean,
I don't. No, no. All of the
I'm
other
not
stuff
Christian. It's
are
okay.
outside of the circle.
You're not
Everything
Christian, so
outside
shut
the
up, man.
circle, I don't care
Yeah,
for.
Mike. I said it's okay. Like that's
My duty is to my friend. So my morality compass is deontology based. I honor my duty.
Dude,
well for
If
me and
what I'm
Lion. We
doing
Our
is
duty
my duty, then
is
I'm
to live
doing
under
the right
Christ.
thing.
wait,
If what
Hey,
I'm
so
look.
We're
doing is my
wait,
Christians,
so
duty, then
Red
so
I'm
Run,
doing
so
my
Red Run,
right thing.
if your mom unalived somebody, like you would go and turn her in?
No, she's on the
I
first
wouldn't
Hold
go.
on,
degree
I
hold,
though.
wouldn't go
hold
and
on, hold
turn
on.
her in.
Why?
But if they came and told me,
Wouldn't that be the right thing to do?
That's
no,
why
the
I
right thing.
said
Wait,
No,
hold up. Let
because
me answer. Wouldn't that
you're
be the
not
right?
gonna go turn her in. But when they
Wouldn't that
come
be
and
the
ask
right
you, you
thing?
go tell
Would
them
that be
did.
the right thing to do, though? Would that be the right thing to do?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Why wouldn't you do the right thing to do in that sense? Because it's your
Yeah,
fucking mom?
I would say I wouldn't actively go and
I know you already said that, but you
right.
also said that doing it would be the right thing to
It
do, but you
is.
wouldn't. Okay, but why wouldn't you do the right thing? You would do the wrong thing, which
Yeah, it
is
comes to the subjective side, the personal. That it's because it's your
okay. So
mom's
look,
child.
you
okay.
already you have some standard, right? And you're saying, hey, but if they came to me, I would tell on her, right? I wouldn't turn her in, but I wouldn't tell on her. I would do this wrong thing, but not that wrong thing.
Mm,
They're all wrong things, aren't they?
Yeah,
mm, mm, mm. That's
yeah, they're
And
crazy.
that's why I said
It's so
folks
different.
like
I can't
lying are
believe it.
lying. They're lying.
That's not true. All right, so
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. This is how it's not just me. Maybe it's just a different culture, maybe an older group of people. My uncle gunned down six guys on the street corner for selling drugs in East St. Louis. Then he turned around and called the police and told them that he did it. And then he told them, "Y'all can come scoop these niggas up. Come get them."
Okay, let me flip it though. Let's just say it because look,
My
human rules doesn't mean it's God rules. Let me ask you this: suppose they're like you're in San Francisco or some shit like that, right? And basically the P laws have been significantly reduced, right? And one of your family members found out that hypothetically, right? One of your family members found out that their child was affected in a horrible way by a P, and that family
mm,
member unalived that person, right?
yeah,
Would you try to help?
help what
Would you try to help your family member that
what
unalived the person? Because you know the P laws in San Francisco,
yeah.
hypothetically, might be
I,
like, right?
I'm from East
They
Side.
got you there.
No, he doesn't. You're not even letting me finish. I am from East Side. We put P niggas to death.
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying, though, bro.
You
I'm
said
saying,
would I
look,
help him?
no, I'm saying, look, the concept of lying isn't always divine. It's not like a divine rule, meaning this. If, like, the idea of a human construct law, right, is, or not allowing, but softening up in a way to where it makes people like that feel more confident to what they do, and you or one of your people, right, found out that that happened, right?
Yeah,
And then they took matters into their own hand with
yeah,
whatever this eye for an eye shit is, right? Right? And
yeah,
then after that, like Red Rum, for example, if they came and asked you, hey, did your uncle unalive this person after he found out that this happened to his kid? You would say, yeah, he did.
yeah.
Yeah,
I just told you all. I just told y'all in a room full of people that my uncle just murdered six niggas.
that's a different circumstance with drugs and all that. That's the same. It's a different thing. Look, here's why I'm saying
Wait.
this. Here's why I'm saying this. Look, this is the part. Because you're saying, look, I don't even know why you're saying that you wouldn't lie. I don't know if it has anything to do with being like the
Man, he's
God
just
thing.
trying to paint a picture, Mike, that's not true. That's all.
What's not true? What are you talking about?
It's
What are you
just,
talking about? What
You're
is it?
saying
What's
you
not
would
true?
dime on your family member who killed a pedophile?
No,
He's
no,
just
no,
he's
no,
just a
no,
fucking he's
no,
lying.
no. I listen. Now, I wouldn't even have to because he would have already went up there and said it.
nah,
Yeah, I did
man.
this shit.
You
Yes.
can't, you
Well,
can't like add that to the
what if he's trying to
hypothetical.
get away with it? What if he's not
Yeah,
trying to go to
exactly.
Listen.
jail?
No, it's not a win. Oh my God. Listen.
But you have
Look.
to operate within his hypothetical.
Yeah, otherwise it's not
Okay.
challenging.
All right. So if someone asked me,
Yeah.
did my uncle murder somebody?
No,
Because
if the police are coming after one of your family members that you care about because
okay, I care.
that family member
Care
took
about.
matters into his hands in the situation
Yeah.
that I described, would you tell on your family member?
Just saying, if the police came to me and asked me, did my
Yes.
relative did, and I say, yeah, he did. What now? What happens after that?
They arrest him and he goes to
Okay.
jail because Frisco laws are more serious when it comes to unaliving versus the P's. So in this case, the P gets 6 months probation, but your uncle would get 6 years in prison, we'll just say.
Well deserved.
Oh,
What's the
God.
problem?
The problem is the moral inequivalence. That's what it is. It's
That's not.
imbalance.
Oh my
That's
God!
a, and
Look,
that's the thing.
let me, let me. God forbid some fool tries that shit with mine. All of you are here are open and welcome to call whoever the fuck you want to on me. I guarantee you, I'll be the first one on the news talking about yes, I chopped that motherfucker's head off.
I don't think you understand my analogy.
Wait, would you try to leave the country after you did that or some
No,
shit?
I don't give a fuck. Listen, a life for a life. You must die.
Wait, I didn't
Oh
ask you
my
that though. I'm
god.
saying, would you try?
Yeah, I know he did it. He did it. I don't think he understands what you're trying to ask him, Mike.
Hold on. What's the question?
The question is, I'll say all the fucking word. Fuck it. A family member was sexually assaulted by a pedophile in San Francisco. But the law in San Francisco is very lax toward pedophile. So your family member went ahead and killed the offender, the pedophile guy. Would you turn him in?
Okay. If they came to me, I wouldn't actively turn them in. Like
I'm
I
not
said,
turning him in.
same answer as the last to Mike. I wouldn't actively turn them in, but if they came to me and said that did this person kill this one, I'll just say yeah.
I don't know shit.
Knowing that your answer is the contingency of that of your family member going to jail.
Yeah, he killed somebody.
I didn't give a are you
There's
He
Oh
killed
also
my
he
somebody.
killed a pedophile.
God.
He killed
No,
a
because
there's
fucking
this is
also
a
pedophile.
no. Because
I will
listen,
be buying a
This is
fucking
no. You know
plane
what
crazy.
it
ticket
is. You
and
know what it
driving to
is.
the airport myself to
Yeah,
go see him.
exactly.
What are we talking about?
This
Like,
is
You know what it
crazy.
is.
this is
It's just
fucking crazy.
This
it's
is fucking Wait, did Lion answer? Lion, did you answer?
I just did.
You would
Lying, you
turn
didn't
him
really
in?
answer though, bro.
Yeah. How did I not answer?
Look, you're like everybody would know. I would tell on myself. I didn't ask you that, bro. Would you tell on your
And,
family member
and
knowing
then when you
that?
You
No,
asked it the
you know
second
what
time,
this. You know what
and
this
you
is. It's
wait,
saying
wait,
that
wait,
love
red,
from
red, red. Hold
truth
on,
and
red.
justice
Hold on, red. Hold
deserves to
on. Then
die.
red. Then you asked the second time, and I gave you this long story, and I said yes, I would.
No, I
If
said
you,
Matt. Matt. We're talking about Matt. What Matt just said, Lion.
Yeah,
I
Matt.
just, I just, he just listen. Are you
You
listening,
said
King?
I would. You
He
said I would let
just
everyone know that I would chop their head off. I said, would you try to get away? You said, I don't care. I don't care is not an answer. Would you try to flee?
that means no. I wouldn't try to get away.
Okay.
No, 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 Lion. Would you turn in based off of Matt's? Do you remember what Matt said?
Yeah,
Where there's a pedophile did
yeah,
something to your
and I
family member, and then somebody killed that pedophile,
and
and
and,
the
and
police come to you. You are the way that your family
yeah.
member who killed the pedophile doesn't go to jail. Are you
My
turning him
no,
in,
no,
or are you
no.
lying?
If the police comes to me, and I already stated this, I
Yeah.
don't know if you were listening.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, I would say, yeah, he did it.
So let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this. So you
And
think? Wait,
then,
wait, wait,
and
wait.
then, and wait, and then I said, you said, remember, you said, well, he's gonna. I said, what happens next?
This is
You said he
insanity.
gets
Wait a
six
second.
years,
But
and
hold on. But
I
you
said, good job.
great. But what I'm saying is this. So you said that you would unalive the person that would offend your family member, right?
Right?
And that's wrong to do, isn't it?
No, a life for a life.
A
But he
life
didn't
for.
kill your life.
Well, he did, and well, he exactly actually he didn't. You're right. It
Wait.
was the P. It was the P assaulting somebody. So you said
So
that you would chop their.
so in my belief, if you do something like that, you've actually killed that person. You've killed that person's spirit. Your life must be taken as well.
So who's allowed to take the life in that case?
That I mean the family of the victim, which would be
The.
me.
It's
No,
not.
wait,
Would
wait, but
be
it's your uncle.
That's
It
not
would
Tertullian.
be
what our
your
belief
uncle's
says.
kid.
And no,
That's not what my Christian belief says.
anybody of that family.
Oh my God! So anybody within the family. So you're going to take the initiative, and you're
Yeah,
saying
that's
that that's
crazy.
okay.
That is perfectly okay.
So
Hey,
look.
guess
So
what? This is
But
how you
that's where
know
we
that.
do. That's
Hey,
where we
wait,
differ, Mike. Because I don't
hey,
believe
hey,
that.
look. This is how you know that what I'm saying
wait
to
a
you
second.
is
So you're allowed to take someone's life,
yes,
but you're not allowed to lie for the person,
yes.
right?
Yeah, that
How
doesn't
does
make
that
sense.
even make sense? It's
How does it
wrong to
not
lie, but it's not wrong to kill.
to kill someone that has killed your own?
Yes, but I can't lie
Yeah,
about it.
Ryan, we can't. We can't. I mean, we're different with the religion, but
We
But
are
doesn't
different.
Christian,
the
we don't.
doesn't the
We
Bible
don't
say
believe that.
doesn't
You
the
can't
Lord
do
say
that.
vengeance is mine?
What
Lion?
do you? Hey, wait. What do you suppose all of those people did in the ancient past when they caught people lying and murdering and raping?
Yeah, they put
That
them to death.
They
they put them to fucking
they
death.
were fulfilling
Yeah, but
the word of the
King David
law.
was a liar.
That is the law.
They
King
were
David was a
fulfilling the
liar.
word of
Hey,
the
guess what?
law.
Guess who still practices that this very day? The same Muslims that
King
you're
David
talking
was a
about.
No,
liar.
the Bible
They practice
says
that same law.
the Bible
Yeah, they're
says the
actually
one to
smart for
No,
Caesar
that
doing
what
that.
falls
belongs
that
to
falls
Caesar.
within the Lord. So
They're
that's not what we
smart,
are
dude.
talking about.
If I
That's not
create a
what we
new
are
This is
religion,
talking about.
I would write a little fucking backdoor lie clause in there. Like, hey, in
no,
this case, you can
no.
lie. Makes life a
This is
little
how you
easier.
keep.
You
This is
guys
how
are
you
stuck
keep
in a
your society
dilemma.
pure. This is how you. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
It's clear as
are.
hell. It's clear as hell. This is how you
Bro,
keep your
you would
society
tell on your
clean and
own
pure.
family member.
Yeah. So what?
It's a
They would.
man-made law. Like you would
What's a
literally
man-made
affect the
law?
quality.
That is correct.
You
Mike
would
is
literally,
correct.
yeah, you would literally affect the life, the actual life of your own loved ones for a human construct. That's
It,
so
it's
weird to me.
it's okay. That's fine. But look, it's not about the fact that I'm lying in some coward fashion just to save some person's
Coward.
life. Yeah, it's cowardly. So
No,
what
it's not. It's
my position is,
strategic.
no, it's not. It's my position is I'm standing firm on my word and on my
All
ground.
right, here. Maybe this is a
Yeah,
scenario
man.
you
Every
probably
time,
wait. Let me
every
try.
fucking
This
time.
is a scenario you can't really wiggle out of. Let's say
Wiggle.
the same scenario, he kills the pedophile, but he's on the run, right? He's fled the state. He's told you, hey, look, I'm going to Tennessee to lay low for a few months. Um, you know, I'm gonna
Uh,
send you money. I'm gonna send you money for the kids every now and then. Just look out for the package. But I'm gone, right? I'm gone.
uh huh.
Boom, the police come to you. Do you give up his location? Do you say,
No, I already answered that one earlier. You
He
that's
eh,
did. He already did. Yeah.
let's say, hey, we know we've heard he's heading anyway by like around the south. Does that sound familiar?
He's like
As
he's
to,
not gonna say anything.
I'm
we
not gonna
have
say
yet.
nothing.
No, you don't give that up.
No,
All right,
I'm not gonna say anything.
all
So
right,
you
that's
would
fair.
tell him you
Oh,
did it. You would tell him I did it,
we're lying
but I'm
because
not gonna tell you where he
you're
is.
hey, lying because you have the information, but you're obstructing justice. We're gonna arrest you too. Okay, well, fine, so be it.
So wait, you don't want him to get caught, which is why you don't say the location, right?
Correct.
But you can also just lie, and he won't get caught.
But I'm not going to lie.
I know, but the outcome is still the same
How?
because he's not going to get caught. And in your case, you're telling on him, which increases the probability of actually getting caught.
No, so you did. There's two different scenarios here. Hey, Lion, do you know if he did the crime? Yes, I do. He did it.
Okay.
Lion, do you know where he is? Yes, I do. That's me still telling the truth.
Yeah.
Will you tell us where he is? No, I won't.
Yeah, I understand
I'm
that.
Then
still
then
telling
aiding
the
and
So
truth.
now
abetting.
you're
You'll go to
lying.
jail. You'll go to jail for aiding and abetting.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, but even if you went to jail too, bro, they'd find out that you're a snitch on your own, and then you probably wouldn't even be alive too long.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Um,
Snitches get stitches? You never heard like the funny
yeah,
saying? Like,
I've heard of
you're not exempt to that rule. That's like
I
a.
didn't say that I was, but like it's kind of you get a lot more respect when people know that you're forthright and honest about
Actually,
whatever.
it's not true. You get a lot more respect when they know that you'll lie for a good cause.
No, they what they'll do is they'll try their best to stay
Wait,
away from you
but Mike,
and to
you
because
gotta admit
they
that's
wait.
consistent. If he's saying that uh even if he knew where they were, where he was, he would say where
I
he
know, no,
was,
he
but
said that a while
he would
ago. Look,
refuse to
I
tell.
understand that. It just to
So
me, the point is to like prevent him. He thinks that lying is wrong
That's
because
like
of his
his
world.
the
He thinks that lying
principle.
is wrong because of his worldview, right?
it's not just that. I think it's cowardly.
What's so cowardly
It's more
about
But
to it.
lying?
sometimes you
How
don't
is
think
it
Man,
cowardly?
it's a coward to say
I
your
think
family
not
members was
lying
killing a
It's
pedophile, nigga. The hell
not
is you
going
talking
after
it's
about?
your
as if
friend is
it's
cowardly.
a,
I
The
think
fuck
it's
out
as
of
not
here.
if
You
I'm
you
a
letting
I'm
the
is
white man take your
cowardly.
family member that
it's
fucking
it's
killed the
all
pedophile. You
right.
sitting here
Look,
talking about cowardly?
it's as
What are we
if
talking about, Lion? You're
it,
confused.
it's as
You
if
are
I'm afraid.
confused. Your family member
I
is a
heard you.
pedophile, and you
I'm
using the
confused. I
white
got
man
it.
to throw
You
him
don't
in
have to keep
jail. You're
repeating.
the
You don't have to
coward.
keep repeating.
You're the
You don't
fucking
have to be.
coward. You put your
All
own
right,
family
get it
member
out.
in jail. You let the white man come in and kick your fucking ass, and you sitting there talking about cowardly. The fuck are you
All
talking
right.
about? You are
Let me know when you're
confused.
done. Let me know when you're done.
I'm
All
not
right. So
done,
the
nigga.
reason why.
I need to
All right,
tell
go
your
ahead.
Cajun ass the fucking truth. You are the coward, nigga.
I'll go after you. I'll go
Get
after
it?
you. I'll go after
Wait,
you.
no,
And
wait, wait, wait,
I'll explain
wait,
you
wait,
why
wait.
I'll explain you why I don't believe a word of what you're saying. Go ahead, line.
That's fine. All right. So it's cowardly, dude, because it's as if you're afraid of the authority. You're afraid of man, what man will do to you, and you're not afraid of God. You're more afraid of man. And now King understands my point. I could tell it just like, oh shit, he's right. Well, anyway, anyway, according to Leviticus 5 and 1, it basically goes into if you see something, say something. And it's about purifying not just your own spirit or your own soul, it's also purifying your people. The problem with our society is everyone is afraid. They're afraid, so they lie. And it turns into this snowball effect where your entire community lies about everything. So let's just say, Mike, hypothetically speaking,
Yeah.
that I did lie. I lied to save this man for the moment.
Okay.
And now the police have realized that I have lied, and now I'm also going to jail as well when they do catch him.
Yeah. That sucks, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
brother, give it a rest.
Okay, I get it. I
This
get it.
is
Look,
part
like
of
that.
the
That's why I said what I said earlier. You tend to get respected more if you do lie because you are carrying some risk, right? But if you
exactly.
If you were on your knees, you and your whole family on your knees, remember like that movie or that show Walking Dead where they fucking
Yeah,
hit the guy, the Asian guy? You're looking at one of your son.
yeah, Negan when
Yeah,
Negan
you're
hit
looking
the
at your son right there, right? They got something where your answer
The
is the
fuck you.
determining
mm.
factor whether fucking he lives or dies. I don't believe for a second you're gonna give this, oh, the God and the Leviticus and fucking the fuck out of here. You're a human fucking being, bro. You would be like, I'm gonna say anything. I'll fuck you do anything, bro. It's a biological fucking function that will override all
Mike,
fucking century. Come on, man.
Mike, I'm afraid not. I really am. I'm sorry. Listen, look, Mike. I know this is like a foreign or strange
No,
concept.
I don't
It's
believe you. I
for
don't believe
a
you. I think
lot of
you think what you're. I
that
think what you
that
think you're
and
saying makes you sound
yeah.
like not afraid or tough, but I don't believe you.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with faith.
No,
He's
you just
saying
said
you're
right now it
a
has
coward.
everything to do with fear. I don't
No,
fear.
no, no, no. So
You fear
the
God more than you
look,
fear man.
right, right.
That's
And but
fear.
the faith is that anything that man does to me, God will undo. Listen, there are so many accounts of people doing exactly what I'm talking about all throughout history. And if they could do it, we can.
So wait a second. If God could undo it, then why don't you lie? And God would just understood why you lied.
No,
Oh,
no,
you
here's
got to
the
be
thing.
careful with that, Mike. You do have to be careful with that.
Why?
So these
I'm
are
just saying
so
because
according to the Bible, these are your trials and tribulations. You're going on this earth, the planet we're on. It's your you're in court.
Okay.
Everything that you're doing in this life,
Yeah.
you're going to be judged by it.
that's
And
All
one
correct.
right.
thing,
That's
I
that's
think God
basic.
will look out because I protected a
no,
friend. I think God
no,
will look out for me because I protected a friend.
I'm
That
What are
is
you
afraid
right,
not.
talking
Mike.
about?
Yes, he
I think
will.
I'm
not
afraid not.
protecting. I think not protecting your friend is a coward thing to do.
Okay,
Amen.
so
Amen.
here was what I'm going to say about that. When the time comes and I'm no longer on this earth, I know or I hope and pray that I am not weak enough to fall into fear of man and what man can do to me or anybody around me.
Yeah. I
And
Yeah,
I
mean.
that's
will
not really a
die
response.
happily knowing
Yeah.
that I did not send my friend to his death in the fucking prison cell.
Amen.
Like we need that. That's none. That's crazy. That's crazy talk. That
And,
is
and,
that is
and
crazy.
that's
It
why the
really is.
Israelites were seen as peculiar against every other race of people
Oh,
that were
stop it,
around them.
Lion. Don't
I'm
do that,
dead.
Lion.
It's
Can
not
I
Listen,
just
can I say
Israelites.
something?
look,
Lion, we have
Can
I'm
I say
Israelite
something
position.
afterwards?
Matt
I'm
has
really.
Israelite
Hey, wait,
position.
hold
I
on,
don't
hold
speak
on,
for
hold
him.
on. No, 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 no.
Matt has the Israelite
Hold
position. I
on.
speak for
Hey,
him.
you just said that. This is
After
the second
Lion,
time saying it.
after Lion, let me get one mic on chaos.
You're saying. Listen, you don't have to repeat yourself. I heard your corny ass response over and over and over again. The point simply stands is this: there were people in the past that lived this way all the way to their death, and they sacrificed everything all the way to their death. This was them going through the trial by fire, according to the Bible. If you keep claiming that you're a Christian, you should be preparing your mind, body, and
Lion,
spirit.
Matt has the
Stop,
Israelite
stop
position. I
for a
don't.
minute.
Hold on,
Stop
King.
for a
Hold
minute.
on.
You said that's the third time. You should be preparing your mind, body, and spirit for this exact same thing. But unfortunately, I know that you're not. And the reason is because according to the Bible, you are carnal and not spiritual. You're thinking about your life right here, right now, and you're not thinking about the everlasting kingdom. That's the difference between you and I,
Right.
or
This
you,
is
or me, and a lot of you niggas.
right. This is the kind of
All right,
shit they
one
told
sec,
the slave,
one
right?
sec.
This is the kind
One
of
mic
shit
on
they used to
chaos.
tell
One
the
mic on
slave.
chaos. Hold on, one mic on
That's why they
chaos.
couldn't fucking revolt. This
One mic on chaos. Come on. He had his hand up. He wrote in the chat. He put his hand up
Yo, he
again.
cooking though.
I know.
Yo.
But chaos, don't
No, you're
wait
right.
though.
You're right.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair.
So thank you, knowledge. So I would say this, right? I kind of like
Mods,
do
mods, mods.
Oh, that penalty box.
Yo,
Go ahead,
chaos. Are you
King.
serious,
wait,
Continue.
bro?
what happened?
You fucked
Come
up,
on
bro.
now. Come on,
Wait, what happened?
chaos.
Who did you just
No,
refer
so
to? Who did you just thank right now?
Yeah, you just
oh,
doxed me.
sorry. Oh, yeah, new guy.
Yeah,
Thank you,
let's
new
not be
guy.
doxing people.
Thank you,
Come
new
on
guy.
now.
I forgot about the policy. I forgot about that. My bad. Honest mistake. So I do think that I see Lion's point, but I do think this is where the West gets crippled with the good bad binary, and I want to like pay attention to other cultures, right? I think
Oh no.
Indians like talk about dharma,
the thing about dharma is that it like encompasses a bigger, broader picture. Where like when Matt says, "Hey, I'm going to lie for my friend," that actually encompasses the goodness in that too. So I think I do see where Lion's coming from, but I do think that it kind of like handicaps the entirety of like the good bad binary because it doesn't like capture the whole
So chaos. Simple
essence of it.
question:
That's
would you
all.
lie for your friend?
Of course I will, Mike. I
Okay,
will.
there you go. That's it.
Yeah,
Case
but
closed.
I want to, and I appreciate you, Mike, for bringing this up. This is a very good conversation.
Yeah.
So, chaos, the difference between the West and the East, how you guys over there primarily, obviously not you, you're a Christ follower, but the reason why I would say um, we have a better model, obviously outside of just being Christians, but generally speaking, is because notice you didn't bring up Matt, who did an excellent job of laying this out, who's also a Christian, his position and my position versus what Line was saying. Because what I would argue is the Eastern position is worse in the sense that its evil, as opposed to ours, is justified in the sense that I've heard this said before, the caste system, all of that stuff is allowed because essentially you're paying for a life that you lived before. So there's a justification for evil, which is done in those parts of the world, as opposed to how we see things here, where there is black and white, where things are wrong and they ought to be wiped out of society. You don't have that same moral fortitude, right? To get rid of things because things can be good or bad, and you're simply paying karma for a life that you lived before. And I've seen
That's
that said
actually not
plenty of
true.
times. So the rapes that
I'll
go
go
on
after
in
you.
India, all of the rapes that go on in India, all of the crazy shit that goes on there, those things are justified with this same logic, respectfully.
So again, respectfully, I disagree. I think you are like looking at it in a very like a very narrow lens. I would point to two epics, right? I would point to two epics: the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad and Ramayana. Like they two talk about all these things where like, hey, would there be a context where like people can be righteous but also support the wrong cause? And there are like, I mean, this is like a very like you wouldn't know this, King, and I wouldn't like fault you for knowing this because like I'm from the culture, so I would know this cultural aspect of it. What you're saying is also like true. I'm not going to deny that, but that's why I said you're looking at it in a very narrow perspective. If you look at those two epics that were written, they talk about this in great detail. It's like the Greek epics where like there are people fighting for the bad side, but they're like really honorable people, and they don't like get slighted for being fighting for the wrong. Like it's in the Greek epics. Like I think I forget the name of the guy. He fought for the wrong dude, but he was like honorable in his own right. So and the gods like rewarded him for that. So I do think that you need to like look at it in the context of culture. But again, I do tend to agree with you in this one thing. I think the Indians also like manipulated the system to like make wrongs right, and I don't agree with that. So I will give you that.
Yeah, fair enough. And remember, chaos. I was comparing, right? I was comparing the two, not saying that there isn't good or there aren't people like yourself and others who are good people. I wasn't saying that. I was simply comparing the two systems. That's all.
Yo, we got an American Pope. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I
You
would.
guys already talked about
I
it?
wanted the black one. I wanted Robert Sarah, but I would
I know,
take
yeah.
this. I would take this Pope though, chaos, because of what you just said. It is an American guy, which I'm actually shocked. I'm still like, wait, there's an American,
From
there's an
Chi
Yo, I
American
Town.
called it.
Pope. It's
I
so
I called
strange.
it, King. I
Yo,
called it.
King,
Like
he's
my
from
wife and I were talking
Chicago
about it,
too.
Yeah,
and I called. I was like, "Hey, it could be an American," I said, and my wife was like, "That's never going to be American." And I was like,
that's
"Maybe, like you don't know." And then exactly as I called it, there's an American Pope, and I was like,
that's
"Yo, I've been like
crazy.
saying that." Also, here's the thing, right? This is my conspiracy theory, right? What if they want someone in the papacy they want to go against Trump? Because I think this guy is critical about Trump, but I don't know if the papacy is going to like change his perspective or make him toner. Like I don't know. Which is kind of
I
like
don't
I'm
think
just like
he's
again,
that
this is
critical.
he's not that. I mean, again, I think
If anything,
religious leaders.
he's a registered Republican.
Yeah, I mean,
You didn't
dude,
see that?
No, I
He's a
heard
again,
I
registered
he's
also heard he's
Republican.
critical of Trump.
He is a
I gotta
registered
go, but
Republican, bro.
I gotta go, but I really do want to talk about that in this room because like I feel like in this room you have a lot better
Yeah, run
perspective on like things as a
away,
whole.
run away.
But sorry, new guy, I gotta go. Gotta be the old guy, that
Oh,
guy who
it's all
runs away.
good, Chaos.
Bye.
It's good seeing you, bro. So yeah, this it's crazy, new guy. Like the new pope is an American. It's like still like shocking to me
Yeah,
that they
I saw
picked an
Trump tweet
American.
about it.
You know, being such an old institution. America's a new name. Just the entire history of the church and how America was, supposed to be the land where we are super anti-Catholic and the Catholics out here are disconnected to blah blah blah. Just an entire
But
history.
wait, I don't know how it works. How does the Pope get chosen?
It's called
What's that
Conclave.
process?
So there's a movie that was made. Actually, who recommended to me? Himothy recommended me the movie. Is called Conclave. You should watch it. It shows it's a really good movie, and it shows the entire
Probably never
process.
gonna watch it.
You should watch it. It's called Conclave. It's actually pretty good.
No, you should
If
watch it.
it's
It's a really good movie. I highly recommend it.
You should
it's
watch it.
about the
Yeah.
Catholics,
No, no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah. Choosing the
It's
Pope.
about
yeah, I'm not gonna
it's
watch it.
about the selection process. So the Pope died in the movie. The Pope died, and then they went kind of like to the minutia of electing a new Pope. But the ending is fucking wild,
Yeah,
wild
you should
shit.
watch it, new
You
guy.
should, yo, bro, you
I don't
should
really
watch
care
it.
about religious movies.
Nah, man, yo, it's not. That's the thing. It looked like a religious movie, but there's a greater point in the movie. Sure, bro. It's an easy watch. It's not hard to follow. You trust me, bro. You'll be like, yo, I didn't see it coming, and you would enjoy it.
Agreed.
It's really good.
You know what film I saw last night that I absolutely loved on Netflix? It's called Havoc. Y'all got an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to spend. Watch Havoc.
What's it called?
What is it called?
Havoc.
Havoc. Yeah, let me write it down.
If you like the Punisher series and stuff like that, or like the Demon City,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
they don't really hold back.
Yeah, if they weren't going to give us Robert Sarah, I'm okay with an American Pope. At least that's new, never been done before. So, I'm cool with that. But yeah, we have an American that's so crazy, American in the papacy. So
Yeah, I was
let's see how
actually
he
reading
does.
some stuff on Twitter. They said that in 1979 he turned down a full scholarship from Harvard to become a priest.
Yeah, he's super smart. He's super smart. This guy's like, top notch. I like I won't lie, I like his resume, Matt. I do. He has a lot of good things about him. And he has a lot of positions that obviously I agree with too. So, which is interesting because everyone was saying, oh, you know, it's almost impossible to get a traditionalist, or I don't even know if he's really a traditionalist, but they were just saying it's almost impossible to get somebody even close to that now. That everyone's going to be like Francis, like whatever.
Do we know how many vote they took? Because I
I
think
don't. I don't even know.
it started this morning, right?
No, sorry. Yes, so
It
they
started
did.
yesterday.
Yeah, black smoke. There was black smoke twice, meaning the 2 rounds they couldn't agree, and then I guess this morning they finally chose.
Wait, read the. I was thinking what somebody just wrote in the fucking.
Let me see.
Because that look when you say go to Harvard and all that, I'm like, just because you fucking fly in the Republican flag doesn't mean that you are. So
Yeah, let me
Yeah,
see.
that too. I mean, he's a little older. Republican back then, Republican now. It's not the same thing either.
hell no.
Immigration and centristic.
I'm still shocked. Lion is a little snitch.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
no,
He
I'm
no,
gonna tell you
Mike.
why I'm
Let's
shocked
call it what
about
it
it.
is. He's a
I'm gonna
snitch.
tell you why I'm shocked
he's
about it.
not. He's
Yo,
lying about
all
not
this,
lying.
all this talk about being from St. Louis and being a snitch, I'm not buying it.
Thank you, yo, new guy. That's what I'm trying to say. And he got mad that I called him out. Like, come on, bro. We know you lying, bro.
Yeah,
Fuck out of
it
here.
just sounds good to him, but I don't believe it. And you know what? You know what the irony? I don't believe it because I think he's a good guy. Isn't that
Thank you.
funny? Because the
It
good guy fucking tells a lie every now and then, you know?
it is what it is. It is what it is. That's my
The
frustration with
world
him,
is too
Mike.
fucking crazy, bro. Like,
Yeah.
just not too long ago, you had some weird like, it's just too weird. And you have, like, man-made rules and shit like that. Like, I don't think fucking, like, I don't know, man. It wouldn't make sense to me to, like, follow something so to the T where you're, like, putting yourself. I mean, doesn't fucking your God tell you to use your fucking brain? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Yahweh also makes a distinction between being smart in a moment and being wise, which is why
yeah,
it was so weird to me how Lion was speaking, because that's one of the big themes, Mike, in the scriptures. You know, wisdom is not the same thing as being logical or being smart about something. So, and the things Lion was saying were very unwise, while the stuff Matt was saying was very wise. So, if somebody kills a pedophile, that person is not getting. I don't care what happens. I am not sending that person to a place that punishes him. I want to give him more guns, more weapons, and more of the environment to go do what he did again. You know, that's how I feel about it.
no, it's an
Lion wants to
understandable.
send him to the white man's jail. The same niggas he talk about all day, Mike. Oh, the white man is this. The white man is gonna be my slave. The white man, blah 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 what? And now you sending niggas to hit, man, fuck out of here. Something's not adding up. That's why everyone's like, what? You hear Matt? Everyone's like, what the fuck? Because something's not adding up.
I
Yeah,
wonder. I wonder if the state trooper stopped lying and said, "Were you speeding?" If he's gonna say yes. I don't get.
What you say it again, Matt?
I mean, when lion get go to the wait station, I don't know. They ask him. I don't know what the fuck truckers do. You know
Oh,
how when they ask you, "Do you know why I stopped you?"
yeah.
That's why I say yes. I was
Right.
speeding back there. Like, what is going on here?
you know what's funny is somebody asked. I learned the hard way. Pause. I got pulled over, and the guy's like, "You know why I pulled you over?" I go, "My tags." He goes, "What's wrong with your tags?" Because I didn't pay for it. And at that moment, I was like, "Oh fuck! I just told him myself. Never do that again. Never do that again." I ran a stop sign and I
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
told him myself. Yeah,
Man, I haven't been stopped, Mike, since, man. Last time, like, I got stopped, I got a ticket, anything like that was like 15, when I was like 14 or 15,
that's
16.
good,
I
man.
haven't had any interactions with the cops in that way for years, bro.
It's been a minute for me too, to be
Yeah.
honest. And
And I'm
so,
in Chicago, the place where apparently, oh, cops are this, blah, blah. You don't bother them, they don't bother you, bro. Literally, you know? So,
I
sometimes they
think
will. There's an area.
age has another thing, another component that gets ignored too. I think age is a factor in
yeah,
how
that's true.
well you survive a routine traffic stop.
Man, y'all know how fast it would take me to take over Chicago? Easy.
Bro, you're buns, bro. Yo, I seen this nigga say the Pope is GD. I was like, oh man, the Chicago
Wait,
Pope jokes are
wait,
they're
who
never gonna
said that?
stop.
Wait, who fucking said that, bro? New guy said that?
Man,
That the
no,
Pope
no,
is
Nigga
no,
GD?
no.
said the Pope is
This was
GD.
what's his name? Trump. Trump was like, "Yo, that's my man's right there. That's USA, baby, all day."
What the
I didn't get to ask new guy. What did you think of the meme that Trump posted of him as the Pope from
Oh,
last
we
week?
spoke about it for like a whole day. I said,
Yeah.
I thought it was amazing.
Maybe that was
Uh,
Sunday when I wasn't around,
oh,
cause
probably.
hmm
I had it as my PTR.
yes,
Yeah, I'm
I
for it. Look,
right,
anything that makes the leftist heads explode, I'm for it. I'm for
right,
all of that.
right.
I'm with you, bro.
And some
Yeah,
people have the
even
ability,
the Catholics were like, yeah, we're okay with this. This is funny.
right?
And the left is like,
Yeah.
you think this is a joke? You think this is
Yes.
a joke?
Yeah, that's where we can all come together. You know, I'm
Solomon,
s-
I'm not talking to you. I
well,
hired
no,
you for legal representation and you bailed after 10
I did
minutes.
not.
I'm like, what's that? What
What?
is that?
What, Scarlett? I did a great job. I did a great. I forgot
That
to
laugh is
tell
coming
you
out of
that
someone
I
who
had a
may or may
meeting.
not appear similar to the woman in my PTR.
You said what?
Oh, Tally, ignore Tally. She's so vicious today. She's
Okay,
just
fair enough.
so ugly. It's just like
Like
Monica
some have
derangement
speculated that
syndrome.
you are. It's not derangement. It's called
It's derangement
consistency.
syndrome. It's
It's
not.
consistency.
It's not.
So I was in the middle. Well,
I
I'm
don't.
not really
I don't
sleeping.
care.
But anyway, you brought it up, so I'm bringing back to the table that you're a
No,
fucking
I
doxing
did.
weirdo.
Nobody asked you to comment on this. You weren't
Yeah, I'm
involved in
never
this
gonna need your
conversation at
permission for
all.
anything.
Likewise.
I'm
So
never
back
gonna
up.
need your fucking permission.
Stop over moderating me.
I'm
You
not.
don't have the
I'm not
skills. You don't
moderating
have the
you. I'm
power. You
just
don't
telling
have
you
the
When
that
did
you're a
when
skill.
did
doxer.
this
That's
smoke
what
come
you are.
about? Why is there
It's
smoke?
just,
What is
it's
It
happening?
just,
happened
Because she's a
earlier.
doxer and a weirdo.
she's a liar and a bitter bitch.
Doxer.
Whoa,
Yo, what's up, CEO?
whoa. Ethereum. That's what's up, King.
Yeah, you see it? Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
CEO, you see it?
And you
How?
missed
Tell
yesterday.
me more.
I offered Mr. Finley, King, the opportunity. I said, you
Not
can
the
buy
hand slapper.
free Ethereum.
Emphasis.
I
You
will
said
Isn't it
two. You
cover.
said two.
disgusting
You
when
said
Oh,
two.
fat
two. I
old
said two.
white
My
women
bad.
use
I
ads?
said.
Isn't
I
it
said.
fucking
Can I
gross?
tell King the story real quick,
You
Monica?
said two
Okay.
Ethereum, which is the
Okay,
equivalent of
thank you. Yeah,
3,000,
thank you. My
which is
bad.
the
You're right.
equivalent of three
So I
thousand
said,
seven hundred
so, yeah. So
dollars.
okay, I offered Mr. Finley, and I said, anybody in the room, buy two Ethereum. I will cover 100% of your loss, or I get 50% of your gain. Nobody took me up on it.
What? That's crazy. Nobody took you up on it? I wish I was here. I would
Nope,
have took
they
you
was
up on it.
scared.
I would have took it up. I would have took you up on it. I would have absolutely took you up on it. I saw the announcement. It's a very good announcement. I expect Ethereum to
Hold on. For
outperform.
clarification, his offer was buy two Ethereums, which is the equivalent of $3,700, and hold on to it until 2028.
Yes,
If
January 2028.
yes,
Yes.
yes, correct.
Oh,
And
okay, Jen.
if there's any losses at that time of date, I will cover all the losses. If there's any gains, I want 50% of all the gains.
Ooh, that's a
That's a
great fucking deal.
Yo,
that's
You
a
niggas should have
that's a
took it.
yo,
Cosby
Louis.
bet right there. That's a
Louis, for the record,
isn't that
Louis, for
Yo,
the
like
record, that's
Cosby
called
bet?
memory right there. Try me again.
yeah. What
Yo,
Can you
Matt, that's a
remember? Can you remember
fantastic
You
deal.
guys
why
pretty good.
None of y'all
Monica
took it?
is not? Why is Monica not
Don't
on a
dox me.
24-hour ban? Bitch, shut up. Anyway, why is Monica not on a 24-hour Discord ban like the last person who posted
Why
the name
are
and address of
women
someone?
like this? Why are you
Can you remember
women
that?
like this?
She
I just
needs
want
to
to
be
know.
checked.
Oh
She
my
needs to be
God! Like,
checked. It's
I just
it's
want to
it's
know.
it's
We can talk about it. We can talk
Frankenstein's
about it.
monster. It's
this is
I
fucking
just want to
crazy.
know.
Nathan and New Guy's inability to rein in someone who's effective for the
So
most part.
the point is, you posted
The
someone's
point
name
is, you never
and
got disciplined for
employment.
moving down a
Name and
moderator that New
employment.
Guy made a
Name and employment.
moderator.
First and last
It
name, full
wasn't
employment.
me. It was.
That's what you did.
Oh, you're such a bitch. It was me
I'm a
letting the
bitch that's
mods
right.
know. Just go on mute. It was me letting the moderators know that there is a rogue
The
account
moderators and the
pretending to
other
be another
320
clubhouser.
Discord members.
Like they care. You told me no one's in there anyway. I was doing what I was told to do to protect the house and the room and to get rid of a doxer. Now when the Nathan and New Guy tell me to do something different, I'll do something different. Until then, shut the
Guys,
fuck up. You
What
harpy
this weird
bitch.
bitch is skipping is that both Nathan and Knowledge said that they did not know the nature of the thing she was
And had
trying
the
to get their attention
moderators
for.
been
Okay.
paying
Yeah,
attention
yeah,
and
yeah,
did it
yeah,
and
yeah,
handled their
yeah, yeah,
business,
yeah,
I
yeah.
wouldn't
I
have
just
But
had
want to
you
make
to
a quick.
fucking knew.
intercede at
But
all.
you
Monica, I got a
fucking knew.
question for
But
you.
you fucking knew that his first and last name was available on that profile along with his employment. Like, what person who is not fucking retarded wouldn't just go to their back channels? Wouldn't just wave them down? I know a person who had already said and address people by their first name who would ask
CEO,
you
I'll listen to
specifically
you.
to
Okay,
not do that.
Tally,
A
can I ask
person
you a
who has
question real
zero
quick?
respect for other people's fucking privacy. That's who does that, Monica.
Okay,
You.
I just want to ask you. So
Don't
Monica,
get
I've known
me.
you on this app like 2.5 years. This is literally the angriest I've ever heard you.
I've
Like,
been pressed, CEO.
what is
I'm
up?
annoyed. Like everything I do, Nathan told me, should I be loyal to Nathan or loyal to Clubhouse Chillism White Belts? He said, be loyal to Chillism White Belts. Okay, so when there's someone in the audience that is known for recording rooms without permission, because I don't do that, I'll notify people. But then some people don't care. So there is an account on Clubhouse that has doxed a Clubhouser, and I saw him in the audience this morning, and I'm like, moderators, pay attention to the chat. Well, they didn't pick up on it. I put it in the Discord in the mod complaint. I'm like, hey, this account is exposing someone. Can you please help? Which is what I was told to do.
Oh, I'm
Now
not. I'm
Tally
not
is framing it.
litigating. I'm
Ta-
not. For clarity,
Tally's
Monica,
upfront
or
that I did
Monica.
something
Yeah.
wrong, and I need a course correction, which is bullshit because all the crap she does never gets course corrected, but I get taught a lesson too.
Yeah.
It's
So,
frustrating.
Monty, I'm not trying to police the issue. I'm just noticing how angry you are. It seems like the level of heat you're giving Tally is like maybe some bottled up other stuff that you're giving her as well. I mean, it
No,
seems like a
she
lot.
comes for me, CEO. She comes for me. She's advocated for me to be deplatformed. She's advocated for me to be silenced. All I want is for her to leave me alone. She claims that I harass her, and she's the one who's attacking me all the time. All the time. My life would be so much better if she just ignored me, but she can't. I get
All
under
right,
her
I'm back.
skin. I grind her gears. I'm a thorn in her
No,
side.
I'm a person who is consistent and rational, and you are retarded. That's the
Yeah, that makes
difference.
sense.
All right, I'm back. Oh, can we get back on the
Look,
live thing?
I thought about this a couple times, and I think Monica did the right thing. She came on stage. She said Nathan. She said knowledge. She said someone in the bottom. She said check the chat.
Shut up, boy.
Hold on, ma'am. She said, can you check the chat? She said someone in the bottom is doxing somebody. Then she said, knowledge, can you check your Discord? I said, ma'am, I cannot. I am driving. For the record, between the hours of 7 and 8:30 in the morning, Eastern time. I am getting my kids ready and taking them to school. So yes, I said I cannot, ma'am. I'm driving. I don't use my phone like that when I am driving. So she did try to reach out for me, and then when I did not respond to the messages she was sending me about the person doxing, she later then posted it in a different room in Discord and said this person is doxing. Can somebody do something about it? I think she did all the right procedures. I don't see anything wrong.
Okay. So previously you said you didn't know the nature of her request, but
Correct.
she did. She did know that what was being revealed was that person's full name, their employment, and books they've written. So even if you didn't know, she knew. And if the goal of doxing is to protect privacy, why then would she not privately reach out and wait for further action? Why post it to a public, well, not public in the sense of everyone has the public in the sense that the 320 other people in the Discord now have access to that same information. She took it from this platform and put it somewhere where it was accessible by probably more people that were even in the room at the time. I am questioning her motivation. I am saying that a reasonable person would not come to the conclusion that she did. I am calling her retarded because she is.
So it's
That's where you're
happened
wrong. Hold on. That's where
before
you're wrong. So
in
for
the
hold on,
early
hold on, hold on,
hours.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
Okay.
hold on. That's where you're wrong. So for the record, she did reach out to the moderators, not just any moderators. She reached out to the room owners. The room owners, once again, they were non-responsive. Me and Nathan were non-responsive. I was doing things. He was doing things. He said he didn't look down at the bottom. I said I didn't look down at the bottom. I said I didn't check the Discord. He said he didn't check the Discord. But she did reach out to both of us. Both said that we did not. We were non-responsive. And then she took the next step because none of the mods were doing anything about it. She took the next step and said, can somebody reach out to them and have them take care of the person in the bottom. I don't know. And I think what you're referring to, she posted the person's username. I think that's what it was. She
Posted the
posted,
profile that was
yeah,
doxing
that was
so people
doxing.
could know that not to like block this person. I don't know who it is. I don't think it's okay. I don't like doxing. I've been
So,
consistent with that. Shut up.
mhm.
And then when the early
Yeah, I
morning
believe he and I
rooms,
were having a back
when
and
when
forth.
early morning
Or being
rooms
a
need
retard, you probably didn't
moderation,
know that.
we always go to the mod complaint and we tag
Mhm.
people because there might be
Who is
someone
we?
who, what didn't Adrian do it recently? Because I said, Adrian, go reach out to Discord. Oh, that's a good idea, Monica. Let me go do that because the mod was sleeping and we needed some moderation. So this is what our protocol is. You annoying pit viper.
So anyway, rather than just put the at, like typing it out or copying and pasting without linking the profile itself, which again contains full name, employment, and books this person has written to the Discord, she posted the actual Clubhouse profile and thus spread the information she is a doxer.
Oh yeah, all that was on the account. That's pretty wild. Hold on, where did you post it? Was it like in the open chat room? Was it the Coon Play box? What was it?
She posted it to the complaint box.
Oh, that's the right place to post it.
Not, I don't know if you're missing the mark, but even if she did explicitly what you said, the way that she did it was in such a way that she actually posted further, like expanded the reach of the person who posted the full name, employment, and books this person has authored to additional people. Like there even if she just said the person is going, and I wouldn't even recommend that. But again, I understand that neither of you knew the nature of what was contained in the profile, but she did. And if the goal has been to protect the privacy of people, and doxing is to prevent the to prevent the spread of doxing is a goal here. Her putting the information where she did, the way that she did, is exactly what was done to her. And I think she should face the same consequence as the last person who posted the full
It's
name
not
and
exactly
address,
what was
not
done.
address. Yes,
Well,
actually, she did post the
I have an
address.
honest question. Is there a way to add somebody who's or to post somebody's account who's doxing without showing the other information? I don't know the answer.
I copied the profile so you would have the profile. It was expedient in what I did. Did I process that I was spreading it? I was trying to get the moderator's attention who could stop it. And I did it the fastest way I knew how. Now, I recommend, because now it's in your back channel, a new guy, and it's in Nathan's back channel, that maybe you'll have it so you'll be able to watch for them or maybe even block them because this account is quite old. It's been around for a while. I don't know who's responsible for it, but I don't like it. So, I mean, all this is so unnecessary. It's so tedious. It's so boring. It's not worth it. I'm just going to stop. It's fine. Y'all can
Are you
have
also
John
going to,
Edmond
while you're
in your room.
stopping?
You
Mhm.
can have all the people who record rooms. I'm not going to say anything. People are going to have to fend for themselves or be impeccable with their speech and handle the consequences on their own because this is bullshit. This is just bullshit.
Oh my God, we're still doing this again? Come on, man. Monica was
Just,
Nathan,
introducing
did
just,
it.
you
just say,
delete?
just say it out of your
Nathan, did
mouth.
you
Just say
delete?
anyway.
Did you
So say it out
delete
of your
my
mouth
comment?
that we don't need to be consistent. That Monica is the fucking exception to the rule, and that the environment that you say you want doesn't include holding Monica accountable. Say it.
What?
Monica was wrongly held accountable for a full weekend. So, fuck you, Tally, and the little primrose horse that you rode in on. Like, there's been injustices done that I've taken, and Nathan and I still aren't okay with it. I think it was
Wait,
punitive.
wait, wait, wait. Don't say,
I
don't
think,
put me in that.
I
You're
think,
not okay with it. Don't put Nathan in that.
I'm not okay with it. I think you should have
Yeah,
heard me
I
out
have no
on
problem with you.
Saturday for me to plead my case, and I should have gotten time off for good behavior and had a 24-hour ban from the stage instead of a 72-hour, which was not
Before that,
what Nathan
listen.
had told Matt he would
Before that
agree to.
judgment
A
was
2-day
made,
ban is not a 3-day ban.
yeah, you got banned for 2 days. Before that judgment, you had a time to argue. You didn't argue. You defended
It was
yourself. You said, "Hey,
Friday. I can't talk. Honestly, I had no representation on Friday. I couldn't defend myself.
you
So
did.
I
You was on
petitioned
stage."
on Saturday to plead my case, and you removed me from the stage. You didn't even hear me out, and then you're on stage
I was
bragging to
looking for other
everybody
people.
how you're willing to entertain
Do we
my
allow anybody
arguments
else to
Yeah,
without
I
me
was
whine
looking
this
joining the
for
much
someone
stage.
else to
and be the
lawyer you.
victim?
They don't know.
I'm
They
just
don't
trying to
know
I
figure
my
was
that out.
wanting to
points.
lawyer you.
If this
I
was
was
Now
if
looking
you
for
this
your
was
I
know.
damn
know.
argument.
I
if
hired a
this was
crappy
anybody
lawyer.
else and we allowed them to be
Oh,
a
is this
victim for
like
this long,
Hold on.
like
Now,
you
Monica.
would not
is this like
allow
the fifth
this.
accidental doxing we've
So,
had now?
Monica, now you know how black people feel when they get railroaded.
So you're telling me that injustice now will atone for past injustices that I didn't commit, and I should just suck it
No,
up
we
and
don't.
take it?
The system
Yeah, that
doesn't
doesn't
care.
work.
I
Nah,
don't mean to
the
dox
You
you,
don't
system
Philly.
handle
doesn't care
past
about
oppression
I
injustice.
by
tripped and
oppressing
fell
today.
over it.
It's wrong. It's not justice, and it's
The
breeding
Monica,
system,
resentment and
listen,
the
anger.
me and you
system
still
doesn't
not
care
okay
about
because
injustice.
you forced them all out of the group.
Uh-huh.
I can't
And you
forgive
know
you for
what? You
that.
have to let go of that hurt, Nathan. If you God
You're
wanted you
so,
to have that $50, Nathan, he'd give you that $50. You need to stop harassing Samoa so he'll come back. Let go of that hurt, Nathan. Let go.
I sneezed and now everybody's personal information's all over my account.
Would
You
would
know,
would would
Stilgar, I
would we
apologized to
allow
you once I
anybody to
realized.
be a
I
victim for this
apologized
long?
to you,
Like at what point
Stilgar.
do we say
I
you're not a victim and
apologized
we
to
move
you,
on?
Why do we
Stilgar.
have to talk
I
about this
apologized and
now?
you
We got to hear
accepted
Why
about
do we
my
have
this
to talk about this?
apology.
all
But
the
you keep bringing it
freaking
up.
time because
So if you
because because
really
because
accepted my
Moderators, why do we have
apology,
to talk
you've
about
let that
this?
hurt go,
right,
and you
like
haven't.
we wouldn't allow anybody
You
else to be a victim for
haven't.
this long. We wouldn't
Yeah,
allow
yeah,
them.
we
Stilgar,
didn't
why
start. Yeah, yeah. Can
haven't
we
We
move
make
you
them. We
on?
let
make them
go
move
of that
on.
hurt?
We
Why
make
Nathan,
them move
haven't you
Tally,
on.
let go of that
anybody,
But
can
hurt,
we
but
move
but
Stilgar?
on?
when a
When I
Karening
Yes.
goes
understood that
when
you
a
were
Karening
Um,
frightened
goes
of
wrong, we
being
gotta hear
no,
doxxed, that
Karen
you were
complain about her
scared
not
and
Karening going
intimidated
wrong.
of
not
me
that I
using your
have the
first
authority
name,
Oh,
to
I've
do
by the
never
way,
so.
the new
used it
pope is
before
in
Yes.
Because
again.
So
that's
Chicago.
literally
not
what this
I've
that.
is. This is a
never
Karen
used your
go a
first
Yeah.
name
Karening going
Did
again.
y'all know
wrong.
the new pope is in
Stilgar,
Not
Chicago?
that
once
I
I
He's from
have.
noted
Chicago.
Yes.
that once I
Yeah, I
And
heard the
then
Pope was
you
from
understood
Chicago.
that you
He's
proceeded
from
to
took
Somebody
it
asked
do
in
him to
a
be
it.
a TD
credible
King.
form.
Yeah. Yeah. So then you proceeded to do it to at least two other
No,
people.
Stilgar,
Anyway,
I
Crazy, right,
so
never
Philly?
did it
not that I
again.
have
Have
the
I,
It
authority
is
Stilgar?
crazy.
to
Have I, Stilgar?
not.
Have I ever done it
So
again?
not to
Once I
other people.
realized that
So
it was that you were
yeah, there's
afraid
the
Can we
request
of
from a stage
move
member to move on.
on?
And
Move
just
okay,
to
on.
just to
You're
CEO, can
not
I
a
close
ask
the
a
victim, not
just
question?
Monica.
yeah,
CEO,
just to close the chapter on that.
CEO,
Not that I
you
have
had
the
the
authority to
chapter on that
announce it,
conversation.
but
You
it
don't
is
have authority for
apparent that
squat.
Monica is above the rules and we just have to fucking accept it. Now let's talk about the Pope.
Fucking accept
He's
it,
gonna die too.
and so will you.
Not
He
before
from
you.
Chicago. He
That's
from
Not
Chicago, so
before you.
he from Chicago. So he gonna say four Hail Marys on the G.
Oh, is that why Yes Man said? Oh, okay,
You didn't catch
now
that? You
I
didn't catch
get it.
that, King?
Yeah, because I was like, why? Because Yes Man said Finley said that the new pope is GD, and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah,
And then I
cause he
just
from
learned that
Chicago.
he's from Chicago. He's from
Yep,
Chicago,
he from
and it just
Chicago.
clicked. It clicked for me that okay, I get it now. I get it now. That's
He
so
go break
crazy.
the Eucharist and throw up the pitchforks.
I watch him call a crusade. Watch him call a crusade, Philly. Watch him.
Oh yeah, so Finley, I made you
What's
that
up? What's
offer
up, CEO?
That's
yesterday.
right.
Ethereum went up 20% today, man. You was bugging. See?
Good
Don't
good
ever
job.
say I
Good
did
job, big
nothing
deal.
nice nice for you. Don't ever
Now,
say that again.
Finley, I
I offered
can't
you
lie,
something
Finley,
nice.
because I heard CEO offered everybody that deal. I won't lie, Finley, you should have took it. It's a really good deal. It's a really good deal. It's a really good deal, especially if it's called in 2028. Ethereum's gonna be way up, way fucking up compared to its price right now.
So yeah, man. If CEO makes it again, you niggas better hop on
Oh,
it.
it's still open. It's still open.
Oh, I don't know. Y'all are crazy, man. And you notice, and it's funny,
Hey,
CEO,
you're not
because
gonna pause
I
after
said,
that, King?
you
King,
say
are
it
you not
again,
gonna
Jalen?
pause after that?
Yo, that is a pause. It's
After
way open.
yeah,
Wait,
Pause.
what
that's
happened?
very
What did I
Pause.
say?
possible.
My
Here,
bad.
if
Pause. What did I
CEO
Pause,
say?
opens
man.
up,
My
Pause,
opens it
bad.
up
CEO.
again, you guys gonna hop on it? Whoa,
Pause. Pause. I said that.
word
I
for word, bro. Word
apologize,
for word.
guys. I
Word for word.
apologize. I apologize. My bad. Well, no. In all seriousness, that's a great deal. One, two. Since it comes in 2028, it's a really good way to make a long term
Another
bet
pause.
on our space. You said what? You said what?
It's another pause. It comes in 2020.
Wait,
Another
wait,
pause.
yo,
Oh,
King, yo, King. You
what's
heard the
up?
whole thing between Tali and Monica? Who do you think
I
is in the
did. I
right?
did. I heard it.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I want your opinion. Who's right? Who's wrong?
Why are you
So,
bringing this back
so the
in?
thing.
Oh
No,
Because
my
no,
God.
we're
Oh
moving
my
on.
God,
We
Dolly.
are moving on.
I
No,
respect King's
no.
opinion.
Oh, come
I
on.
respect King's
We
Come
opinion.
on,
just we just
CEO.
started
This is,
moving.
I
please,
respect
CEO.
King's opinion. Though I want to hear. I want to know if I'm wrong. I don't
I
know.
want
No,
to
no, no,
know
no.
too.
Look. Me and Monica, we spoke, um, and I liked her case. Now I get it. I get where Charlie's coming. I really do. I do get where Charlie's coming from. I'm not gonna act like I don't. I can't do that. That's not right for my conscience and just how I feel about it. I get where she's coming from, but I believe Monica should have had the chance to plead her case. I think Monica should be given the benefit of the doubt because she's a net positive in chillism to the point where I would, in a case like this where there's so many moving parts, where there's so much nuance, I would
Wait. Hold on.
rather
For the
give
record, I'm talking about today. What happened today?
just right now this back and forth.
This morning.
Wait, was I here this morning?
I just asked if you heard what they were bickering about.
Like the
Yeah,
last
yeah, about
45
the
minutes.
whole about the docs and stuff, right?
You know what case they're talking about?
Oh no, no, no. What case? What case? I
Is
thought you were
there
talking
more
about the
than
docs
one?
and stuff.
Wait, is there more than one?
This morning, someone came into the room. They stayed in the audience. They had a profile picture that had a bunch of information about somebody. And then Monica came on stage and she said, "Guys, can you please read the chat? Guys, can you please read the chat?" And then she said, Nathan, knowledge, or Nathan, new guy, can you please read the Discord? There's someone doxing in the bottom of the audience. Can you please pay attention? And then she asked me, new guy, can you read your back channels? I said, I can't at the moment. I'm driving. I can't do that. And then no one was responding. She was posting in the back channels, someone doxing somebody in the room. Not meaning somebody in this room, but someone in the room was doxing somebody. And then no one responded. So then she posted it in the Coon Plain box on Discord. She said, "This is the username that is doxing somebody on stage. Can somebody do something about it?" But then, by attaching the person's username, it has all of the information that they're doxing on somebody. So Tali said that she is directly, not indirectly, but directly. I know, we're leaving another day. She said we're directly, so you are directly doxing the person by posting the information of the person who's doxing. So it's paradoxical. No pun intended. So
Wait,
yeah,
Monica posted the.
the username of the
There's
person
an
who was
there's a
doxing.
there's an account who is impersonating a well-known clubhouser. They have his their full name, their employment, um, personally identifying information in their bio. I've reported this impersonator a few times to
So
Clubhouse.
it's impersonating as their real person.
CEO, it's terrible. It's terrible. It has
That
everything
sounds like Dewey.
That was
Oh,
on.
not
this
me. It
Dewey.
is me.
That
What's up?
absolutely is
I
Dewey.
was like, it sounds like.
So so
Hey
like
King, you see the Bitcoin price?
You
I
can
know you
Yes,
see it. I
sir.
know you
so
see it.
you can smell the challah bread. What is it called? Challah bread, Dewey?
Okay,
Challah bread.
so if it wasn't clear, if she had just
Challah? Are
gotten
you talking about challah?
If she had
The
a
Collar
Oh
red
my
Thank you.
moderators,
ticket,
god! Oh
Collar
my
bread.
the
if
god!
Collar
she
bread.
had a
moderators
Whatever.
in
Just
the
just
focus on the
room
topic.
yes,
Focus on
weren't
the
one
topic,
the
Yo,
Fibs.
packet
Dewey, I
moderators
learned to do
weren't
his
Squirrel,
and
paying
food,
if
squirrel,
she
fam.
had
squirrel,
a
Don't
just
squirrel,
you should be
squirrel,
proud of me. I learned
squirrel,
one Jewish
squirrel,
food.
squirrel,
the
squirrel,
yes,
the
Challah
squirrel,
is delicious.
moderators
All right,
squirrel,
weren't
focus.
squirrel,
Focus on the
squirrel.
topic. Focus on the topic.
squirrels with
moderators
big
All
mics,
weren't
right,
paying
actually.
come
attention.
on, come
They
on.
weren't paying
Let
Um,
that Monica
attention.
finish.
okay.
They weren't paying attention, and I don't like doxing. I think people get their privacy.
The irony.
Even the people that I don't work well on Clubhouse with. So what happens is when there's something going on in a room that the people in the room aren't paying attention to, maybe they're sleeping, maybe they're driving, maybe they're busy, people will report what's going on in the room to the mod complaint channel in the Discord so that any mod who's awake or coming might come back to the room that has the power of the badge can help. And that's what I did. But because I transferred the profile to tell people exactly who to look for, who to exactly who to remove from the room, um, the moderator who has it out for me thinks that I did it vindictively and viciously, and that it's comparable to someone allegedly doxing someone in the Discord for vengeance and retribution. And I can't help. I mean,
Monica,
there's nothing I can
do
do.
you know the person? Do you know the person that was being doxxed?
I do, and
Do you have any issue? Hold on. Do you have any issue with that person?
we disagree, but we really don't spend a lot of time together on Clubhouse. They're not a regular in the room.
So based on what just been explained, right? And I'll try to put this in my own term. I think you tried to do the right thing. You didn't do it properly, which kind of broke a rule that we have. Um, I don't think you are malicious about it. I know you said you have difference with the person. Does the person come in this room?
Not anymore.
They haven't come in this room in a
And
long time.
and actually,
Right. So
in the mod
I
chat,
can understand. Hold on, Monica.
well, in the
I think
mod chat,
you're gonna
Callie,
don't hurt your case.
well,
Don't hurt your
okay,
case.
but
Don't hurt
you
your
need
case.
to
Don't
know
hurt
that.
your
Oh,
case.
hold on,
Don't hurt your
Monica.
case, Monica. I
I mean,
don't
not
think
Monica, not Monica.
I think listen, I don't think Monica meant to be malicious or even try to do it. I think she was bringing awareness to a situation. Yes, she didn't do it properly and it ended up divulging the same information, but I think her intention was good. If I was on the jury, I would not have convicted her for that.
So this is why you don't,
Can I say
Karen.
something?
This is why. Wait, let me say
I
my
had been
piece.
waiting to
Let me say,
speak as
my
well.
piece. Let me say a piece real quick. I'll be quick. This is why you don't, Karen. This is why you stay in your lane and mind your business. Right here. This right here. Right here. This is right here. So Karen thinks should be
Unless you're
against the
lying,
rules.
unless you're
Against the
lying,
rules.
then you snitch.
Wait, new guy, wasn't you asking? Like, wait, I
Yeah,
thought
I
you
know.
were.
I asked for King. I said I respect King's opinion. I don't
Oh,
want
my
anything
fault.
from
My
his
fault. I ain't none of that. My
opinion.
fault, y'all.
Get
My
in the
fault.
back of the line, little nigga. Get in the back of the line, bro. But
Okay.
so
I
I
hear
just
you,
wanted to
Nathan.
say this on behalf of not Monica. I do think she was doing the right thing, and I disagree. I think she did use the proper precautions. And one of the things as well too, what leads me to believe that it's this. She said that it's an old account, meaning that that account has been around doxing, and I think she was trying to bring awareness to Chillism that hey, there's this other person that doxes. Look out for him. Maybe keep an eye out and just kick him out of the rooms automatically. There you go. Because I didn't, like for me, I didn't know that information about that person, right? And when I saw it, I was like, oh shoot, that is like that that thing was, it was crazy. Yeah, right on.
Okay, so um I just looked, and if she had actually just put the at as in at XYZ, the information, which again is this person's full name, employment, and books they've written, um, that wouldn't have appeared in the mod complaint box. So what she actually did was put her I won't be descriptive, fingers on that person's profile, hit the share button. Now, once she pasted that information to the Discord, it would have been immediately visible that all of the information I'm describing is available via the preview of the account. So I'm not seeing it the way you're seeing it. I'm still seeing it as doxing. And I don't we didn't give Papaya this benefit. Why is she getting it? So there
Before King
Mhm.
goes, you can't add the account if they're not a part of the Discord. The
No,
Discord.
so no, if she had put just the Clubhouse app, which would have I wouldn't have recommended either way. I think the back channels were enough. I think putting the information into the Discord at all, which would just drive further eyes to the account to spread the information that the person being doxxed probably doesn't like. But
So
I get
let me.
why you said what you said, because again, you both said you weren't aware of the nature of the complaint. I'm saying, regardless of how she got there, she ended up there at Doxing Ave, and she should face a 24-hour posting ban, just as the last doxer did.
All right, so let me test
But
your
she
theory.
didn't
So
dox.
you said something like she should have sent it in the back channels, which she did. Now you said you should have left it there until someone responded. So my question then is going to be, what if no one responded and the person was in the room for 24 hours, doxing somebody, openly doxing somebody? Should no one have done anything for 24 hours because no one responded in 24 hours?
Well, someone would have done something eventually
Why are
when
you
the
off
mods show
mute?
up.
No. That wasn't my question. If me and Nathan both
Hmm.
received a back channel
Hmm.
about the doxer, me and Nathan never look at the back channel for 24 hours, meaning, assuming no one, no, she never sent it in the complaint box. She only sent it to me and Nathan. Me and him don't respond for 24 hours, and there's someone in the bottom doxing for 24 hours. What would be the proper procedure to do then?
Okay, so only the people who know his name and have seen his picture would have come to the conclusion that this account was a doxing account.
No,
So
my
that
analogy,
was
me and Nathan, just me
Does
and Nathan.
I'm
does the
My
Putting
person
it
who
in
was
the
analogy.
yes, I'm
doxing
Discord
doing the
makes
know
it
math.
that
I'm
they were
worse.
doing the
doxing?
math. I'm doing the math. So if we're having a slow day and 300 people cross the room, if we're having a better day and 6 to 700 people cross through the room, I don't know what percentage of them would have known what they were looking at, but definitely the additional eyes of the Discord, plus however many of those eyes from this room, we could have at least stopped the Discord issue if she had just stayed in the back channels where it was private information.
I think you're missing my question. I think you're missing my question. So my question is, let's say she only stayed in the back channel. This is my question.
Hmm.
She only stayed in the back channel, and that person remained on the bottom of the stage for the full duration of the day.
Hmm.
That person on the bottom for the full duration of the day. She only stayed in the back channel.
Yes.
Do you think that's better than her reaching out on the complaint box, which is the
Yes.
place, which is the okay? All right. Well, I think we disagree because that's the place that we said for complaints. That's where they're supposed to be at.
Why are we doing
Okay.
if with
So
a
what I'm
rare
saying
case?
is, mhm,
Tali, I just have a question for you. I will give it to you that, okay, under our definition of doxing, it is doxing. The question I have for you is, do you think Monica intended to do that this morning?
I can't say for sure,
Okay, so in order for us to
but I
adjudicate
can
that,
say
we need to make a determination of intent here, right? Did she intend to do it?
I can say
Right,
that she
right.
intended to do it 8 other times to
No.
reveal people's
No, we're
information
dealing with
that
that.
they
We're
had
dealing with the.
removed from the app.
I understand where you're coming from. We're dealing with this one situation. Do you believe that Monica intended to do it this morning? To
Personally,
dox
yes.
someone?
Yes, personally.
You think she intended to do it and it's not a
Yeah,
mistake?
that's what
I,
I believe. Unless
okay. I
she is
mean, it's
retarded. I gave her the
it.
out. I said, Monica, are you retarded? Yes or no?
I stepped on somebody's toe for the 37th time, but I swear it's an accident.
No, I think this one
I
is a
was
little
I was
bit
trying to make sure
different.
that
If we
they
look at
fit, the shoes
no,
fit.
no, let's be fair. Let's be fair. If she intended to alert the man this morning that something was happening, She did what she thought was best. Now, it doesn't mean it was the best, but she thought it was best to either screenshot or posted it in the complaint box where a mod would have seen it and taken action. Let's be honest, how many people go in the mod complaint every day? Can we tell the traffic on that?
There's not. But
All
here's
right.
Everyone
But
has
So
here's
which
my
access
means
to it.
here's
it's
my
Everyone
not
has
in
access
the
but
to that
to
point,
general
it.
here's
body
my
of
she
the
could have
conclusion.
said,
chat.
"Hey, there's an
I
account
would have
doxing. Please
hold on.
let me
I
know if
would
you want to handle it. I'll tell
Oh,
you what the
Bumbo,
account is."
Bumbo,
no,
Bumbo
no,
clots.
it's not. The thing is not whether it's doxing or not. We can agree it is doxing, but intent matters here. If she intended to do it, then she can be punished for it. If she made a mistake, this could be a teachable moment, and then we move on.
Well, can we talk
That's
about
the
the
part we're trying to
intent
figure out.
part though?
How
Hold on,
many
hold on, hold on.
Can
teachable
I
I
just
was
moments
gonna
can I
ask Matt a
respond?
where
Can
question.
I just last words because I'm
Tally,
signing back into work?
it's tied into your comment. Can you give me
Just
1 second? So,
okay.
Matt, if it's information that's not supposed to be shared widely, and she
You're in the matrix, I believe.
He's in the matrix, yo.
No, the issue is not the doxing. In my opinion, here the issue is the intent. If she intended to do it,
Okay,
then she
sorry,
can be punished.
Matt.
Okay, go
Let me
ahead.
get my question out. It was if the information shouldn't be shared widely, and she shared it more widely, how is that not intentional?
No, so because you can make a mistake by thinking you're doing the right thing. She thought she was doing the right thing by one, alerting the mods that hey, there is someone down there with information. Two, by either screenshot it and put it in the complaint box. The complaint box. No one goes in the complaint box except the people that are quote unquote responsible for the room. Had she put it in the general chat, I would have understood where it's like, oh, you meant to spread it because that's where everybody goes. However, the complaint box
Yeah, that's what
doesn't
I said.
seem to be a place where everybody goes to just check out what's going on on Discord.
okay,
Listen,
but
what she did can be wrong, but the intent here, did she mean to do it to cause harm, or was she just a fuck up who didn't know how to do it properly?
your grandpa with Alzheimer's disease doesn't intend to run over children with his car. But how many children do we allow him to run over with his car
Okay, so
before we take away his goddamn license?
Right,
here's
you
my
can take away
conclusion.
the license,
Here's
but
my
you're not
That's
gonna
not
give
even
him
a
the.
perfect
here's my
analogy,
No,
bro.
no, no, no.
can I
I'll
give
work
my
with it.
Y'all listen
conclusion?
to
I'll work
Tally
with
paint
it.
a narrative,
I'll work
and
with
y'all
it.
going by
I will
Tally's
work with it.
narrative. Tally's
I will.
narrative is her version of it. Sorry,
No,
go
no,
ahead,
and I'm
bro.
using Tally's narrative, and I can
There's
work
three.
with that, right?
There's
Our
three
grandpa,
questions.
grandpa with Alzheimer's, yes, you can take away the license, but you're not gonna send him to jail for 25 years for murder.
All right.
Okay,
So
so
But
my
there's
you're going to take away his
conclusion. Can
license,
I
and
just
you
say
can't do the
it?
same thing
Can
15
I just
times
say
and
it?
claim it's an accident.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say that I don't know what kind of wool is over y'all's eyes, but it ain't over mine. And for whatever it's worth, Monica being above the rules means that she's also above being protected from the rules. So fend for
Sounds like a
yourself.
threat. Sounds like
Yeah.
a threat.
How is that a threat?
Yeah, can I say
It's
something?
Sounds like a
You're
threat.
it's
above
Can I say
them.
bright
something?
You're
Can I
above the
say
bright
something?
rules.
white wrinkly
I,
wool.
I want
Oh, sorry, I'm muted the room.
I want to
I
clarify something. The initial question, the very initial question, was to my dog King. I
Finally.
said I respect my dog King's opinion, and I really want to know his answer on it because I
I've
respect his
been
opinion.
patient. I've been patiently waiting, new guy, for
sorry, Ken,
somebody
get in the
to
back of the bus. But let me.
look at my number one hater. Look at her. Look at her. Just look at her. Look at her right there. I see you, Nathan.
No,
No,
no, let me just say this, man. Tali, she got the wrong perspective on it. Tali
Listen,
is only
all you
saying this
niggas
because,
is so corny. I
oh my
really can't with
God,
this
shut
corny
your
ass shit.
gay ass
I
up,
really can't,
nigga.
nigga. I will
Shut up.
smack the fuck out.
Shut up. Anyway, so look, Tali got this all wrong, man. Tali only seen it in this perspective because she has something personally against Monica. She isn't looking at it objectively. She's looking at it in the perspective that, hey, this person just came off of this whole situation of doxing. Now look at her now, doxing again. We can't do this. No, Tali, I got you, but that's not how I see it. What I saw was someone alerting us in Chillism that this person is a doxer. And she was extra specific as well too, by giving other clarifying information. What's wrong with that? If that profile has been around for years. What's wrong about alerting people in Chillism about it? Like they're gonna see it regardless. If someone happened to click the link, they will see the profile. Like the eggs are the eggs already hatched. You already see it. You know what it is. Like what are you saying? Like she was doxing him by she was doing a dox by spreading an account that doxes. That's the craziest thing fucking
Yes,
ever.
yes, yes.
You don't even bro. Shut up.
Okay,
Shut up.
so
It's
Let's get
so
the fuck
easy.
out of
I'm
here.
You
told,
just
Come on,
go,
your damn
hey,
white
there's
ass
an
down. I don't
I'm
need their fucking
told,
opinion, bro. Shut
I'm
up.
told that all the information that was released about um Monica was also released during season one. So in that case, do I owe Pulp an apology? Because she's spreading information that had already been made public on the app.
How is that even a comparison? I don't get it.
Because this doxing information was here,
She sent
and
information from a doxer.
all Papaya did was repost
Tell me, she
information that
sent
had been
information
available
about a
previously
doxer inside
on
the
the app.
room.
It doesn't
There
matter
was
how
a
many
person
eyes
inside.
see it that didn't. It doesn't matter how many eyes see it that didn't see it
I don't
before.
think. No, no, no,
It's
no.
the
Listen, listen.
intention.
No, 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 no. The intention was this. Hey, I'm making you aware that there's an account that has a person doxed. You were saying that that's the same thing as a person actually sending that information out there maliciously because they felt attacked.
You're
That's what you
disseminating
don't
the
get. That's
information.
shut the fuck up. Why the fuck are you up? I didn't ask for your fucking white ass opinion, bro. Leave. Anyways, Sally, so you get the difference? The intentions. One person intended to cause harm because they was angry, because they were being vindictive. That's not the same intentions. Now listen to this fucking white boy. Go dance with me. Go ahead. I'll throw you some crack, some cocaine.
Listen, where you put coconuts in your body in your free time is your business.
You don't even know what the
I
fuck's going on.
I do know
You
what's
don't know
going
what's
on.
going
I know
on.
what's going on. I
What
know what's
happened?
going on.
Who's the account?
You cape
Who
for
account
white
it
women
was?
and you abuse white men. That's what's going on.
Yes.
Bro, I don't know. Listen, I don't need your dumbass opinion, bro.
You only
I
like
don't need your
whiteness when it
fucking
comes
Wait, no, no,
in
no,
white
hold on.
expert.
the
This is a good, hold on,
60-year-old
hold on. Nate, Nate,
variety.
Nate, Nate. Let's ask him. What is the story? What's the background? What's happening?
It's
What
clear.
happened?
It's clear.
Okay, okay.
It's
Well, what
clear.
is it?
There was somebody who was doxing, and instead of looking at that account and saying, hey, this account's doxing, let everybody know that doxing is going on, and then drawing attention
You're wrong. You're wrong.
specifically
You're already wrong.
only to the
Already
people that
wrong.
need to
Already
see it.
wrong.
Oh,
Am I wrong?
yeah, he doesn't even know what's
Already
going on.
wrong. So she
How am I
did.
wrong?
She did do that. She reached out to the
But
moderators. To the
she included
nope,
the
nope, nope,
account.
nope, nope, nope. So she reached out directly to the owners of the room. This is once again why you're wrong. She reached out to the owners of the room in the back channels to us, nobody else. And she asked us, guys, can you please do something about someone that's doxing somebody in the room?
And
And
then what did
me
she do?
and me
Why
and
are you
Nathan
playing?
were
And then she told
non-responsive.
everyone in
No,
the
no, no, no. Hold on. That's
Discord.
not the point. The point was the
Yes, it is
story's
the
already
point.
incorrect.
Then
The
she told
story's
everyone in
already
the Discord.
incorrect. You said she should have reached out to the moderators. She did. She should
I
have
didn't
reached
get
out
to
to the
finish
people in
my statement.
charge.
I
She
didn't get to
did.
finish my statement.
There's no. There's an inference in your statement that you made earlier
No,
that
the
she didn't
inference
do
is that
X.
she didn't have to share
Your
the account
inference
to
is
I
she
know.
get it.
I
didn't
know you're
do
not
X.
straw
The
manning
account.
him. I know you're not straw manning him.
No, no, no. He inferred that
$50.
This
she
is a
should
straw
have
man.
done.
Yeah.
I'll bet you
New
$50
guy
on that.
owes me 50
She
bucks.
inferred. She inferred that she should have done X, but the actual statement. Sorry, the actual statement is she did do X. That's what you're missing. That's why I say
Did
you don't know the full
she
story.
did she disseminate the information further with the ad? Yes or no?
In the back channels, yes. Once again,
Yeah,
that's
in
what
the
I
back
said.
it's still also
That
doxing
okay?
only
Your statement
it only
was
counts as
she
doxing on the
should
stage.
have reached out to the people, the
I didn't
moderators
finish my
in
statement.
charge.
I
That was
didn't
your statement, and then
finish
I
my
said you're
statement.
wrong already
I did
because
not
she did do that. No, you
finish my statement.
Stigler. I know you're doing. You're making the same mistake everybody else did.
I
You're
did not
assuming. You're
finish.
assuming what
I
happened.
did not
You
finish
you
my
made
statement.
the same
New guy, are
mistake
you an authority on
everybody
what I
else
think and what
made.
I know?
Because you're following the same pattern everybody else did, I'm assuming that you're doing the same thing.
Are
You're
you an
assuming
authority on what I
when
think
I
or
asked you
no?
what happened in the room and you said the
I
same
didn't finish my
statement.
statement. You interrupted me before I even landed.
No, because now you know what happened because I just told you what happened.
You
I
interrupted
should have
me
let
Started
you.
wrong
I
from the
should have.
fucking
I should have.
beginning. Why
before
let you
I
I should
continue
have
even
when
let
you
you.
It's
already
landed.
got
not
it
even.
wrong?
I
It's
should have
not
let
even
you
feedback
land.
Fridays. It's
I
not even
You
should have
feedback
let.
interrupted
interrupt.
I
Fridays.
should have
me
Listen,
let you
hey
drown.
yo,
before
I
I
should
Louis,
have
even
let.
get this
I
fucking
landed.
should have
white
let you
boy.
drown. I
Get him,
should
You
have.
man.
interrupted
I
me
should
No,
have
because I
let you
don't even understand
drown.
what you guys are talking
before
about. Like this
I
whole
Cause
thing
even
is.
You
he's
were
landed.
I
stupid.
don't.
That's
I
why
don't
drowning.
you
really
don't
care.
understand.
Stigler, you were drowning already, and I said, you're already wrong. I said, let me help you. Let me get you out of the water. You're drowning right now.
I
And
I
then
did
you're like,
not
well,
finish my
my
statement.
story actually was. Go ahead.
I'm not drowning if I don't have water in my lungs yet. Maybe I'm in the water. Maybe I'm flapping around. Maybe I
Bro,
look
you
like I
already
need help.
started wrong.
Yeah,
She did
But I don't
I
need
message
already
the
help.
saved
proper
you. I already
authorities.
saved
I
you.
don't
So
need
go
She
help.
ahead.
did
And this ain't
message
the
the
Rio
proper
Grande, so I
authorities.
don't need no Mexican assistance.
Stigler,
Okay?
did you or did you not say she should have reached the proper authorities? Yes or no? Was that your argument? Yes or no?
And I'm not going to answer a vacuumous
Oh
question. Oh,
God, this is bad. This
you
is the
can't just
statement
take
you
all the
made.
nuance out of my
This
position
is
and
the
ask me
statement you
yes or no questions
made, and
about it.
that's why I said you're already
You can't
wrong because
just
she
take
did
all
do
the
that.
nuance out of my
Look,
position
look,
and
look, look,
ask
look,
me
look,
yes
look.
or no
You
questions about it.
shouldn't punch a blind guy.
I
Did
am
he
not
punch a
going to
blind
be
guy?
funneled by your
Oh God,
position.
Are
this is
y'all
It's
gonna
my
let
bad.
him
own opinion.
finish?
This is
Is
My
that
bad
how it
work.
opinion
works right
does not
now?
have to
This
reflect
is
yours.
No,
Let
really
wait, wait.
him
I
Is
don't
this
think we
bad.
should
really
let him
something that
finish.
we
I
have to
don't think
argue
so.
about? This
No,
seems
dude,
like
this is
a
bad.
fucking
He said
meta
that
argument
this
within an
should have
argument.
been done, and then I said,
100
"This is
women in
how I know."
accountability. Go.
I said, "This is how I know you don't know what happened because this was done." And then he says, "You know what? You don't know my position." And then I said, "Did you say this?" He goes, "I'm not going to answer that question." This is really
Because you
bad
can't
work.
place my argument in a vacuum and then make me answer for it. That's ridiculous. That's childish behavior.
Go
We're not
ahead, fix your
married. We're
statement.
not
Fix your
married, new guy. You're
statement.
not my
Fix your
wife.
statement. Go ahead, fix your statement. Go ahead, and do
Look,
it. Do it in real time right now. Fix your statement.
okay, tell me if I'm wrong here. Did she include the at in any of the communications that were publicly visible?
And which one? With the mods? The one that you originally said?
Did she include the at of the account that was performing the doxing in any fashion that was
With
publicly
the
visible?
mods, which was your initial question?
I don't think I could be clear about this question.
I
Did
don't
she
think I could be
include the
clearer with
at
my
in
question.
Do you
publicly
understand what
accessible
any
information?
communications means? Any communications.
Public communications. Did she expose
I
the
told
at
you he
in
was gonna.
public
I told you he was
communications?
gonna fix this. I told you he was gonna fix this questioning. So yes, the answer is yes. Look, 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 watch. Unlike you, I can be genuine. The answer is yes.
I didn't even finish my position. I don't know why you're still doing this. Like, take a Midol. It's going to be okay.
Because you're clearly switching your position. The answer is
No, I'm
yes to
not
your
switching my
question.
position. My
The
position is
answer is
very
yes.
clear. My position is very clear. You don't need to include the at publicly to draw attention to the moderation team.
So when you initially said, "Did she?" Sorry, she should have reached
What I
out to the
said was what
mods.
she should have done, and I didn't
She
get to
should
finish
have done
explaining what she should have
X.
done.
Okay, she did
I
X.
didn't get to
She
finish
should have done. She
explaining.
should have done
I
X. She
didn't
did
finish get
X.
to explaining. I
This is
didn't
terrible.
finish
This is bad
explaining.
work. So
I
your
didn't
second,
finish
hold on.
explaining.
Your second point is, did she put an at on it? Your
Shy
first
Shy is
point.
not wrong.
Hold on. Your first
My
point
point has been
was
the same the whole time. You
no,
don't
no,
get
no,
to
no.
tell
Look,
me
look,
what
look,
my
look, look,
point
look.
is.
2 points.
Doxing is
2 points. Two
You
okay.
points.
don't get
2
to
points.
tell
2
me what
Doxing.
points.
my point is.
Yo,
My
this is
point has
so
been the
easy.
same the
Yo, this
whole
is
time. I
easy
haven't
work.
even been able to finish
Easy
expressing
work.
it without being
Point. Look,
interrupted.
look, look. I'm gonna say in both of them. Point number one. She should have done the proper procedures and reach out to the
No,
mod.
I'm not going to argue with you
Point
about what my
number
point is.
two.
I'm the authority on what my
This is
point
what you
is.
said. This is
I'm
what you
the
said. These are
authority
your
on what my
words.
point is. I'm not going to
Point
argue with
number.
you about what my
Point
point
number
is.
two.
We're not
Did she put
married.
a
We're not
point number?
married. You
Come
don't
on.
touch it.
You're
You don't touch
backpedaling
it.
bad. This is a terrible backpedal.
You
Point number.
don't touch it.
You
You
This
start
can
is
you
making
can
me dinner and
imagine
you
debating
fuck
terrible,
me, and then
someone
you
like
can tell me
that.
what I
You're
bro.
mean.
not married.
Bro, this
That's
backpedaling
You
is
start making my
terrible.
dinner and you fuck me, and you
Your
can tell me what I
second
mean.
point. Your second point
You're not
was.
a man,
Your
Stigler.
second
If that's
point
what your
was.
wife
Did
is doing
she?
with
Yeah.
you, holding you
Your
to
your
consistency, you're
your
not a
your
man, B.
Nobody asked you,
your
Coconut.
second point. Your second point was, did she at anybody? Which second point has nothing to do with the first point. So once again, I said you were
I
going to
didn't
fix
get to
up
make
your.
a singular point in
Oh my
totality. Not
God, this is
one.
bad work. This
Not
is bad
one.
work. This is bad work.
Not one.
Shy Shy was not wrong, and one gorilla could easily take 100 men.
I was the only person that alerted the mods to that doxing account, that impersonating account. I was the only one. Nobody else saw it and knew it for what it was and called it and handled it. And I'm the one on trial again. You guys, you guys
Knowledge, that's all you
priorities.
have to do, bro. To shut Dewey up, hold her to
Okay.
consistency. Bro, I'm gonna take notes.
As
Now
I
I know how to
said,
shut that nigga up, bro. Just be hold
now
that
that
motherfucker to
Monica
consistency.
is above the rules, she should
My name
also
is
be
Scarlett.
above being being
My name is
protected
Scarlett.
from rule violators by the rules. She's above it.
Seems like a threat to me. How do we handle moderators who are so biased that they're going to threaten the regulars in the room?
What a dumb bitch take. God, you're so fucking
It's
stupid.
accurate. It's a
Anyway,
threat, and you
I'm
know
just
it's a
saying,
threat.
if you are above the
I'm
rules,
just saying.
why should
I'm
when
just
you are
saying.
also above being impacted by them? So yeah,
What are we gonna do with
thank you for making it
moderators?
easier. Thank you.
What are we gonna do with moderators who demod people that the homeowners modded?
Is that what
What's the
aboutism? Because you're
consequence
still
for
a weird
that?
bitch who's a
Well, I'm
doxer.
just looking for
You're a
consistency
doxer.
and
You're
discipline
looking
You know what
here.
for
this remind?
a
You know
way
what
to
this
get
remind me
out
of?
of being a fucking doxer, which is what you are.
You guys remember during the Cold War when Winston Churchill was trying to warn Theodore Roosevelt that Joseph Stalin is going to be the next Hitler?
Theodore Roosevelt?
Theodore. Shit, I fucked that up.
Theodore.
Yeah, Theodore.
It was
Yeah,
What?
you remember that?
You got the
Franklin
wrong
Delano Roosevelt.
Roosevelt, fam.
That's
Theodore
my
Roosevelt?
bad.
Franklin, Doc.
Oh, Franklin.
Franklin
Sorry,
When
right?
Delano.
My fault, bro. I was
No, no, don't
when
get your history
when
right, nigga.
my bad.
when John Wilkes
Remember
Booth
when?
shot Lincoln Town Car.
No, but you guys remember that?
I want to
And
point
it was
out.
like, yo, man, be
I
careful.
want to point out. I asked for one person's opinion. That's the one opinion I never heard. I just want to point that out.
Oh shit. Yeah, let King go ahead, bro. But Charlie remind me of Winston Churchill warning us, hey, be careful. You have to be careful. Monica is gonna be the next Stalin.
I'm Stalin?
I actually also don't understand what
Nathan,
happened
Wait, is
I
Nathan
in
don't
turning
totality.
on
understand. Nathan, are
Monica?
you
Hold on.
serious?
Wait,
Are you
wait. Nathan
serious?
is
Because that's
turning
going
on
to give me
Monica?
really good information on
What?
how I handle
Can
this.
somebody tell me what?
What?
Are you
Can,
trolling, Nathan? Are you sincere that you think that I'm a genocider of people and a mass dictator? Is that what you're going
Wait,
for?
wait,
just
wait,
call her
wait,
Oh
wait.
Kazi.
my
Just
Did
call
you
her
not
God.
hear
Kazi.
what I just said?
That's
How
what you
did?
said.
He was making
Oh
an
my God!
analogy
Seriously?
That's
to
what I.
to
Okay, look, like I'd love to be
He's
corrected,
saying
but
that Tali is right in warning against bad behavior, but not specific behavior.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah,
What?
you're not accusing her of genocide. You're accusing her of basically being the bigger threat that you didn't pay attention to, and Tali was correct in calling it.
No,
is
that's not
that
what I'm
what
By
saying,
you're?
way
bro.
of analogy.
No,
Oh my god, I
no,
hate
no,
all of
no,
So,
you.
no, no.
right,
Yeah, no,
That would be
right.
accurate
Welcome.
then.
Welcome
That would
to
be
no,
the
accurate.
club, Dewey, being perpetually misunderstood, even though you're
no.
right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm not drawing any conclusion. I'm just saying. At one point, I'm not. I don't think it. Reason why I chose this analogy was to show how extreme it is and how Totley's reacting. Like Monica's the next Stalin. I don't see it that way, obviously.
Well, it wasn't obvious, so thank
Given
you for
given
clarifying.
How
given
wasn't obvious? Are
misunderstanding of
you Stalin?
history,
Really, Monica?
given
Oh,
Nathan's misunderstanding of history, we got to forgive him. He doesn't understand the
I
metaphor he's
just
trying to
thanked
create.
you for clarifying.
Nathan thinks Stalin was a weird doxing bitch, is what he's trying to say.
no.
Oh, here comes
That's
ankle
not what I'm
biter
talking
number
about.
one. Let's hear from Chili's.
If you
Chili's,
guys
what do you
remember the
have for us
Cold War,
It
today?
was a joke about Stalin. You're
America
not.
was right in the middle. America was in the middle of everything, man. You had Winston Churchill. It's like, hey, be careful. This was happening. I know. I've dealt with him. I know what type of person he is. And you had Franklin, like, okay, I hear you, but at the end of the day, I still have to interact with him. I'm not gonna, rage war or anything like that. But
I just want
This
to
it's
is a
my
very
say,
bad example.
Chili's has called me knowledge and Gustavo more than anybody in this room. So she's the biggest doxer that I know.
No, so she's only done the antidox to one person repeatedly. You see, to catch up to the other person who faced consequences, she would have to do it to 7 other people.
Yeah,
So we've
that
got quite
narrative
a lot
doesn't
of
fly
rope.
either.
Got a lot of rope there.
Was only Stilgar, and it was only Pulp once. Stilgar twice, Pulp once.
I don't
And it
know.
was only the
Anthony only
second
stabbed that
time.
white boy in the chest one time. I don't know why all
That's
you.
comparable. The
I don't know
death of a
why.
teenager is
I don't know why all the
comparable
white
to
people
using
mad
someone's
for.
first
It was just
name.
one knife to the chest, brother.
Well,
One knife to
Stilgar,
the
did
chest.
you die, Stilgar? Are you dead, Stilgar? No, you're still alive. Good
So I'm
news.
gonna continue the Monica is actually retarded timeline
No one
because she doesn't
cares.
understand analogy.
You censor me all the time. People are bored. Can we go back to a
Mm.
topic?
I just wanted to be consistent.
No, well,
That's all. And
get
now
in
that I've
line.
established that Monica is above the rules,
She gonna threaten me
thank you.
again?
Thank you.
New guy,
I know
Nathan, you
now.
really gonna let her
Now
threaten
I
me
know.
again?
and I will act accordingly.
Yeah, I think you should be demodded for a week
Wait,
for the
Tali,
bullshit
which
you
rule did
pulled
she
last
which
Monday.
rule did she break, Tali? Let's go down. Let's go down this rabbit trail.
No,
Which
no
rule did she
doxing.
break?
No doxing.
How did she dox?
Can I explain it? Okay, I'll let
Yeah,
Tally
yeah,
go.
break it
Tally
down to
after
me.
Tally goes.
Because I don't get this doxing part. I don't see how she doxed
Okay.
anyone.
Can you
Go ahead.
go to the shared chat and you will see what was shared previously? And
No,
that,
I know what was shared. I deleted the information.
Oh,
okay,
you did. Oh, that's
okay.
good to
Yeah.
know, cause
Because
bitch,
you didn't.
bitch woman
Because you
said that
didn't.
I did.
You didn't have the good sense to delete it even after it was pointed out that
Now
his
you're
full
flipping
name.
it. You accuse me of
Okay,
deleting it,
okay,
and there
okay.
ain't
Let's
Yeah,
any
get
yeah.
no. Please,
evidence.
please,
That
And
was
man.
then
that
Let's
was
now
let's
me.
you're
get.
That was
like,
me assuming you weren't retarded. That's
Come
my
on, come on,
fault.
come on, come on, come on, come
Assuming you
on.
weren't fucking retarded is my fault.
Put a one
Anyway,
in the chat if you're tired
so
of hearing about Monica, cause I am.
as I was saying, um, she revealed the full name, employment, and books authored by the individual because of the way that she chose to share the information. And I can tell you what she did. Clicked on the profile, hit the share button rather than put the at in the chat, which again, I wouldn't even recommend that. I think it was enough to just alert the mods that were there. And if new mods come in, do the same. And that prevents the spread of the information that the actual person being doxxed doesn't want public to the app.
Okay, wait. Did she look up the information herself?
No, she just reposted it.
She reposted someone's account. That's a doxer
Correct. And the way that she
to the
did it,
complaint box
the way that she
by
did
share
it.
by yeah
Mm-hmm.
by copying the person's profile
Mm-hmm.
and pasting it into Chillism. Sorry, in the white belts, the
Mm-hmm.
complaint box.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, so I heard you all say that it's doxing, but because she's a Southern woman with a big heart and probably bigger
No,
pimples.
I'm trying to figure out where's the malicious intent. Where's the sign that I'm finding this information to
And you
hurt
know
you?
what? That would be the critical difference. I'm looking at potential harm.
Okay, but the potential harm was with this the person's account who was out there in Clubhouse. Her alerting us about it. How was she doing? How
She's
was she
not just
trying to hurt
alerting
this
you
person?
about it. There's ways she could
What do
have
you
just
mean?
alerted you about it. That's not what she did.
Wh-
She spread the doxing information further, and she knew exactly what she was doing. This person was not
No,
her
that's what
friend.
you guys are
You're
saying.
gonna
That's
She
what
have
you
to
knew
guys are
it was.
argue
saying.
I think
for
I
She
Listen,
think
her.
you
one,
have
knew
to.
wait,
it
wait,
was
You
one,
have to
one
prove
minute.
classified.
that.
You
She
I
have to
think
knew
you do
it
have
was
to
argue
prove
for
that
doxing.
second
She
part.
knew it was
you got to
doxing.
prove
She
that,
knew
girl.
the information contained in the profile was doxing because she used that word
Yes,
when
I know that.
describing it
Yes,
to you.
listen, wait, time out. We know that the information there is doxing, right? But she
Hmm.
was spreading awareness to a doxer. That's an old doxer who's been around in the clubhouse for years. This is what I don't get. How was she trying to dox someone?
She
By
did.
spreading someone. Oh my God, I'm done.
Okay. Okay. Me
Uh-huh.
too.
You guys
I
have
am
to
also
prove
done.
intent here. You
Can,
guys
does
have to
anyone
prove
understand
intent.
my point?
You guys
Okay.
have to
So
prove intent.
fine. Final
Like
words.
like
Free Anthony. Free Hinton, who ran that random cop over because he was mad. Free that black man. Free all these people, you
Wait,
know?
Tali, are you trying to tell me you could dox someone by mistake?
Possibly.
No,
Not to
doxing
that
is
extent.
something you
Not to that
intentionally
So
extent.
do.
so
Come
Not to
on,
so
that
it's
Nathan.
extent.
intentional. It's
Not to that
intentional.
extent.
No,
Not
listen, doxing is intentional. That's the whole point about you intentionally going out your way to be malicious by spreading that person's information. You
okay.
can't prove that. And
Monica
that's what
is
I'm trying
above
to
the
get.
rules. Got it. Anyway, yes, we can move on.
You know what?
Yes?
You want? I don't argue with women. I just remember.
Anyway, you can come up and complain about me on anything. That's fine. Um,
Hey Nathan,
Yo.
just so everyone is aware, we're
I
all
just wanted to
less
make sure
safe.
you were still my bitch.
Oh
We're all
my
less safe.
God.
Our privacy is less safe because the perpetually unintentional violator, has a big old heart.
So,
Maybe it's hypertension or maybe it's good intentions. I don't know. There's some
guys,
tension in there.
are y'all
No,
ready?
what you guys have, you have your pitchforks right now. You guys have your dang noose. You
Are
guys
y'all
out there trying to hunt some crackers. I know what y'all up to, and I'm
are,
not a part of that shit. Y'all
but
not gonna
are,
dang make me hang Monica. Fuck out of here with that dumb shit.
are y'all ready to stop believing in God?
Bro,
No.
give me your best argument for atheism.
Oh my God.
Yes, finally.
Yes, let's go.
George Bush.
God doesn't exist
Well,
because
I'm
George
done.
Bush.
You got me. You got me. Yep, you're right. You got me.
See,
Cogito, just so you know, he's a part of your camp, bro. That like when we
Not
talk about
Nathan.
people who don't believe in God, this is what I think about. People just like him. You too, well, Nathan. I see you down there. This is your people, non-God believers.
Which
hell
is a
yeah.
shame. Which is a shame because I like El Nathan, man. El Nathan Baldwin.
Can Nathan, you're gonna look into having a secret chat that we know the at to that we can send problems for only the moderators to see? Because we
There,
had that and then it got deleted.
that's not what that was, and also that's called back channels. Um, Anywho.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, I
Please,
forgot.
ma'am.
I'm entirely too rational to be part of decision making when you
Rabid.
know what? When select individuals who are above the rules are involved.
No,
Can
we
we get
gotta
an
be honest
actual
here. There
chillism
is
definition of what doxing is? Because, well,
no, no,
I
it
just
doesn't
want the
matter. No,
actual
no,
chillism definition of what
no,
doxing is.
no. Mm.
Oh my God, man, we
I
got my
don't want to
boy
go against
Andrew.
it. I don't want to
Listen,
accidentally go against it. I need
listen,
the actual rule.
listen.
Like,
I think
I want the actual
we gotta
chillism
take
rule
case. We
from
gotta take
Nathan and
everything
Knowledge.
case by case. We gotta actually take everything case by case. I do not think Trillian Tally can prove that Monica meant to dox somebody today. I'm going to chuck that up with Monica's incompetency,
Yeah,
and
that's
it's a
not.
It's a
teachable
pattern of
And
moment.
behavior.
I'm
It's a
listen,
either
pattern of
I'm either
behavior.
listen,
evil or
You
I
know
just
what,
want
Matt?
to
incompetent.
It's a
disagree,
pattern of
man. I don't
behavior.
think she did
And
that
Andrew,
by
come up
your own
intentionally.
here. I
choices
want to ask
are
you
You
a
know what?
question.
so
You
Andrew,
know
come
what,
logical
up.
at
Yeah.
the
Matt?
same time.
Like
You know what,
you
Matt?
know
I
what's
gotta admit.
funny, Mr. Finley, you know what's funny? Like I'm the one who suggested the 3 day punishment for Monica.
It was
I
supposed
got
to be 2 days.
lambasted for it.
What's up, Andrew?
I got lambasted for
What's
it,
up,
and
brethren?
now I'm being partial again and
Oh,
still
this is
getting
I don't want to ask you
lambasted
a
for
question.
it.
Hey,
Hey,
Matt.
Andrew, I need
I
to
gotta
talk
say
about how
this.
you
I
run
gotta
your
say this, Matt.
rooms.
I gotta say this, Matt. I gotta say this because I agree. You are a very impartial individual, and I trust your judgment. And with that said, my blackness will still not allow me to support Monica. I'm sorry.
We know.
Okay,
Andrew,
quick question. I just want to say, Andrew, I'm a Jew. Tell me why I should believe in your Jesus. Go.
Wait,
are you?
before that,
I did, you're gonna have to convince me you're a Jew first, Telly.
uh-oh.
Not the fucking BHI. I have literal documents from Jewish
Uh,
authorities confirming that I completed a conversion. So yes, I am formally recognized as Jewish by the Jews. So I'm a Jew to the Jews,
right.
even if I'm not a Jew to you.
L'chaim.
Andrew, do we
Well,
have, is there a reciprocal arrangement between Chillism, white belts, and your rooms that the Chillism regulars can be on your stages and engage in conversations in your rooms and don't have the chat shut off to prevent communication? Are we going to
yeah, the
have
chat
that?
shut off.
Because
Yeah, the chat shut off last room. I don't know why that happened. That was my bad somehow. I wouldn't do that. That's like never happened. So I don't know why that happened. But then, as far as people being on stage, as long as you're not banned by any individual mod, yes, of course you can. There's no reason why you couldn't. And as
all
far
right,
as the
thanks.
case, yeah, and as far as the case for Christ, Tally, I don't know if you were in the room when Mike was talking to Ethan, which
that's what I
might be.
want to talk to you about. Like,
Yeah, I thought that was an excellent conversation, Mike. That was. I don't know if you liked it, but I thought
I
it
did
was.
like it. I at some point though, like, I fucking didn't understand what he was saying. Did you?
I tracked him all the way up until I had to kind of blink out a little bit because I was working and driving through bad area. But dude, that was so good. I think when it got to the part where you guys were talking about the constraints of logic, or how he was able to say, hey, this is possible and this isn't possible, and you were
He actually helped me realize something that I think strengthens my argument. Did you hear the part where he said like God grounds truth, and I was like, what? And I was like, what does that
yes,
mean? Okay,
So
And then did you hear the part where he was talking about like the formula to truth is contingent on reality, right? He even said
yeah,
if there's no reality, there's no truth, right? And then we know that reality is just born with existence. Anytime you have existence, you have reality, right?
yeah, right.
So I was like, okay, existence means reality. Reality means truths, which means that if God didn't choose to exist, God's always existed. The quote, the truth doesn't come out because God's features. It only comes out because something exists. But what he said was, no, God is existence. I was like, what do you mean by that? And then he's like, well, existence exists and it has properties. And then I was like, okay, like explain that. And then it was just like blah blah blah. I was like, bro, I fucking don't know
Well,
what you're talking about, dude. The fuck. And I was trying
well,
to be nice.
but just know he was good faith. I hope he
No,
didn't
he
think.
was. No, he was. I
Okay,
was gonna say he has like a teaching style, but I was like, yo, look, if there's two competing worlds, you have the not God world and the God world. The not God world has all the ingredients for truth based off of
yeah,
what you said.
yeah.
No, it doesn't.
So
Yes, it does.
he's
I.
saying
Look. Go ahead. Go.
so I
Sorry.
agree. Existence would carry truth with it necessarily, right? If there's existence, there's reality, then there's truth.
Reality, there's truth.
Right. Things are
Yeah.
what they are. They can't be what they're not.
Correct.
Of identity, all that stuff's going to apply, right? If there is anything
I
in
don't
existence,
even know because I think there could be a relative truth, right? Like we could even say, like, truths could be different per circumstances of reality. I'm not even
okay,
going to
well,
commit to a certain thing. I'm just going to say if
well,
the
okay,
I'm going to say
Mike, you
like
talking about little T truth. He talking about capital T truth.
no, 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 no. I'm not. I'm
Little
not. Look,
when you say relative, you're not talking about little T truth.
no, no.
you,
Relative means
okay,
like, look, if there's multiple different type of existences, right, that carry their own type of reality. Like, I'm not even against the idea that they can have different constraints of logic. Fine. I'm not going to say Aristotelian logic is like, or we'll just call it the Godlic. The God logic is like the one all be all. I'm just saying the fact that there is an existence automatically gives birth to truth. Whether there's intentionality or a mind behind it, all you need is for existence, in this case, to exist. I don't know how to say it
I think I know what you're saying, Mike. The
yeah.
thing is, I think I don't know. I'd be surprised if he disagrees with that. I just think he thinks that
Well,
God.
he didn't disagree with it. He said it's impossible for God not to
Oh
exist.
yeah, that means he's a necessary being, right? So
Yes.
he's saying, yeah, he's saying that God exists
And
in all possible
and
worlds.
that's where I said, okay, great. Now show me how you got there. And
Sure.
then it got to fucking
Wild stuff.
something.
I missed
Like,
all that.
I mean, I didn't even fucking know how to pronounce the words he was saying and so on. But I think that that's going to be a big burden to overcome. It's not just look. You know what? It's not to even say that he can't find like some pattern, but there is now, according to, and he helped me because I was like on ChatGPT. I was like, is it logically impossible to have existence without reality? No, yes, it's logically impossible. Is it logically impossible for truth to exist if reality doesn't exist? Yes, it's logically impossible. So therefore, truth is contingent to existence
Yeah,
by definition. So all we now we know, okay, if there is a form of existence, if there's some, again, just forgive me for my limited language because these like kind of primitive terms, existence and all that kind of shit, I don't know how to say it any other way. So
yeah, got you, bro.
you have like existence. And that just naturally gives rise to any form of truth, even capital T. But let's just say God is that thing. Let's go with God, right? God has always existed. And because God's always existed, there's going to be a natural, like, God reality beyond God's, like, control. The very fact that God just exists means that there's just this reality. Now, somebody can say God could alter the reality, but that just means that God's altering what was already there. God doesn't choose like the default setting, right? According to what he's saying. Because can you say, for example, could God exist but there be no reality? He said no,
Yeah, I agree. No,
right? So that means like if you look at it in the most like kind of like a if you strip it down to its core and you just evaluate the fact that God exists, there naturally is a reality without God having anything to do with it. It's just the mere fact that God
I agree with that.
exists.
I agree with that,
Yeah.
Mike. I think
Okay.
truth is built into existence. I think truth
So
is
then,
built
so
into.
then that means the grounding of truth isn't necessarily with God. It's necessarily with existence, even
Now,
if God is there.
yeah, that's interesting. I would actually agree with that. I'd be interested to see what he says.
Me too, but I can't understand the fucking guy when I talk.
Yeah,
When he talk, no disrespect.
no, I do, dude. Ethan's a freaking yeah. He's insane, bro. But
I don't believe he's a theist.
well, that's fine. I mean,
I think
you
you know what
know,
he is. You know how there's like a social drinker.
yeah,
I think he has like he shares views along with people that tend to be theists, and like to kind of get along, he's created this kind of pathway for it to make sense for him. He's that intelligent, and it's kind of like God is love, God is vibrations, God is everything, God is existence. It's kind of like
Like everyone says that to a theist, they can't be. You're not a
he-
theist. You're
and
too
here's
no,
smart to
no, no.
be
I
a
didn't say
theist.
I didn't. I believe no. I believe you're a theist, but I
hold
think that the argument that he's constructed is kind of like so broad that I think he's made sense to him because
Does
what
it make
like
sense to you?
I no. I
well
mean, no, no, no.
what
Let me stop. Rewind. I understand what he's saying. If that's what you mean by makes sense,
you
Yeah,
got
yeah.
80%. I think
but
you're on board with 80% of what he said when you got to that last part. That's where you
well,
guys
he
started
helped me,
fighting.
and all I said was this. I was like, look, if you have two competing ideas, he didn't want to go down my hypothesis, like my hypothetical. Sorry, he's like, no, that's impossible. I think in his mind, he's like saying it's a squared circle, right? A squircle, as
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
put it, right? And I'm like, okay, hold on here, bro. Like, even I can
A
kind of play.
squircle.
Yeah, that was
Well,
his word, not mine. Even I could fathom the idea, or at least try to listen to somebody if they're talking about a squircle. So what I was saying
yeah,
is, look, it like based on his set axioms, right? That he has to argue for, and apparently he has an argument for it, right? And apparently he's the goat and everything like that. But I'll say this: I didn't leave feeling defeated. You know what I
no,
mean?
well, it wasn't like that either. It wasn't adversarial. You guys were just having
No,
a
I don't. When I say adversarial, yeah, you're right. It wasn't like confrontational, but I
yeah.
didn't leave feeling like, oh, I just got out argued. I left feeling like, oh, he just helped me, like with my view.
You're resilient,
That's
Mike.
how it
Let me just say
starts.
this. I'm
Like,
not going to go into a big defense of Ethan because I've already done that
No,
before.
look.
It,
I've been
it
trying to fucking
out
chase you
what?
down for 2 days. I'm like Andrew, because I want to know what you think. Like, I
Well,
want you to defend it. I
yeah.
want you to
Well, I
say
just
whatever
want
you
to
say to make
say,
yourself feel better.
Mike,
I know
Mike,
people in the other room. Yeah, people. Hey, Nathan, people in the other room give this guy a hard time with this guy, but like, I'm not gonna do that because I'm actually interested.
well,
Because
let
you
me
know
just,
where I'm coming
yeah.
from, right?
Yeah, well,
yeah,
let me just
yeah.
say this. This turned into a blackmail where Tom Rabbit blackmailed
I know
Ethan
you
to
told you
tell me
told me.
that he wasn't a Christian and all this stuff. It was wild, dude. But here's the thing. Ever since Ethan claimed to be a theist, he's never gone back on that. Not one time. In all of his trolling,
You know what?
he's never.
Look, it makes it more fun. I don't even care. But
Yeah,
like,
I know that's fine, right? Because what I tell people now, just deal with his arguments. Who cares? I don't
exactly.
care if he's pulling it directly out of his anus. Just deal with his arguments.
He's
But
put some thought into it for sure, dude. But
yeah,
like, I'm just saying this. Like,
yeah.
when I was talking to him, it got to a point where I had more clarity in my view, and it helped me. Like now, I'm like, I want
Mike,
to
that's
run.
how it starts, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm just saying. Hey, my
your view
lowercase
is gonna
a,
clearly go to
a,
God now.
no dog. My lowercase a fucking got a boner. I'm like uppercase now, dog. You know what I mean? And it's
Mike,
all thanks
I'm
to
telling
him.
you.
The
You mean
Listen,
formula.
your
Hey,
he
lowercase?
told you a formula. Now he's gonna apply it with God, and then you're gonna be like,
It's going to be
nah,
good.
bro. No,
I
no, no.
have to
Look,
apply
look,
that.
look. I'll tell
I'm
you this.
glad that
Here's
conversation.
why. I'll tell you this because, like, you can call it some issue of incredulity. There's no way anyone's gonna convince me on this fucking hocus pocus thing. It's
No,
just
we're
not
going
gonna
to
work,
convince
right?
you.
But Mike,
We're
that's how
convince
you
you.
see it.
You
If you
see what?
see it like a hocus pocus, you're looking at it
Yes.
wrong.
And
Okay.
did you know?
Well, I know you're gonna say.
Oh, did you know, Mike? Real quick, did you know that when I met Sasha, she was like, theism is stupid. Like she thought theism was dumb. Now she actually is backed off of that, and she's an agnostic now.
Also, I don't care. I mean, things do.
And I
Look,
think what happens
good for
is,
him. Like, I get that, and I even had a conversation. I still feel like what I said overrode what he said because he was talking about probability. Because I think he referred to the fine tuning argument, right? I think at some point in time he's going to special plead.
Fine tuning not just the universe, but also the human, the psychophysical harmony,
Just
and
yeah,
uh, yeah, I think those two arguments are going to be ones that she's going to say, "Hey, those favor theism." The best
no,
estimate.
I talked to him already about it in the sense of
Yeah,
the fine tuning and the probability thing was something, and he'll explain it to you better than I could. But I'm more importantly, I still have like this excitement over this grounding of truth, and here's why. This is, no, no, no. This is why. This is why. Let me get this out, and then I'll kind of back off this because I know there's other people. Is
oh, I'm
because
excited too, buddy.
based on that explanation,
Yeah,
I hold a position that something's always existed. I just don't have any reason to believe that there's an intentionality or there's a mind behind this thing or like in the beginning of this thing, whatever, however you want to describe it. But the fact that all we need now is existence for there to be some grounding of truth, it means the mind is not the contingency. It's
yeah, I
just
would
the,
agree with that.
you
I would
see
agree
what I
with that.
mean? So
I'm
like
open. Yeah,
it's like whoa, that just elevated my model because all
sure.
the ingredients now to truth being quote unquote grounded,
Yeah,
right, is now there. So
yeah. I think
it's
inherent existence, and I wonder what he would say to that. I'm open to being wrong on that. If Ethan said that's wrong, I'll definitely listen.
he's gonna say it's
But
impossible.
yeah, I want to
He's
hear
because he's
how
saying
he does.
this is what he was saying. This is where you probably checked out. This is where I kind of lost him. He was saying it's impossible for God not to be existence.
Okay, yeah, I want to hear
You
how
see what I
he.
mean? And
Yeah,
so when you make that kind of like bold of a statement, sorry, hold on, my baby's crying.
I mean, in the sense that God's a necessary being, we're saying that He exists in all possible worlds. That means there is no world in which He doesn't exist. But I would be interested if He was to entertain the idea that there was not a God. Would there be truth inherent in existence? And it
There would
seems like,
have to be,
yeah, it seems like there would be.
like, right?
So
So
yeah,
like, isn't
yeah, I
that
agree.
cool?
Yeah, yeah. No, well, dude, I've always said the laws of logic are inherent in like reality. It's not like these aren't something that we like discover or sorry, they aren't something that like exists somewhere in like a platonic realm. They're just inherent to existence. Things are what they
To
are. Uh,
reality, and
yeah, exactly.
reality,
They're,
and
it's
all
to
all
existence.
you need for a reality
Yeah,
is an existence.
yeah.
You don't need
There's
an intelligent existence. You don't need a, like if God was a vegetable, like vegetable state God, right?
he
You would
still
have
would be
some
what he is. He still would
exact,
be what he
and
is. He would the law
there
of
would
non
still be a
non.
reality, and
Yeah,
by definition, then there would
yeah.
be truths to that
I, I
reality.
I agree. I agree. I agree with
Damn.
that.
So I was like, thank you, fucking Ethan. You are the go, homie. I got two kids crying. Keep talking.
No, you're good, bro. I'm down, Mike. I'm with you on that. So we'll see what he
The
says.
new
But
pope
yeah,
has been announced, guys. I'm sorry to bother you. The new pope has been announced, and
I'm
he's
gonna skin you.
American.
Lincoln. I'm gonna skin you.
He's
Yo, Incan, you were
American.
about 3 hours. Incan, you're like 3 hours late, bro.
Andrew, how do you feel about the new pope? You're not Catholic though, you're just
I'm gonna
Christian.
skin him too.
So you don't approve of the new pope?
I don't really know anything about the new pope. Yeah,
Whoa, whoa,
So you're
whoa. Wait,
Protestant, not
what
Christian,
denomination
not
are you
I'm
Catholic?
Andrew?
Protestant, so I protest.
Not Christian is right. No, ma. No,
I
you,
protest.
Scarlet, you said it right the first time. Not Christian.
What size head?
What
What
say you,
size
heretic?
Incan? What size head do you have?
Um, why are you? Do you believe in divination, you heretic?
No, we need to work out the dimensions, Bob. I gotta make sure that everything's gonna work
Hey,
out
look,
good.
I just got off. I just got off the Bima plantation. All right, you got to watch out. Scarlet might turn me in.
Listen, y'all ran Beamer out of here. I just want y'all to know that.
I didn't run
Wait,
her
what?
out of here.
Y'all?
Nathan, Nathan,
Y'all?
Nathan, Nathan. I
Yep.
quote. I told Bima, Nathan, let's drop this. Look, let's just not talk about this anymore. People like you here. I said that, Nathan. Right? You
But
know who
then,
you
but
know
then,
who pointed this out to me? Sasha. Sasha said, "Hey, we were talking about joking about spirit animals," and I said, they asked me what's your spirit animal. I was like, "Oh, not a pit bull." And then Sasha said, "Well, you should let go." And I'm like, you know what? This is kind of bad. And then I told Bima, let's just drop this.
I
Look,
did.
this
I
doesn't look
remember.
good. We will not talk about this. Do you think she said, okay, fine? She said
But
no.
did it have like a little spice to it though, Incan? Wasn't it like if you don't drop it though,
All
I'm
right,
ready to
all right,
go?
all right. I tried. Don't say that I did a Katrina Rano want a white woman out of here.
But
Yeah, that's what I told. Look, it's
He
not
can
that
he
I
can
have
get.
reasons to drop it, right? Because she kept on saying something in chat. You're just afraid. I was like, I have like shitload of
That's
jokes
what it
loaded up.
was. That's
I do,
what you
I
said,
do,
Ethan. That's what you
shitload of
said. You
jokes.
said if you don't, but
Yeah.
if you don't want to, then I've got a bunch loaded up. Like it was kind of not. It wasn't a clean. Let's drop it. You know what I mean? It was kind of like. Yeah,
Okay.
I think that might be a little the problem with it. But Nathan, sorry, I wasn't trying to run her out of here. Well, she was just here and she.
He's gonna accuse me of running out a white girl, and in this room, that is the worst crime you can commit against Nathan. Nathan claims that the worst thing is calling him an
She
atheist,
was.
right? But I'm telling you right now, it's running out a white lady. You cannot do that. All right?
Nah.
All right? People run people room out of any
Nah, they got
time.
packed up. There's
But run out a white woman.
Yo, Nathan
Everyone,
getting
everyone
exposed.
loses
Oh
their.
my gosh, was she here? I didn't see her. Was Bima here? Was Bima here? Nathan, was Bima here?
Beeman hasn't been in the room almost a week now.
What?
God
Seriously.
bless.
At
Dude.
least, at
Well,
least.
God is
oh,
good.
well, that was brutal. Look, there was a massive con.
Yeah, Beaver.
Dude, I thought she was up for it. I thought she was built for that because I was
I
like,
thought she was too.
Bima,
Nah,
you.
she's
She gave me like
Bemis.
an hour rant on the, can you spell axe? And like I just had to point out, if you're skinning Indians and putting them on the plantation.
Hey, yo, Beaver's a savage. Beaver
Andrew.
said Beaver has
Yo,
Be
that's
the reason why
crazy.
Beaver has a solution of why she's gone. Beaver said her pit bull attacked her.
See,
Jesus.
y'all
Yo,
evil.
what?
You guys are evil, man.
She's
Listen,
like,
nah.
she's like, I've
I'm
been
gonna
in
tell
the
you this,
hospital. She's like, you guys won't believe it. My pit bull turned on me and
Yo,
Bro,
Beaver
Beamer a
died.
Beamer's
good
not
girl,
in
man.
Beamer's
She
not
I
just,
in
like Bima.
yeah,
Hey, just
and
Bima. I
she
like
gets
Bima.
up a she
I'm
have
not. Dude, I'm not
a
against Bima.
savior complex.
I'm not against the
But
slavery complex. Nathan, why do you turn
but
everything to slavery, brother?
that.
no no
That's
no
why
no no
she's not in
no no
here,
no. I
Nate.
said savior
Okay,
complex, not slaves.
That
maybe that was me turning it to slavery.
that's why she's not in here, Nate.
Now you getting offensive. You was like, oh my god, maybe we're gonna bring it to race again.
She's too busy right now saving the blackies, guys. Come on, let her be, bro.
Yeah, that's the only thing I dislike about the rhetoric. Like, hey, you need me to save you, and if you don't like it, well, fuck you. We the only one here to save you. That's a rhetoric.
Well, she tried to save me from being called racist by Chili's and everybody else when I laughed at the axe joke. But it's all
I don't
good.
even know what you're talking about. The axe joke.
I know Chili's. You usually don't know what anybody's talking
Yeah,
about.
okay.
Oh my god.
So
But
I was laughing because
Listen,
I
you gotta
couldn't
let
even
it go,
hear.
man.
Are you
Jerry,
hearing me? Are you hearing
Jerry,
me in your brain like
Jerry.
when
That
I'm
was a
not
good one.
there? Are you okay?
Andrew,
Jerry,
you gotta
Jerry.
let go of the beef with Chili's, man. Chili's a good person, bro.
She's one of the
Chili's
good
attacked
ones.
Nathan. She attacked me first, bro.
I know, but we Christians, we turn the other cheek, brother.
I have turned the other cheek towards her,
Chili's
but
attacked
keeps
you.
going
Wait,
at
We
it.
keep
Chili's
on
attacked you
turning.
too,
There isn't a
Andrew?
time.
That's crazy. What she
There isn't a
did?
time when we stop turning. We
We
always turn.
Can I
we
rebuke?
love Chili's King.
Chili's
Do I
attacks me on the
rebuke?
Oh,
regular.
you know I love Chili's. Chili's, Big Mac.
Chili's is one of the pros.
Barbecue
Chili's.
sauce.
No, I think my sights are on somebody else now. I got a new enemy, so I'm gonna back off of Chili's.
Oh, tell me who
I
it
gotta get
is.
off. I gotta get off Clubhouse. I just texted one of my friends back, and what I did is I copied his message, and then I put two forward slashes, and then pasted my answer. Like I gotta get off. I gotta get off this shit.
I
Oh,
do it my mom. I'm like, I'm not done speaking. My mom's like, what the fuck
What
are you
the
calling
fuck?
me like that for? I
Yo,
wasn't.
the other day I was talking to my wife, and then I was like, so it seems to be the case, or like, and I was like, man, why the fuck am I speaking like concrete, bro? Like,
oh,
why the fuck,
oh
bro?
no!
I said,
You're-
so it
oh
seems to me
no!
like the case, bro.
You're like,
Or
hold on.
I
You're like, oh,
take it, and I, oh yeah, then I said like, or I take this to be, and I was like, what the fuck am
no,
I
no, no,
doing,
Ethan.
bro?
You're like, Ethan. You're like, one more second. I'll land my plane. I'll land my
Yeah,
plane.
one more second, I land my plane. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You need to go around.
Uh,
You need to have a sign on your back instead of saying "kick me." It needs to say "skin me." Ethan, what do you think about that?
No,
oh my god,
no.
I just
Is
want to
that good?
say
Oh, Andrew's
that
so
that
dark.
that is dark. That is dark, Andrew. But
Awesome. Not as dark as
given the
you.
fact that you have
Is he cutting out for somebody else other than me?
No, no,
No,
no.
he's
It's
cutting
coming
out.
up clear.
He's cutting out.
You're cutting out, my brother. It's that reservation Wi-Fi.
No.
Um, I have something killer for you, Holly. I need to send it to you. It's gonna be good. You're gonna like it. I gotta get the good quality though, because it's awesome.
Okay.
I've become such a big fan of Holly in the past 2-3 weeks.
Holly's
Yo,
Yeah,
awesome.
that's a fact. That's a
Damn.
fact.
yo,
Uh,
Holly, I really fucks with you, girl.
Man, this is a good day I'm having.
let's not
Thank you.
forget, Holly. I was the first one. I was the first one to give you.
We've always kicked it. I know I like you.
You're that. I was there. Okay. Because all you niggas want to jump now. Oh, Holly's the best. No, you should have been doing that back in the
Yeah, yo,
day.
back when Holly wasn't cool, you should have been.
Right. When she wasn't
Yeah,
cool, Andrew.
back
Now
when
they all want to Holly this, Holly that. Come on, huh? They hopped on the
King,
trend. That's really what it
it,
was.
it happy King to see you in a room like Ethan saying truth. Ethan saying truth. I'm
Yeah,
like,
are you?
yes, King. Ethan is saying truth, and I'm glad you're listening.
Yeah, I was there for the entire thing too, Andrew. It was very edifying. His conversation with Mike, they both did a great job.
So good. It was so
Um,
good. I told him at the end. I didn't get to tell you, Mike, but I really appreciate. I don't think
yeah,
I got to.
Mike did an excellent job.
That was a great
Ethan
comment.
did an excellent job. So it was
Hitler.
actually entertaining, like the
It was.
entire time.
It was because
You
Mike
know,
was getting
it's
squirrely every once in a while too. He's like, bro, I don't like. He's like, he's like, he's
well,
like,
Mike
he's
can
like,
be very honest. He can
yeah,
be
no, he
very
was.
honest
He's like, I don't like
about
what you
certain
just did
things.
there. He's like, Ethan, I
Yeah,
don't like what you just did there. What was that little thing you just did? He's like, it sounds like you're just saying. And Ethan's
yeah.
like, Ethan's like,
The-
no, 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 no. You don't understand. You don't understand. It was so good.
right. There
That's
was only one place I felt like Andrew, Ethan probably should have been a little more patient with Mike,
yeah,
right? And
yeah.
then but
Yeah.
then also I would say that I felt like at the end Mike was kind of playing games, trying to act like he didn't know what Ethan
I
was
was
saying.
thinking that too.
So
Started to cut out,
that's like
Mike. Were you
Wait, what are
that's
you
my
saying? What
only
are you saying?
thing.
Were you getting a little squirrely at the end there with the Ethan?
I felt like he was a little bit. I
Were you
What are
getting
felt
a little
you?
like at
Wait,
the
wait,
end.
wait, wait. No, are you saying that like I did? I understood what he's saying, but I was pretending not to.
uh
Yeah, I kind of felt like you kind of understood what you just didn't agree with it, but you were framing it like you didn't understand.
No, bro. I was look. The last part.
I
Do
didn't
you
get to hear the
know?
whole thing, Mike, but I thought I heard you.
So look, I'll
Because
just
I
tell you
was
this
there
right
the
now.
entire time.
If
I was dead focused on
I
everything
would have
y'all
been
was saying.
too. I would have been because
okay, so do you remember?
no.
Do you know what?
I would kept cutting out. I was like, no. I wanted to hear the
Oh,
because I wanted, but it's
Oh,
okay. No, this is what happened. He even said this is going to be the hard
yeah,
part.
the
Pause.
right that yes. Pause. Yes.
Okay, because I was like, okay, so look, once he got to the point where he says God is existence, and then existence has properties and existence, I was like, and then it's impossible. I was like, explain it to me. He even acknowledged it's going to be the hard part, right? And I'll say this: there's no sense of like glory in acknowledging your ignorance, right? I wasn't saying that like I even said it. I didn't say that I don't understand him because he's not making sense. Is because the guy's speaking beyond my capacity to understand. In the way he's framing the sentences, even it's like the pitch of his voice, it kind of blends the words together. It's not as like Violet is crisp as fuck. Every word she says, it's like separate from the next word. I was like
who is
squish.
Chris?
I was squishing my headphones in my fucking ears,
Who's Chris?
and I was like, Violet.
Oh, Violet. Oh,
Oh, she's
okay.
so
Oh, Violet.
yeah.
Okay, I didn't. Okay,
You know,
Violet.
you know how when she
Yes.
enunciates her words.
It's
Yes,
funny.
you can hear
Yeah,
everything.
for your word when you said Violet,
No,
you're
my
like,
wife makes fun of me all the time. She goes, "Dude, you fucking mumble." So like, I'm not trying to act
That's
like
not
anything.
true.
No, I
no,
appreciate
I
it,
don't think
but
that. I don't think that you're Violet. I don't think you mumble.
no, I do mumble. So because usually, like when I'm talking to you guys, I'm like, "Hey, the blah 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 blah." You know, I get a little like me, and then the one my chick, I'm like, "Hey, blah blah." She goes, "What?" She goes, "Dude, you fucking
Okay,
mumble."
I see. It's a
Yeah, yeah.
different kind. I see.
Hey, but I swear to everything I care about, I was trying. I was trying, and
Were
I
you
didn't do it.
standoffish? Were you a little bit like kind of kicking him in the gonads a little bit while he's trying to?
No, because I'm like fucking listening, and
That's
I'm
what
like,
it seemed like.
no, no, no. I'm like listening to this guy, and I'm like kind of like
Hey,
fuck, like dude, Like, I can't do it,
Mike,
dog. Yo.
Mike. MJ just came on stage. MJ might be able to answer that. So MJ, I don't know if you can talk, but
Oh,
Ethan,
MJ actually I think helped, or no, that was yesterday.
No, it
E-
wasn't
E-
It
MJ.
was it was
Ethan,
it starts with an N, some Indian guy.
Yeah, it was some guy, and I was
Inya.
pissed, Andrew, because I don't do recordings, but I wanted to come. I was just like, I'm not gonna do it. But
You
yes,
what?
somebody was
You don't
butchering
do what?
Ethan's. Someone was absolutely butchering Ethan's position.
Oh, I'm sure.
No, I don't think so.
Um.
I think he did a good job. It was like
I
a
don't know
no.
who
The
it was. I
guy
didn't hear it,
he
but there's a lot of
didn't
people that
clearly
there's people that are purposely trying
and
to.
look,
It was like
it
that
is
guy
the case.
Novak. He was actually speaking on behalf of him, like to
Okay,
support
No,
what he's
no,
saying.
not he was making his own case. My only
Novak.
thing is he should have like
I don't know.
more give it to himself than
Name was
like, oh,
Novak.
me needs that type of thing.
Say it
What's
again,
Ethan's
Andrew.
Um,
position?
Okay, so Ethan said existence. So existence entails reality. Reality entails truth.
No,
But
that's
then
what I came up with, and he agreed with it.
well, okay, he agrees with that. He agrees, but he
Yes,
agrees. But
yeah.
he said God has to be the necessary existence, right?
No, he
yes,
said
God is the
God is.
necessary
He said God
existence.
is existence. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
his essence, which
So
I
right.
agreed with.
But I guess the question that Mike's saying, or Mike's point, the point that Mike's making, which I agree with, and I wouldn't think Ethan would disagree with, even though we're not going to say that it's possible for God not to exist. If God didn't exist, but existence, exists, or reality exists because existence,
Exists.
is,
I know what you're
or
saying.
whatever,
It's like a tricky one, right?
then yeah, then there would be truth
Yeah.
still, because things still would be what they are,
And
right?
then
Yeah,
here's
but
what I.
then that would just be God.
No, well,
No,
that's what
in,
begging the question
in,
is, and that's the argument.
In
I
terms of
was saying
what?
I was, well, I'm saying like you got to argue that, and when I said that, that's where it's like when I was like literally like fuck, like I can't do it, bro. I don't understand what this guy's. And you know who else said that? Timothy's like, bro, I feel the same way sometimes when I talk to the guy. So apparently, it's not an uncommon thing for people to not understand what he's saying, because I guess the level that at which he's speaking about, right?
He's just on
Yeah,
like a
he's
different like tier of reality than the rest of us. Like he's
It
just so
seems like
far
it.
above that it's like
honestly, look, I can't lie.
Miller,
it's
stop
like it's like
glazing,
it's
Miller.
like
are you
trying to
speaking
explain
about
calculus to
kings
ants.
like I
And he's an Oriental Orthodox, which needs to be noted. Shout out to the Orientals.
Millis is
He
one of
is
the
a
yeah,
only
black
people
belt.
yeah,
that
You
can
got to keep
actually
it honest. He
translate
is a
too.
black belt, though.
Hold on, let's
That's
ask you
why.
guys.
He's not
Can
a
we
yeah.
ask?
black
Ethan's
belt.
great.
He's like
Ethan
a
is he.
he's like a rainbow
Red belt,
belt.
rainbow.
Can
Oh
we ask?
my
He's like
gosh.
Oh
broken
no, he's
I'm
black
through.
sure.
belt.
I'm
Miller,
sure
Like
he'd
you
be
gotta
happy
get
with that. I'm
pregnant.
sure he'd be
round,
happy with
but
that,
he
Millis.
folded on the other
Can we
side.
ask?
He's
Rainbow
better than
belt.
everyone.
If he
Can
was
we
red
Rainbow
belt,
belt is great.
Mike would have
before
understood his
we lose
position
MJ? Can
completely, right?
Yeah, I know. That's why I said red belt.
we,
Hey, yo,
No, you
concrete.
guys are
MJ, can you
lucky.
say?
You guys are lucky. I got Y'all got Ethan. Y'all
What's
got
up,
the
AJ?
Orientals got
I
You're,
Why
Mike.
why are we
I'm a
Y'all
like
got
we're
car,
Ethan.
so
still
Hey,
it's
yo,
like a
Andrew,
portable
bro, we
speaker,
just
can you
so I
learned
talk to
probably can't be
Philosophize
heard very
and tell
well.
us
I
bring
hear
his
you.
light skinned ass up?
Hey, yo, concrete. You there?
can we let
Hey, but
MJ
can I
go?
just say
Yeah,
something real
Can
quick? Just like on everything, I was speaking in
we,
fucking good faith, like to try to understand
No,
what he's
Mike.
saying.
I believe if you know me.
Yeah,
If
okay,
you're an honest person,
can you guys?
if you tell me you were, I believe that.
I
Period.
promise I
There's
was.
nothing.
Yeah,
Yes,
Hey,
and so I believe that.
can
thank you.
you say something
Yep,
on Mike? I think
absolutely.
hear that. Can you let
Hey, yo,
MJ say something?
concrete. Yo,
My
concrete. Tell me why I was talking to my wife.
yes, you're a cop.
Yo.
Incan, I'm
Oh,
gonna
my bad.
skin you. I'm gonna skin.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna skin you.
Yo,
Okay, MJ, are you there?
Well, I'm in my car, so it's my car speaker. It's probably gonna suck.
That's okay. We like speakers. What do you think about the existence? About if existence, exists and reality flows from that, and then truth would still be inherent in reality, regardless of God existing or not.
That
I mean, you're asking me?
Yeah. What do you think about that?
I mean, it just depends on what your theory of truth is, what your theory of reality is, and what your theory of existence is.
Well, what
That's
do you
about
think
it.
for you?
it's also just like kind of sloppy language, right? To say that like existence, like reality comes out of existence. Like I'm just not sure how to make sense of
Well,
that, right?
Thomists have their own idiom, by the way. You have to kind of like adjust yourself to their idiosyncratic idiom, because
Yeah.
they'll
That's
keep
fine.
all the English words and they have these weird scholastic nuances to them.
I know I don't like the scholastic stuff is so weird, but
We should
okay.
invite Carlton in here. He probably could interpret Ethan the best. Because at the end of the day, when I study Thomism, it becomes like a mysticism to me. It's borderline unintelligible to me, like Calvinism.
Okay,
Wait,
but
MJ, what are you?
What are you, MJ?
All right, sorry. Pardon
He wants to know what you are. You can tell him you're white, you're a Caucasian, and
me. I am white and I am Caucasian.
yes,
No,
and
tell me your beliefs.
So
and
I think it's a way to like a different angle that I
Hold on,
just wanted to
Cogito.
throw out
I
there.
didn't hear him answer. Did he answer? What do you what his
No, he didn't
position
answer.
was? Oh, does he like to keep it secret or something?
No, no, no. I
no,
don't
no,
think so. But he's in his
he,
car, so like you never know.
he'll
All
Oh,
good.
okay,
answer.
fair enough, fair enough. Go
MJ,
ahead,
what are you?
Cogito.
You're a Protestant.
Oh, MJ is.
Oh, religion? Yeah, Protestant Christian. Yeah.
Oh, shut up, my boy, my boy.
Wait, but why do you
Yeah,
assume that
yeah.
Now,
Ethan?
Good stuff,
just
MJ.
Why do you
call
assume that
your
Ethan
boy,
subscribes to
MJ.
Thomism, right? Like, I
Yeah,
don't think
I don't think
he's.
he does,
Yeah, I
Haggai.
don't think he does.
I don't think he does.
I
He made
think
a
Call
he's.
distinction between
your boy.
essence and energy. So I don't,
Yes, I think
you know.
he's
Okay, so
more
since
aligned with certain ontological proofs that are hard to beat, right? Like he's big on Gödel's proof, which is I think what the basis of this argument sounds like it started from. And if
Well,
you read the beginning of that proof, it literally talks about that if there is any beginning point, right? The P in the point is that whatever is the truth or the essence, that is God in this equation. So even if you exist in a reality out of God, you're still in a reality with God because there's truth.
so wait, truth can,
so
but MJ,
can I jump in because I let
That's
somebody
the
else
biggest
just go
flaw.
yeah,
ahead.
Sorry, go
Cogito, I
ahead,
got you,
Kajito.
oh,
Cogito.
Go
I
ahead,
was trying. We
Kajito.
still haven't got the answer from MJ. I mean, it's fine that you go, but I just wanted to ask MJ. MJ, do you think truth is do you think truth only?
Yeah.
Do you
I mean,
think
I'll
truth is?
just tell you what my opinion is. I
Do
guess
you do you
I do think truth
dependent on God?
supervenes on reality.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So you don't
Right.
think God would be necessary for truth?
Yeah, he would be by my lights anyway.
You do think he's necessary
I
for truth?
agree,
No,
MJ.
one
Okay.
second. So
God's
when you
got to bring
say
about a reality,
when
for
you
truth
say
to be about.
Well, I don't. Well, okay, okay. Well, in that sense,
fuck
yes,
you,
because I
idiot.
don't think reality would exist without God. But I'm saying, if reality did exist without God, would there be truth?
Well, okay, so that's where it depends on what your theory of truth is. So, like, like for me, I don't think it's a thing that exists.
Yeah, it's not a
It's something
platonic
that
I,
we
object.
do
I agree with you. I
when
agree.
we semantically ascend and talk about a proposition. That's where truth, like, you know, it becomes foregrounded, I guess. But you
So what
don't
does it
have
mean
to
to say that it
necessarily
supervenes on reality then?
it by my lights.
Yeah.
It means that depending on whatever mode of reality that the proposition is about, the truth of the proposition will like be isomorphic to that mode. To keep it simple,
Yeah, no, no, I get that. Like that's more my view of truth, right? Truth's just a property of propositions. Like it's not a property of objects in the world.
like I think Ethan has, if he's in here, is he in here yet?
No.
Probably should come in here. But he has like a two-place, like dyadic relation between propositions and reality because each proposition needs to be like timelessly true relative to God because he's timeless, and then there's this eternal temporal simultaneity relationship between the truth that God knows and the truth that we affirm as time-bound creatures. So he has like a different semantics than I do.
Okay,
That's
now
about
can I
it.
go?
Just
Yes,
sounds like it's
Cogito.
predicating on truth there to me. But
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Mill, if you want to go after Cogito, you can. But go ahead, Cogito.
fuck you,
Yeah.
King.
Oh shit, my
I'm
bad.
joking, man. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Millet
Who
and
said
Ethan
that?
are about
Who said
on
Yeah.
the
that?
same
So
I know he
page.
was
I
just
just
playing.
want.
It was Billy. He was just playing, Mike.
Oh,
Go
Yeah.
ahead,
damn.
Cogito.
So, and I think the approach, like this is just my opinion, but it could be a little bit of like different when you want to try to talk about, I don't know, grounding truth or using God as to ground truth. But I think that when we talk about existence, there's one context of existence where it's independent of consciousness, perceptually, and then you have where we validate our own existence with our perception. And then when you utilize truth, it hangs in the realm of not something independent of human consciousness, but within it. And what I mean by that, you have a lie and what is how do I put this? Uh, what is opposite of a lie would be truth, right? And that highly relies on correspondence, what is relative between human beings perceptually, um, and how we communicate. And outside of that is existence. And when you want to put it onto something that is outside of human beings, it just is, right? It just is. There's no truth applied to that because it's not conscious. That's just reality. But when you put it in a place that is between two human beings or more, then you can say, hey, this a truth or a lie? Because then you will have to correspond with something that is perceptually or perspective to what is actual, and that is reality, what is outside of human consciousness. And I'll leave it there.
What's interesting to me is that, I mean, depending on what you believe, is like, say there's a truth that corresponds to every number. It's probably like vast numbers of numbers that no one has ever thought of. The truth that corresponds to the numbers, it's hard to understand how truth could be just a mere byproduct of human intellection. Always wondered about that.
Good thing propositions are platonic objects, then.
Propositions are platonic.
No.
X-nay, Millith, we're going to get you out of this. You keep on thinking you can date the number 7. Knock it off.
It's funny, Andrew. You
You know,
should have
JP
been here
Moreland
because
has a bumper sticker that says he breaks for abstract
That was
objects.
fucking funny.
no, you should have been here when Milif and Ike. It was a couple months ago. Milif brought up Plato and platonic objects with proper, and Ike absolutely came out of nowhere and had Milif in a fucking. Milif, do you remember when you had the conversation with Ike
No, I don't remember.
around
Sorry.
this? Oh, do you know who Ike is?
Yeah, I think
That's
so.
another one that's hard to
Yeah, Ike
understand, bro.
Ike
That
had a
Yo,
fool will
Millith
talk
is a
conversation.
you
closet
and
piece.
dizzy, bro.
Yeah, Ike
I don't know
Ike
what he's
came
saying
in.
most of the time.
Oh no. Ike understood. He understands
I
everything around
really
Platonism.
Ike is stupid.
Um,
I'm not stupid.
No, have you lost the debate yet,
I
or
hate when
no?
people do that. Yes,
I don't
everyone's
ever lose
stupid to
debates, MJ.
somebody.
You know
I was
that.
wondering.
Millith
Uh,
is
I
a
was just
I
closet
cannot.
theist.
keeping abreast of current events.
Undefeated.
That's what I thought. It's insane.
Undefeated, especially when you're
Wait, Millith,
defending
you're
theism
undefeated?
like the other guy.
Yeah,
He Melith has
undefeated
never
in
lost
now,
a
debate,
Miller,
debate
why you
ever.
lying? You done took a couple
Hey,
even
L's.
but
against
no,
Ethan.
Millith.
Don't do
Hey,
this.
Millith gives it
That's
up to
cap.
Ethan. Kind of like you look at Ethan as like your superior.
Oh my god.
Dude, there's
I
plenty of
feel
people
all
on
the
this app that are
time.
way better at debating than me, Mike.
If there's anybody
Oh,
here,
okay, so you're being like you're fucking around. You have lost then.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Miller
Your
has
voice
won.
even
He's
cracked right
lost.
there.
I've
No,
won.
you
I've
lied
lost.
to
I
me.
think everybody's won and lost. I mean,
Everybody fucking loses, bro. Like how? I mean,
yes,
come
that's
on, dude.
true because none of us are perfect, right?
That's
Stop
not
putting
Besides
true.
your.
That's not true.
ChatGPT.
Ethan
Except for
doesn't lose.
Khabib.
Ethan doesn't
Khabib never
lose.
lost.
yeah,
Damn,
Khabib never
you're.
lost.
MJ doesn't
Ethan's
lose
Never lost.
often
lost.
too. So MJ's another person
Ethan has
who
lost.
has a pretty good streak.
Even Samoa has to lose. Even
No, don't
No,
tell
Samoa
him
Samoa doesn't
lost.
that.
lose.
Don't
It's
tell
You
him
impossible.
that, bro.
cannot take
If
Samoa
Samoa
Floyd
has
loses, it's
lost.
like the
Mayweather.
world
He
won't
don't know
close.
that, dog.
Floyd Mayweather. Rocky Marciano.
No, no, no.
And
Floyd Mayweather. There's a video of him getting knocked out, but they
Oh,
fucking
really?
wiped it
Oh
from
no.
the box. I just saw it the other day on Instagram. Look it up
That's in
right
the
now, dog.
octagon. Okay,
He
sorry.
got fucking knocked out, and they're like he did an amazing job fucking wiping it from the internet. He
Wait,
has a
no, no, not buying it. Floyd Mayweather?
Floyd fucking Mayweather. I
Not buying
never
swear,
it.
seen it.
I
Hold on.
saw it,
Fake
bro, with
news.
my own
Fake
two
news.
eyeballs.
You
Wait,
talking
you're
about a
saying
sparring
he
session or
No,
accidentally
he
legit
My,
tripped,
f-
Mike. He
sparring
tripped.
session?
He tripped, Mike.
no,
Mike,
dude, it
fake
was a
news.
real
Where?
no.
Where
I'll
did this
find it.
happen?
Hold on, let me
No,
fucking wait
Mike.
till I.
Mike. It
Fake
was
news.
AI.
Say
It was
No, no,
AI,
AI,
no. I'm
Mike.
just
bro.
asking.
Say
Was it
AI. It's
No,
sparring or
not
It
match?
was AI.
it
I'm not a
wasn't AI.
stranger,
It
bro.
wasn't AI.
I'm
Well,
not
I don't know
buying
if it was AI, but my fucking brain testicles, my fucking
Was it
eyeballs
a
saw
sparring
it.
session or a fight? Was it a sparring session?
Yo,
No, it was
brain
a fucking real match.
testicles. Brain
No, it's
testicles.
never
Yeah, my
happened. I'm
brain
sorry.
tested,
Look,
my
look,
two
look.
balls that my
Look,
that
look, look, look,
connected to
look,
my
look, look.
brain. You know what
The
I mean? It's the brain,
closest, the closest.
the ball sack to the
Look, Mike,
brain.
Mike, Mike, Mike.
Yo,
The closest he's ever gotten to a knockout, a knockdown, was against Sab Judah when his glove touched the mat.
I
That was the
saw that.
closest
I
in his
believe that.
entire
Look,
career, which
look,
was
Naj.
based
I
upon.
didn't look beyond it,
Oh, come on,
so I could be wrong, but I swear to everything I saw.
Mike. I've seen every Mayweather
Dude,
fight religiously.
something is out there, and they said he wiped it from the internet, and it shows him getting knocked cold.
I've seen every
Oh my
fight
god, let me fucking
religiously.
see this. Hold up.
Okay, yeah,
He's saying
please.
you're
I want to
lying,
see it.
Mike. He's calling you out,
No, he's
bro.
not saying I'm
Yo,
lying. He's just
Mike,
saying I'm
No,
wrong.
I
Mike's
know.
gonna
There's a
pull over
difference.
right now
He's
to
not.
find it.
He
Watch.
just hasn't seen it yet. D Noel and Philo are here to tell
No,
you
I've seen
black
every
people
one of
can't.
his fights over 2 times religiously. I'm telling you, it doesn't exist. And I've seen his record. I followed his record religiously. If you follow it, it says he had one technical knockdown in his entire career, including the Olympics, which was one time that his glove touched the canvas, which was based upon a dislocation of the shoulder. Trust me, I follow his record religiously. I'm
Yeah.
not buying it.
Well, just remember, Jesus has a gender, and he's a male. No, just remember that. Okay. Okay.
Wait,
That's a
hold on.
fact.
What's a male? What's a male?
That's a good question. It's somebody that has,
I'm joking.
probably
I'm joking.
the sex organs and the proper the XY chromosomes
Wait,
and
what if Jesus identified as a woman?
uh no,
No,
no.
I said what
Jesus,
if?
Jesus he wouldn't identify as a woman.
What if he did?
He wouldn't identify as a woman at the time that he was living.
Okay,
On,
you're not answering my question. What if
Don't take
he
the
did?
bait,
he
Andrew.
could
Don't.
could identify as a woman. He could
It's a
say
condition. It's a conditional
because
question. What if he did?
the woman would be a collection of feminine traits, but I don't think that he has the collection of feminine traits. I think Jesus,
So hold on, hold on. So you're saying,
apart from long hair,
Andrew,
long hair,
clarification.
at
You're
the time,
saying,
I don't think that would have been feminine.
Andrew, clarification. You're
Yeah,
saying if he identified as a woman, you wouldn't believe it because he didn't have the traits as a woman besides the
I,
hair.
he didn't have feminine traits, and I think long hair
Certain
wouldn't.
types of
Well, hold on,
long hair
Hagib.
were
Hold on, Hagib.
considered.
Hold on, Hagib. Hold
Okay,
on,
okay.
Hagib. Hold on, Hagib. So you're saying you had to have qualifying traits to be considered a woman. I
I
want
think
you
you
to.
would be because I don't even know what you would be referring to if you said woman. Then
So
I don't know what that means.
we had this conversation about a week, maybe 2 weeks ago,
Yeah, it picks out
where
a
I
collection.
said a person on the stage, you don't know any of the traits. The only traits that
Oh,
you do know about them
oh yeah.
are
That's just
non-feminine.
you
And
just
you
trust
said
them
you're
based
still
on what
gonna
they
call
say.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So
But Jesus
if
wouldn't say that.
Jesus,
But my point is,
come
I don't think Jesus
on, be
would say that because he's
consistent.
masculine. I think he's masculine. That's my point.
If yeah, but if Jesus had so-called feminine traits in the writings,
Yeah, he could identify as a woman. Sure. Now, yeah,
you just said he had long hair.
yeah. I just said that I don't think that was feminine though
Okay.
at the time. What's feminine is culturally dependent, so there is some variation there. Long hair could be a commonplace thing for men at that time. Nazarite vows and all this other stuff. But I don't think that now it is something that we would say is culturally masculine.
So
But
you
it could
think
be.
it was common for the Middle East for men to have long hair?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was fairly
Okay.
common.
But there
Yeah.
needs to be a differentiation on how they wore their hair, right? There's certain things that were considered feminine.
All right,
I'll pass it
knowledge,
up.
knowledge.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
pass
okay.
it.
I don't know if it's real or not, but I just found it. I sent it to you on Instagram. Go ahead, watch it, and tell me what you think.
I'm watching right now. Give me a second.
Yo, yo,
Can we hear it? Can
new
we hear
guy,
it
new
live?
guy. Yeah.
Can I hear you watch it live? Pause.
No. I'm at a soccer game.
Damn.
You had a what game? What'd you say? You had a taco game?
No, I'm at a
Soccer
soccer game.
game.
My kid's soccer game.
Yo,
Oh,
new
soccer.
guy, post the link in the chat, please, so we can see it too.
Yeah, post it.
Wait. Don't post anything for me because I don't want my shit. Because this is Instagram.
No, no, open it to the browser and then from the browser
Just
copy
make
the
sure it's
link.
not
Boom.
attached to me, please.
It
Yeah.
shouldn't be if he shares it.
Nathan, do you want to see it too?
Yeah, of course. I want to see Mayweather get knocked out.
I don't
I
know if it's
fucking
real, but
hate
hey, it's
bro.
a whole thing, dude. It's fucking. They show him on the canvas. They say the guy's name.
This
By
is a sanctioned fight, or was it
I
like a
don't know, bro. It's a
slaughter
fucking.
in
You know,
the
it's like an
gym?
Instagram reel. I'm not really into boxing like that, so I just
Oh,
saw this
okay.
and I was shocked.
Yeah, we
yeah.
UFC niggas fuck boxing, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
but
I
I
mean,
love boxing too, man.
Khabib almost
I'm
lost
just
a fight.
joking. But no, I really growing
Khabib
up,
almost lost
I
to who?
love UFC. I hated
Dude,
boxing. So
one of his earlier fights to that
Oh,
That Muay
God.
Thai, guy, um, I don't know, some dude that was just like really had a lot of stamina, and he almost knocked Khabib out. He almost wore
You're
him
talking
out.
about Michael Johnson?
I can't remember what his name was, dude.
See a
It
black
was
dude?
one of the early. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's Michael
but it
Yo,
was
Johnson.
one of the.
He
I
he
was
But
here
no,
rocked
but
for the
him.
fight,
like
He
Andrew.
stunned him,
it
but
was
I
one
mean,
of
I
his
don't know.
early
He got stunned, but
one.
he dominated Michael
Yeah,
Johnson after
No,
the
Khabib
so
fight.
let,
like
hold on,
Yeah.
hold on, hold on.
I don't like
Let me tell
Khabib.
you what happened. Let me tell you what happened. At the end of the fight, okay, when because it went to judge decision, Joe Rogan and the other, um, the other,
commentators.
yeah, they all said, well, this was a good fight for Khabib, and he's learning. This will be a good thing for him to learn from. Like it was a foregone thing. Like he lost, and I thought he lost too.
Yeah, but
And
if you
so,
look at his career,
Mm,
he's known never. I think Connor was like the first round. Round three was the first official round he's ever lost.
yep.
well, what I'm
On the
saying is though,
score, it was
all the
round three.
people that were watching it thought he lost,
Yeah, but
No,
what
including
did
there's
you
no
think?
way, Andrew.
but
There's no way
I
he
thought he
lost
lost.
that
Oh,
fight.
I thought he
There's
lost.
no way. There's no way. You got to look at the point system
I'll
too.
show you the
Wait,
fight. I'll show you the
Newledge.
fight. I
Newledge
got to
is
find the fight.
quiet, and it's not that long, so he's probably trying to debunk it
No,
right
no, no,
now.
no. I already saw this.
Oh
Paul
shit.
Williams. Paul Williams. No, Paul Williams
New,
never. Paul
new.
Williams never fought him. The boxer
So
you
is
just
that
saw in
is
the
this
video,
fake?
it's AI. Yes, the boxer is Paul Williams. Paul Williams and Floyd Mayweather never fought.
So post it up top, and you guys tell me if you think this is fake.
Yes,
New.
this is the top of freaking AI right now. Paul Williams and
I
Floyd
I
Mayweather
say something
never
like
fought.
wrong. I like new, new.
I'm
That's
telling
not
you,
true.
his
He
name is
fought.
Paul
Okay.
Williams. The boxer that you see in that video is Paul Williams.
All right, all right, all right. Paul
All right, let me
Williams
see this Paul
versus.
Williams.
Yeah, I'm googling it
Yeah,
too.
y'all. Let me see this Paul Williams guy. Oh, I don't even see him as a boxer.
Yeah,
Oh, wait, yeah.
so
Okay.
it's a AI video of what they predicted was gonna happen between Paul Williams and Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, all it says online is that it
Mayweather.
says that Mayweather ducked Paul Williams. Didn't want to fight him. I can't see a
Exactly.
video of a
Yeah,
fight.
that fight never happened. It's just an AI prediction of what would happen if they fought.
I don't know. I have to see something more.
I'm telling you, that's the look of the boxer. They never fought. They have never fought. Paul Williams and Mayweather never fought.
Mike's not buying it.
No, I'll buy it. I'll
I
fucking. I
just
don't give
gave
a
you the name of the
fuck.
boxer in the video.
But
I don't give a
That's his
fuck.
name.
I'm just saying.
I'll
I know
buy
what
it.
I saw. That shit looks
No,
real
I'm
as fuck
telling
to me,
you. I'm
bro.
telling
If
you.
you
Dude,
post it up
AI
top, you guys will
sucks
see
so
it.
Yeah,
bad.
I'm
The
telling
AI
you.
Mike,
sucks
you
so
sent it,
bad.
Mike?
You
I'm
want me to send it
telling
to you,
you.
Nathan?
Mayweather
Yeah, yeah. Let me
never
see.
All right.
Mayweather never fought with Paul Williams, and if they did, it would not be like that.
Hey, Nathan, if you want to know what it looks like when you and
These
if you and I
people are
were to
past
have,
their prime.
Check it out, Nathan. I just sent it to you.
Nathan, if
It,
you and
it
I were
does
to,
it does look real though. It does look
It
real. I'll
does
give
look
you
real,
that.
huh?
Yo,
Yes,
Paul
yes. It looks
Williams is
mad
in a
convincing.
wheelchair now.
I know they're like different ages.
what?
This is
Damn.
stupid.
He's in a
This is the
wheelchair?
stupid part. Yeah, they're different
What?
ages. They're not even the same
Why?
age category.
Why is he? That's weird, dude. He looked like he was
No, I
healthy, but
thought Paul Wall was younger than him.
not Paul
No,
I'm
Williams.
sorry,
no, no,
Paul
no, no,
Wall.
no. No,
Paul
in the
Williams.
video,
Nathan,
they made Paul Williams look like they're the same age category because this was like a question back in the days. If Paul Williams fought Mayweather, who would win?
The reason
And they
why
made an
they
AI
didn't Paul
video.
Williams lose though. That's the reason why they didn't fight. Like, because like right after Mayweather made that
Yeah, he was
Mayweather,
he was
like I
old.
think beat.
Paul Williams was older and he lost. Yeah, he didn't get the A card or the B card, barely.
Oh,
But so
okay.
they made an AI video of if they fought, and they're saying Mayweather would have got knocked out in this video.
He was
But the video
crushed by
does
his
look convincing.
motorcycle. He was crushed by his motorcycle before his Canelo fight.
mm,
Fucked up.
uh,
But yo,
Nathan,
Mike, that's crazy. AI looks that good.
It
That is
Nathan,
does. That's
crazy.
scary as fuck, man.
Wait, what's the AI?
Mike thought that Mayweather got knocked out at one point of his life, and they scrubbed the video. It's never happened, never existed.
What
But
kind of
there's an
AI is
AI.
it?
But there's an AI video of him fighting Paul Williams, and in the video shows Paul Williams knocking him out.
Oh, it really was AI. I was just
Yes.
joking. I was
Wait, which
yeah,
AI is
a
doing
bunch
it?
of guys on Instagram and stuff, yeah, like AI, alien abductions, alien ship
No, hey,
landing.
this shit, like, even the graininess of the film, it, like,
Yeah,
looks real as fuck, dude.
very
Oh
much.
yeah,
Yeah,
Mike, it is okay. So, Mike, that is true. Like, if you use applications like Runway, uh, uh, Higith, these like higher end
Runway. Okay.
video AI, they're really fucking good now.
it's
It's
not
not
good.
like a year and a half
So
ago.
bad for like
They
video
make
And you
evidence.
real
have to
fucking
pay for it?
videos. So,
Nathan, did you see it yet?
That we're in so much trouble
Yes,
with it.
that
yeah,
looked
it's really
like
bad.
some AI mixed with like that. You know the boxing game
Oh, so you
that
you think it
EA.
look you think it looks fake?
Punch Out, Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
Yeah,
It looks
No,
Nate,
no,
real.
no,
Like
not my
Nate,
type.
Watch out.
Nate,
that shit looks real
In
to me, man.
fucking
If
40
you send
years
it
No,
to
it
me, I can
no,
see
it
aliens.
it.
listen, it does look real, but when I look at it too, it because I know it's fake. The what you call the animation, it looks like that boxing game when I played back in the days.
Nathan.
Wait, where is it? Because I'd love to
An
see it.
overlay with the
It's on
AI
Instagram.
and the
Yo, share it with the people. We want to see this
Yeah,
AI.
share with the people, you guys. Come
I thought
on.
you were gonna put it up top.
Yeah, put it up top.
Yeah, because
Just
then
make
Because
sure the
I
link
clicked I
doesn't
Just
clicked
have
on a
put
Kanye
it on
Hitler
top,
put
man.
my
link.
don't put my Instagram though, but
He's
just
yeah,
like,
make
make
put it
sure
on
you have a
top of my
site
chin.
niggas
specific.
said that say on Twitter, all my niggas, nigga.
Yeah, I pressed it thinking I was gonna see the fight, and it's this
sure you
Kanye
don't hard
Hitler
R.
video.
No hard R.
Niggas be mad what I say on Twitter. All my niggas, nigga.
Mm.
Well, yo, Mike, I want to ask you: did you
Yo,
think that actually happened? Like for real?
yeah.
Yo, that's
I
No,
bought I
crazy.
bought the whole story. I
no,
was like, oh
no,
shit.
Oh,
no,
that's bad.
no.
Yo,
He said,
they
Yeah.
got Mike.
"Do you think
Failed
it?
drug test. I was like, oh shit, this fool.
Do you think it
He,
anymore
Wait, where
though?
is it?
Mike,
Did Nathan
do
post
you
it?
think it now?
let me see. No, I
Mike,
don't
do you
see
think
it.
it now?
Mike,
Or
this
the
is hurting
now?
your credentials as like the guy to go to when it comes to like fight analysis.
Yeah,
I
or the
mean,
Oh no, I
I'm not
come
a
straight to
boxer
Mike.
though, but
oh,
and I'm not
oh,
even a
oh,
fight analyst either. I know the game from like experience in the sense of like kind of being in it,
Yep,
but
just
I'm
saying
not like
it hurts your credibility. I'm gonna have to tell Himothy about this.
it's fine.
yeah,
You know
maybe
what's so crazy? You know
on my
what's so
No,
crazy,
Mike,
Mike?
Mike. I'll even give you some extra information. Look, technically, he did lose the fight. Technically, he lost
No,
the
I don't
fight, and it
mind.
was
Yeah,
in the Olympics. Hold on.
What, like John Jones?
Technically, hold on. Technically, he lost the fight, and it was
Did you
in
just
the
look that up?
Olympics.
New? Did you just look that
Oh,
up?
one sec, one sec. No. I know that's off the top of the head. I'm a big fan. I've been following his career my whole life. Anyways, technically, he did lose a fight. It was in the Olympics, and if I remember correctly, it was based off of like a point system. Not like he actually lost the boxing matches. There was an overall of all the fights.
I
He
see.
won in I don't know. I don't remember if it was like second or third place, something like that. But
No,
it was yeah.
didn't the other guy lose points because
Hold
he
on,
hit him when his glove was touching
hold
the
on.
ground?
Ever since then,
Yeah.
that's what made him become the king of the Philly style. He
Did
realized he realized what boxing was and how much points mattered.
Did you think Conor McGregor was going to win? New?
Oh no! I made money
Yes,
off. I
I
made
really
money.
did.
I made money on that fight.
I did.
I thought he
I
was
thought it
gonna
was
get a
going.
good hit in,
Conor,
and it
he
didn't even happen.
Conor
he
McGregor was
he
cheating. Conor
he
McGregor
disappointed
did
me.
time.
Conor McGregor disappointed me.
Dude, he was cheating. He was like elbowing him and doing all kinds of stuff. I was like,
Well,
what? Dude, that was crazy. I was
I didn't.
not
Conor
impressed.
McGregor, I don't know. Conor McGregor, I don't know.
Oh, he
He
was
should have done a
mouth,
better job
the mouth
for
that
all
he's
the shit he was talking.
When the
yeah.
fights get that big and there's that much
It's
money
like you
involved, it's
representing
hard to
the Irish
see that
Catholics, bro.
these
What are you
fights
doing?
are authentic.
How you just let me not get. Y'all know how I can get in here when it comes to Islam, so I'm gonna
Yo,
just
Like the
shut
Mike
up.
Tyson
King,
fight was
What's
fake.
good?
I lost fight on one Mayweather
Oh
fight.
yeah,
Yo,
which
Mike,
On
one?
I put money.
Yo,
I think it was 500
I'll
bucks
wait till later.
against. I put 500 bucks on Mayweather versus Pacquiao. After I lost
Oh,
that
He waited
500,
until Pacquiao was
yeah,
you
I
put the
done.
money on
never.
Pacquiao?
Yes,
Oh, you
That's
tripping?
I never
crazy.
bet against him again.
uh
Yeah.
Yo, Mike, check the
New.
link right there. It's not even Mayweather.
You
It's
got the
another
link. Okay,
boxer.
finally.
That's
Okay.
Paul Williams.
No,
Paul
but he's
Williams is the
brother
boxer
ain't
Yo,
Paul
hold
versus
up,
Oh
Cedric.
wait,
hold
it's
up.
not even
let me
Mayweather.
see.
Knowledge. You're
Yeah,
that big
click
of
the
a
link up there.
Mayweather fan and you
Oh my
bet on
god.
Pacquiao?
I was
Stop.
all wrong
Link,
too.
That's
click the
crazy.
top. The link is at the top. Nathan, by the way,
Oh shit.
Nathan.
But they
Oh
did they put
shit.
Mayweather face on him?
It looked like his ass. Yeah, it shows him on the ground too. Not this version. Nathan just pulled us from YouTube, but this was the fight that they pulled it from.
I
Yep,
see.
yep, and they
So
So they
put
Those
must have
son of a
put
Mayweather's face
bitches.
on
Mayweather
it.
face
so
on
they
him.
took a
Yeah.
video. They took a real video and then AI like overlay or whatever on
Yep.
like put. Yeah,
And that's very
Damn.
easy to
I don't
do.
trust anything anymore.
that's what I'm saying, Mike. That's what I'm saying,
Yeah.
bro. Court evidence. Think about court cases now and video evidence of like
Did you see that
people
fight
doing
between
whatever.
Trump and Zelensky?
No,
Knowledge
you
is
should have seen the fight between
knowledge ain't
Trump
quiet
and
on here, bro.
AOC.
How could you vote
That shit is.
on
He threw
fucking
a
Pacquiao?
fireball. You never seen that? Let me show
He
y'all.
threw a fireball.
He threw a fire. He beat the shit out of it. That shit was crazy. Hold up.
Wait, I'm
Let
so
me go.
confused.
Let me go find it for you.
I said that was Paul Williams like 10 times.
Let me go find it.
Nathan said it one
He threw
time.
a
I'm mad
fireball.
confused.
No, I heard. I know. You
Oh
did say that,
shit.
but you saw from that he's saying, like, yeah, he was just like, dude, it ain't even him. Meaning they pulled it from the actual fucking fight.
That's what I said. It was AI.
Yeah, but no one
That
can
was the
trust
fight with Paul
knowledge.
Williams.
No
No,
one can
from
trust
I thought
knowledge.
like they just, yeah, whatever. I don't. It's fine. Nathan, knowledge gets the credit. Okay.
Why can't we have Khabib fight John
Yeah, I
Jones?
found it. The Trump versus
Khabib
AOC.
would
Yeah,
John
watch.
Jones
Khabib
should
would
go
watch
down to
John
middleweight.
Jones.
y'all ain't seen the Trump versus AOC? Man,
Khabib and
that
John
shit was
Jones
dope.
like have tremendous respect for each other, especially because Khabib's father
Go watch it.
considered John Jones the GOAT. And if you ever hear them speak, even though there's the issue with Daniel Cormier, so it's like Khabib even acknowledges that John Jones is the motherfucking man.
I would
Oh,
Look.
John
love
Jones
to
is the
fight.
GOAT.
I would love to watch them.
He's the GOAT.
I'm gonna tell you when I started respecting Mayweather. Yo, actually, maybe not when I started respecting him, but there was this event, this press conference with what's his name, Canelo. Yo, they were asking Canelo about his fight with Mayweather. This is like years after the fight. And he said, I would have never been the boxer I am today if it wasn't for my fight with him. I would have never been as successful as I am right now if I never fought him. I learned all the things not to do in boxing because of that fight with him.
Wait, which fight?
Canelo made a statement to the press in one of his interviews years, like maybe a year or two after he fought Mayweather. And he said he's as successful as he is today because he learned how to fight because of his fight with Mayweather.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Are they gonna lift that John Jones DQ ever?
They
No,
already
12 to
did. They
6
got rid of
stands.
it. They
Oh, they
got rid
did.
of it. Yeah, he has a perfect record now.
Oh my God,
Yeah,
I
but
didn't
he
They
know
got rid of
that.
shouldn't
his
because he
DQ.
shouldn't
How
because he
long ago
should
did they
know
do
better.
that?
Dana, maybe about a year and a half ago, about a year ago, they came out with an announcement and said they removed it.
Oh my gosh, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
shout out Dana. I love Dana, man. I fucking love Dana's been, because I'm a huge John Jones fan, like a fucking huge John Jones fan. I've been on his side for all the fucking. If you know John Jones, you
Yo,
know he's
Solomon,
been.
that's not true. It's still up there, 28 1 and
No,
0.
no, I swear
No,
to
that's
God, they can't.
Wikipedia.
No, that's the UFC stats website. 28
Really?
Oh
1
I
wow.
and
swear to God.
0.
Wait,
Hold
for
on,
who?
let me see.
For who?
I swear they came out and
At
said
least
they were
put an
going to remove
asterisk
it.
by it.
Wait,
Ah,
for who?
who gives a fuck, man?
Wait.
Your undefeated
21 for
record doesn't fucking matter in
for who?
MMA.
No, I agree with you.
For
I
John
just,
Jones, he did
For
a
John
12 to
Jones.
6 elbow on a
I
guy.
fucking love John
On an
Jones, man.
opponent that was already fucking dead on the floor. So yeah, like who gives a fuck?
What? Wait. John
Y'all
Jones.
talking about who? John Jones?
John
That
Jones
druggie?
didn't lose.
You
John
Y'all
can't
Jones
talking
do
about
didn't
that
lose that
elbows
druggie?
fight.
like straight down. It's like a
Which is
roll.
stupid.
Y'all talking about that druggie?
Oh wait, who said
Hey,
No,
Red?
he
Who
was like a
said
tough
that?
I'm
Wait,
guy.
said
is that my nigga Red?
yeah.
Yo, Red,
Watch
Yeah.
Still
what
the
you
best
on,
pound for
to
bro?
watch
pound,
his
bro.
mouth.
Still the
Red,
best pound for
Tell him
That
pound.
to watch
man's a
his
what you
mouth.
druggie,
on,
King.
bro?
Come on, King. You
Still,
know he's a
yo,
druggie.
if he could fuck people up like that, coming down from cocaine,
Let him do his
that makes him
drugs, all
the
right,
GOAT.
bro. Jeez, don't knock drugs. You can do drugs if you want to be in the UFC. That doesn't matter. What's wrong with it? It doesn't matter
Yo,
if you do
don't forget,
drugs.
Red. Every time that man win, you know who he give? You know who he give all the glory, Red? You
Yeah,
forget,
I mean,
Red?
after he
For
doesn't have
John, yeah.
a
You
bowl,
forget,
that's
Red?
his fault.
You forget, Red? Who he
Yeah,
Was
gives
he
all the
was he
glory
giving
to?
glory to God when he was doing them drugs?
he's
Oh, so
got
you
the list.
mad that he not
Just because
perfect?
he
That's
didn't
what
have
it
it,
See,
is. You
don't
mad
need
that
to
the
hate on
man's
him,
not
Red
perfect?
Rum. Don't hate on him. Don't hate
Come
on him.
on, man.
Yo, King, I gotta ask you. So Mike
He's
left
got
the
the
room,
Yes,
but
sir. Yes,
list
sir.
on his
what do you think about it? So
back.
Mayweather had about maybe plus or minus 60 fights, professional fights.
Plus or minus.
Um, his glove touched the canvas one time ever in his entire career, and it was
Uh huh.
based upon a technicality of like a dislocated shoulder. There's
So what do I think
no,
about it in terms of?
and him having to turn the goat.
Of course, the Mayweather is the goat.
He
He is.
never
I don't
lost
think
to a Paul
that
brother
I don't
either.
think you can dispute that.
To the what, MJ? What'd you
He
say,
never
MJ?
lost to a Paul brother.
Oh, to Paul.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, he's
And the
better
way
than
he was
Tyson
toying,
now.
pause. The way he was toying with the Paul brothers. Oh, come on now. Come on
No,
Yep,
no.
now.
he's
So
better than
look,
Tyson. Tyson lost.
I went to that. I don't know. Actually, I went to that fight. I went to him versus I think it was Logan Paul. And oh man, it was bad, bro. By the fourth, fifth round, the entire stadium was booing. You can't see it in the video, but in real life, everybody was booing for two reasons. One, Paul couldn't land any hits, and two, Mayweather was just dancing around him. And it was a boring fight overall because of the amount of hits that were landed. But still, I think Mayweather outclassed him.
Mm, mm. Hey, Nathan, are you there? Nathan, Nathan.
Yo, yo.
If you and I were to have a child together, pause.
Oh my
Look at
god.
look at
Yo, what
Galaxy.
the
Oh,
fuck,
Nathan loves
Andrew?
You,
this.
you can't
Nathan
you can't
thinks
say
niggas can
pause
have
after that.
kids.
What?
Go ahead,
Let's
What
not have
the
Nathan.
pause
fuck,
Nathan
first.
loves
Andrew?
this.
From
Look at Galaxy,
boxing
bro.
to male reproduction.
Look at Galaxy, brother. Just look at Galaxy.
No,
That's
I
all.
I saw that picture, man.
Okay, that's
That's
supposed to be him.
hilarious.
I think he hybridized us. He
That's
hybridized us.
crazy.
No, now I get it.
That's
Now I get
fucking
it.
crazy, bro. Oh, and I didn't realize that that's you. Yo, what the fuck? Wait,
It's for real.
is Hagop
That's for
there?
real, King.
So Hagop,
Yes, sir.
I misspoke. You're right. So they tried. So Dana them tried to get it removed, and they're still trying, but it has not been officially removed. So his DQ is still there,
Yeah,
but they
yeah.
did try to get it removed, but it has not been removed yet.
It's the
But they're still
athletic
trying.
commission
So
fight happened that refuses to reverse the decision.
yeah.
Whatever
So
commission is holding it up. But again, like in MMA, an undefeated record really doesn't fucking matter. It's not
no,
the
I
same as
agree with you. It's
boxing.
just
Like,
people want you know how people are. I would
yeah, of
rather have
course.
the DQ off, but it is what it is.
He
I just
still
think you can't
Really
murked
deny
has
John
more
everybody
like
Jones.
he
So
fought. He
defense title
destroyed
defenses
everybody
anyway.
he's fought.
literally.
Wait, I'm looking at Galaxy's and Andrew's PTR, and for some reason, Galaxy's PTR added some wrinkles by the eye, which is kind of misleading because black don't crack. So I don't know how I feel about it.
Okay.
Well, you know what's so crazy new guy? Like I feel like I seen this nigga before in real life. Like that's the crazy part, man.
Yo,
I
that's a
feel
good
He
like I
looks
point.
seen this
Nigerian.
That's
person
a good
in real
point,
life,
yo.
man.
Let me find out that Andrew's doing white face this whole time. Let me find out.
Dude, look at the
That's
picture.
what's,
Galaxy's picture, bro. I'm just saying.
apparently it's Andrew and the niggas together. This is awesome. This is fucking awesome.
It is great. Mhm. Galaxy, I like what you've done there, brother. I like
Yo,
that.
AI in 10 years is gonna be out of control.
Oh
No,
my new
dude,
guy,
we're not
you don't want
talking
to see what I
video.
you don't want because
We,
you know I'm you know that's my industry
Yeah,
on
I
the
know.
video side. What I've seen, new guy, it scares me, bro. That shit, it scares me what things are gonna look like in just 2.5 years, man. Like I don't know, man. It's just moving so it's just moving too fast. The it's moving too fast, man. It really is. So like you guys will be able to make me this and it'll do it. Like make me a Chillism all Chillism characters as if we had a talk for 3 hours, and it'll perfectly give everybody their own character, their own in an actual room where we all do, and it'll just off of a prompt. You'll be able to do that. It's scary, man. This stuff is
Oh,
scary,
you're
bro.
saying like a hologram projection of ourselves
Yeah,
into
yeah,
a
yeah.
virtual reality
Yes,
world?
that's
That'd be
exactly what I'm
amazing.
saying, MJ. Yes, because I'm at the forefront on
You
the
don't
video
feel
side
any
with like
pain,
This
video
right?
is
development.
why P Doom is at 100, man. It's inevitable. It's unavoidable that AI is going to ruin and destroy all humanity.
Yeah, it is, and it's God's judgment. I
Yeah.
continue to believe that Haggai. It's God's judgment, especially on high IQ people.
Yo, I
AI is
used
the
to be low. I used to think like P50, right? P Doom 50 max. You know, it's
yeah.
50-50 chance, but no, now it's like 9,900. There's no fucking way to avoid it.
That's what.
There's
Yeah,
no way to,
that's
either people will be lied to,
yes,
people will be tricked, people
well,
will
yeah,
think
fall
about
for
evidence
anything.
in court
It's just
now.
gonna get worse.
Evidence in court.
all of it,
It's bad,
all of it.
bad.
And I don't feel sorry for. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't feel sorry at all. We need this. We need judgment. we need judgment. I'm sorry,
There's
we
probably
do.
going to be like a black
So
market for virtual reality productions.
What do you mean? What do you mean
Yep.
we? Oh yeah, but what do you mean judgment? You mean
yeah,
we need?
so I've said it before, Andrew, but so generative AI is essentially the Mexicans are coming for all the high IQ people in their jobs. So all of them are going to get replaced.
That means
All of their jobs are going
like
to zero
these
in
guys are.
terms of value. It'll be commonplace to have Ethans. Everybody's going to have an Ethan in their pocket.
Oh, I see. But Incan. You said the Mexicans are coming, so Incans coming to take our
No,
jobs.
no, so you know how they said Mexicans came to take people's jobs, so and they thought that the Mexicans were only going to take low paying jobs or low. No, the Mexicans are coming for all the high IQ jobs too, and that's the generative AI. AI is coming for all their jobs. All of the, especially 10x developers, you guys are done. As soon as these
That's funny.
ChatGPT, Claude, and all of these get a token set that's above a million tokens, you guys are done. It's over. That means
Dunzo.
it can remember the breadth of a programming language. So then, what do you
Soon,
need it for
soon,
after
very
that?
soon.
Yeah, Andrew, all these people getting paid $500,000 a year to code. Blah, you guys are done in about a year and a half.
Will
And
we
it's
ever not
judgment,
need
Andrew. It
lawyers?
is. It's judgment. So
Well, what about judgment? Like, I thought you meant like we need judgment. We need like court cases. And if we have it,
no, 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 no. I mean God's judgment.
oh,
Because
God's judgment.
for
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
he's
yeah,
not
for
talking
too
about Judge
long,
Wapner.
be honest, Andrew. For too long, high IQ folks have
Mm.
had this air of arrogance. For too
Oh, I
long,
see.
thinking,
I
"Oh,
see.
my
Clubhouse
I
brain.
see.
snobbery.
Oh, I made my brain. My brain is so beautiful. Look at how I think, nigga.
Solomon
You're
being mad
done."
because niggas is smarter than
I
him. Look at
made
him.
my
Look at him.
brain. I made.
That's that's exactly right. I made my brain. No, you
Why you mad
fucking
at niggas
didn't.
smarter than you, Solomon? Stop being mad. Stop hating, nigga.
Oh no, no. Listen. There's a lot of high IQ people, such as myself, that I love,
No,
right, Vic? So it's not about that. It's about the air. Because I know when you're smart, when you're there's a sense of arrogance that comes with that, and
Yeah.
the reason why God gives you that smartness is not to love you, is not to fill yourself. It's to use it for good. And too
I
many
thought
people don't
humility
use
came
it for
with
good.
intelligence. Maybe I'm crazy.
They don't.
What's up, my
I'm
Vega?
sorry, they don't.
Nah,
Wait, did you say humility
Andricus.
comes with
The,
intelligence?
Yo,
no,
I thought humility came with
oh, I thought
intelligence.
that was you.
Fuck
MJ,
no.
you're
The,
wrong, brother.
Hear that,
You're wrong.
Melith?
Stupidity comes with humbleness.
Mexicans are coming for your job, Melith.
they're being
Yes, the
deported,
Mexicans
brother.
are coming
Incan.
for everyone who makes over 500K a year. The
They're
Mexicans are
being
coming for your
deported.
jobs.
They're being
The
So,
deported.
Dunning Kruger effect describes people who think they're intelligent and have all the hubris and arrogance about it. That seems more in line with that.
That is
well, even
clubhouse.
them,
That's true.
Andricus, even them, even
Mexicans are
them,
coming for
bro.
Dunning and Kruger.
Dunning
Unless
and Kruger
unless
and
those
Effect,
idiots are
because you know
plumbers.
there's some black person that probably named their daughter Effect. He coming from them too. Dunning, Kruger, and Effect, all of them, their jobs are getting
It's
come, their jobs are getting
the
replaced.
Browning
They're
of
being
wealth.
deported. All with y'all.
You know, so
You know?
Nigerians are being deported too. I don't know why this dude
that's
mad.
fine. Look. If Nigerians are being deported, you think I give a fuck? I don't care
We
about none
sending
of
your
that.
ass back. You
Peace,
should care.
peace.
Nigga,
Come
you
in the
think because you
right
got your
way. I don't care
papers, you
about none
safe?
of
Nigga,
that.
you came over here when you was 9. You're done.
Sir, I was
Yeah.
born in Chicago. I was born and
You're
raised in
done.
Chicago, and you
Oh wait.
know
What?
it's real
You're
funny,
done.
Big. The new pope is from down the street from me. We niggas, we real niggas.
No,
Like
whoa,
the
whoa,
new
whoa, whoa,
pope is
whoa,
a
whoa,
real
whoa.
nigga,
Hold
just
on.
like me,
Hold
bro.
on.
What are you
Solid, you
talking
gotta
about?
chill.
Yo,
You
Vic,
gotta
do me
relax.
a
You gotta
favor.
relax.
Look at Galaxy's PTR.
That's what happens when Nathan and I have a brainchild.
Tell me
Pause.
that dude don't look Nigerian.
He actually doesn't. No, Nathan. This guy in Galaxy's picture, so he looks like he's. I'm just being honest. He looks like he's actually mixed with white. This
No, you
guy.
don't. You look
He looks
Indian.
I'm just
Bahamian.
being honest.
He
Bro,
I'm
looks
being
Indian. Yeah,
honest. I'm
Hagop,
not.
I
you,
agree.
you know
He
what it
looks like
is,
he's
right,
mixed with
Vic?
white. He looks like he's mixed with white, bro.
Oh, wait,
Just being
You said
honest.
he
Look,
was
the picture looks
Bohemian?
wait,
familiar,
You said he
Nathan. I'm
was
Galaxy.
not gonna lie.
Bohemian?
It looks like someone
Bahamian.
you
He's
know,
from the
right?
Bahamas.
Look at
Oh,
Andrew's
It does.
PTR.
Who is it, Nathan? Who is
Look at Andrew's PTR.
Yo, that dude looks like a lifeguard with too much tan
Look, I
on.
said
No.
if Nathan and
Oh,
I had a
that's who he
baby,
looks like. He
pause.
looks like
And you're like, you
Russell
can't
Wilson.
say that. I'm
He
like, what do
looks
you mean
like
you can't say
Russell.
that?
He's
Nathan
a
and I had a baby, pause.
doppelganger of Russell Wilson, the football the
Yo,
quarterback.
that's crazy. That's true. He does.
Yeah, Hag up. You see it?
Vig, your
He
profile
does. Yeah.
picture.
Yeah, he looks like Russell
Does
Wilson.
Vig's profile picture look like a
Yo,
scorpion?
can you do me a favor, Nate, and maybe posit the question to the white boy in the room to see if he can answer the question that I was positing
Oh, hey,
today
Barth. Hey,
to
Barth.
uh to everybody else. If you want to ask him, I doubt he'd be able to
Where's my friend?
answer it.
Hey, I think MJ wants to talk to you, Barth.
I doubt
I
he'd
think
be able to
I
answer the
think MJ
question.
wants to talk to you,
I don't know
Barth.
why. I don't know why this guy's over
How
talking me, man.
despicable you
He's
are.
supposed to be facilitating conversation, not over talking people.
No,
Nate, is it
I
possible?
had to
Is
boot
it
you down.
possible you could? Is it possible you could ask him the question I was
We don't ask third
asking
party.
today,
Last questions.
Nate, if it's possible? Because I don't really think he could answer the question, yo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think Nate
Barth,
wants to be
Barth is
PC.
semi Barth is semi incoherent, so it's kind of hard to even know what he's
So,
talking about.
so, for the white people in the room,
The white people,
can you
you're
can
white.
you if it's possible, can you explain to me uh why you think you're white and can you prove it?
Oh my gosh.
That's all you got to do is just answer the question. If not, just bypass it. Tim did a horrible job today. The other person, the so-called Monica, did a really bad explanation. She crashed out. Tim also crashed out, and I think the other whites in the room will also crash out. I don't really know if they can answer the question, but I'm gonna put the question in the chat.
Isn't it something like low levels of melanin or something?
No, no, no. Melanin. I don't know what they talk about with melanin. That's kind of weird. I don't know what they mean by melanin, but
Melanin's the like chemical that gives skin its
Barth.
pigment.
yeah, 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 yeah. I don't know what that means.
He doesn't want to
I'm
hear.
kind of lost. I'm kind of
Don't talk
lost, but
about melanin or melatonin. Don't be talking about that
I
stuff.
don't know. I don't know what that means. But
Yeah.
at the
Don't be.
It's
same
water.
time,
It's
yeah. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
no. I
Philo.
think the technical name is yeah. Technical name is watermelon.
That
Yes.
that that's also up for grabs. Yeah. Who's MJ?
I'm sorry, but Bart, what was the question?
The question is right. So when they ask someone like myself, what makes me Spanish, right?
Yeah,
I'm gonna list certain criterias about
Criteria.
not only criterias, whatever you guys want to say, right?
No, I like
like
criteria.
like the exterior. Yeah,
There's gonna be a list of
Exterior
things
criteria.
that
like the
there's
exterior.
gonna be a list,
Like the
right, of
Criteria collection.
things. There's gonna be a list of things that I could prove within my culture and my race and who I am to show that I am Spanish. And
Okay.
I will list like a few of them. All right.
Uh huh.
So I'm a Puerto Rican, and
Okay.
what identifies me with being Puerto Rican is going to be the music I listen to, the
Mhm.
language I speak, the
Mhm.
food that I eat, the
Mhm.
way that I look, the style and dress that I wear,
Mhm.
um, the way my family interacts with each other.
Okay.
Um, there could be I mean, there's a lot of different colors in my family. There's down to cocoa black to
Mhm.
super light skin, right?
Nino Cocolos. Nino
So yeah,
Cocolos.
so basically, all these things show the
Mhm.
world, not only myself, that I am Spanish. But
Okay.
when I ask a white person what makes them white,
Yeah.
they can't answer the question.
Of course they could. So white typically
So
would
wait, wait,
refer
wait.
to.
Why are you? What? Wait. Why are you answering for him? Why can't you allow
Oh, I
the
thought you wanted
so-called?
anybody to.
No, 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 no. I want the so-called white people in the room
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
to
Yeah, yeah,
answer
that's
the
fine.
question because I gave my examples
And I think I gave a lot of vivid explanations on what makes me a New Yorican slash Puerto Rican slash uh, Borinco
Oh, that's what
slash
that
Uh,
conversation.
I'm
Yes,
white
because
because
yes.
So what I'm
we're Puerto
hearing
Rican.
is you're
So
white.
Yeah,
so
basically.
if there are so-called white people in this room,
Yeah, you
the
look at us and
question
we're
is
white.
the question.
We're
You see
white.
what I mean?
We're
So
white.
did you hear
We're
that?
white.
Did you hear
We
that?
look white. I'm
So
white.
did you hear that?
White.
So did you hear that, King?
I heard it. Yeah,
That
yeah.
yeah, that's not really a that's really not a good explanation because
But
in my definition of the word, there was all different shades.
yeah,
So it
but
can't just be that shade because then I'm gonna say, well, when
Right, because
are you
otherwise you
saying
would
that
be white.
I'm also? Well, no. I don't associate with white.
So Boris
I
is
have
going to
nothing to
block
do with the
everybody.
white.
so what it sounds like you're
Boricua.
I have
doing.
nothing to do with the white.
So what it sounds
Me and
like
the
you're
white,
doing, Harper.
me and the
Yeah.
white is just doesn't. Yeah,
No, I understand
there's no
that.
comparison.
I
White
understand that.
people are the
So what
devil.
it sounds like you're doing, because I had this conversation with Seven earlier. It sounds like you're making a historical distinction between the Anglo Saxons, who were the barbarians to the Romans, and you're sort of like taking on the actual Roman heritage that was connected with the Spaniards. You know, all of the olive niggas
No.
in and around
Yeah,
the Mediterranean
King,
area
King, that was
that
a different
stretched to the
discussion.
Italian, that stretched to Italy and
Yeah.
Spain, all that area, right?
All right.
Bobby, I know
Typically,
block.
we don't,
To be
historically
fair,
speaking, you don't
King.
actually connect that
Wait,
area
wait.
to the Anglo-Saxons, who were the
King,
Germanic,
So,
you know, all the folks
all right.
in the white areas in Europe that were considered
Yeah.
barbarians. Like, you're disconnecting yourself or disassociating yourself from them. That's what it
wait,
sounds like you're
King,
All
doing.
right.
King,
All right.
King, do you
The
So
Saxon
I'm
invasion of England was like
yeah.
way after the Roman period,
King,
So you
King, do you
guys are
support him?
like
and the Germanic
King,
peoples are like
you guys are like talking about
not
stuff
King,
the
like
does
King.
Bobby,
every
the
I know
Saxons were
block.
sure?
French.
I need
King,
some
did every
The
moderation
Angles
here,
are
King. If
English,
I need some
Yeah,
moderation here, King,
be
all of
quiet,
them
because
are
Bars.
historically
and
King, did
like
barbarians
the
okay.
compared to the Romans, who
So
the
actually
now,
ran.
Gauls.
King,
The Gauls at
King,
the time were
King,
what they
King,
called the
King,
Germanic peoples.
you're losing what I'm trying to ask here. I'm
No,
and
I'm
talking
I'm
about
saying
asking
you're
you,
making a
King.
distinction between yourself.
today's day and age, right?
Oh, you want to come up here, Hawkar?
I don't want a
There's
history
Hawkar.
lesson, King, because that was a
I'm
different
not giving you a
discussion.
history. I'm saying you're making a distinction
Don't
between
get it.
yourself and
Don't.
whiteness. Didn't you
I'm
just
not.
say you're not white?
I'm not white. There's nothing
That's
No,
about me
he's
and
that's
saying
I'm
he's
white.
Puerto
telling
Rican.
you, I
He's saying
There's
he's
understand where
not
you're
nothing
white.
coming
about me
from
that's white.
because historically, the area, the Spanish,
There
along
is
with all
nothing
the
about me that's
Mediterranean
white.
niggas,
Nigga,
they did not
my
consider
dick is tan.
themselves the same
My
as
dick is
Anglo
tan.
Saxons or the
King,
Germanic
Yo,
tribes.
my dick
You know,
is
all of
tan.
that actual white shit.
I'm not white.
Okay, fair enough. I
I'm
get
not
that.
King,
white.
King, do you accept young Earth creationism?
So
Like,
now,
No, not so. I don't
so
think
now,
so.
King,
I think when
are
you
you gonna
look at the
switch the
scriptures,
conversation? All right, you're gonna
yeah.
switch. They're gonna run
No, it's
away.
actually
no,
Let
I'm
them
not.
run
not. No, I'm
away.
not gonna do that. I'm not gonna
No,
It
do
no,
that.
ties in.
let them run away.
But the
Let them
reason
run
I say
away.
that because
You heard the
I'm just
answer,
wondering,
right, King?
like
You heard the
how
answer.
long
So
humanity has
he gave that answer. Do you
on
think
your
it's
view, King.
anything remotely close to what I said or what you're
I don't.
talking
So
about?
here's my thing. Here's my thing. Harper, as a Christ follower, I love all my brothers and sisters. I don't care if you're white,
Don't. I
Pink,
Spaniard.
don't.
purple,
None
I
of that
don't.
stuff matters to
I
me.
don't.
yellow,
We're all
green,
one in
It
Christ.
matters to me. It
Christ is
matters
your
to me.
focus,
But
bro, and you know
Mark
that.
It
racist.
matters to
Mark's a
So
racist.
me.
I don't care. You know I don't care about none of that
Mark
at
is
the
a
end of the
So
racist.
day.
So
that's
Now
the
we can
reason
have
why,
honest
King.
conversations about,
That
you
was the
know,
reason why, King. I wasn't directing the conversation towards you.
but
no,
Bart,
but I
I
gave you an
was.
answer. I still
I
understand.
understand,
I
but you're
still
giving me a
understand where you're
history
coming from,
lesson.
and I wanted to show
I'm
that.
not connected to those people.
Bart,
But
you
still,
a
I
racist.
understand where you're coming from.
All right.
Is what
So
I'm trying to
all I'm
say.
asking, I'm not trying to go into this deep historical philosophical
Yeah, we don't
discussion.
need to. I agree with you. That's
Exactly.
fine.
Exactly. I'm just looking for
It's just
answers on
when somebody hears Spaniard,
when
they're gonna think white, and I'm
I'm
trying to
not
show them that
Spaniard.
that's not the case, right?
So yeah, no. All right. So can we just stick to what I asked instead of trying to go down these different because
Fair
that
enough, man.
conversation
Fair
we had
enough.
earlier,
I'll
that
answer you,
conversation
Harper.
we had earlier, but you're Jewish, you're not even
Wait,
white,
Miller. Yeah,
and
I'm
you're
Miller.
white.
tan.
What did you
And you're
say
tan. He's
that was
tan.
an
He's not
objection to
even
me?
white. He's like
Nothing. I
yellow.
didn't say anything was objection to you. I just said I'll answer
Okay.
Harper's question because he doesn't. He
He's
want you to
tan.
Okay.
answered.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair
I
enough.
think
Fair enough.
Millet might be a little darker than me.
Mel,
So
if you did kind of look
Well,
like
Milith is
Sephardic.
Jewish.
I'm as white
Yeah,
as
he
they
is.
come, boys.
Oh my gosh,
100%.
it all makes so much sense
I
now.
heard
Yeah,
that
Trip.
Lilith is the
Milith is
top
a Jew, and so is
top
that other guy,
top
Yeah, yeah,
Mark.
Jew.
Right?
Top
Lilith
yeah.
Jew,
He's
yeah.
is
not white.
No,
top
Tally,
Jesus
you're
I'm
the
is
fair
not
top
white.
Jew.
skinned Irish.
He looks a
None of
little
you's white to me.
Sephardic, if you
Milith
ask
is
me.
an
Yeah.
atheist. Don't believe the lie.
Yeah, Philo. Sam is a Jew, also. That redheaded
Yeah,
guy.
he
Yes, the
does
Like
redhead.
like
shabbat.
I
Yes,
didn't
Sam's
know
a
that
Jew.
Sam
Yeah,
was Jewish. Are you kidding
Yeah.
me? The
yeah.
first
No,
thing he
But
ever
actually,
talked to me about was
there's
the
doubts.
Holocaust. It was a
No,
dead
there's actually
giveaway.
doubts about it. Truthy.
okay.
Oh, what's up, Ethan?
I'm a
So,
white
What's
Sam,
boy, but
up?
I'm
and I
What's
like
funkier
up,
than
Sam. I
all
really
Truthy?
of
like
you.
Sam.
What's
Sam's
up,
grown on
Truthy?
me.
I see you didn't follow me back yet, Truthy. I hope to talk to you soon.
Sam has grown on me, but he has
Yes,
because
Um,
Sam
he has a
does.
lot, he has a lot of base.
Grown on
His
you
mom, his
grown on you
mom
like
is
a
a
mold,
Scottish.
maybe?
so
Like a
they're gonna,
mold?
you're
Yeah.
just gonna let
Sam's
them run
mom is a
away?
Scottish quote
Yeah.
convert.
This is the
Oh, she
beauty
is.
of this. You're gonna let
Crypt,
Oh,
Andrew
that's
crypto
run
good.
Jew.
away.
Ethan.
No, okay. Let's let Harper. Let's let Harper get his. Let's be fair. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Harper.
So
So I'll
You're
so
more
answer
than
so
Harper's
let.
welcome.
question if he wants me to. Harper, do you want me to answer?
No,
I
no,
don't really
Milif.
want to
He
answer
does
from you.
respectfully, Milif. He doesn't want
Yo,
you know
chillism, I'm back in the
he
building. What's
Yeah,
wants
good with the
Millet,
people?
he
Millet,
wants
your
a
culture.
triple grade A milk of
Yes.
magnesia white.
Ex-
That's
well,
me.
it's not really a color,
Like
but
I'm
God
literally
Millet.
see
damn.
through.
You know the
Milk of
reason why I
magnesia
wouldn't.
white.
So you know the reason why I wouldn't ask
That's
Millet that
tasty.
question because Millet has culture. He has tons of culture, and on top of that, he still practices his culture. So I wouldn't ask him this question because he's not playing himself like that. I'm
Oh, Harper, you
asking the.
still talking
I'm
about asking
asking
people
the.
if they white?
No, but I
Yeah, yeah,
partake
yeah.
in white
Exactly,
culture all the
exactly.
time.
Y'all,
Like
y'all
I
still
wear
back to that
I
again?
Abercrombie and Fitch. I
as
don't like
as
spiced
as
food.
some me either. I don't like spicy food either.
I partake in white culture like commonly, right? Like, and it's like the same thing,
Hey,
Harper. Like
you
the
just
same way
said
you
you
would like,
partake. You
yeah.
partake in it. Yeah, doesn't
Wait,
Hey,
make
wait,
you
Harper,
no,
can I?
white.
No,
but
I
Milif,
mean, I.
let's let Andrew look because Andrew,
Oh,
do you not
Andrew.
want to answer? Because I understand it. Do you not want to answer, Andrew?
Well, I just said I'm white. Remember, I already answered.
That's your answer. That
Yeah,
it's
what's
the
wrong with
color of
that
your
answer?
skin.
Because and Milif, I get it, but
Oh,
Andrew's the
all right.
one that he really wants to hear from, and
Oh,
because
okay.
I know
Yeah,
you
I
can
didn't know that.
answer.
I thought he wanted to hear from white
Oh no,
people.
no, no.
No, no,
I'm
no. He
I
wants
didn't
to hear from
know.
I'm
Andrew.
white. I already said it. I'm white
I
because I'm
don't
white.
always understand what Harper's
You're
saying, so
white
thanks
because of
for
the color of
translating
your.
for me, King.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
the color of my
So
skin is
No
white.
worries.
the
So
color
I'm
of your
white.
skin makes you white.
Yeah.
So why don't other white people don't find you white though? Why
He
is
Well,
is
because
that?
white.
they're racist. Because they're
No, no,
racist.
no, 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 no. I'm just saying, like you think that you
I'm.
uphold.
Everybody thinks I'm white. I have never heard anybody
They
say that
think
I'm
you're
white.
white.
Literally.
No, no. They said
What
they
else would he
think.
be,
You just
Harper?
said it. No, no, no. Wait a second. He said that they think he's white. He
Well,
didn't
that's
say
what I
that
mean.
they know
Well, what do
he's
you
What
white.
think?
else would
You
he be,
think I
Harper?
know. Everybody knows that
Well,
I'm
he
white.
could be a so-called white guy. He's not
No,
No,
necessarily
but okay,
means that
I'm
no.
he is a
asking
white
you,
guy.
what else would he be? Because it
I'm an
sounds like you're
African
trying to
American.
interrogate him like he's
Give me a
something
He's
break,
other
Harper.
than white.
he's a
Hey,
he's in a
King.
s- he's assimil he assimilated.
Hey,
Ye-
He's
Harper,
just
can I
this.
ask you a
Okay,
question?
Harper,
He's a
you
modern
playing
day. He's
games.
a modern
Tell
day
me what
slave.
other categories there are for him to be other than white. Because
A
you're making
sellout.
it like
A
Gay.
sellout. A
like people
sellout.
can't look at him and think he's white. So what
No,
else would
he's a
he be?
sellout. He's a
Philo,
sellout.
that's
Yeah,
not
sellout
mutually
is not a hold
exclusive,
on.
Philo.
Sellout is not an ethnicity, right? It's
Well,
not
he
all it's
said
also not a
neither.
race.
Well,
And that's not
neither
mutually
is him
exclusive.
saying the color of his skin. That doesn't represent anything
Of
about
course it
being white.
does. Now you're just being
So
disingenuous.
now you
Whiteness
want
is
to
a
listen to
thing.
me. This is the problem here,
Hey,
Nate. Is
King, can
that
I ask a question?
No,
you get
please let
these
me do this
dudes.
with him. No.
So
What's
All right,
up?
King,
I
I
just.
don't know why you're coming at me. I'm not sure why.
I
You
already
know,
Because
answered,
Harper, why are you
in a
doing
showing you
this? You
you're
split
know
wrong.
exactly why, bro.
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
split second, right?
King's just showing you what's up, bro.
He will sell you up the river.
That's not true.
Okay.
Why y'all all be saying this shit about
Oh
Andrew, bro?
man. Yo, no, 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 no. I'm just saying on a day to day, he's not
Because
inviting
he's
you
a
into
racist.
his
He's a
house.
racist, King.
He's
That's
not
why.
inviting you to his house. He's not
I have
introducing
invited
you
him
to
to
Yo,
my
his
Andrew,
house.
wife.
why
He
do you
is
be acting
he
like
is
you
He's
some
not.
slave
He's not
master or
doing
They're
something?
this.
Like,
He's
raised.
not
what's
They're
by
giving
the
you a
raised.
way,
ride.
King. The same answer you gave is the same
He's
answer I
not
give. He
giving you
just
a
doesn't
ride.
understand history of
what's
what
up,
it meant.
Tim?
The
Look,
same answer you
I
gave
don't
about Anglo
understand.
Saxons, he doesn't
because Harper, I don't
understand.
want you to
He
say
doesn't
that
understand.
I'm like whatever. So do you? My thing is, I'm
No, no, no. Defend him because you're gonna let him
Defend
get
me.
away
I
with
just said
this.
I'm white because
all
my
right.
No,
Go
skin's
ahead,
white.
Harper,
defend
because
him.
I don't want
No,
because
Hey,
that's
hey,
you're
Harper.
gonna
no.
you're gonna
I
do the
think the
narrative
best
thing.
thing. I
I don't
really
want
think
no
you should
narrative
just
shit.
keep
So
going.
go
Now,
ahead, do
now,
your thing,
now,
You're
brother.
now,
turning
now I'm gonna answer
racist
my
on.
question. Now I'm gonna
You're
answer my
getting
question.
racist,
Hey,
Harper.
Harper.
Hey Harper, do you not remember you had this conversation early this morning or early today, right?
Get him,
And I
Tally.
and I told you what the answer was to that, right? And you're still asking it. So I wonder, like, why are you big on this? Because I gave you the answer, and I'm a black person, and
I
I
think it's
gave
'cause-
you the
I think it's because he's racist, my brother. But go
well,
ahead.
I gave but the answer some of the things he just asked you, or what King just asked you, right? What else would it be? Remember, the Anglo-Saxon and the Caucasian and the European are all different. Now they're
Mm-hmm.
considered now in America when they come to America and they got us form sign that film. Are you white, black, or other? They usually put white, right? But remember when I said about the Italians? The Italians aren't even considered white people, right? But like I say, the
Fucking
Anglo-Saxon, and I heard what
based.
you asked Andrew. Andrew, you just asked Andrew, well, why are there other white people that don't consider you white? He didn't really answer it, and and I don't know why. But when you look at the
Every other
Anglo,
white. No, I did answer that, brother. I said
oh, you
everyone
did.
thinks I'm white. Everyone
Oh,
thinks
but
I'm
well, I'm gonna tell you who don't think you're white. They don't think none of y'all are white. The
who
Anglo-Saxon, the original blue hair, I mean white, blonde hair,
blue hair.
blue-eyed people. Yeah, listen, when I'm saying I messed up, the original blonde hair, blue-eyed Caucasianoid,
Oh,
or
they would think I'm white.
yeah, they don't think you white.
No, no,
They
no,
don't.
Oh,
no,
I
no,
think
no. Seven. They're just super white. Andrew's like regular white, right?
Okay,
I'm
so
baby white.
So the
remember
I'm
this
baby
though,
white.
King.
Scandinavian, the essentially the Viking, they're
Yeah,
super white. The Germanic
They're
folks,
gonna think
all
I'm
of
white.
those are
If I
like,
dyed my hair blonde, they would think I'm white.
no, they would
yeah,
not. They
They
wouldn't.
wouldn't
Let me
know.
tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because for one, remember this, King. We spoke about this earlier.
we
One
did.
reason why, because you're not a part of the bloodline, because you're a mixed
Oh, they
breed.
don't have to know
Like
that. They don't have to know that.
no,
So
no.
I'm just
I'm
going
Listen,
not
off
saying
appearance.
listen.
so
What I'm
seven.
saying,
You
Andrew.
are making a distinction before the purpose of this conversation. I don't
Oh,
think it's
okay. I'm sorry.
necessary because you are right that the Germanic folks and the Anglo Saxons of the further west had issues too. Right? They were all considered barbarians by the Romans, then the Mediterraneans and the Spaniards, like all those niggas again, right there in that area, right? They made a distinction between all of the barbarians of the far north and northeast and northwest, all that area up there that now is considered France, Germany, England, Ireland, all that shit over there. And,
Right.
and then those people up there also made a distinction between themselves, right? For
Right.
various purposes and reasons. But
Right.
if you're listening to
Harper.
what Harper's getting at,
Right.
Harper is really talking about the distinction between the Mediterranean, Spaniard, Italian area versus again all of that Anglo-Saxon area in the north.
Oh, okay. So,
So
yeah, I was just wondering, was I on track when I was saying that? Well, I studied it a little bit, and I found out that like I met one, and he told me, uh, when we were talking, we were in a bar, and he was like really blonde haired, blue eyed dude, right? And he
yeah,
was,
like a real
and he,
Ken looking nigga.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and he was telling me, he was like, we was having racial conversations and getting to know each other out over some beers, and he was like, everybody in here is not white, and I was like, shit, I was like, you shitting me? I'm the only black dude in here right now, so yeah, I got you. No, I'm not. And but he was like, nah, the people that you see here are not original white people. Like he said, I don't consider them white people. He said, I'm white, right?
Well,
And I
yeah,
said,
yeah.
well, why?
Because remember, you
And he was
remember, you
asking,
remember I mentioned Seven
yeah,
how the
uh,
one thing that the protocol that allowed the great value whites or the great value barbarians to elevate themselves to the level of the Romans was Christianity. Christianity came in, cleaned up their culture, and sent them high above the scale in terms of status, gave them
yeah,
equal
we talked
status. And
about
there's a
that.
lot
Yeah,
of
we,
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
never
folks that
gonna
are
be able
connected
to
to
have this
like the
conversation with this
original
dude.
Romans
I,
who are they're
I,
what's the
I could
word?
never
They're
have this
they're
conversation
resentful.
with this fucking coon in the room, bro. I could
Oh,
never do this
hold
shit
on,
with you,
Harper. Come on,
motherfucking coon
bro.
ass
Yo,
Come on,
but
motherfucker.
what
bro.
do you mean by great value whites? Because we were
You a
Christians
yo
before
No,
you a
no, Hagop.
yo
barbarians were.
Wait,
King. You a
hold up,
coon,
Hagop.
bro. You a
Listen to what I
straight up
said,
Who,
coon,
Hagop.
bro.
who
Just
you
You,
talking
call
about?
me
Me,
the N
Hagop,
Harper?
word,
you
Harper.
would
Just
be
call me the N
part
word.
of the
You a fucking
Roman area,
coon. I
the
never seen somebody
Mediterranean
coon like
area
this.
Call me
made
the
a
Caucasian
distinction
though.
between
I never seen
themselves
anybody
and
do
the
this.
the barbarians in the north. So the
I
thing
got it.
that elevated the barbarians to the level of being equal
Was the religion.
was
Damn, bro.
Christianity. Christianity came in
You hear
and
this
gave
motherfucker?
Europe a
You can't
complete
make this
makeover.
shit up. You
Amen.
can't
Yeah.
make this
Amen,
shit up.
King.
After
Amen.
it had
Complete makeover.
changed.
It
Literally
did. You're right.
elevated the
Denmark and all those.
barbarians in the
Yeah.
lower
Yeah.
class
After
all the way
Christianity
up
had
to the level
changed.
of the Romans. That's a fact.
Right.
I can't have these
Right.
conversations
Expect.
with this level of coonery in the room. So
Whiteness is
I'm gonna have
only
to
an
Harper,
have a
I
Am
don't
I
conversation
know
in
cooning?
the
I don't know
U.S.
Am
why
I
you
Bart,
cooning,
just
yeah,
Harper?
call
I
him
don't
the
know
N
why you
word.
I'm gonna
doing
have to
this. You're
leave this
supposed to
for
you
another
supposed
time.
every
Hey,
time
Harper,
we
are
I'm
have
you,
gonna
these
have
am
to
I
leave this for
cooning?
conversations,
another
you let
time.
I don't know why you don't let the Holy Spirit work in you. You always doing this, bro.
Hey,
Like it's and it's
Harper, am
so
I?
Yeah,
weird to me,
Hey,
bro.
Harper, are you
can't
saying that
think.
I'm cooning too?
Yeah, he
No,
wants
no,
to call you
definitely
the
not.
N word. Just call
Definitely
him the
not.
N word,
Like I'm
Harper.
so
See what you want to
confused.
do.
Why
Call
do
him the
you
N word.
do this every time? Like what is
I don't
this?
know
Is this a
why you
show
got
thing?
involved. All you had to do was moderate. You didn't have to speak. You didn't have to get into the whole
You
Oh,
want
conversation.
this man?
You
Yo,
didn't have to do that.
Andrew, can you
So
please
all you
answer
had
this
to do,
baby?
I
Can you
already
answer
answered him.
this
I said I'm
baby?
all you
white.
Or
had
we're
to
I
gonna
said
do
I'm
sit
white,
was
and
here and
everybody
hear
thinks I'm
fucking
him
white.
forever.
poison the well.
King, I
You
answered
Please
him.
poisoned the
He
just
well
gets
answer
the
already.
him.
Yeah,
racism.
King, you stepping on his toes, man. You gotta let him do
He's
his
a
Go
thing.
ahead.
racist,
Yeah,
No, let him.
King.
as
Yo,
if
you
No,
want to
I
know what?
answered
Nathan,
it.
as
King's
if
right. I already
he
answered it.
hasn't
I
been
already answered
talking
it.
all morning. Have I been here?
No.
Have I been
Uh,
here?
King, this is what happens when you're a mod, bro. You gotta sit back and let the other people
King,
ride it.
listen, no, he's
yeah,
doing
nah, he
fine.
wants to
Look,
run the show.
Harper's just being a racist. I already answered it. I said
Let
I'm
him run the
white.
show, man.
I'm white.
Okay.
Everybody thinks I'm white. They know I'm white. How do you like that?
Hey,
They
Andrew,
think he said they think you
Andrew,
said it
can I ask
again.
you an honest question? Being a black guy, so
Yeah.
because I said this earlier, and you'll either validate what I said or you'll not validate it. Is being white a mentality and a bloodline, or is it skin pigmentation?
Skin color to me.
Okay, skin color to you. All right, I got it.
Hmm.
Yeah, for
That's
him, seven,
interesting.
It's
that's the foundation.
arbitrary and useless. Whiteness is
That's
only a
really interesting.
conversation in the United States.
Because, like I
That's
said,
interesting.
I'm gonna be short. Because, like I said a while ago, which King, me and him kind of dialogued on it. The guy that I knew named Chris was a white guy with blonde hair and blue eyes,
Hmm.
and he showed me pictures of his whole family, and
And they were all
all of
white.
them, and they all look alike, right? They all
Yeah,
got
they
that.
all white.
What movie? What movie that is? Is that something shit that's on Harry Potter
It's
or something?
called
Like all the
Frozen.
What
It's
are you
called
yeah,
talking
Frozen. The movie's
all
called
them people
Frozen.
look like that, right? And so he
about?
told me, Chris told me, said like the white people like you, Andrew, they say
Hmm.
that you're a mixed breed. So that means that
No.
your bloodline has been mixed,
Oh, I
and
don't
you're
know.
not. Right, and they say because of that, that doesn't you kind of disqualified as a white person, right? And or like I know there's different. What is it? European, Caucasian, Anglo-Saxon. There's like the different
Swedish,
names.
like the sweet.
Yeah,
Look at what Swedish
yeah,
done to itself.
yeah.
Yeah.
You
And
see that
so and
seven. You
so,
see why? You see the coonery that's going on. He
No, there's
won't
no
stop.
coonery. You know what
He
I do?
I'm
has
I
to.
do
He
this.
listening.
I do
has to
this. If
get.
I
Yeah,
was
you
a
hear
cop,
that? He
sorry.
won't
Sorry.
allow it. He
If
won't.
somebody
He won't
committed a
allow it.
crime, all right,
Uh
Harper,
huh.
Right,
hold
and
on.
he has
If
to help him because he knows that
gosh,
he's gonna
Harper,
drown in this, and he
Harper,
wants
I
that
already answered the
popularity.
question. I already answered the
You,
question.
He
Yo,
answered.
yeah,
He
no,
Harper,
answered me
we
what
get
too.
it.
you
No,
looking
we
for,
get it.
bro?
No, we get it. We get what your answer is, and that, and honestly, that's all. That's all I wanted to hear, man. That's
No,
it.
Harper,
Thank
what
you.
did you want to hear? Like, what
He
did you
doesn't.
want to hear?
He's just doing stupid stuff
Oh
right now.
no,
Listen,
no, no.
if a cop
Listen,
came
and
up,
then you see how
if
he's
a cop
you
came
see
up
how
and
he
I
has
was
to
trying to
I'm
attack me
listening,
identify,
Andrew.
personally.
So if
all
a
right,
cop
Harper,
You
came up
notice
and did
that?
what?
if a
You
cop came
noticed
up
Tim
and
did the
said,
same
if
thing.
a cop
He
came up,
attacked me
Harper,
See,
stop.
personally,
once Bart
and
starts
all
this
he
stuff, he'll
attacked me
never stop.
personally.
You got to shut him
It's
up or
just so
something. Now he'll
stupid.
never
Harper,
stop this
stop. You're
shit
just
once he
being weird
starts.
right
Oh,
now.
yeah,
Look, if
no,
a
you're
cop
being
came
weird.
up and said, identify the guy that mugged the woman, I would
Uh,
just be looking at their skin color. I would say, look, he was white. He's, kind of a little off white. He's a little brown, a little black, whatever.
yeah,
That's how I
right.
identify people. And that's how I identify people typically now. I mean, I don't really care
I
about
understand. I understand,
care
bro.
what your
I got you.
heritage is or
But you
That's
know
a
anything.
what happens
perfect
with us
answer.
on the other side with us, right? Because with this stereotype that all black people look alike. alike, and I know who they were talking about when they said that because all Ethiopians look alike to me, even me, right? They all look alike. But then, but yeah, for
Yeah,
real, if you really
Ethiopians
look
are
at,
beautiful people,
yeah,
bro.
yeah,
I'm not
they're
talking
very
about the
beautiful.
niggas. I'm just talking about the women. So
Yeah, I'm talking about yeah, I'm talking about all of them. They
Well, some
all look.
black people look different. Some black people look different, but Asians typically look alike to me.
not the
They're
White.
jungle
all,
Asians.
yeah. I don't know a difference between a Chinese and a Japanese,
I
really.
do. The
Tell
jungle
him.
Asians don't look like the jungle Asians
Yo,
look different,
King,
bro.
can you let him build with Andrew
But
real
but
quick
then
and,
but
and
then
shut your mouth
Andrew,
for a little bit,
but our
Harley?
problem is this right here. when like you said you'll describe the person by their skin color.
Yeah.
Well,
You
with
see how
me,
God gave that idiot a phone
I
call
would
because he
describe the
already
person
know.
by what they had on and like maybe their hair or something like that. And then then they would probably ask me, was he what color was he, right? And I could say, well, he's black or white or blah blah blah. But my
Yeah.
first thing is to describe their clothing. Now with us from the other side, um, we fit we are the usual suspect because we, no matter if we're not that, we fit the description. A black man with dreads, a black man with braids, we all, because they're within our culture, we cannot be identified by our hair or our color, and so that's kind of like what they call that racial profiling or however they want to call that, which is wrong. But I understand what you said, right? Uh, and so
Well,
I
wait.
get
I
it.
mean, you'd still
I
say,
get it.
but you use the identifying. Like if a cop says, well, what, describe the assailant. I would say he was, this tall, male, black, or Mexican. I would say, why not?
Why I had, why I had to be black or Mexican?
Well, well, in
So,
America, if you were to take a random, according to the FBI
He's just
statistics,
talking probabilistically.
yeah, if
I
you take
got it. There's always the black and the Mexican.
no, but wait. If you were to take a
I'm
sample,
just messing with you, Andrew. I'm just messing with
no,
you. Go
but I
ahead.
mean, right, in America, right? It's that the FBI statistics are like per capita, like there's going to be a higher, there's going to be that. We'll just say they're more likely to have a criminal record. It doesn't mean that they did it. I'm not saying that, but they're going to be. I mean, it's just, but that's true, right? I think
I
Fox
guess.
best if you're on a game show. No, let me ask you this: the seventh, because this is
Okay.
close to the
Yes,
rim.
sir.
This is great. Okay, so you're on a
I'm
game
cool
show.
with it.
They're like, if you get this answer right, you get $10,000. Okay, and the game
Right,
show,
right.
he's like, look, we're taking a random person, sorry, we're drawing from America. We're taking a random black person from America, and we're taking a random white person from America. You
Uh,
bet. You get $10,000 if you're correct. If you're wrong, you just don't get anything. Um, which one is more likely to have a criminal record?
a white person.
No,
yeah, that's not true.
that's
Bingo.
incorrect.
Why not?
No, that's incorrect. Just look up the statistics. So the statistic. Now
Oh,
we're not talking about whether.
wait. Okay, can I? After you speak, I want
Oh,
to build on that.
wait. Hold on,
Oh,
Go
Andrew.
King
ahead.
is
One
still
thing,
talking, bro. King won't let it go, bro.
Harper,
So
shut
take
Yo,
up.
King,
Andrew,
so
the
just
one
let
thing
him
you need to
talk,
do, the one
bro.
thing you need to do, Andrew, in this is clarify
Damn,
the
bro.
number of
Listen
whites
to
and
this
blacks
shit.
in that
Yo, Nate,
conversation.
man,
Because
I
if you
can't
don't
do this,
clarify
Nate.
that and you're not going and you're not like
Hey, Harper,
limiting
chill.
it
This is gonna
per
be all right,
capita,
bro.
then he's actually white. Right. It is white.
well, so hold on. There's 85. No, here's the deal. Per
Okay.
capita. So look. So
We
there's
on
like
the game show right now, right? I'm with
there.
it.
Yeah, like 85.
Okay.
How many ever white people in America? Like a lot, right? It's a majority by far, right? But then there's
Okay.
how many ever African Americans, black folk in America? Now, just
Wait,
comparatively,
13%.
that's wrong. That's wrong.
comparative. That is not wrong.
That's
Comparatively,
wrong. There's only
no, it's not.
17%.
It's
There's only
it's
17%
it's
of
not
America
wrong.
that's white.
I,
I don't.
There's only 17% of America that's
You
white.
are stupid. You're stupid,
Well, I
Harper.
mean, you want to attack me personally and not give the argument. That's
Seventeen
perfectly
percent of
fine.
America is white.
Yeah, you
Are you
want to see
kidding?
the do you want to see the
no,
census?
13%
No,
of America is
63%.
black. Then
All right,
You want
13%
here's
to
the
of,
number. Here's the
you want to
numbers.
see the
Anybody want the
census?
numbers?
yeah,
Anybody
get
want
a
the
No, you
number.
have
numbers?
to
Let him
show
get
me
Okay,
Get
where
a
yo.
they're
Let him
number.
coming
give him a
from.
census. Let
African
him give him a
Americans make up
census.
You want
13.5%
the
of the
census? Let's go with the
population in the United
census.
States. 61% is
Is
Yeah,
white.
Go
thank
ahead,
you
show
for
your
Okay.
that.
census.
Thank you for that. That you want to show the census? All right, we're gonna go to
It's
census.org.
not like saying 61% is white. Not what
We're
you
gonna
All
go to
said.
right. So I want my
census.org.
$10,000, Andrew.
Huh?
Is there a
I want my
specific type of
$10,000.
crime involved? Because I know that
That makes a
there's
difference.
different disbursement with
Yeah,
different
Tally, that's what
types
I
of
told
crime.
him per capita.
Census. We're
He
gonna
has to
go
We
to
be
talk about the
census.org.
clear
crime.
because if he's not clear about that,
Yeah.
then
Well, if you just
seventh
include
is
all
actually
crime.
right. It would
Well,
be
here's the
white
thing.
because
If
there's
you
more
just
white people. There's 63%. So there's physically more white
Oh,
people.
really?
there's more white
So-called
people
white.
per capita. There's less
So-called white.
head to
I know
head.
No, I
Spanish
mean,
people that
like, I
mark
know.
themselves white. When I worked for the 2010 census, that was a problem with inputting data. We had problems
Oh, it
with
was a
people.
big problem.
Yeah, and
I
it's
know.
probably still a problem.
Let me
Sorry, when
see if
I
Well,
I
say
can get.
different disbursement per like
damn,
type of
national guard gonna
crime,
get involved. Damn, bro.
It
I
matters.
mean
It
like
matters,
It's
black
gonna
Sally.
be
people
impossible,
are
man.
black people tend in certain areas and income brackets towards violent crime. Where if we were to look at, say, white collar crime, that might lead you to a different result. So I'm
Right.
just clarifying what
But
kind of
then,
crime.
but yeah, because Andrew, when we were on the talk show
One sec,
and
Yeah,
one
you
sec,
asked
thank you
me
one
for
sec,
that
one
useless
sec, one sec,
information.
one sec. Go ahead, Bart.
like
Show your stats.
Yeah, we got. So I'm trying to pull it up here because it's they changed the website. They changed the website. It's a little different than what it used to look like, Nate.
13% were
But
black
what I'm
women.
gonna do is I'm gonna put the link. I'm gonna put the map inside the chat,
You just said
right? And
16% of
I hope
Americans
I
are black.
hope
16 is black.
yeah, yeah. You're not part of that. You're not white. You're not part of that.
That's
Uh,
stupid,
you're
Bart.
not part of that.
Bart, how is there
Yeah.
systemic
Listen. You
how is
said
there
this. You
systemic
said the same
racism then,
thing three
Goober?
times.
How is
You
there
literally
systemic
said it three times already, and
how
you
is there
didn't. You didn't give
systemic
any
racism?
justification for it.
How
So
is it
you're
Harper?
just gonna
Harper.
continue
Harper, stop
to
talking. How is there
don't
systemic
don't
racism?
don't repeat my
How
fucking
is
name,
there
yo.
systemic
All
racism?
right.
How is there systemic racism then?
Now you're trying to gaslight. That's all you're trying to
No,
do
you're
right
just
now.
being stupid.
Now
How is
you're
there
just
systemic racism by white
you said that
people?
four
Oh,
times.
Barth,
you
what are
found
you
it out. You found
doing?
it out,
Already.
King.
Said that four times already.
No,
You said
Tell
that
me.
four times
What is
already.
Barth
I'm just
By
gonna.
white
I'm just
doing?
gonna let you
Tell me
know.
so I'll
You
know.
said that four times already. You attacked me
He's
personally
Not,
barthing
not
around
Bart.
yesterday.
here.
No, no,
Instead of
no, Bart.
speaking
No,
about how
Babs. Don't
white
start
people.
that, please, man. No, 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 no banging. We're not doing the banging thing.
I didn't do
Man,
anything.
why is
no,
she talking to me? I don't talk to this girl. Why is she talking to me?
He's
no.
talking
Andrew,
at the
Andrew,
room.
by
Bart
white
is right in the sense that you can have a minority population that still has an overwhelming, amount of
overwhelming.
the resources and
Yeah,
the
but that
operations of a country. You can
it
still be a
can't
small
happen. No, it
percentage
can't happen,
and,
King.
and
But the
control the
point is,
country.
One
I
third of black people in
no, I
America
agree.
are convicted felons.
King,
33%.
of course, it
One
can happen.
third,
Oh, how many
33%.
black people are on
33%.
stage? Let's see. One, two, three,
Sally,
4, 5, 6. Two of us.
One.
You're
There's
saying
only one.
two of us
Count them.
Only
statistically
3% of the total
No,
U.S.
zero
are
point
felons?
population are
seven.
felons.
I
Oh,
am the only
wow.
black person in here.
Oh,
I'm
don't do
not a
that.
felon. I don't have any criminal record.
Nor am I.
well, you have murdered some people in
Wait,
debate.
but did you count me in, Huggle?
What?
Ah, hey Andrew,
Andrew.
did I
Red
win
in the
my
chat,
money?
guys.
Did we count red tally with
Did I
that? Did we
did
red
I
in
win
that
my
count?
did I win
No.
$10,000 yet? Andrew, did I win my
Beyonce's black.
$10,000 yet? I want to know, did I win?
Well, you didn't. Well, no.
Oh,
Sasha.
goddamn.
You never win with Andrew.
You never. Wait. Well, hold on,
But he's
Sasha.
a white man.
Yeah,
His
Bro.
question is, which one is more likely to be a convicted felon? It's the
You
blacks.
No,
Because
did.
the
that's not
blacks,
true. That is not
Hey,
yes, it is.
definitively
Rich.
Sasha, get
true.
up here.
Richard, you need to stop. You're
If
being a
you
really
have one
big.
white
All
person and one
You're
black
being a
person on
Richard right
stage,
now.
All
three
right, Sasha.
percent of the
I
total
might agree to that.
population
King.
I
What's
is
up,
might agree to
Andre?
Well,
convicted
that.
it's not.
felons.
But
Damn, yo.
the
Thirty-three
problem is
percent of
Sasha,
the problem
blacks
is
are
there's not
convicted felons.
more. The problem is there's not more.
You're 11 times
I
Y'all
more
can't
crazy.
listen.
likely
I
to be
can't be
felon than
honest.
Y'all
I'm
equal
just.
of
I'm
crazy.
just
black
gonna let
general
it go.
nicer
population.
So
with
white
this.
people in
Yeah,
the
Kenny, you
Ryan,
okay
you
with what you
guys
were
are
saying,
11
Andrew?
times more likely to be felons than the general population.
King,
What?
can we
Oh
do this?
hell no.
Can we do
Three
11
three
times?
percent
Devin and
Where did
compared
you
to
Sasha?
get that?
33%.
Can
So
Devin
do y'all
and Sasha?
understand per cat? Like, are people understanding that?
They don't
That's not
understand
the
me.
way it works. If you got a
I
white guy and
can't.
a
It
black
is.
guy
No,
on
no, no.
stage,
Listen.
it
Yo,
means that
Nate,
the
here's
black
what
I'm
just
gonna
guy,
happened,
move
Nate.
Rich
the
down.
black guy
I'm gonna
is
move
the
Rich
black
down. He's
guy is
further.
11
This
times
So,
more
question.
likely.
you know, I'm only good for the one thing as a woman. Do we need a cue? My only
Yep.
purpose?
If
Maybe,
Do it.
All you
apparently.
is
I,
I'm
just
yo.
if we
rich.
can get
Yo,
Rich is the
Nate.
Do
only
it.
Tally,
one.
I'll
I
tell you, if
tried,
we get
Nate,
the seventh
but
son and
you have too
Sasha,
many
we'll get
people
this
in here,
solved.
bro.
The
You have too
seventh
many
son
people in
and
here.
Sasha.
You have
I'm
too
I
many
telling
didn't
you.
do
people in
nothing
here. Too
I'm
wrong.
many.
Don't call my name. I didn't say
Too
nothing
many
wrong.
insults. All he did was
No,
insult
go
me.
ahead, Harper,
And
because
He
I know
didn't
you're
honestly,
do
just gonna
nothing.
cry. Just go ahead, Harper. Go
I
honestly,
ahead.
ain't
like
do
I
nothing.
he didn't
Listen,
say
Please just let
anything.
Harper
All he
speak because he's
said,
gonna do
okay.
this. Go ahead, Harper.
all he said was that I'm stupid and that he gave no explanation on why, and then he kept repeating it. So obviously
You just
he
kept over
doesn't want to
talking.
have the
You aren't
doesn't want
listening.
to have the doesn't want to have the
Mickey,
conversation. He's gonna tell me I'm not understanding, and he's just gonna
I'll
keep
respond to you.
repeating
I
himself
define white. I
like
don't
a
want to talk
drunk
to you,
white
Harper.
fool.
Not
Mm.
genuine, but I'll go ahead and respond to you. White
yeah,
people.
you're
I'll
not
respond to
genuine.
you. I said, now be quiet. White
Now don't
people
tell me what to
are
do.
based. White
He's trying
people
to
are
win his
based on.
Hold
$10,000.
on,
Yeah.
Seven. Let them
I,
go.
white people based on their appearance, and I'm saying a majority of the United States is white. That's what I'm telling you. Okay, so you can say whatever you want, but that's true. Now, all I was going to
What is
ask
white?
the
Yeah, what
seven.
does that mean?
The,
What does
What
the
that
is
mean?
seven.
white?
What does that mean? The
Yeah, what does
seven
that
of
mean?
sun.
Greatness.
I'm tired of
Okay.
this
The
white
seventh
Right?
son.
Who
I
I'll,
said
was hoping you would
greatness?
talk to
fucking
Sasha.
heretic calls
Sasha
himself a
only
Christian,
did.
calling people
Yeah,
white.
it's impossible. I'm just
Okay.
gonna mute up, bro. You guys
Yeah.
don't
Mute
want to
up.
have a serious
Please mute
discussion,
up.
bro.
Please mute up. Please mute up.
You
I
Seven.
guys are
do.
gonna
I
let
want to
this
have a
guy run
serious one.
away.
Mute up.
You're gonna let him run away,
Mute up.
No,
and
Harper.
you guys are
Seven.
Guys,
just
guys,
gonna keep
guys,
doing
please, y'all
this.
Please.
gotta let, because Harper's gonna do what he does and run away. We don't want Harper to run away. Let Harper have the conversation with Andrew so he can't
Oh
run
my
away.
God.
But Harper, stick to, come on now, have the
That's my
conversation.
friend.
Like, have the actual conversation, bro.
Can Andrew define what white is?
Okay, Andrew,
Yeah,
can
it's
you
the
please
color of your
define
skin.
what
Is he
milk
using the
bag?
Family Guy
Hold on,
meme,
hold
a
on.
skin color chart?
Yeah, yeah, I got
I'm
you.
using
So, Andrew,
color.
please
Uh-oh.
define what
Family
milk
Guy.
of magnesia triple grade A whiteness is, please.
American Dad.
I'm as white
America,
as
fuck yeah.
Coming
hey,
together
America
to save the
here to save the
motherfucking day,
motherfucking
yeah.
day,
hold on.
yeah.
The
Hell
seventh
yeah,
the
bitch.
son, I would like you to go on Sasha's game show. Sasha just arrived.
See what I
Um
mean? See what I
Sasha
Okay,
mean?
I
wants
gotta
No,
go
no,
on.
no,
It's
Andrew,
already
come
running
on,
Andrew,
away.
why
Andrew,
do
come
you do
on,
that?
Andrew.
People
I
I
already
like
I
gotta.
need to
answered it. I
I
already
gotta
engage,
go on Sasha
Andrew.
game show now. We switching
Come on,
game
Andrew.
shows.
I need you to engage, man. Tell us what whiteness is.
whiteness
Yeah,
is the color. I'm not answering that again.
because he's
Come
his
on,
color of his skin. He said it.
Yo, Seven Son, get out of the video, bro.
yeah.
God,
You
look,
all
they
up
got
in the
me on the
video.
game
Yo,
It's
show.
not your
They
Seven
got
video.
Son
me.
did it.
No.
He like,
Oh man, shut up, you Chinese, whatever you is.
oh, well,
Yeah, fucking
Look,
please
Chinese
hold on,
I
nigger.
guys. Andrew, please. What
And
is
black,
whiteness?
black
I
Remember,
eyed.
like how
sorry,
Matt
brother. I
Walsh
answered you already.
answered, what is a woman? Please, Andrew, what is whiteness?
I already answered you, my brother.
It's
And
a
Skin
look,
milk.
color.
let
his
me just
PFP is the
let me
answer.
tell you who else is white. Androcus is white.
pH balance.
Philosophy is white.
Or
Haley,
PTR, I'm sorry, we're on Clubhouse's
Haley
PTR.
is
Okay, so you
white.
say Andricus is white. Who else?
Yes. Cogito is what? Wait, never mind.
Kojit? No,
Cogito is
Kojita's
black.
not white.
Cogito is ultra black.
Andrew, Andrew, I'm sorry. If I had to put you and Andricus in the same room and had both of you white men, I'd go, who's white? It would be you,
Is King,
family.
is
It
he
would not be
defining it or
Yeah,
Andricus.
I'm
no? King,
white
It
is he
would
too.
not
afraid to
be
No,
define
hold
it?
on.
Andricus,
Hold
family.
on,
I'm
Babs.
sorry.
Wait,
Let me
Andrew,
Is he
is
afraid
Barb
to define it?
is Babs white?
Babs
I'm
is
white as
also
fuck, bro, and
Babs is
it's
also white.
fine. It is what it is. I'm white as fuck.
Yeah,
What
You know,
is
white
it
as
what?
is
fuck
what it
is
is,
Andrew,
Bobby's
right?
what is
white.
what?
Do I
Bobby's
hate it?
from
What are
No.
you
Do I
talking
love
about?
it?
Babs is
No.
like
Bobby's
a
white even though
Mexican.
Can
he's
your
from
pasty
Australia.
ass
is
define
Haley
white?
white, Andrew?
Huh? What?
Wait, hang on.
Is Haley
Philosopher, I
white?
thought I was
White.
Mexican?
Somebody's
Wait, I'm
coming up
not
right
Yeah,
mad.
now, and he
yeah.
is
You
definitely
you
white.
Mexican as
His name
hell.
is White Noise. He is
White
white,
noise
white.
is
That's fine.
crazy.
White Noise is
I'll take
sick.
So Harper, you got your answer. Is Harper still here?
No,
Or did he
I
leave?
didn't get
Andrew,
my
so
answer.
what did you want
Is he
from me,
still here?
Andrew? Sorry.
Sasha,
Just
I
what?
wanted you to do
Oh,
the
I see
game show
Sasha.
with the seventh
You
son.
Wait,
see what he's doing?
King,
Yep,
He's
I
running
King,
don't
you
away.
notice
mind.
how he
I'm
didn't
with it.
answer the question?
Come
Yeah,
on,
he.
Andrew,
I
stop
need some
run, Andrew. I
entertainment.
See,
can't
Andrew has to
King, I
call
already
have
on
you
people when the
Sasha's
heat
not
is
run.
here
on
for
him, and
long.
he has to
Sasha's not
derive the attention away from him, or divert the attention away from himself, right?
Andrew, they
He doesn't want
want
to
to
answer
have
a
this
question.
conversation with
Yeah,
you.
this
yeah.
gets
Even though I
old
answered
after a while,
four
though,
times,
Andrew.
that's like
This is gonna
numbskull
get old.
status. I'm not
It
answering
get,
that anymore. But
Hey,
here's the
what's
thing.
So he
Sasha go
said he's
to?
not answering anymore, Harper. He
no, that's
gave
Oh,
you
it.
he's
his
not gonna
answer.
No,
answer
and
what
then
is white?
So
I'll
what's next?
Nope.
because
That's
Oh,
of
it.
the
this is crazy.
autism. Because
That's
of the
it.
autism,
The
Sasha
autism's from
Oh,
you.
Sasha
No.
left. So because of the
He's
autism.
using the Family
is it
Guy
because of the
skin
autism?
color
Is it
chart.
because of the
Are
autism,
you
or is it
getting
because
fish
he
and
wouldn't answer?
frustrated?
Hold on.
Wow.
I'm
Hold
getting
on.
frustrated because everyone jumping in Bart and Andrew's conversation, bro. Just crazy.
I already
Like
answered.
the Okay. Now let's move on. Only one
Yeah,
person
we're gonna move
interested in
on.
this
We're gonna
conversation.
move on.
That's Seven Son. And if you try to entertain Seven Son, trust me, bro,
He's trying to
you're not
rate me.
doing a good job.
He's trying to
I
rate
didn't,
me.
So you
I'm
heard
not
that,
saying.
Harper?
I
We're
didn't say
moving on.
nothing.
Harper,
Yeah, no,
I'm
no, moving
Nathan
on.
quiet.
said we're moving
I'm
on
cool with that.
because you
I'm
don't
cool
want
with
to
that.
engage.
No,
He
I
Come
already
don't.
on,
gave you
man.
it, so
I
we're
Now,
don't
moving
King,
on.
don't
because
do
So
that,
doesn't
don't
King.
say,
doesn't want to
don't say,
explain
oh,
it.
No, they didn't let me speak.
No,
We
no, no, no,
let
no, no,
you
King,
no.
do
don't
your
do
thing.
that.
You're
Andrew didn't
pruning.
answer the
He
question.
didn't
King,
answer
don't
the
do that.
question.
He
So
did
how are
answer
you
the
putting it
No,
on?
question
he
of
did
what he
not.
thought
You see what
whiteness
he? You
was.
see what he
He
did?
did not.
You see
Okay,
what? You
so
see what
Harper,
King is
go
doing?
Monica,
ahead, say something,
agree.
bro.
Monica, don't agree with what. I mean, how stupid is that? So literally, we're having a conversation about a game show that Sasha came up with. Sasha comes in, and I'm like, "Hey, Sasha, can you comment on the game show?" And
Oh
then
my god, why are you going on with the
Kojito's,
meta,
hold on, hold
bro?
on.
Babs, you
Kojito's
gotta
He
like,
chill. You
left.
gotta chill, Babs. You
no,
gotta
no, but
chill.
Okay,
Kojito's
Gotta
fine,
like,
chill.
fine.
Kojito's like, you're always trying to unleash Sasha on some other people, and then Scarlett's like, I observed that too, and it's like you guys are just Down syndromed. You don't even realize what happened. We were
Don't
talking
bring the
about
chat to the
the show.
top,
We were
man. Just leave.
talking about
Just leave this. Just
hold
hey,
on.
just leave
We
it in
were
the chat,
talking.
bro.
Down
Hold on,
syndrome.
Cogito, hold up.
Hold on. We were talking about the game show that Sasha came up with. I literally asked Sasha about the game show that she came up with, and then it's like you're trying to unleash Sasha on other people. How stupid are you? You really?
You said all
Andrew,
that
you
to
have to
insult me.
leave the chat
Thank,
in the
thank
chat, bro.
you.
Wait,
I'm
why?
sorry.
Why are you
Leave
Now,
the
change the
chat in the chat.
subject?
I'm
I
King,
sorry.
I
do
hope you
want to
notice how
thank,
he's
know.
dodging
thank,
Sorry.
everything.
I'm
thank.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
Regards,
sorry.
regards. I just want to know what the game show is. If I
Oh,
may.
Yeah,
it's
because I
you get
like this.
$10,000. You get $10,000 if you get the answer right. Okay.
Oh no.
The game show
Nobody
host.
here has $10,000.
I
The
Stop
game
want
it.
my
show.
You
The
money.
want to
game show
bet?
host.
You
That's
Hold
want to
on.
put
false.
10,000 on it,
Well, okay,
Babs?
some people here, most people here probably don't have $10,000.
Babs, you
Andrew,
would
the
probably
point
get
is,
$10,000.
I
Andrew,
won.
Andrew, Andrew, Andrew. Like, uh,
Stop.
this isn't your room, right? So like it was
What's that?
unbeknownst to hang on, it was unbeknownst to 90% of the room that you had this little game show with Sasha. If we
Talking
were
to.
all privy to this knowledge, we would
That's
have
why
been
you got
like, "Hey
to pay
Sasha, come on up. Hey, let's do this game
No, you
show."
don't understand what happened. I said that to Sasha when she
No one
came.
understands.
You talked to the seventh about the game show.
I
If you guys,
actually agree with Barth for once.
yeah, if you guys were listening, you wouldn't have said, "Oh, well, he's just trying to." No, obviously, I answered 4 times to Barth's dumb
You
question.
understand why
Not
people
answering
would
that
say that?
anymore.
Because you
No,
do
you
that in
didn't
your
answer the
own
question of
room.
what is white.
Yeah, when I do, okay, first of all, there's nothing
He
wrong with doing that.
did.
Second,
Okay, but you're
secondly,
treating this like your own room. So when
secondly,
people say,
no, that
"Hey,
I
you're
don't even
doing
know what
this
that
thing like you
means.
do in your
I
own
don't even know what
room,"
that means. I don't
we're a
even know
little
what that means.
confused. Am
All
I
I don't
rooms
even
are
wrong?
know.
Andrew
If
rooms.
somebody wants to defer to
Oh
somebody
no.
in the room, which everybody in here does that, there's nothing weird about that. So
Okay.
just knock it off. Like it doesn't mean anything. Listen, the game show is this. The $10,000 is up for you can win it if you can get the answer right. The answer the question is this is if the game show host said, look, we're at random without you don't get to see any identifiers, you don't get to see any descriptors of the person or anything else about them except that the color of their skin. Now, if they randomly select out of the American population one white person, and then they randomly select out of the American black population one black person, and then they ask you which one is more likely to have a criminal record. If you answer correctly, you get $10,000.
Wow, bro.
I
Which one
want
would
my
We
you
we
money,
This is some
Andrew.
racist
diverted from the
shit. This
I,
is some
conversation
I
fucking
want my
race
somehow,
baiting
bro.
shit.
I want my money, Andrew. I won.
This is some
Hey,
race
That's
baiting shit.
stupid,
if I may, just really
bro.
briefly remind everyone where they are. Hey, welcome
Yeah,
to
this
Chill.
Yeah,
is
Yeah,
stupid, bro.
you know
just
what? Let's
just
let's
really.
set up a queue, man. And if anyone want to
And you
interrupt, they
make
just
this
move
dude
them
a
to the
mod.
audience.
Put knowledge in the queue.
That's
Okay.
Oh,
crazy.
Sasha's
Um,
back. Sasha's back. Sasha's
okay.
Put
Scarlet
back.
in
put
the
me
queue, please.
put
If
me
I
in the
may.
queue, please. I'm gonna raise
Okay.
my hand like everybody else. Let me raise my hand. Hold up.
I
Let me
was
do
trying to do an
this.
seven
New
Sasha tally, but that's up to you.
Scarlet. What's his name? Seventh. Okay, so I just wanted to remind people where they are. Um,
So Nate, you saw what he did
if
there?
I
He
may.
diverted from the conversation to then do the race baiting
Har-
stuff,
Okay,
which is
so
Harper, stay in your lane.
truly uncalled
race.
for.
Okay, yes, that's why I wanted to do the introduction, even though we're already here. Hey, welcome to Chillism, where we do conversational debates, um, informal, about politics, religion, race. Oh, there it is, and philosophy. So it's also a free of speech space. So some people use that free of speech to express ideas that might get them kicked out of other rooms. Um, some people use it to just scream racial slurs. You know, that's up to you. That's a reflection of you. Now, I will say that, um, you know what? That's enough, actually. I'll link the house. I will put the Discord in the chat. But essentially, I like Andrew and his contributions, and I'm a nobody, but I think that's worth something.
Only thing I would add, Sally, now that there's a queue, guys, please don't monologue. Like, just please. Let's
Walla
be
walla bing
mindful.
bang.
Let's be mindful that we have a big stage. Get to your point.
This
X,
ain't a
Y, and
big
Z.
stage. This ain't a big stage, man.
Thank you.
Damn, King.
Hey, Sasha here.
Mhm.
You
So I
all.
heard, I
So am
heard
I
you.
first? Am I first
Yes.
in the queue?
Yeah,
Okay.
what's up?
Mm.
So all right. I can see my time to Harper. Harper, go ahead. I got 2 minutes.
So I'll tell you the reason why Andrew did not want to answer the question is because he has no culture to attach what he thinks is white, right? He doesn't have any tradition. He is completely assimilated to the social construct, and he's basically a bot. He's a bot in so much to say that he's reaching NPC level. Like he's just riding on rails. He does and says what they tell him to do, and he's reacting exactly like the prior conversation that Tim, the so-called M, and everyone else that didn't want to answer the question. Okay, they're gonna say, "I am this because this is what people know me as, and I don't know why, but I'm just gonna ride it out because it's working." Now, imagine a Spanish, very Spanish cultured, or a very cultured African American person saying this in America today. It wouldn't make any sense. But for some strange reason, it makes perfect sense for this NPC to say these types of things. And that's all I want to say.
Okay, so that leads us to Scarlet, Seventh, Red Rum, and then I'm gonna put you in queue, Andrew, because I think you want to lead us somewhere. Yes, we're on Scarlet.
Oh,
Seventh,
throw
can
me
I
in the
go
queue
after
too,
you?
Sally.
It ain't my turn. It's your turn.
Seventh, can I go after you?
You can go before me if you feel like it.
I'm chewing and I don't like to chew on mute. Can you please take my turn?
Sure, no problem. Okay, Andrew. Was there something you wanted to say to me
Oh yeah, maybe you
specifically?
can use your time. Yeah, can you talk to Sasha? Can you do the game show with Sasha?
I will do the game show with Sasha.
All right,
Yes, no problem. That's what
This
I
is
was
my
getting.
Christian brother, by the way.
Sasha, go ahead.
All
Concrete
right, Miss
numbskull.
Sasha, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. What about you?
What in the
What
heck?
did what did you say?
Okay, yes, go ahead. Whatever the game show is, let's go.
You're talking about the race 100? Is that what you want me to talk to this
Yes,
guy
yes,
about?
yes, 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 yes.
You
Because
must be a
not
new
that,
Sasha. I'm not familiar with this Sasha, but okay, let's go.
yeah, I'm a bit of a newcomer. I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
the idea is supposed to be something like what um you pull two random people from the American population,
Mm-hmm.
or sorry, the game show host does this before you're on, and then the show is called which one is the criminal? And
Right,
I
right,
don't
right,
know,
right,
like,
All right, you
right.
ready?
okay,
Yep,
so it's like,
I'm
I
ready.
don't know.
Ding,
Come on.
ding, ding.
1, 2, 3. I'll take off this shirt.
Nathan.
This is part of the game show.
I don't know.
And
Sounds
it's
like the
also
commercial. I think that was the commercial. That was the commercial.
Yeah, so we're back after the commercial. I mean, okay, then
All
the
right.
idea is like, okay,
All
would
right.
you like put the names of the two people who were chosen in like envelopes, and you're supposed to guess like, okay,
Jamal.
which envelope, if any, contains the name of a person who happens to have a criminal record, or is like a
Hmm.
convicted criminal.
Okay.
And all you learn is that one of the people is black and one of the people is white. And
Right.
it's like, okay, which envelope are you gonna go with?
I'm going to pick the envelope with the white person.
Yeah, that sounds like the wrong choice.
Okay. Can you tell? Can I ask why? Or can I explain why?
Sure, you can explain why.
All right. For one is this right here. You said crime. We didn't label, like Tally was saying, what type of crime. And we can understand that white people commit more crimes than black people. We commit more violent crimes, right? Like when it comes to maybe murder, black on black, selling dope and shit like that. But white people have a long spectrum of crimes that they commit, from blue collar crime to manufacturing drugs, street pharmacy, right? And so I think that the type of crimes that people commit are various when it comes to the two different cultures. We do commit certain crimes. Yes, we do. The more of the violent spectrum of crime. But y'all have a wide range all the way from blue collar crime down to the street crime. And that's a broader spectrum where white people are the percentage or the majority here in America, for one. So that would also be the basis of my decision. And just
Overachieving again.
Wait,
okay,
but
well,
hold on.
I, I'll land right
You're
there.
saying
You got what
most
I'm saying.
yeah, you're saying most criminals in America are white, right?
Due to only the spectrum or the broad various of crimes that are committed by
Yeah,
the
but right.
different.
What I think is more relevant to this is per capita, the amount of per capita criminals in your population.
Okay, and I can agree to that, but like I say, let's look at the violent crimes per capita, right? And then when we look at the violent crimes like Chicago,
So
Atlanta, New
Seventh,
York,
ask him why that's more relevant.
I'll let them answer that for you.
Well, basically, what you learn is that the person is black. So now, like, the issue of there are more white than black people is no longer a concern, right? Like, because you're updating on them being black. You're not updating on them being a criminal. Like, the idea is like, if you learn somebody is a criminal, then you might still be in a good position to guess that they're white if most of the criminals are white,
But remember this,
regardless of
Sasha.
like the total population. But here,
But
what you learn is the person is black, right? Now, what you want to look at is like, okay, are there more, you know,
like
black
remember
criminals per capita or white criminals per capita?
remember this too, added to what you said, Sasha. I'm out here in Denver, Colorado. Now,
Okay.
we're gonna deal with the judicial system and we're gonna deal with the population in this conversation. So the population here is that the blacks here are what percentage, huh? Um they're a small percentage compared to the white people here in Denver, right? So it would be feasible to understand that uh there are more white crimes committed here in Denver than black crimes, but there are more black convicted felons. So now we're dealing with the judicial system. Then
Right.
when we
I
go,
specified I'm talking about like having a criminal record or being a convicted criminal.
huh?
No, I specified I'm talking about being a convicted criminal or having a criminal record.
Right. And so that was still, like you said, per capita. There are more white people out here that are convicted as well, and they're committing more crimes. That's why when you go to
Per capita,
jail,
you're saying there's more white
right?
people.
So that's why when you go down to Chicago, then it changes. You'll have more black
I mean,
people
I don't know if
convicted
it's
felons.
true for like Denver, maybe, but
Yeah,
like
because out
I'm just
here,
talking about the whole of the U.S. For the whole of the U.S.,
right? Because
per
out here,
capita, there.
there's a wide range, there's a big population of white people here, right? So of course there's going to be more crime committed by them, and there are going to be more convictions of them, right?
No,
But
no, but that
but
doesn't really matter to per capita.
oh, uh, I guess, but like I said, once you go into Chicago, New York, Atlanta, California, Louisiana, and we can even go to Texas. Now we'll look in those areas and see that there are going to be more blacks per capita that are convicted criminals. But when you go to Iowa, Utah, Denver, Wyoming, then it changes because of the population, right? So I think that I won my money
But so
because
do you get the
when you
point of
when you
like what per capita is?
yeah, but once you start adding up per capita, all here in America, you're going to see because the America dynamics is we are only 13%. White people are 63%. They commit more crimes. We commit more violent crimes. So when you ask me that question about convicted felons, there's going to be more white per capita due to the population, not due to just
And
what
then
we think.
the
That's not
population
what per
numbers
capita is.
won't matter.
Okay, well I could be wrong. Y'all help me out.
Just like look, like here's like something that like maybe it's like think of it like this: if there was one black person in America, and that person had a criminal record, then the per capita rate for black people being criminals is 100%. So you're looking like, you know, take the total number of members in the group, and then like, you know, the number of the members of the group who have the characteristics we're like after. So in here, you know, being a convicted felon or something, it's like, okay, that's the number we want to look at. And for that, like the total population won't really be like the factor that matters. Well, it's like, you know, just saying that there are fewer black people in some state or whatever, that won't tell you whether they have a smaller or higher per capita crime rate.
Hmm. I think I disagree with that, but okay. And I don't mind following along or going along with the submission. It's cool.
I mean, there isn't anything further. I'm just saying, like, I mean, sorry, maybe I can give you like an analogy. Um, so let's say you have like, sorry, it's like easy. Okay, so let's say you have, um, like 2 bags of marbles, let's say, okay? And so I want to just check this. So, okay, you have like 2 bags of marbles. One of them contains like 100 blue marbles, and the other one contains 1,000 green marbles. Um, and then let's say that for the blue marbles, 10 of them, or I don't know, like 50 of them, let's say, are heavy. Right, 50 of them are heavy. And for the green marbles, uh, only one of them is heavy. So, like, let's say I give you a marble, and let's say you're blindfolded, and you find that it's heavy, and I just tell you, like, you know, I pulled this at random from one of the bags. Okay, like, which bag do you, or what color do you think you should assume the marble is? Sure, yeah, that's right.
50 verse 10.
So there is a
So
hundred, there's a
one bag.
hundred there's 100 blue marbles. 50 of those are
Uh
heavy,
huh.
and there's 1,000
50
green
of those are heavy.
marbles. Yeah, and there's 1,000 green
1,000.
marbles, and one of those is heavy. And then you learn that the marble you're holding in your hand is heavy, and I want you to guess what color it is. Like,
I
what answer would
probably,
you give?
I would, being that that's the percentage, I would say that the blue marbles, if I just had to reach my hand and pick, or you just put them in my hand, I would say the blue marbles would be the one that's the heavy instead of that one green one.
Right. And that,
Okay.
like, kind of shows you that, like, the point is, once you learn something about this object, then, like, you know, the, like, overall distribution, the fact that, like, the greens are now outnumber the blues 10-1 won't necessarily matter, just because, like, many more blues are heavy than greens.
Yeah, but that's just saying that black people commit more crime than white people, and that's not
Well,
true.
that they get convicted more anyway.
That's not true either. It depends,
That is true.
and again, but let me tell you why. That also depends per capita, because like in Iowa, where the population is very slim of black people, you're going to get more convicted white felons than you will in Atlanta, where where that population is still a balance. It's I think it's well, no, it's more black people in Atlanta than white. I think so, or Chicago, or New. I ain't gonna say New York. I just use the more southern Louisiana, uh, uh, Atlanta. Just go back to Atlanta. It's the difference. So you will get more convicted felons in Atlanta than you will in Iowa, right? Or then we can play the race card and show you how racism will play a part in that decision. But I don't even want to open that door. I just want to deal with per capita, as you were saying. Being that there's more white people in Iowa than the black people there, you will get more convicted white people, um, more convicted white felons. But in
But
Atlanta,
that
you
just
would get
that doesn't matter to per capita. Like, I'm like, look, imagine there's just one black
because
person in
well,
Denver, and
the
they
way
get
that you said it,
convicted,
the
and
way
then
that you
it's
said it. Okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
Just imagine there's one black person in Denver and they're a convicted felon. Then the per capita rate of black people being criminals in Denver is 100%.
But then to that degree, what if a white person also commits crime in that area?
Right. So
Then
let's say
what
like
would be
there's a
the
million white people in Denver and half of
uh,
them are incarcerated. Then the
mhm.
per capita crime rate for white people is 50%. And
It
so
was
black people, even though there's like one black
I
person,
don't know. Maybe I
that
don't know math like that, but I'm just saying if one person committed, if there was one person here in Denver, Colorado, then that one person commits a crime and get convicted, then the conviction rate for per capita for black people, if he's the only black person here, is 100%. But then uh if one person I okay, I got it. I got what you're saying. But still yet on a different spectrum, the population itself would dictate the actual percentage. So you can say that one person is 100% of representation, but then when we look at the population within itself, and you get on a broader spectrum, we know that there's not one person here and one black person here in Denver.
well, yeah,
So
I'm
that
just trying to show you the principle that like actually
yeah,
saying okay, there
but
are
we're gonna
fewer
speak on
black people here won't really matter. Because what you're
yeah, but
looking at is just like, what percentage of black people are criminals and what
right.
percentage of white people are criminals.
And then when
Right?
you look at that
That's
percentage, but
right.
when you look at that position from a population, from a population standard, there are more convicted criminals in Iowa than black people.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I just don't see how that's relevant.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
they don't want to focus on that. Seventh, you're trying to talk about the real problem, and they just want to do a comparative analysis.
Well, I
yeah,
know
and I
this thread has been
But just
going
like,
for
look,
a while,
maybe
but
like we want to
There we
figure
go.
out.
There we
we
go. So what's the
Wait,
point of the
let me,
queue? What's the
let me
point
try
of
this
the
real quick.
I
queue?
was just
we can
driving us
let's
back
move
towards
on.
the queue.
wait,
Let's move
But
on.
my fault.
yeah, I was just saying, this thread has been going for a while. I've been entertained, but we do have other speakers waiting. Um, so if you have maybe a wrap up, like 10
Yeah,
seconds each or so.
good talk, bro. I appreciate it. Salute.
Yeah,
You remember
good
what I
talk.
said, Seven Son? That you never change your mind? This is what I was talking about, bro.
No
You
one has to listen to Nathan.
put a sock
Anyway,
in your face.
oh wait, everyone does, with the
Seven has
exception of
changed
one.
his mind. I've changed his
Um,
mind several times. So
we're
let's
on
not do that here.
Scarlet, the exception. Go on.
Thank you for changing my mind.
Yo,
Bow
concrete,
down to
concrete. You gotta
whites,
notice the
Seventh.
coonery. You gotta notice the coonery by King, man. It's gonna be star-studded
Nah,
tonight.
don't say
Watch.
that. Don't say that. King is not.
Harp, like I don't get why you do this to yourself, man. We're gonna move on, though. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
make.
let's move on. I want to hear people others. We agree to disagree, and it's a good thing. But let's move on. I want to hear others' perspective of this conversation, so I can learn something.
Go ahead, Scarlett. Was that
Thank
who's
you.
next? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So it's been my observation that to facilitate a conversation, Andrew will, on multiple occasions, invite Sasha to opine on the topic and also the people and Sasha's feelings regarding those people. It happens in many rooms, Andrew, so I don't know why you're defensive about it.
Do I get to respond?
Absolutely. I will yield my time
Yeah,
to you.
it's not a matter of being defensive. It's just like people can't track. They don't know what's going on. So we were talking about the game show, and I just said, "Hey, Sasha, can you talk about the game show?" And it's like, "Oh, you want to defer to her to talk?" And it's like, why even make a point like that? Like, it's just a stupid point. Yeah, of course, people refer to other people to talk. It's like,
Yes, sir,
I just
but we didn't mention just this one instance. We mentioned a
why
few.
does that matter though? Why does that matter that someone asks somebody else to comment on something? Sure, I facilitate conversations. I do that all the time. That's what I do. But what's the point of bringing that up though?
In
Because
the Polish group.
it's perceived that you're wielding Sasha's not inconsiderable intellect to bash people.
It's not a bash.
What?
What?
Bash? I don't do
You think
that.
it's a bashing? Do you think
Yo,
you,
concrete.
but do you think
Concrete.
Should we ask
this was a
Sasha
Like
bash?
what
that.
Sasha thinks about that?
Wait, hold on. Do you think this was a bashing with seventh?
No,
Okay.
not
Well,
seventh.
that's it's not going to necessarily be that. Sometimes it's just because there's going to be a good conversation. Now, now there are going to be times where I think people are arrogant and they need to be chopped down, and I think Sasha might be the best for the job. But it wouldn't just be
Mm.
Sasha. There's other people that would be good for that too. But yeah, no, I think that's completely acceptable. So I mean, to point that out, I mean, I just don't know
I'm
what the best.
sorry. I had to come on stage to interrupt you
Vengeance
real
is
quick.
mine,
Sasha can't
saith the
shut
Lord.
nobody down. He can't do
Amen.
none of that shit to me. It can never do that to me. Must be delusional. Speak for everyone else. Like,
Galaxy, I like the picture you made. I just wanted to give you a compliment. I don't know if you heard that earlier.
yeah, a big shout out to that because it's facts. But what I'm saying is, Sasha cannot humble nobody. That cannot
Point of
humble me.
moderation.
Any way,
Point of
shape, or form. Thank
moderation.
you.
You're not
Point of
allowed to
moderation. Back to
PTR
it. Thank
people
you. Well, other
except
than
for
that, okay.
Galaxy and
Well,
literally
exactly.
anyone
Thank you.
else. So I
Thank you.
guess
I'm the only one. Thank you.
effectively it is allowed, right?
Oh yeah, I don't mind. I give. I think it's basically the baby. If Nathan and I were to get together, I think that that's what our
Wow.
pause. I think
Wow,
that's what.
Black Andrew. That's interesting.
Well, the thing is, concrete. Nathan believes making that baby, so I mean, it works out. You
I
know?
think like all theists believe that. Like, I think Concrete believes that.
That's true, Saj. You made a good point on that. That was actually a good point. Nathan,
Who's next in the queue?
God wanted to make you a baby, you could have a baby, right? Make you have a baby, so that you do
King,
have
King, you ever had somebody come to your house and then they just go to your refrigerator, they don't ask, and you
concrete.
look
Shut.
at them like, what is
Oh,
going on?
yeah.
And you're saying to yourself, does this person
Um,
understand normal social like interactions?
no.
This what's going on?
So
This doesn't make any
enter
sense.
that house at your own, risk. And there are certain risks associated with being part of this community. I'm not going to
Is
name
this
them,
like
but they are
a
evident.
bouncer or something?
Well, yo, concrete.
Anyway,
That was a good question
so
because I know that feeling. You go in the
Concrete
Redrum,
is
house and
funny.
someone's at your refrigerator.
Redrum.
You're like, yo, who is this?
Oh, I had a
That's
homeboy
me.
when I was a
That's me.
kid.
I be
So
doing that. Ain't
Redrum
nobody told me
isn't
to shit. The
You know
available.
how
fuck?
you go to your
Because
friend
what's
house
yours
and
is
you knock on
mine.
the
And what?
door? Can little
Yup,
Timmy
I know.
come
I'm just
outside?
like, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. So
Um,
yes, I'm gonna run up in your shit. The fuck?
okay.
Holy
Well,
crap, dude! Shut up.
Redrum isn't
Who just
available.
said to shut
Uh,
up?
I had
Which
put
two that nigga said
okay.
to shut up? Because I wasn't speaking to that nigga. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, look, another
I
exception.
know. I really don't
Anyway,
like these two neck
Galaxy,
niggas. I really
we have a
don't.
queue. Galaxy, I do want
Yeah,
to
I
go
know,
ahead
but
and get through it.
somebody told me to shut up, and I don't know which two neck
Well,
niggas said
please,
that, but
guys,
that
don't
nigga
tell
needs to know
Galaxy to
better.
shut up.
Mm,
He's an OG here. Let's
exactly.
be
Let them know.
mindful of that.
no, I just want to know how many exceptions to the air quote rules there are, and Galaxy is
Y'all
one.
mods aren't gonna mod. Y'all
I
want us
just
Oh,
to move
did.
him down
I
all the
oh,
time?
literally just did.
Move that nigga down. You don't need the
Nigga,
dangerous things of the court.
you the
Galaxy
real
is
why?
bitch.
What?
ordering
Let me
You the
show
heavy
you how
real
to do
here,
it.
bitch.
dude.
What's he
You see
doing
that?
that's so
That's how you
wrong?
do it. Oh my god, you guys don't know how to tame the coons. I gotta teach
Okay,
y'all. I'm gonna give you a
well,
whip.
Galaxy is one of those guys who's just gonna mumble under everybody the
um,
whole freaking
Oh,
time.
here we go.
yeah. So I had put Andrew in the queue so that he could do the thing, but it's actually been done
It's
during
over. Yeah.
Seventh Son's time. So I guess that puts us on. I thought Solomon wanted to speak, and then I assumed Concrete wanted to speak. Um,
You
Wait, the
didn't
yeah.
mods
assume,
are in
you
the queue.
No,
inferred.
The mods are in the queue when they could just barge in. That's crazy.
No,
no,
so
we can't just barge in.
yeah, I know that I repeatedly say that things are one way, and then there are always exceptions upon exceptions. So I get how you might get that impression, but that's not what's supposed to happen.
And
Anyway,
I just
go
want to
on,
say one
Well,
King.
thing
that
before
is what's
the queue
happening,
continues.
actually.
That Nathan brought me up. Thank you. He knows better. Thank you.
Nathan
Jesus Christ.
brought you. Okay, so who's next in the queue? Tally.
Oh, that was messy. That was
That
That was
messy.
the
was
right new guy, right?
that was you, King, in the queue, and then
Okay,
Concrete,
sounds
and
good. And
then
I'll be quick.
Popcorn.
And I'll be quick. So, uh, most people, if you've heard me speak in this room before, I think it's okay to be white. There's no issue with being white, and I have no problem
Thank
with
you.
white people uh, being able to claim whatever culture, whatever movements. They like, want X, Y, and Z. Nothing wrong with that. But I do, however, want to warn my white brothers and sisters, be very careful, because right now, what it looks like is happening is there are powers that want to essentially create what I term, and many people are terming now, called the woke right. You know, we just defeated the woke left. We just defeated the woke left. But there are a lot of people who want to take old ideas that are centered around race, that are centered around statistics that have to do with white and black, or painting white and black narratives that don't get to nuances and don't actually address the root cause of things in society that you don't like to see. Be very careful of falling into that trap, because if you ask me, it's the same people that designed the platform and the funding for the woke left. They're now experimenting to do the same thing to the right to destroy it too. Right. And the reason why I believe this with my heart is because I don't actually see those who are now falling into that trap actually addressing the root cause of legitimate gripes with other cultures or with other groups within the within America. And so that's what makes me think that there's a concerted effort to make this happen. So all I'm saying is be careful. And to all my brothers and sisters who are Christ followers, you should be extremely careful. And yes, I'm speaking to you too, Andrew, because the motive of bringing and addressing these things, I hope they're in good faith to actually fix stuff and not just cause division for division's sake, or cause conflict for conflict's sake. We have to be very careful we don't fall into shit like that too. You can address, you can address gripes in society. That's not what I'm discussing. I'm saying if you're going to discuss it in a context where it's constructive and it actually gets to fixing the issue. That's what I have to say around that.
Thank you for that, King. King is basically saying, in a nice way, what I'm saying, which is that whole per capita thing is just a, let's say, distraction from the greater issue, right? Because the issue I think Seventh was trying to show is that if you looked at all crimes, white and black, or blue and white collar crimes, the whites are doing numbers. They're doing numbers such that it's like innumerable, uncountable amount of transgressions and criminal activity that the whites are engaging in. And what they've done is they've played the old switcheroo distraction game. They say, "Oh, no, 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 no! Don't look over there. Don't look at those, security fraud. Don't look at those violations of all your civil liberties and rights per the government onto this citizenry. No, 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 no. Look at Tyrone and that purse snatching. That's what you need to look at. And guess what? Whites are doing numbers in that area too. But when we compare the whites to the blacks, there's more blacks per capita than the whites per capita. See, they're the real problem, even though the whites are doing the numbers, right? So the issue is, are we trying to solve the problem, or are we trying to do a comparative analysis? Now, obviously, if you wanted to solve the problem, you have to deal with the whites, right? If you wanted to do a comparative analysis, the blacks are winning in that regard. But guess what? In the comparative analysis and the blacks having the greater percentage of criminalistic behavior, the whites are still doing numbers and putting everybody in a subjugation type situation that you don't want to be in, stealing out of your pockets, ruining your children's future, on and on and on and on, right? The real pernicious, cancerous stuff, right? The whites are doing those things. Tyrone's just like bothering you for the day. That's what he's doing, for the most part, right? There's some other stuff that'll ruin you for the rest of your life, but the whites are winning in that regard. Thank you. Have a nice day.
No, there's no question that the economic scale between the races and the whites are absolutely tipped in the a gargantuanly larger category. No.
Yeah, why is that?
White just
Why
can't
is
stop
that?
winning. But to be
Well,
clear,
why
I
is
kind
that?
of, I mean, I don't think that
Why
this is
is that?
actually like
Why is
something
that,
that should be a big
Andricus?
focus.
Shut up.
Like,
Why is that?
I
Why
don't
is
think
What's
that?
not a
like,
big focus?
I don't think like black criminality or something is something that should get a lot of like attention. It's
This
like,
is not
oh
productive.
wow, this really needs to be addressed.
That's what the whole conversation was. That's the whole game. You created an
No,
entire segment to analyze black criminality compared to white criminality.
segments
That
with
was
two.
what you wanted. What are
No,
you
it
talking
wasn't.
about? What
You're
do you
being
mean? That's what we just
on.
did with Seventh.
Yo,
What is
this
going
kid is just
on? Oh my God.
He's mocking the
Oh,
shit
this
out
The
is
of you
point of
guys.
crazy.
that
Own
was
it. Own
I
it. Y'all
don't
got to
get it,
own it.
bro.
The question about
the point
something
of
might be.
that was to just like show, well, like I think people kind of dissent from this idea that black people are more likely to commit crime than whites, and this is just like kind of like a clean way to lay it out, at least a better way than like what was tried when I was like before I proposed this.
Yeah, I agree.
You bored the room like with your voice. I don't know what you
Yeah,
said.
I disagree.
I appreciate that, new guy.
Yeah, so there's two houses. Both houses have 10 people. And one house has four people that committed the crime. One house has five people that committed the crime. We can say the one that has five people that committed the crime is more dangerous. Okay, I'm gonna use that word. I'm gonna use that triggering word. More dangerous. There's no question about it. I don't know why we're arguing this. But then we're gonna say, you know what? The house that has five crimes committed, yeah, it's higher. It's higher. But then guess what? The one that has the higher number of crimes committed doesn't actually have 10 people. It has 20 people. Versus the house that has 10 people that has four people that committed the crime. This is why. This is why per capita is important. I know you guys hate the word per capita. I get it. I get it. It's a very triggering. It makes you feel like, no, 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 no. This word was meant for just us. But no, per capita has a purpose. So if I had a house of 20, a house of 10, and the house of 20 had five crimes, and the house of 10 had four crimes, yes, it's true, the house of 20 has more crimes, but 6 out of 20 committed crimes versus 5 out of 10. Per capita does matter, and people in the insurance industry use these per capita numbers that you guys hate so much. There's a purpose for them.
I think you got a good point. But I do think that where people go wrong is they take a blanket analysis, and so now it's like, okay, I think where you have to start looking is, where do you deem there to be a threat to your own personal safety or well-being? And for example, if you are a white person and you look at black folks and you're like, okay, I need to know exactly what is the likelihood it is for me to be a victim of a violent crime. Well, you got to look at who are the victims of black people uh, committing violent crime. And as it is with most races, most recipients or most victims of violent crime are usually made a victim by someone in their own race. You know, and so now you have to almost look at, well, okay, then out of all the violent crime that black people commit, what is the racial breakdown? And you'll find that a lot of it is really just based off of long-standing, not just proximity by itself, but proximity in association with shit like perhaps family disputes, gang disputes, things that happen, crimes of passion, um, that are relative to their environment. So when you see, if you're in bumblefuck nowhere and you see like a random black person and you start saying, "Oh my God, look at this! As a per capita just walked into our store," and you just start fucking like having a meltdown. I mean, that is kind of like, that might be, maybe that woke right element that someone had brought. I think might have been King earlier. We just started becoming a motherfucking like full blown, you know, uh, yeah, I don't know. You just start becoming a fucking panicky freak, who you all of a sudden you don't want to go outside and shit. So yeah, that's all.
Uh, are we having a queue or is this open?
What?
No, no, I think it's
Are
open.
we
I
trying
think
to
it's
figure out what
open.
you just?
Oh, okay. Well, then we probably want to go. Well, I'll just say that King, you've talked to Enoch before.
Yeah, so Enoch and
I knew
myself,
he was gonna do that.
along with Dewey, Oh my God, Harbor, you have something else you want to speak on?
Harper just wants to. He just
No,
wants
no,
to.
no. I just knew that he was gonna pass the buck and he was gonna do like the
We need to
game
pass the ball.
show. The
Nobody even
game
talking to me,
show. I
numbskull.
think he
What
was
are
gonna
you
do the
talking about?
game show, like Price is Right sort of thing, and just bring it on down
Okay,
to
you
the
don't even.
bride.
You're literally just talking and concrete's clapping over there. But
Shut the
anyway,
fuck up, you
King,
racist piece of shit.
all right, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. You called me.
Whoa.
You used the N word
Yo,
like multiple times.
we gotta do a small room one day with just Andrew and freaking what's your name now, Harper. We gotta do this one someday because I've heard you guys bicker back and forth for like over a year now.
Oh yeah, he's all
Yeah.
he does is troll. But anyway, but King, I was just gonna say you talked.
I don't understand.
All
That's
right,
the
Harper,
problem.
Harper,
I'm not
please,
understanding.
please,
Harper, can you just
troll. Just. But King, you talked to Enoch. Did you guys talk about theism?
Harper, can you just celebrate whiteness, please? Thank you.
Yes. Whiteness. All right. Thank you.
Please do.
King,
Yeah,
did you
so we
talk?
didn't. So I don't remember us talking on um, any issue with God, but the way that he operate under the conversation that had to do with China, America, business, population, I wasn't very impressed. Now,
Uh,
Dewey can back me up because Dewey participated in the conversation too. I'm not saying Enoch is not. I'm clear that the guy is smart, but I think he sort of like it's he sort of like uses his showmanship, which is a good quality to have. He uses that as the way to sort of, cover up the fact that he didn't know a lot of things. Like, for instance, the population collapse that's coming to China. There was a lot of things that he wasn't familiar with, but his showmanship got him places. So I'll give him that.
wait until he employs his showmanship in theism. The argument you won't know.
And again,
He talked to
the
Rob.
guy's clearly smart. But again, I think, it's one of those things where it's like, hey, if you're going to have a conversation and you're going to, you know, do the whole confidence thing, then at least know
He
what you're talking about. So,
he said atheism is.
No!
He said
you know me,
atheism is.
concrete. I'm gonna be honest. So,
He said atheism is manifestly true.
yeah, I'd love to see him substantiate
Yo,
whatever
King,
that
you
means.
saying he got
Well,
exposed?
manifestly, do you consider so if you say, for example, um, that the concept of God, like just merely trying to conceptualize God, is a manifest falsity, um, I think that might be a better way to frame
What do
my.
you mean by manifest falsity? What is that?
Well, essentially, it's inherently false and self-evidently false because it's inconclusive
Yeah, that's just
from
not
out the
true.
gate.
So
Yeah,
that's
from out the gate, like when you try to define God and try to take on the approach of saying, "Hey, this is God, and this is the
wait.
God that
So,
I
so
believe
what's
in."
the word you
Let him
use?
finish, Solomon. We got to hear him
Well,
out.
well,
Yeah, let him
Please,
it's,
finish,
Nani,
it's
please.
please.
fine. Yeah, I mean
What did you say, Enoch? Manifest falsity?
yeah.
Right. So, manifest falsity, and the way you define it would that would uh you know relate to something like there are no elephants in like serving in the White House or
Mm,
serving in Congress, right? That's
right.
manifest. Like the words you use could apply to something like that, but how
Does it
would that
always have
apply
to be
to God?
physical or like
Because I can prove inherently that most people believe, or it is actually true, that there are no elephants serving in Congress.
Has anyone ever proven that? That's no, as far as like
You
evidence.
said, has
So you
anyone
said
ever
there are no
proven? You
elephants
said,
in the
has
White House.
anyone ever proven that?
You meant that physically, right? Like there are no elephants physically in the White House.
How else? How else would I mean that?
So has anyone ever proven that?
Yes, sir. Yes, there are no
How?
elephants currently serving
Oh,
in
you mean serving like
Congress.
the title of it, right? Okay.
You,
So as
so,
far
so
as
you see, so
titular,
you can prove a negative. So I'm trying to see how you use that word combination to prove God doesn't exist, though.
well, it's not a one-to-one comparison though. Your example is not going to be
It
the
is,
same
sir.
as
I
well
proved a
because
negative. You
again,
can prove a negative. So I'm trying to see how you're proving God doesn't exist beyond using, the combination of those two words.
well, but you're not. You can't just hold those two words exclusively to the way that you
No, you
apply
gave
it.
the definition. Now,
Yeah.
how does that correlate
Well, a
to
manifest
God not
falsity doesn't need
existing?
to be something like, hey, okay, there are this many, uh, you know, jobs that are, in the executive branch, and no elephants serve in them. You can. It's like, okay, that's not the only way to
You
say that
saying this,
something is
Andrew?
manifest falsity. You know
So
what I mean?
Enoch, how again? How have you proven? Just like I
King,
just
it's
proved, there
already
are no
checkmate. King over.
is,
For
and
who?
that's why I told you, man.
Over for
So
who?
how have you proven, Enoch, that God does? You see how I just proved elephants don't serve in Congress? That negative, I've just proved that. So in the same way, show me God doesn't exist.
So let me tell you this, right? First of all, because I reject the premise that you're starting with as it is. And here's why. Because the premise that you're trying to start with and trying to get me to walk down is not the full breadth of what going on. The fact is, when it comes to the concept of
Sir,
God,
you said
God has
manifest. You
God.
said
Well,
manifest falsity.
yes.
You said that. I didn't say that. I'm
Okay.
telling you to
And then you
substantiate.
gave an example, right?
Come
Show
on, King,
me.
King,
Show.
let, King, let him finish.
So,
Let him finish, King.
yeah, and you
Let
have
him finish.
multiple
God, you
people, so
just
I
want
know
him to
there's
ramble,
like
bro.
there's like desperation.
No, no, no. He was
That
right
sounds
there.
like
Let him finish.
desperation. Just let me, yeah. So when you say that there's a manifest falsity, there's an honest assessment that comes from saying, hey, okay, this is literally something that is either unfalsifiable. This is something that you literally cannot. Um, how do I put this? Not just unfalsifiable, right? But it's unfalsifiable, and it's also, for lack of a better word, it's also something that you can infinitely shift the goalposts of. So, for example, when it comes to God, you assign yourself authority, and this is my premise in general. You assign yourself a lot of authority when you start to define God and say you believe in it. When you say I believe in God and what God is a singular entity who is the creator of the universe and is the intentional governor of all things within the universe, just by saying that you make multiple assumptions that go without completely any substance. You are already saying, okay, this entity is a singular entity. This entity is willfully governing the universe. This entity does not have any help. It's not. You're not a polytheist. You're making a lot of assumptions based off of the definition itself. The definition is already relying on the inherent belief. It's almost like you're asserting God by defining it, and that in and of itself is a major flaw. Like it's a structural flaw in the rationale to saying, "Hey,
You
God
said
is real."
asserting God by defining Him is a flaw.
Your assertion of so by making that
No, he's saying you're
definition,
asserting superiority. I guess that's
Asserting God by defining Him is a
no,
flaw.
Solomon.
That's
He's
what you.
saying that you're asserting superiority when you say that I
Get
believe
out
in
of it,
God. That's
Vic. Get out of it. Let them two up the one on one. No one
so
needs. Let him
So,
explain what he's trying to say, not you.
yeah, explain that to me. Asserting God by defining Him is a flaw.
it's a flaw because the terms that you're using in order to lay out your definition of God is an assertion. If you just make an assertion and there's no substantiating those terms that you're using to make that assertion, then you have a structural design. Now you have multiple points to prove before you even get past the conversation of saying, "Hey, this entity is real." You have to prove that the God of the Bible is not more or less real than the polytheistic,
Is he
Yeah, that's
shifting the
irrelevant.
Egyptian
burden?
lore.
So that's
Hold on.
irrelevant,
On,
Enoch.
let them
No,
do it.
no,
Let them do it.
that's literally it. When you say God is, He is a
Yeah,
entity that
nobody
created
says
the
that.
known
Nobody
universe.
says that.
Nobody says God is a singular
Yeah,
entity.
nobody says that. So
Okay, all
whenever
right.
we have these
So,
comments,
okay,
and this is
sure.
this is why I need to focus you because you're all over the place.
Okay.
So if someone gives you a definition that corresponds with reality, what about that type of definition? Not a straw man like you just tried to do, but an actual textbook definition that theists have used for thousands of years to make these arguments. What about that definition?
Give an example.
No, 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 no. Don't try to shift the burden because what I'm still
What?
trying to see from you, you made the statement that manifests falsity, that God doesn't exist by that. So I'm still waiting for that.
So again, right? Your state when you try to define God, every single iteration of God that I at least that's well known, even the polytheistic deities, you have to, in order to believe in them, you have to first make assertions within your definition based off of stuff that have no credible evidence. You have to, when you say, okay, I believe in the Egyptian pantheon. All right, well, that means that you believe that that Ra and you know, just a bunch of these other deities are basically more real and are as involved in the creation of the universe collectively and you're making that assumption, you're making that assertion, and that comes in a direct conflict with the belief in a singularity, a singular God, a one track intentional creator to the universe. Now you go into the other continual qualities. Okay, well now they're also continually involved in the process of the universe. Some theists believe, some theists are deists. Some deists, they'll say, well, God creates the universe, but it might not regard the universe, and it's not an active governor over the universe. Just in the definition, you have to break down the actual definition. If you give one sentence and say, hey, this is God, the words that you use within that sentence, which is what I keep trying to get people to understand, the words that you use within that sentence are assertions. They are assertions that do not come with self-evident truth. They actually come in the absence of truth. They come in the absence of evidence, of credible evidence. The closest thing that we have is, as a reference, is going to be basically the religious text or the carried down lore that introduced the person trying to define God to that concept of God in the first place. The problem with that is that I can do that for Harry Potter. The problem for that is I can do that for any other deity that I wanted to in a book that inspired me.
Yeah, so Enoch, I want to be very clear. So what I'm hearing from you is you're using references like the Egyptian pantheon, Harry Potter, and all of these other fictional texts to essentially say that there is no possible way that God exists.
So again, what I'm saying is that the definition
Those
of
are
the
the things
existence
you
of a
brought up.
god,
Like you use the
you're
word manifest
it's a
falsity,
reductivist
and you're
like
using
recount of
Egyptian
that.
pantheon, you use Harry Potter, and some other things in
How
the
did I
word
use it?
salad to essentially present as evidence that there is no possible way God exists.
How did I use those words? Did I just randomly
But
name drop them?
those were your references.
How
Because
did I use them
remember,
though? What was the
you the
purpose
one
of?
who used manifest falsity. You
Can you
use
steel
that
man why I brought
word.
them up?
You use those two words as a way of saying that you can prove God doesn't exist. And so when I asked you to substantiate that, you brought up the Egyptian pantheon, you brought up Harry Potter, and a number of other fictional texts as your reference for that proof.
You
I want
got
to be very clear
blindsided by
about that.
the okay. Go.
That's what you did.
You got blindsided by the names that were referenced, and then completely lost the logical track of what I'm bringing up. I'm mentioning the Egyptian pantheon because they're an example, a very famous example of polytheism. But when you say God is, He is, hey, this is God. He is the divine creator of the universe, and most of them usually say that it's a loving and well-wishing entity that governs over all actions within the universe. You got to start with each word that I just used. He is, boom, okay. That comes in a direct contrast with different pantheons that say no, it's never been he. It's actually been multiple creators of the universe. It's actually been a demiurge. It's actually been this and that and the third. And that right there is like, okay, now how do you actually substantiate your claim of the singular God versus another claim from another belief system that once ruled the world that said, hey, there were like 5 or 6 gods, or there were like a Mount Olympus of gods? How do you say that your claim is more concrete than theirs towards that singularity of a divine being?
Yeah, that's simple because our claims and our beliefs correspond uh, much more with reality as it's been given.
How so?
Yeah, there's a number of ways. One would be obviously the life, death, and resurrection of Christ. But outside of that, you could also use some of the classical arguments around the kalam, right? The teleological, the moral arguments, the transcendental
So you're
arguments.
summarizing there, but you
No,
brought
yeah,
up the life, death, and
I'm
the
giving you
resurrection.
ways. I'm giving you ways I could substantiate that.
But
That's what I'm
actually
trying
do
to
it. You're
point
you're
out. I'm
you're,
pretty
you're
sure.
referencing
I'm pretty sure. I'm
methods.
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you've heard these arguments before. But again, don't try to get away from it. Have you substantiated how you've proven God doesn't exist?
And that's been
You
my point.
made the claim of manifest falsity, that there's a manifest falsity in the nature of God's existence, meaning I can show you God doesn't exist.
But there's an absence of credible evidence when you bring up those examples. You didn't actually use any of them as
Yeah,
credible
because this is
evidence.
on your claim. This is not mine. You're trying to shift the burden. I'm
No,
trying
I'm
to
not.
see how you're showing
I'm not.
that God doesn't exist.
The burden of a concept of something is within the definition of that concept as it pertains to observable reality. And you're the one who claimed that observable reality dictates that there would be a monotheistic deity that runs the
I never
universe as
said any
opposed
of
to a
that. I
polytheist.
never
You
said
just
any of
said
that,
that.
sir. I
You didn't
never
just say
said
that?
again. I never said any of that.
So why did you bring up the
Don't
life?
try
What did you say before life,
one
death, and
more
rebirth of
time
Christian of,
for
of
the
Jesus Christ?
audience. For the audience, this man has yet to substantiate that manifest falsity in the context of those two words that God does not exist.
I did. Manifest
And how?
falsity
Okay, so
and
you saying you
so
did.
so
So watch
critical.
this closely.
Go ahead.
What
So
was your evidence that God manifest in a manifest falsified way doesn't exist?
the
What
need,
was your
the
evidence?
the necessity of the definition of the concept that you are trying to say exists, right? Okay, God doesn't exist. Let's go back to your reference. There are no elephants that serve in the White House at this time. And maybe I'll shift it a little bit, right? I'll say,
Oh, you're
there's
gonna
no no
shift.
no no I don't
Okay.
have to,
What are
right?
you gonna
No,
shift
you
to?
can hear this and you'll like this. There are no elephants literally physically in the White House at this time. There's no elephants. Now, that's probably true, right? But can you prove it? And
No,
then
so
someone can go
no,
through the
don't
entire
don't
White House
don't
and
shift
no,
my don't
here's
shift
go ahead.
my example. I know I used my example, so you couldn't do what you just did.
So here's the problem, right?
So stop playing games, sir. There's a
Here's the problem.
reason why I
But
said
okay,
there are no elephants serving in the US
I
Congress
know why you said
or
that
serving in the White
because
House.
it was
We can
deceptive.
prove that. We can absolutely prove that. Because we
Who
can
serves in the White
absolutely
House?
prove that. So what I need you to
Who's
do
right? Okay,
is absolutely prove that God doesn't exist.
you've played fully into my hand by using that reference, and you tried to be deceptive, and it ended up working against you.
Are you
Because
gonna prove? Are you gonna show that God doesn't exist?
when you say elephants, there are no elephants that are serving in a position at the White House. You are taking tangible, repeatable qualities such as the list of jobs that are in the White House, the list of roles that are laid out and defined at the beginning of a presidency, and the human
Is this
beings
guy
that
gonna
are meant
prove
to
God
fulfill
doesn't
that role.
exist?
When it comes to the concept of God, you have the literal, you have the privilege. If you're going to maintain the concept of God, you have the privilege, and most God believers abuse the privilege of the gaps that they are provided. They're able to say, well, okay, well, we can't see God and he's not here, but he's within every atom within us. And you can't see those either. You're able to shift perpetually and provide no repeatable, measurable basis to the claim of its physical existence. So your example and you trying to
I don't
bring up
even think you know
elephants
what you're
serving in the
saying.
White House.
I
I
just
mean,
think you're
do
talking.
you know what? So, I mean, do you, maybe it's because you're like half listening, but
I don't.
again,
I
when
don't even
you
think
brought
you
up
know
an
what you're saying.
example, you brought up an example of jobs that are in the White House, like the
No, I
executive
didn't,
branch,
sir. I said,
positions
sir. I
that are
was
in the
very
okay,
clear. There are no elephants. You see how I made a positive claim for a negative thing. There are no
okay,
elephants serving in the United States Congress.
okay.
That is a provable claim. It's provable.
That is as
You
provable
made a
as me
claim
saying
that
there is
God
no
does not.
God.
You have evidence that God does not exist
You have literally given me
in
the
a
same thing as
manifest
that's
Dude, are
like me
you
saying there is
insane?
no
How
God.
are those similar?
falsification, whatever you use, manifest, falsificate, falsify. Like it's some fucking fancy term, right? Some fucking fancy hotep shit.
So
So show me, substantiate that shit, sir.
what is an
You've yet
elephant?
to substantiate it.
What is an
You
elephant?
brought up the Egyptian pantheon, you brought up Harry Potter, you brought up a couple of other fictional things, but I've yet to see how that substantiates that God doesn't, that's evidence that God doesn't exist. That's
So
retarded.
what is an
And I'm
elephant?
trying to be cool. I'm trying to be cool. But Andrew,
That's
what is
okay.
this? Like, this is
Guy's
what you wanted
crazy,
me to tell you?
man.
What is an elephant? What is an elephant?
It's an animal, sir.
And how do you know
Max are
that?
down 25 points right now.
You said, how do I know that an
Right.
elephant is an animal?
How do you know an elephant exists?
How do I know?
And
What do you mean? How do I know an elephant exists? What type of
well,
evidence would you need that an elephant exists? Do you need me to have a picture of
well,
an elephant?
in with respect to
You need me to show you a
yours, but
picture of me
also the
on
listener's
eating
intelligence, right?
elephant
We can
elephant
say that elephants.
This
Okay,
is bad, Enoch. This is really bad, bro.
it's
Well,
bad for you, but go
what
ahead.
it's Andrew? What it sounds like he's simply making a case that you can't discover truth because all you have is comparison between
That's
models.
not true.
He's not really making a case for like the
Oh, it's
non-existence
bad.
of
No, no.
That's
something.
not true. I'm going by the example he
Terrible.
gave. So he gave that example. There
Terrible.
are no elephants sitting in a position in the White House. So I'm asking you, what is an elephant? Now we all have seen elephants. We've seen them. We know somebody who's probably been in the same vicinity as one. Elephants are real. They're real, tangible things. You can count the number of elephants in a given place at a given time.
okay.
That is already like dramatically different from you saying from the statement that there is a God. I could say there
King,
is no
he's
God in the
obviously new at
universe.
this.
I got you.
Yeah,
I could
he
say that
is.
there
He
is
is.
no God in
Yeah.
the. I could say that there is no God in the universe.
No,
And then
no,
and then
no,
and
you
then
can't. No, you
okay, go ahead.
can't. No, you can't.
Why not? Because if you've
Because
never seen, if you've never,
that's an argument
okay,
from that's a straight up
Enoch,
argument from
if
you know
you've
what's the
ignorance.
never
common?
if you've never
Enoch,
seen an elephant before in your life, and
you
nobody else that
realize
you've
the
ever
common
met has ever seen an
denominator?
elephant in your life,
Enoch, do you
who's
realize the
that?
common denominator in every room are the atheists? The atheists actually are disagreeing with you. Like
Yeah.
you're like the
It doesn't
denominator
matter.
in
There's
all the
people who
rooms.
agree with me too.
There's no
Yeah,
one
Bro, I
down
have
that agrees with you.
atheist that
the
finds it
usual suspects
literally.
will. Go ahead.
Enoch, look at the chat. There's no one that agrees with you.
It doesn't.
So
Enoch,
Okay, I'm not
so
looking at
how
the
long you been an
chat.
Andricus
atheist,
is
I'm
Enoch?
not looking at the chat.
Let's make
Andricus
it a
is
teacher
absolutely
moment. Can we
right.
make it a
You're
It's
teacher
fine.
you're
moment?
It's fine.
essentially
We don't
making
need.
an
We don't need
There's
to.
argument.
white
We don't need
belts.
to
Are you
because
hearing?
you're
There's the
trying
white
to
belt.
you're shifting the conversation,
Enoch,
right?
Enoch,
You're
Enoch.
trying to talk about something
Enoch,
else.
just listen, sir.
Yeah,
You're
can
We
we
essentially
make
brought
it
it.
a
making an
teacher
argument.
moment?
Okay.
Enoch, please, sir. You're essentially making an argument from ignorance. Andricus correctly pointed that out because, and respectfully, this is the logical conclusion when dealing with this, like going down the road and this path. You essentially start to deny anything has meaning or
That's not what
definition,
I'm doing. You're
because yes,
cutting me
that
off
is
before,
that's
and then
you're
you're saying
trying
that's
to
what I'm doing.
you're trying to establish that there's no way to know for certain that an elephant is what it is.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
Yes, it is, sir.
No,
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 just
no,
You
because
no.
already
That's
I
not.
asked
accepted
you a
that
leading
Here, let me
question,
try real quick. Let me try
I
real
just
quick.
told you that elephants exist, and I
Here,
just
let me.
told you how we
No,
all
you
know
Hold
said
that
on,
they
yes,
hold on,
and I
exist. I
King.
know.
Hold
literally,
on, King.
and
King,
that's the
King.
thing.
Let me
Like
try.
y'all didn't, so y'all didn't hear me. So
I
y'all
figured out
just
what he
gonna
was
pretend
doing.
you didn't hear the words that I
Enoch,
just said.
let me just tell him. Enoch, I'll explain it to him. So King, what he's saying is when he said that he can prove that God doesn't or you can't prove a negative, and you said I can show that there's no elephants currently in Congress. He's trying to say that this isn't a defeater for his position because an elephant is like a material thing. And that's why he's saying, what is an elephant, right? So since he's saying that there's a difference between a God, an immaterial thing in our conceptualization, and an elephant, a material thing, this isn't a defeater for what he's saying. That's what
It
he's
is a
trying to say.
defeater. It is a defeater because
Huh.
he still has to show. He has to show that it's impossible for God to be immaterial. That it's impossible for God to be made up of a substance that's different from both immaterial and material.
No,
How
no,
would he show? How would he
Well,
Not
that's
show
necessarily.
that that is the case? Yes,
no, no.
if you're
Look.
what,
making
is,
It's
what
if
does
you're
that even
making a
mean?
claim that you can prove something doesn't exist, yes, you do. You
hold
do
on,
have to
King.
prove that.
I think one easy way to get to it is just to say that he was making an absolute statement. You can't prove a negative, and that absolute statement is undermined by this particular instance.
Yeah, yeah, of
So
course, but he
therefore,
needs to
he's
see
wrong.
that though.
No. Just that's it. Because
It's
any
it's
other way is he
undermined
gonna
by
get
like a trillion.
No,
But
no,
you
no. But
can,
Yeah.
concrete.
the
like
problem is you
trivially
can,
come
you're
up with
shift.
like
Allegedly,
But
because here's
thousands
the
well,
of
thing,
what if God
concrete.
is not material?
Hold on, hold on,
Well,
hold
well,
on, hold
fuck.
on,
How
hold
about
up,
this?
hold
Let's
up,
continue to shift
Enoch,
the. Okay,
hold up, bro.
okay.
Concrete. I understand that. My favorite thing is calling out absolute statements. The problem with Enoch, though, because
I know.
Andrew told me to have this conversation with him, right? So I
That was
wanted
the
to
first problem.
see, especially when he said the words manifest falsely.
I know
I
it's
wanted
awesome.
to see what his tactic was going to be.
It's
Someone like
awesome.
him needs to see how ridiculous it sounds when he's
The guy's just
arguing for
bloviating.
this.
You're
He
just
needs to
bloviating.
see it.
You brought up a bad premise to try to make it, and then
Now
you
it's a
needed
bad
someone else to
premise.
explain it to you because you
What's
didn't
a
want
bad
to concede
Oh,
premise?
to me.
it's an
You needed
analogy,
some.
Enoch. It
You needed
works.
someone
The
else
analogy
to,
works.
What's a
but it
bad? You see,
didn't.
you
His
see,
analogy
certainly
concrete.
didn't.
This is
His
what I
analogy
mean.
didn't. His
This is
analogy
why
didn't
he
work.
has to see
Here's the point.
this
certainly we can
because
Here's the,
if
find
he
common
doesn't see
ground that
this, he's never going to
statements
learn.
like
so
He's
here's the
never
point.
going to
statements
learn
So
if he doesn't actually
surely we
see
can
how
find
Blah
bad
blah
this
blah.
common ground that statements
Now he
like you
thinks
can't
that
prove
what
a
you
negative
said
are
proves him
stupid, right?
right.
Now he thinks what you just did proves him right, and it
No,
doesn't.
not no, because I proved myself right, and he's just
You see, he thinks
reiterating what
what
I
you
was
said
saying.
proves him right, and that's why
He's
you can't
reiterating what
do
I
that.
was saying. He was someone who was
What you said,
actively
Enoch,
listening, and you were actively interrupting.
Enoch.
That's all you were doing, and you
What
didn't
you
hear
said
anything.
was
Man, I
And so you're
ridiculous,
playing this.
sir.
yo, can I
Okay,
speak,
go ahead.
bro?
What you said was ridiculous, sir, and you're
It's just
still arguing
okay. You just
like it's coherent.
it's just words. Like you're just saying it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So,
But
okay, let's get
Enoch,
back to the actual logic, right? The actual
Enoch,
logic is this.
at
And
the
you
very
continue
You're
least,
the
we can all
logic.
agree.
now here's the
Yo,
point.
yo, yo, yo,
You're already saying, okay, well, God would be God would be an
yo, yo,
immaterial
yo, yo.
entity. It would be immaterial. Okay,
Hey, Enoch,
that is
Enoch,
already
can
a
you
shift of
hold
the
on a second?
goalpost.
Yo, Enoch, can you hold on a second? Hiwa, what did you want to say?
Well, at the very least, Enoch, we can agree that you can definitely prove a negative, right?
Not if you shift the goalpost enough and refuse to.
No, no, no. No. Not like in principle, it is possible to prove a negative, right?
Yeah, if you're honest, but if you refuse to concede to the negative and the lack of evidence for
No, no,
the
no, no, no.
existence, like,
Claims like there is no blank are in principle provable, right?
as long as you're honest about it. So, because there's always
Right.
a way, especially when you make an entity immaterial.
Well, there's not always a way, but those
There's,
types of claims aren't principally unprovable. We
for
agree, right?
example, okay, there's no elephants
Like if
that
I
are
say,
serving a job in the White House or in the executive branch. Well, what if there's a secret job
no, no, no,
listing
no,
You
no,
somewhere?
see
What if
how
it's
relax,
like
this
on the
relax,
secret?
you see
What if
how
it's on
relax,
the
this line
relax,
of
secret
thinking
relax.
menu?
leads
What if
to
it's on the
I'm
absurdity?
secret
talking.
menu of
Do you see
jobs?
how
What if
this
it's
line
just,
of thinking
what if it's
leads to absurdity?
I'm
what if it's
Can I
like
talking
an
say something real
elephant
quick?
that's
strategically, but
honorary
whatever.
assigned to the Secret Service?
Can I say
Maybe
something real
that's
quick?
it.
You
Like it
see
doesn't
how
make
this
any fucking
line of
sense.
thinking
Hold on,
leads
Enoch,
That's
to
what
Enoch,
the line of
absurdity.
thinking of God
Enoch.
is.
Hold on. We're sparking out.
I'm
Hold on.
using your
Can I
logic
go real
against
quick,
you.
and then
Go
he
ahead.
wants to go? Can I go, and then wants to go? So you ever driving in a neighborhood and you see a house, right? And it's nighttime. Let's say it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, and the lights are on in the house. And so you say to yourself, there's somebody home, right? Because the lights are on. But sometimes the lights could be on and there's nobody home. Did y'all know that?
That's true, that's true.
Bob,
Nobody got it? The
Bob,
lights are on, but there's nobody home.
got it,
There
got
you
it.
go. I'll say it clear.
Bob, hit it up.
Well, it's like you can
What
just
is that?
trivially
Affirming the
come up with a
consequent?
simple
Is
example.
that what
Like
that
Enoch,
is?
you can, thanks. Like imagine I said, there is no, there is no Coke can in this small little box. We can open it and prove that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you
Yeah.
say unless you say it's a metaphysical, invisible, transcendental Coke can, which is what people say
Right.
about the
It's a
existence of
regular
God.
Coke can.
Yeah,
It's a regular Coke
that's a
can.
contradiction in
So if
terms.
somebody says, "Hey, that's a metaphysical, transcendent Coke can," you can't see it, you can't touch it, but it's there, I promise. Now, what do you say to that person that says that?
What? Wait, say that one
Uh,
more time.
He's saying, okay, if you have an empty Coca-Cola box, then you can say that there are no Coke cans in this box. So if someone
Okay.
responds to you and says, "Hey, there's an invisible, metaphysical, immaterial Coke can in this box, I
Yeah,
promise,"
that's
that's
a
what I believe.
contradiction in terms.
but
You know what
that's
a
What do you say?
but all
you
you're
know what a
saying now.
contradiction in terms is?
All you're saying now is that if you set up the question in such a way that the thing that you're trying to prove cannot be proven, then you can't prove a negative. I mean, I agree, but that's like really uninteresting and trivial.
Exactly.
That's my point. No,
Because
that's my
you
point.
just created a contradiction in terms. You're
No,
using
but
terms that don't actually correspond to reality,
What
right?
do you mean? What do you
You're
mean by that?
essentially describing a square circle.
Right. That's God.
well, I
Yeah,
don't
that's
agree
what
with
you just
that, but
did, but
You're
we're not doing
literally
that.
agreeing with me.
Yeah, but we're not doing. The point is
How is
we're
God a
not
square
doing that. You're
circle,
straw manning.
Enoch?
You're
How is
straw
God a
manning
square
the
circle?
position.
Gosh, it's so stupid.
You're agreeing with me. Okay, so if I
Enoch,
say
how
that
is
Okay,
there is
God
sir,
a
a
square
trend,
do you know what a straw
okay,
man is? Do you know what a straw man is?
sure.
Okay, so do you understand you just did that?
How?
are
Uh-oh.
you saying Enoch?
How did I do that?
We need to
You're
get some
using
more
an
in here.
analogy as if your analogy corresponds to
Solomon,
how
he doesn't
people
know what it
argue
means.
about God's
That's not
existence.
that's not your argument
he,
though.
yeah,
I
we need
brought
to
that.
know.
I
Are you saying
introduced
that
the
this
invisible
particular
cocaine.
This
no,
is bad.
are you saying, Enoch, that this particular conception, that these conceptions of God cannot be disproven? Is that your point?
No, I'm agreeing with what you said, Bob. You said if you show me a box that's a box of Coke cans and it's empty, then you can reliably say that there are no Coke cans in this box.
Right.
And what a lot of the God believers do is they take that exact same box and they say, well, there's actually like an invisible spiritual Coke can
No,
inside
we
of there.
don't.
Right,
That's a
right.
straw
You
I
man.
don't? Oh,
understand.
you don't?
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. I get it. Do you think that that is an unprovable claim?
That's a claim that's not sound to begin with, because if you don't, unless
No,
you
no, no, no,
provide
no. If
anything that
someone, no,
even
no, no.
remotely supports
Oh my
that,
God.
go ahead.
If someone says there is a spiritual, ethereal ghost can in this box, there is no such Coke can in this box. Do you think that is an unprovable claim?
I mean, it's manifest falsity
What? Was
because
that an answer to my
they've
question?
decided that it's a spirit. Like again, until there's
No, no, no.
anything that's even
Stop
remotely
trying to think.
credible.
No, 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 no. Enoch, stop trying to think ahead like 4 steps where you
No, I'm
think
with
this
you.
argument is going to go, and just answer the question.
I'm with you.
Right.
That's
So if
false.
someone
If
says
they say
there
there's a
is
spiritual
no
Coke can, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, someone says there is no
Man,
ethereal,
folks was
spiritual
good.
Coke can in this box.
It's good,
Do you
good enough.
think that that is an unprovable claim?
If
Man,
someone says
folks
that
on
there's
G, folks.
so okay, someone says that the box is empty. There are no Coke cans in there. Is that unprovable? Is that your question?
No, no. Someone says this following statement: there is no ethereal, invisible Coke can in this box. Do you think that statement is an unprovable claim?
No.
Yo,
I
yo,
think it's I
one
think
sec,
it's
one
I
sec,
think
one
it's
sec,
like
one sec, right quick. Yo, there's someone that just
Do
came
you
in the
think that
room.
that is a provable
Oh, hold on,
claim?
hold on, one sec, one sec. There's someone that just
I
came in the
got some.
room. There's someone that just came in the room who I haven't seen in a long, long time. Yo, Donald C. What's good,
Hey, how's
Monkey?
it going, man?
She.
Nah,
Anyway,
Sorry,
shit,
go ahead,
nigga,
guys.
shit. Shut
do
your
you think that that is an improvable claim?
no,
well,
no,
Hey,
you
my
know,
nigga Donald. Wagwan Donald. Donald is that guy. So,
I just think to
Hey,
big
have
shout out to
a
Donald.
functional, to have a
mute that
function
nigga.
to have a functional,
Handle your drums.
ability
We're not worried about you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
to
Hey, you're not a
functionally
functional person.
to
You're not even a person.
functionally interface
Hey,
with
you're the matrix.
reality
You're gay.
to
Shut up.
functionally interface with reality,
Go ahead. Go
you
ahead,
And
have
you're
Enoch.
to
50 years old and a
reject
drunk.
you have
That's
to
Keep
crazy.
talking,
reject
Enoch.
certain testimonies and certain premises from the lack of standing that come with them.
Enoch,
And
you do realize
that's
when
just
Enoch, what
exactly
was
that
my
invisible
question?
Coke can is. It's a
Enoch,
lack
Enoch,
of
you're still not
good.
understand. You're still not getting.
Oh,
The,
it's just
Wait, wait,
you're
wait,
impossible to
wait,
still
wait,
get
not
wait.
into the
Hold
getting
on,
question.
hold on,
that you
hold on. The
can't
premise.
prove. Like
Sasha,
it's
there's no
you're still
synapses
not
firing.
given sufficient or really any evidence that you've proven God doesn't exist.
I mean,
None
well,
of these things you're bringing up prove that God doesn't exist. You're just proving that some people might be illogical or that some people might believe in things that are untrue or not good arguments. But that is not proof for God's non-existence.
so and I'll frame it exactly the way I did the last time that I spoke on this topic, which is by saying what God is, by giving a definition.
Also, you're
So
gonna
if
straw
a
man
God is,
again.
if a no, because look, when you ask,
You do you
He
even
just
okay,
realize
look,
that
no,
hear
when
me
you
out,
no,
hear me
did
out,
no.
that?
hear me out, hear me out, right? So say I'm a Christian or whatever, right? I'll say that God is, what is God? He is the intentional creator of the entire universe, who has no beginning and end, has a general, well wishes for its creations, and is the active governor over all things within the universe. That's like something that I think a lot of people, in the Abrahamic faiths believe. So if I say that, what we have to now do is look at the terms that I used just now to define God and say, okay,
Yeah,
where's the
see if it
basis for
corresponds
any
with
of these
reality. I already
terms?
said that.
Does it
Yes.
correspond with reality?
Yes.
Sure. So now your point of contention is, well, you still haven't proven it false. But the problem
No,
with
that
go
wasn't my
okay.
contention. No, it was not, sir.
So
Like
far so
Bob said,
far. Go ahead.
stop trying to jump 4 or 5 steps like into the future. Let's deal with now. My problem
Wait,
with
wait,
you is
wait. Solomon.
you made a positive claim about about a negative, proving a negative.
Positive
You made a
assertion.
positive claim that you could prove a negative, and I'm waiting for you to give us evidence that substantiates that.
So it's fair to say that
That's
we
my
have
issue with you right now.
so the thing is, when you look at that example of the you know the so-called Coke box, for example, right?
Yeah,
It's something that's like in front of you fully, wholly, and entirely. But the
correct.
universe itself is something that I think it's fair to say that none of us have seen the entire end-to-end span of the
That's
universe.
why
So
I'm
we
so
have to
confused
glean.
how you can
Well,
prove
here's
a
why.
negative.
Because we have to glean the structure of the universe and the structure of
4
reality,
hours
and
later.
we have to. I know I got you. We have to determine. Okay, based off of what we have been able to observe at the farthest span possible within the known universe, we have to go by what have been the consistent properties that make up the universe as we know it, as reality as we know it.
Hmm.
And all of the properties that make up everything from even what forms the Big Bang Theory to when we look
Do
at the
we know
sediment
all the
layers at the
properties
bottom
of
of
the
the
universe?
ocean. So we don't, right? But we have to go by what we
So
do
you
have
admit
access
we
to
don't
at
know
the
all the
furthest
properties of the
span.
universe.
But here's the thing: we have to go by
Wait,
what we have
Solomon,
access to at the
let
furthest
him let
span.
him land, bro.
Because again, right? If we go far enough out into the universe past what we can observe, then we can create anything into existence. So we
How
have to
you
go
know
by
that?
what
How
has
do you
been a
know that?
consistent. No, I'm talking about like you can
You
assume that
sound like you're doing
anything.
religion right
You can
now.
assume that anything is past the observable universe. You can say, hey, there are
Yeah, but that's not a
unicorns outside
scientific
of the
statement.
observable universe.
That's a religious statement.
Wait,
Okay, but that's
Solomon.
the
Solomon,
so
have
the
you already debunked him?
It's too
it's just
easy,
who is
Kendo.
this
You
guy?
know
Who is
Wait,
that.
it?
whoa, whoa,
Who
whoa,
is this
bro,
guy,
bro,
man? Come
bro.
on,
Let
yo,
the
what
rest
the
of the
hell?
room.
Like like
You know how we get
what
down,
the?
bro.
No, 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 no. I just want to say that Donald should be speaking. I don't want to hear from
No,
Kendall
shut up.
or
Shut your
motherfucking
gay
King.
ass up.
Thank you.
You're not
Because
gonna be
you are a
I
talking.
just showed
motherfucking
up.
drunk and King, you always.
I just showed
Yeah,
up. I
move
don't have
this
to speak.
nigga.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna drag this out, but I'm saying is this: in order to have a functional world, in order to even just have like advents for the technology that we use every day, to medicine, to everything that makes life fucking worth it as compared to say
Enoch, I just
hundreds of
want to
years
know
ago.
if you think you
In
proved the
order to
negative today. That's all I want to
so
know.
here's the point. Here's the
Do
point.
you think you
We
proved the
you in
negative
order
today?
to in well here's the point, right? You can prove a negative by making
Do you
observations of
think
the
you proved
universe
the
as
negative today
far
on
as
this
we have the
stage?
capacity to observe the universe.
Enoch,
And
do
if
you
there's
think you
something that
proved
is
the
not
negative on this stage?
present with look I again
I
I'm
get you
pointing
love
it
your
I'm pointing
word
out the
salad.
negative
That's
right now.
fine.
I'm
You
pointing
can
out
do
the
the
negative
word
right now.
salad thing,
Yeah,
but I
but
like to
you
get
see
to the
you can
core of the
repeat like
conversation.
terms and then you can
Do
like
you
like
believe you
attach your
proved the
argument to
negative
the
today
mention
on
of the
this
Egyptian
stage?
pantheon. You mentioned Harry Potter and the Egyptian
Enoch,
pantheon. That
Enoch,
disproves
Enoch,
God.
Enoch, you
Come
can't
on,
get
man.
away from
Enoch,
it.
you're
Enoch,
doing
Come
the
on,
you're
bro.
the
Enoch,
Like
the
you
Anywhere
just
from
Schroeder.
jump in
Enoch, you
8 hours
can't get
Enoch,
away from it,
in the
sir.
same
Schrodinger's
exact
cat is
place.
being presented to you, and you're claiming Enoch that
Kendall,
you know
chill. You gotta
definitively
chill. You
there's
gotta
the
chill.
cat is dead.
Come
Enoch,
on,
do you
Now
y'all.
prove the
believe
cat
you
is
Y'all
dead,
proved the
Enoch.
jumping
negative?
him.
Who is
well,
Y'all
okay,
jumping
that's
him.
like okay,
Enoch? Do you
fair.
believe you proved the negative on this stage today? That's all I want to know.
Yeah, prove to us that
You've
the cat's
overtalked
dead.
me before anything
Yeah,
could be
yeah. Just
completed.
let him. Can y'all let him flesh
Enoch,
it out?
do you believe you
Yeah,
proved the
come on,
negative on
King.
this stage
I
today?
haven't delivered.
Y'all jumping
It's
him,
just
man. Let's
Yeah,
keep
desperation.
it a
come
buck.
It
on.
is what
Let's
it
Where
keep it
you
a
is. It
at,
buck.
is what
Y'all
it
knowledge?
jumping him.
is.
Yeah, you
Oh,
guys
this
should.
is embarrassed.
This has been
This is
going on
atheist. This
for
what
Because you're
y'all
just
got?
bloviating and repeating,
This is
just
What
what
like
y'all
he
got
got
here?
T
you're
Wait,
he
y'all
outraged.
got
It's
jumping
like
him.
TKO'd in the first
Y'all jumping him, bro.
no he got
no,
KO'd in the
Andrew,
first
this is
minute.
what you wanted to
he's
bother me about?
reiterating
everybody.
his.
Hold on.
Okay,
I
This what
agree.
you wanted to bother me about, Andrew?
King, I
No,
agree.
Andrew.
He's
Andrew is a sucker.
I could have
But
said you could have.
listen,
I
King.
could have
He's not
Andrew.
saved.
answering
I
your
could have
question.
saved
Andrew
the
doesn't.
35
He has to
minutes.
what he's saying.
Andrew
Yeah,
doesn't be he doesn't be sturdiest with his like people
Your
that he
audio is
bring
terrible,
through,
though.
and he already know. No, Andrew,
Kendo, you're in the Matrix.
bro,
Your
because
audio is bad, bro.
yeah, it's bad
bro,
audio.
Anyway,
no, bro, when you be knowing that your people come through with certain opinions, you know what the fuck is going on already around here.
what are you talking about?
Kendo, you're BBLing, bro.
Already
No,
warned the
shut the
king.
fuck
What are you
up.
talking about? All
Shut
right,
up, bitch. Shut up,
Hey,
because
bitch.
who's Donald?
he's not
Shut up.
my.
Yeah, no, no, hold on. I want to know if King. Have you ever spoke with Donald ever?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hey, go ahead, knowledge.
I have not.
Donald
I've
is
not
just as
spoken with
bad.
Oh,
Donald.
we got the autism
I've
Hold
yet to
meter.
on,
speak
hold
with
on,
Donald.
yo, hold
I've yet
on,
to
yo,
speak
Hold
with
King.
Donald.
on, hold
Hold
on,
on,
hold
hold on, hold
on,
on,
hold
Donald is
Wait,
also
on,
good.
just to be clear, Scarlett, are you
hold
equivalent?
I've
on.
yet to speak with
hold
on him. But this
Donald is
Enoch
all.
stuff was
Donald
nonsense.
is all.
Enoch, you realize you were asserting that the cat was
He
dead, right?
bloviated repeatedly and then appealed to
Enoch,
his own
they presented
outrage.
Schrodinger's cat, and you're like, the cat is dead, and they're like, prove it.
You can straw man me now if that's what you want to do.
Enoch, you did not do good there, bud.
all that. I'm just
I
asking
did
you,
amazing.
Hold
King.
He
on,
never does
All
hold
good.
that,
I did
all
on,
amazing.
that,
Thank
all
you.
that, all
All
that,
right,
all
buddy.
that,
We'll reconvene on that.
hold
Go
all
ahead.
that,
on,
all
It
hold
that,
was
all
on.
that, all
historically
that,
bad, man.
all that, all that. Yo, King. Have you ever spoken with Donald?
Yeah,
I've
let's get.
not spoken with Donald. No.
Yo,
Yeah, I have.
I want to hear this conversation.
I love you, Donald. It's good to see you, buddy. I hope you're doing well.
Yes, really
Hey,
good to
Andrew.
see you.
And
Absolutely. That's
So
fine.
You can,
Donald
Hold
is a
on. Hold
Donald.
on.
Donald is a old school atheist.
Okay.
He used to hold atheist rooms that were very, very devoted to atheists.
Okay.
Only nothing else but that.
Like in a religious sense?
Yes,
no.
yes,
Okay.
yes. Highly religious. I'm joking, but no. Yeah, Donald held rooms that were anti-religious. So I don't know. I find interest in it. You versus him,
Yeah,
because
so
I mean,
he
I'm fine with that.
I think. Hold on, because I think both you guys are honest. That's why.
I'm fine with
No,
that.
Donald is
Guys, the
not honest.
hypocrisy of every day here is so fucking toxic
Hold
and draining.
on. Hold on.
what happened, Kelly?
okay.
No,
Don't worry about it. Don't
liars
worry
are
about it. Don't worry
described as
about it. Don't worry about it.
honest.
Don't worry about it. I
Oh,
just want to
never.
hear. Look, King and Donald. I'm very, very interested in that. Pause.
Absolutely. So Donald, just to before we start, so would you say that you can prove a negative in terms of God's existence?
I think I can, yeah.
Okay, so how would you substantiate that? Go ahead.
Are we talking about the Christian God or God in general?
God in just God in general.
I do
How
that
would
with
you
like,
show that God that there's no possible way for God to exist or an absolute in that sense?
so do you consider God to be a creator?
You said, do I consider God to be a creator? Yes. How would that prove?
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
I can demonstrate that creation never happened. That by
What do
the
you mean
law of
by
inference,
creation?
by the law of proper inference, if I can demonstrate that creation never happened, then we don't
What do
need
you
a
mean by
creator.
creation?
Well, bringing into existence of the universe from nothing.
Okay, so how would you substantiate that?
I can demonstrate that energy and matter cannot be created or destroyed.
Okay, I understand that that's one of the laws of thermodynamics. How is that proving that God doesn't exist in an
Because
absolute sense?
if creation never happened, so here's the thing that
Yeah, that
the
doesn't follow. That's why you stop. That doesn't
dude,
follow. But if
I
if
wasn't
you
quite
can,
done yet. I wasn't
okay,
quite
go
done
ahead.
yet.
Hold on, King. Hold on, King.
Go
So
ahead.
the argument is that because creation, therefore creator. So my argument is because no creation, therefore no creator.
Yeah, so
It's the
you're saying
exact negation of the argument, and I can demonstrate it. And you cannot demonstrate that creation ever happened.
yeah, so that's nonsense. The fact that we're sitting here having this conversation, yeah, just listen. So the fact that we're literally sitting here speaking in English, using the syntax of a language to communicate, that right there disproves the nonsense you just said.
You're
Because
wrong.
you,
It
if there was
doesn't.
no creation, you wouldn't be using a
What?
language to communicate
I
that
mean,
case.
you have to demonstrate that.
What are you talking about? We're sitting here communicating with each other.
Yeah, you have to demonstrate that language
I
isn't
just
possible
did,
without.
sir. If there was
No,
no
you just said a
creation,
thing,
so you deny that
sir.
language is a
Sir, may
creation?
I finish my
Do
sentence,
you
please?
deny that language is a
May I
creation?
finish my fucking
That's the
sentence?
question. Do you deny that
All
language
right,
is a
I'm just gonna go away
creation?
then.
Do you
What the
deny?
heck?
Did y'all
That's
catch
not
that?
how it
Hold
goes
on,
with the
hold
God
on.
believers in this
Donald, do you
room.
deny that language is a creation? Do you deny that?
Story of my life.
Checkmate.
Story of my life, Donald.
No. For the record, Donald, the way he likes to interact, he wants to finish a sentence before you respond.
That's a checkmate, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, he saw me try to push through it and saw
No.
that the crowd kind of just, the
Everybody
peanut gallery
besides
did what
him
they do.
speaking. Everybody besides him is speaking. That's his big
Yeah, go ahead,
pet
Donald.
peeve. So he's big on the
Yeah,
scientific
he did. Look,
side.
he did. He
No,
respectfully,
no,
new
no.
guy.
You're
He
No,
just
all
did the same.
this happens
narcissist.
every
He did the
time.
same thing, bro. He's done the same thing every atheist does. This
No,
is
no,
no
no, no, no,
different.
no.
Excuse me, King.
He
Explain
wants
it.
to have
Explain
Don't
it,
he
King.
don't let
wants
Enoch. Don't
Yeah, it's
let
very simple. So,
he
don't
wants to
let
have
Enoch
he
yourself
wants
in
to have
with
a
Donald.
scientific argument, but
May
if
I
he
say
starts
yeah,
something?
interrupting, he'll opt out. Yo,
Go
Donald.
ahead,
that's
King. What did he do?
Jazzy.
None of
Jazz,
you,
please.
But
none of
Come on,
you.
Jazzy. Let King go, and then you
Jazzy,
can go.
please,
I
man,
want to say
please.
I
something,
was in the middle of
King.
talking. Yes, I know. You just
Happy
give me
birthday
one
to
second.
Jazzy tomorrow. Everybody say happy
Yo,
birthday to Jazzy. Her
Happy
birthday's
birthday,
Thank
bro.
tomorrow.
you.
yes,
Happy
happy
birthday,
tomorrow.
Black Queen. May you have many, many, many more.
Yes, you
And
and
you
my
see
son
the
have a
coming
vacation.
apocalypse.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. Yo, Donald, if you're there, the room is muted. Go ahead.
He doesn't want to talk anymore. King,
Because he got caught up. It wasn't
yeah,
that hard to do either. What you
one
say, Jazzy?
second. Uh, King, you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say. You were talking over him, but really quickly though, all of you are narcissists. None of you know what the fuck you're talking about, and you should just go do what you do every day and not this. It's hard to listen to from the
Facts.
audience.
So
You all Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Donald.
There we go. All right.
I'd like to finish my sentence if that's okay. After you're done, you can finish what you're saying.
No, I'm just ragging on everyone. You go ahead.
Wait, so
Eh,
Donald just interrupted her, and then
Oh
he
my
gets mad
God,
when he
calm
gets
it. No,
interrupted?
no. Just
That's some double standard ass
only Donald
pussy
can.
shit,
Only
Donald.
I
Don't
did
do
Donald.
that
not
shit.
interrupt her. I
Yes, you
did not
did. Yes, you
interrupt
Only,
did.
her.
Oh
only
my
Donald
god.
King. Come on.
I made it known that I wanted to speak. And then I made it known that she could continue speaking and I would speak after her. That's not an interruption. That's just letting someone know that I want to speak.
It's called manners,
Yeah.
and
Did
I
you?
Go
thank you
ahead,
for
Donald.
that.
That's still
Was
an
her? Was
interruption.
her? Was she able to speak
Look at
continuously?
everybody freaking putting out. Yo,
Yes.
I only want to
Not
hear
with you
Donald and
speaking.
King. That's it. Nobody else.
So we were talking about your assumption that just because nothing has ever been created, then nothing could exist. What I'm saying is that if everything is eternal, then everything must always exist. So you saying that because no creation, we can't have language makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah, Donald, now you're misread. So this is my issue with a lot of you atheists. So when you're backed into a corner, you start misrepresenting people's
I'm
positions.
not in a
You were
corner.
the one that made the dumbass claim that you can prove that creation never happened. You
I
said
can do
that.
that.
You didn't talk anything about eternal. You said that you can show creation never happened.
Yeah,
I
I can do
simply
that.
pointed out how ridiculous that sounds,
It's
given the
not
fact that you and
ridiculous
I
at
are
all.
communicating in the same language with a
Which has nothing
syntax,
to do with
with
creation.
everything that a language, if you actually break down language, the syntax, symbols, all of those things, you and I are communicating, meaning we can understand
Eh,
each other, meaning we are using something that was created to do it.
No,
And you
you.
didn't even
So
realize
creation
that.
only has to do with the bringing into the existence of the universe. It has nothing to do with
No,
language.
it does
Yeah.
not.
Wait.
So
Wait. Hold on.
you
Hold on. Let
said
me ask you
create.
this.
Okay. Do you even
How,
remember what you stated in terms of
Yeah,
ancient
I said
creation?
that
Do you remember that?
because yes, you asked me a question. When you asked me a question, allow me to answer. Yes, I remember what I said. I said creation has never happened. I can demonstrate that creation never happened,
hold on.
and
Do that.
because
Do
create,
that.
sure,
Guys, don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him.
it's called the core theory. And what it shows is that there is a energy mass equivalence, and because of that, energy cannot be created or destroyed, and everything is made of energy. So if everything is made of energy and nothing and energy cannot be created, then nothing has ever been created.
Yeah, there are a number of premises you just said that was false. One being that everything is made of energy. Well, how are you defining energy?
Well, I mean that depends on your definition of space-time,
Is
but I
energy
define
physical? Is all
energy.
energy physical?
I define energy as the thing that has an invariant relationship with time.
Or is okay? I'll say it one more time. Is all energy physical?
No,
Yes.
no.
Yeah,
Energy is
that
not matter.
I got.
No, it's
Hold
not
on,
matter, but it
Jazzy,
is
I got this.
physical. So it's not matter, but it is physical.
So not so. So just to recap, one, I proved your anti-creation nonsense
You
false.
didn't.
Just showing simply that we're communicating in the same language with the same
That's not the same
syntax, and
thing.
we are actually communicating. Meaning,
It's
you understand what
nonsense.
I said. You understand what I'm
It's a non
saying, and I'm
sequitur.
understanding what you're saying. Meaning that that shared language itself
Non
is created. You are
sequitur.
not the author of English, neither am I. But we're using somebody else's
I don't
communication
consider
tool,
language to
which
be
is a
created.
creation, right? So that
I
shows
don't
right there
consider
that your
language to be
anti-creation
created.
nonsense doesn't make any sense.
You
Now
haven't
you're
done
saying that all
that.
energy. Hold on. Now you're saying,
But
Donald,
I
that
mean, you're
all.
saying a whole
Hold on,
lot of
Donald. Hold
things
on,
and
Donald.
just keep
No,
talking.
Donald. Now, Donald, you were just complaining that people were talking over you. So just
But I need
I'll
to
be
be
quick,
able
and
to
I'll be
respond
quick.
to your nonsense. You're saying
Donald, I'll be
nonsense.
quick. I'll be quick, bro. I'll be
Well, then
quick.
hurry the fuck up.
Oh shit. Oh shit. God
Why is this
bless.
man crashing out,
So
yo?
at the end of the day, at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, respectfully, Donald, when you make a statement that that everything is energy and energy, all energy is physical, right there, you've essentially exposed your hand because there are
No,
several
I
things, and
haven't.
really, it's the
Stop
just
talking.
hold
Okay,
up,
you
just
accused me of
hold
something.
up, Donald.
Dude, you accused me of
Donald,
something. I get a chance to
Donald,
King, let him
respond.
talk. Let him talk,
Man,
King.
it's autism and
He can talk
nature,
all he
bro.
wants.
just Donald. I'll be quick. I promise you. Just give me 20 seconds. I
Hurry up,
got you.
King.
He's
So
gone.
the thing is,
He's
Donald,
gone. He's gone.
there are several things
Gone.
about the world, including
He's gone.
metaphysics, the laws of logic,
He's
laws
gone.
of
He's
laws of
gone. He's gone. You killed him. He's out of the room. You gish galloped him.
He's gone.
what? You said
No,
I
that
gish
guy is
galloped
on
him?
Yes.
antidepressant.
Yes,
Wait, you
that's
said I
literally
gish
what you.
galloped?
That's your tactic. Yes.
Enoch.
No.
Enoch.
I
Enoch. Don't.
I
Enoch.
gish
Enoch.
galloped?
Enoch.
You
Don't put.
gish
Enoch.
galloped.
Don't
So
put
you
yourself
telling
in the
me
same.
this man who
Enoch.
went from
Yeah.
anti-creation
King.
to are you fucking serious?
King. Don't. No. Enoch. Don't put yourself in the same boat as Donald. What you did was stupid. Okay. What Donald
Oh
did is
yeah,
different.
but he
There's a
did
different
because he has a
thing that happened.
mean.
What you did
What
is you tried
wait,
to.
Nate,
You,
it's wait,
Donald,
Andrew,
yeah.
Donald ran
Andrew.
away like a little
Am
bitch.
I seeing something? Like
King, you're
I was
aggressive.
responding to the dumb
You
shit
gish
that came
galloped.
out
You
of
just started
Donald's
laying
mouth.
out points without
How am
addressing
I gish
anything what
galloping
he
and I'm
said.
responding to what he said?
Yeah,
No,
you
you're
did.
not.
You
You just
did.
talk. You was just talking. You
What
wasn't
did I say?
responding. You was
What did
just
I say?
talking.
Can I
Archie,
say?
what
Nothing
did I
addressing
say?
the points that he made.
What
Can
did
I
I say?
recap? So what happened,
What did I
King?
say? Hold on. Nathan,
I'm
what did I
telling
say?
you.
What did no, I don't want you I don't want to hear from you, Jazzy. I want to hear
What
from the
the
man who's
fuck?
accusing me of stuff. What did I
You
say,
started
Nathan?
talking about language, and he
Okay.
said this language wasn't created. He said he doesn't believe that language was created. And you started saying,
why
and
is
you
that a
just
dumb
stepped over
take? And
that
why
and
is
not
that a
even addressed it. You just started talking.
okay, yeah, so you're just retarded. You don't even
See, look at
understand
that.
No,
how
I'm
no,
you
telling
don't
no,
you.
even
no, no.
understand how
It's
the
worse.
basics
It's
of
King,
worse.
that's what you
communication.
did
Nope,
to
nope,
You
no,
don't
no,
him.
even
no, King,
yo,
King. It
stop
was
in
bad.
yo,
King, it
Jazzy,
was bad.
Jazzy,
King,
stop interrupting us.
King. It
I'm
was
not
bad. Look, look, look,
You're
interrupting.
look,
I'm
look, look,
trying to
interrupting.
look.
help.
No,
From
you're
my,
not. You're not
from
helping.
my,
You're
Jazzy,
being a
let
from
me.
my.
loud,
Hold on,
angry
hold on,
black
hold on, hold
woman.
on.
He did
King,
the same thing to
Yo,
me,
King,
I'm
but
an
yo,
I'm not a
King.
angry black.
mod.
You're
He
an
did the
No,
same
angry
thing to
you're
me
being a
though.
African
loud,
man.
angry
I
black
gotta
woman.
I'm
keep
gonna
yo,
You
King.
just
King.
ran a white man
Nathan
off
is
the
Yo,
Nathan
off
is
the
crying
King.
stage.
because Nathan is
Come
crying because one of his
on,
atheist
bro. Yo,
buddies
King.
got
I
packed the
gotta
fuck
keep it
up.
one stack. Yo, King.
You ran a white man off.
He kept saying, I
He,
have an argument. He kept saying over and over, I have an argument. Over and over, I have an argument. And not once was he able to get the argument off.
Neither was
That's not
I.
true.
Neither
That's
was
not true.
I.
I
That's
promise
not
on
true.
everything.
It's very true,
Yo,
King.
That
I
is
was
not
not true.
here.
He got
once,
his
not
argument off,
once. No, he
and I
didn't.
responded to it.
He said
And
an
you
argument.
called them
He said I have the.
stupid.
And then
He said I have the argument
he
for it.
started moving the
He said I
goalpost.
can. He said I can prove it.
No, look, I know that's your buddy. All that, I get
Come
that,
You
on,
but
called
bro.
them
respectfully,
stupid.
Bro, simply he Yeah. ran away like a little bitch.
You called.
Look, I'm not even saying I
so
agree with
the
him.
thing,
I'm just saying he had an
new
argument
guy, you
against
got to
it.
be honest.
All
New
right,
guy, you have to be
all right.
honest. Your man's presented an
If you're
argument.
going
The
against
first
King, you're
one he
not honest.
presented was around anti-creation. Please don't lie on the record. He presented an argument that I fucking shot down immediately. Then he jumped to the eternality
You
of
didn't
all
shut it
things. He
down,
jumped to
bro.
the eternality of all things. And then he clarified that energy, that all things are made of energy, which is physical. So he was the one running and moving the goalpost. I was responding to the nonsense. Nathan, the fact you don't even realize communication, language proves that there
King.
is a creation.
King.
The fact that you don't
No,
realize once, as soon as you
language
open
aren't.
your mouth
Oh my
and you
God,
use
Hold
a
on.
syntax to
You guys.
you're just
communicate a
wrong, bro.
word that you
King.
don't create, you are communicating in a language that has meaning.
Well, he probably is saying that there was no
Hey,
creation.
you loud and
How would you
wrong.
say that if there's no meaning? Andrew,
But
You
how
like
would
that
you
black
say
woman
that
that came
if
into the
there's no
room and
meaning?
say,
he
"Axe."
would probably
Do
just
you
say,
understand, Andrew? How would you say something if there's no meaning?
well, no, I don't know about meaning. I agree there's probably meaning. That's
That's
not.
what he said.
Oh,
There's
I didn't
no.
hear him say
That's
that.
what he claimed.
Okay. Okay. Well, listen, King, listen, can we do this? Because I think you'll like this. Can we let Ethan talk to Enoch? Can we let that happen? Because I think it would be,
Absolutely, it was
I,
good, Ethan. I'm
I
glad you came back. I'm sorry that they ran you off, but I'm glad you came back. You can have the conversation with Enoch. He thinks that you can prove a negative. He used the word manifest falsities or
For
manifest
atheist,
falsification,
he thinks
something
God.
along that lines. He thinks that you can prove a negative. So
No, you can prove a negative. You can,
no,
but
I'm sorry. That in terms of God, that he
yeah,
can prove in
he
a
thinks.
negative way that God doesn't exist.
Ethan, Enoch says that God is manifestly false. This is one of the craziest conversations I've had. I've talked to him about 3 days in a row. please tell me you have the key to unlock his brain because it is so wild the stuff that he says. But I don't want to get you guys off on the wrong foot. But that is what he claims. Enoch says that it's manifestly false. God is manifestly false, and I don't know. I don't want to straw man him, so he can get into
I
whatever, however.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
See,
So go ahead, Enoch.
there's better. That's good. That's good. It's showing some character development here. I appreciate you, brother.
Ethan,
So
good luck.
boom, right? Okay, look, and that was very telling, by the way, that last little kerfuffle. But be that as it may, um, as far as the God thing, when you say that you believe in God, you must first define what God is, because obviously you should have a definition to what you believe in. The colloquial definition of God, at least the one that I am used to, and the one that most of us in this room are, is even outside of personal faith, is going to be this: the observation is the belief in an entity that is the creator of the universe, the willful, intentional creator of the universe, that also has dominion and governance over all things in the universe, and also means well and has love for the subjects in which it created. Now, in completing that definition of quote unquote God, you're making a slew of assertions, and you have yet to, and these are assertions that are not dealing with material, observable, quantifiable, tangible properties that we ourselves can actually use and reuse, such as like mathematics. These are matters that are, one would say, would be based off of, at the very least, observation, if there were anything to observe. But even when you say, okay, He is the creator, right? That's the first four words that I said. Well, you're deciding already. You're making a few statements already. You're saying that this entity has a masculine, disposition. You're saying that this entity is a singular entity, and it comes into contradiction with the concept of the creator of the universe. It comes into contradiction with that, with say polytheists. It comes into contradiction with the nature of those who believe that God has no gender. It comes into contradiction with the Trinity, and so on and so forth, which are dominant beliefs in the concept of God that have existed throughout humanity and even currently. So now you are asserting that your cultural, um, you know, inherited disposition towards what a creative entity over the universe would be is more valid than these other examples. And all that you have for each term that you use within the definition as you go along, all that you really have is a reference point of scripture, of lore, of storytelling, of the Bible, of the Quran, whatever it is. You don't actually have anything that you're able to use, in the capacity of, within science, where we understand there are key fundamental structures and truths within the universe. There are laws, there are everything such as this sort, and these things are consistent and continue. They continue throughout time. They have yet to be disproven. They have yet to be, contradicted in a severe way. And for us to assume that an entity that is not material and not manifest and not observable, nor is it even necessarily more legitimized compared to other interpretations of the same entity. What you have to do is assert a lot of authority that you don't have. In order to define God and believe in God, you have to make assertions, assumptions, and charges that you don't have any credible basis in order to support. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair, take one. But go ahead.
Ethan, you get that?
Well, I mean, I feel like you made a bunch of assertions about what reasons that I have to believe in God that weren't really based off of asking me what my reasons are, and they aren't really consistent with what most people who've believed in God throughout history have said, including most people who believe, in the Catholic tradition, we believe in something called natural theology. So we think that through natural reason, they're just metaphysical principles that we grasp, that we can apprehend, and that we can use those to deduce. Yet that there is a first cause for everything that exists, there's a final cause for everything that exists, an end towards which everything that exists is ordered. we can infer some attributes of it, you know. So, I mean, first is that it's os, it has aseity, so it doesn't derive its existence from anything distinct from itself. It's everything that's distinct from it derives its existence from that first cause. So it has ultimacy. It derives its existence of itself rather than of another, so it's self-existent. And so those are sort of the defining characteristics of a first cause. Then we can say some more things about its attributes. It's necessary. It couldn't have failed to exist. It's eternal, so it exists outside of time. It's immutable. It can't undergo intrinsic change. It's simple. It's not composed of parts. It has an intellect and it has a will. Okay, so it has agency. And to the extent that there are any positive attributes, okay, that exist, that any being can exemplify, then it exemplifies them to the highest degree that's metaphysically possible to exemplify them. So it's perfect. And then there's some attributes that follow from that. But that's the rough picture of what we're talking about when we're talking about God. Now, I think all of those can be demonstrated without appeal to scripture. So we can see, I mean, we have to do it one step at a time, so I
So
mean, I
you're on
think,
natural theology, right? That's your that's your like what you just described is what you believe God to be, and that's based off of the thought process of natural theology, right?
yeah, that's what we can prove about God through reason.
So when you hold natural, okay, even just like society, for example, how do you exclude, like, how do you glean society from the existence of God and deny it from, say, the existence of either a different interpretation of God or a different concept or entity in general? How do you get to say that society is true for the God that you believe in but not true for the the monster under my bed, for example?
Well, aseity is really, it's just, you don't depend for your existence on anything that is distinct from yourself. Okay, so then we start thinking about these principles. Like, one of the principles that we might consider is, okay, whenever two things have an attribute in common, there must be something that they share. So there must be some relation that they share to the same entity, which grounds the sameness as opposed to the difference between them. So if two things are the same, it must be because they exemplify the same property, one and the same property, right? Now, notice, existence is something that everything that exists has in common, right? So you and I both exist. And so there has to be some constitutive explanation. What does the existence of you and the existence of me consist in? And from the first principle that we discussed, we need to stand in some relation to a universal existence, capital B being itself. Okay?
Well,
So everything that exists must participate in existence, the universal.
the
Now
problem, the
imagine
problem,
that
the
exists.
devil's. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, just the
I did
last.
have one point of contention on that, but go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, just the last step would be basically getting to the uniqueness, which is, imagine we're thinking of the universal existence. Okay, so just everything that exists in virtue of the fact that it exemplifies or participates in the universal existence. Okay, well, suppose that basically the universal existence depended on something distinct from itself for its existence. Well, that thing could not exist in order for existence to depend upon it unless existence was prior to it to confer existence to it. So it just leads to manifest absurdity to suppose that the universal existence depends for its self exemplification on another that is distinct from itself. So basically, it needs to be prior in the order of account to anything that's distinct from itself.
But that means that you don't believe that God created the universe. That you would believe that the universe always existed,
No, that doesn't follow at all.
because you said an entity that exists cannot like require an entity outside of itself to exist. Right? Is that the last thing you said?
But that's just saying existence itself doesn't depend on an entity distinct from itself. The universe is
Right.
not
Right.
the universe is not identical to existence. so this principle doesn't apply to it. The argument I was just giving, the
So
universe, the universe depends on the universal existence. So notice we need, and sorry, there's some background noise.
I mostly agree with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, just the thing I'm saying is I'm starting out with this metaphysics of the universal and the particular. So the idea is that if, you know, um, you're conscious and I'm conscious, there's some attribute that we share in common, consciousness. Or if murder is wrong and rape is wrong, there's some attribute that they share in common, which is wrongness or badness, right? And that basically, in order to explain the feature that they have in common, despite all of their differences, we need to suppose that there's some property that exists to which they both stand in a relation. And it's because they both stand in a relation to the one and the same thing that explains the similarity between them as opposed to the difference.
This is so. I appreciate where you come from, and I've felt similarly in the past when I used to be a God believer. The point of contention that I had earlier was, I think you underestimate the prevalence of basically just deciding or discerning and filling in the gaps for that which you have not yet measured, not just you in personal, but in general, and saying, hey, okay, this can be explained based off of that entity. So, for example, one can presuppose that, I'll give the perfect example, like gravitons, for example. We understand that gravity is in and of itself a force. It's something that all things in the universe, to some capacity, interact with, have a relationship with, are subject to, even if it's in great deal or not at all. But then there's gravitons, and gravitons are hypothetical, but they're useful hypothetical, and they're even hypotheticals that it's like hypothetical particles, but they're useful in you. They have been useful so far because it has allowed a mathematical way of equating the force of gravity relative to the size of the planetary, object or whatever, mass that's in the universe. So even though gravitons have never been observed and cannot have yet to be proven to be real, it's a useful tool. And it's a useful tool for quantifying, but it's quantifying based off of an interaction that is being observed. It's not quantifying an actual observed, you know, um, how do I put it, like a vector or whatever, which would be gravitons. So what many do is they say, well, God is the intentional creative entity of the universe, and because the universe is eternal, because existence, you know, is a matter of, okay, because existence has always been a reactionary thing, then existence itself should be a reaction to another entity, either within it or outside of it. That just is, but that's the graviton. You are still assigning the authority to the God to say, hey, this is why we see reality as it is. When you put emphasis on consciousness, for example, right? Because this is going to directly tie with what I just said. Consciousness, as far as we know, consciousness is it has ions of the universe's timeline in which it did not exist. But the conditions for consciousness to exist was simply a matter of reactions of matter. And the, for example, like deep sea events, and the, I don't remember what period, but after the Hadal period of the Earth's formation, came the time in which the amino acids were able to provide the
Hey,
so on and so forth. So that's my point, is that consciousness, as far as we know, didn't necessarily
yeah, I don't agree
have
with
any
that.
evidence to exist. Okay, good. Good.
Well, I mean, first of all, yeah, I don't think that you could ever um, reduce the mental to the physical, but that's a separate discussion that we would have to get into that would involve different arguments. Right now, I don't want to talk about consciousness or even whether the first cause has an intellect or a will. Right now, I'm just trying to establish through reason with you that there is a first cause, and you specifically had asked me about aseity, or the idea that the first cause doesn't depend on anything distinct from itself for its existence. Meanwhile, everything that's distinct from the first cause does depend on that first cause for its existence.
And that's agreeable.
And
That is what I'm looking for, to see what would
yeah,
be
and
the
so
first God. What would
that
make that
that
God? Go ahead.
Well, no. So the first thing we need to establish is that there is a first cause. Then we can start talking about the attributes of the first cause.
Most believe that though. The Big Bang Theory is basically, kind of lending credence to that even.
Well,
I mean,
no.
I'm not against that.
The Big Bang Theory, just to believe that there was a basically there's a lot of different things that you could think about the Big Bang, but just even if you believe that there was a singularity before the Big Bang, or there was some sort of, extensionless point before the Big Bang that had causal powers or anything, these different models that are suggested, those don't qualify as a first cause in the sense that I'm using that term. Because I've defined a first cause as in terms of three attributes, right? Self existence, aseity, and ultimacy. And so, obviously, those three attributes that I've appealed to. Um, Now, if you're saying you accept those, then that's great. Then we can move on to talking about the other attributes. But
So I
that
accept
would
most of
rule.
it. Oh, sorry.
But
Go ahead.
if we establish those attributes, that just rules out polytheism.
Well, okay, well, again, that would be based off of when I say polytheism, that would be based off of conscious entities that have a, um, you know, intentioned creation of the universe. But then again, that is something that I did say is my, definition of God based off of observation, and I do kind of disagree that, like for example, most people do believe that there is a pre-existing entity that consciously, willfully created the universe, whether it was singular or multiple. And so, but of course, if you're saying that, that it can't be that. So, for example, consciously created the universe, right? That it willed the universe into existence. Do you believe that God didn't will the universe into existence, and that it is the universe that happened to exist?
No, no, no. I believe in God of classical theism. I believe in a first and final cause for everything that exists that is necessary, eternal, immutable, simple, agentic, perfect, impassible, all of the attributes. So I'm willing to defend all of those, and I think I can establish them through reason, through dialectical reasoning with you. But basically, the way we have to do this is we can't jump around. There's like an order that we have to proceed.
I respect
So
that.
and so the first thing we get on the same page is, do we think there's a first cause at all? Now the polytheists, right, to the extent that they really are polytheists, because people can believe that we live in a computer simulation. That doesn't mean they believe in God, right? If
Bro,
they
can you
believe,
back up anything you say with scripture, bro? Can you just give us a little scripture at least?
Barth, don't do that. Barth, don't do that.
No, what do you
Be-
mean
yeah,
don't do that? Shut the fuck up,
I
sure,
faggot. Can you give us
just
a
the,
little scripture?
sure, but
let's be
the guy,
Just give us a little
the
scripture, bro.
guy, the guy that the guy that I'm talking to, the guy that I'm talking to is an atheist who doesn't accept the authority of
I
Scripture.
understand, but
So,
there is
I'm not.
theists in the room that
No,
want
but
to
I'm
apply
not
what you're saying
talking.
to God.
I'm talking to a
Why are
particular
you getting so
individual.
Barth is
upset?
just a little jealous,
Harper,
Ethan.
you
You're
gotta
good.
let
He's
him
just a little
All I
finish.
jealous.
want is some scripture,
I'm
bro.
I'm talking to
This is not the
Ethan,
God
I
of the
got you.
Harper,
Bible.
Ethan, I got you.
stop.
It's not the God of the Bible.
Harper. I'm not. One thing I'm not gonna do with you is argue with you when Ethan is
I'm
Why
speaking,
just
did your
bro.
asking
mom?
for some
Why did your
scripture,
mod
bro.
Donald?
Yo, the next fucking person to interrupt Ethan is going to the fucking goo.
Well, fuck
Test
you.
me.
Put me in the
Test
goo,
me. Test me.
motherfucker.
Yup, you
Give me some
right. You
scripture.
right. You right. Go ahead, Ethan. Next fucking per do it. I dare you to do it. Go ahead, Ethan.
well, thank you. But yeah, basically, first, just one brief comment on Scripture, which is I'm not appealing to Scripture right now because I want to appeal to the authority that we share in common. Now, hopefully, both of us share reason in common. So those principles that can be known through natural reason, if I can reason to the existence of God from those, then we have more of a common ground to work with.
So
Now,
I was
the
just gonna. It was a
the
quick question that I think it was just the same exact
yeah
thing that you were talking
yeah
about.
yeah
It's
yeah.
just
But just that, and
good.
then one last thing is that this idea that natural theology is possible. Basically, first is I thought Barth was a Catholic, in which case he has to believe that. But second, that's just a doctrine of the Catholic Church. But second is that it's very clearly attested in Romans 1, where he says that basically there's a general revelation to the Gentiles where they can infer the existence of the Creator and all of the attributes of that Creator from his effects. So from the created order.
What?
I mean, I kind of see it, but so when you say existence, do you separate the term existence from the term universe? Because the universe as we know it goes back. It has a timeline, relatively speaking. I mean, we use science to, uh, you know, be able to make out
Oh
as much
yeah,
of it as we
carbon
can.
dating, right?
And time and space in itself of itself is something that is relatively fair to say that is directional. It's ongoing. However, there's the universe as it is, and then there's outside of the observable universe, which we have not yet accounted for, and there's even the potential of the multiverse, right? So if you were a polytheist, or one may say, okay, well, even under natural, whatever that's called, theology, polytheism could still be possible if there's a multiverse. What do you say to that?
Yeah, that's just not
What?
true. Okay, could someone move Doctor down too?
Wow. Move me for what? I'm trying to.
You're shouting loudly and interjecting in the conversation.
It ain't no conversation. It's just two motherfuckers just going like
No,
regurgitating
it's
shit back
actually
and
been
forth
called
and just
conversation.
putting
The
yourself on full
go.
display. Who wants to see
Yeah,
this
it's a
shit?
good
This is fucking
Okay,
conversation.
boring.
look,
I'm
we
sorry.
were invited to have
I
the
got.
I'm
I
enjoying it.
conversation.
I'm
finished my
enjoying
Let
it.
them
Come on,
point.
man.
This is
finish,
But
crazy
bro.
shit.
chill.
Am I lying?
It's good. You just don't
Yes, I
follow.
want to hear this.
Mike, I hope you're there too. Go ahead, Ethan and Eno.
It's horrible. I wish I would take other feedback that's in the comments and in the panel because like that's just like this display of just like redundant ass rhetoric at this point.
Butcher, look at the audience, sir. We have an
I'm reading the
audience.
chat. Can you read the chat?
Do you see the audience?
Can y'all let
You
Ethan
don't.
cook, please?
Yes, the same motherfuckers that's
Please let
always
him
in here, bro.
cook.
Yeah, but
What am I
look,
looking at?
Butcher, the
Something
problem
new?
is that I don't know. What's your beef, bro? Let Ethan go.
Go ahead, Ethan.
Yeah, as an
Yeah,
unbeliever, I like this conversation. I find it intriguing. I think he's making good points.
just when I'm referring to the universe or the multiverse, I'm talking about a contingent created thing. The physical reality that we inhabit. So something that exists with, that has place, right? So there's this idea of there's space, and things are located within that space, and they have extension, and there's time, and there's change. And then there's like a particular fact about this universe which needn't have been true, which is that it exists, right? So that it is. There were ways that used to be and is no longer, so it's undergoing change, right? And that's true whether you believe in a multiverse or whether you just believe in a single physical universe. Now, my claim that there's a first cause is a claim that there's something that is not itself contingent, that's not itself subject to change, right? That nonetheless explains the existence of all the things that are contingent and that are subject to change and all the things that come into being, right? So the idea would be that this is something that's outside of the universe, but that nonetheless like grounds the universe or gives rise to it. And the idea would be you could be a polytheist in the sense of just believing in lowercase g gods as creatures. But these would be no different than angels or demons or simulation designers or just really powerful humans with futuristic technology. So what I'm talking about is something where there's actually a radical qualitative difference between the creator and between creatures. Something that has all these properties that I'm discussing and on which any creatures depend for their existence. And that's sort of the monotheistic view, that's the classical theistic view of the world.
Right, and I'm not jumping ahead, or I don't think I am, but then you would get into why this would be an intentional, conscious creator, if that's what you believe.
Yeah, I mean, once we established that there is a first and final cause for everything that exists, then we can make the inference. Okay, one example is that, as you're saying, it's agentic, so it has an intellect and it has a will. Okay, now there's a few different ways to argue for that conclusion. Um, some of them are just like teleological arguments, others are transcendental arguments, others still are these like metaphysical conservation arguments. So, and so these are the sorts of this is the reasoning that's advanced for the claim that God has agency. Now, to say that God has an intellect and God has a will is to say that he can um, know things, right? So he can have an awareness or an acquaintance with facts, and that those can explain the reasons for which he acts, And then to say that he has a will is to say that he can direct his activity towards ends. Okay? And so then we can give intentional explanation for the effects of God. So we can say, given that God knew this, and given that God had this end, that explains that for the sake of which this contingent created thing exists. So basically, to say that God has an intellect and will is mostly to say that there's a certain type of way that the first cause can explain contingent created things. There's a certain way that it can go about explaining them. It doesn't just have like a mechanistic effect where it's like a reflex or an impulse or just a disposition, but in fact, there's a certain intentionality and normativity and teleology, immanent teleology to the mode of explanation. So that's what we're trying to establish. And
And so far, that requires a lot of assumption.
well, I don't think it requires a lot of assumptions. And I mean, I think it can actually be shown to follow pretty quickly from things that we all take to be obvious.
I'll make a
But
quick comparison, right, to what you just said, though, right? Is AI conscious, and is it, does it have is AI a conscious entity? Is it
that's actually just a complete distraction from what I'm
is
saying.
it
Yeah, it's not relevant because I'm not talking about. I'm not even talking about consciousness at this point in time. Agency and consciousness are distinct.
okay? And you're saying that God would have both.
Yes, but right now I'm talking about agency. You see how you're jumping around?
I'm not trying to jump around. It's just I'm also trying to make a comparison that is because again, you have your point, but there is still a lot of assertion being done so far that of course you could probably clear up and you could probably continue. It's just my point is what I would beg to differ so far in that viewpoint, in that framing that you have, is that what you see to be, willful and intentional creation and laws of physics and reality, and even the creation of a molecule, hydrogen molecules, and the earliest reactions in the universe. There, I see nothing so far that would justify an exterior intentional will as to what makes these reactions what they are.
Well, yeah, because I've just been telling you what I'm seeking to establish, and I've yet to argue for that he has an intellect and will.
That's
Now,
okay.
let's think about the ways um, that we might infer that something has an intellect and will. So, like, here's the one that's the most straightforward, I think, most down to earth, which is just a sort of teleological inference. So, how do you think when I'm speaking to you right now? I'm doing so for reasons, right? It's because I believe certain things, and it's because I want certain things that I'm speaking to you the way that I'm speaking to you right now. For instance, I want to persuade you to adopt my view that God exists. And it's because I believe that the words that I'm saying might make that more likely, and that I want you to be persuaded that I'm saying these words. Now, what leads you to believe that that's true of me or true of anybody, that we act for reasons in that way? What are the things that are evidence of that, that could be evidence of that?
Probably just human nature and the evolutionary uh, benefit to. I mean, because at the end of the day, life exists in order to carry on information, and that's all reproduction is, and that's how it's been from the beginning of basic life forms on Earth. So a lot of even just like behavioral practices, these are going to all be about, even if it's a
No,
matter
no,
of
no.
like
But
a. Go ahead. Yeah.
that's a sort of secondary. So what I'm asking you right now is, you think when you see me, you think, hey, that's a guy who believes certain things and wants certain things. And then when you look at a rock, you're like, that's not the sort of thing that believes certain things and wants certain things. And when you look at a jellyfish, you're like, it's very unsophisticated compared to Ethan. So if it believes anything or wants anything, if that's even the right way to put it, you know, it's definitely to a much lesser degree or sort of qualitatively different way than Ethan. And so you're looking around at all this stuff in the world, and all of us can intuitively, and everybody knew this before they even knew anything about evolution, everybody was able to tell, hey, that thing seems like it's acting in a way that's goal directed. Hey, that thing doesn't seem like it's acting in a way that's goal directed. And so, what do you think it is that we're noticing about things that lead us to that inference?
I mean, just probably repeatable patterns in its behavior, and we've probably tested it in different environments and seen reactions, to elements that it's exposed to, and found a consistent, you know, practice in its behavior. Like if you see a frog, it's probably still going to jump in different inclement weather, but it's not going to start speaking English just because you bring it into the
Yeah,
sauna.
but I
You know what
mean,
I mean?
clouds have consistent patterns of behavior, but we tend not to think of them as having goals. So there's some specific type of thing, there's some specific signature or fingerprint of something having intentionality. And
But
what do you think that is?
I
Why
don't
is
believe
it?
in free will
Well,
for
no,
that
but you
reason.
you believe that I have goals. That would
Well,
be
I say that. Well,
that, no,
to
that
be
I
honest,
mean, it
like
would
your
be it would
behavior.
be
Go ahead.
it would be manifestly absurd to say that I don't that you can't explain my going to the grocery store by the fact that I wanted to get pork. No, that's a perfectly legitimate explanation. That's an obvious fact that all of us can know from our experience. That now you could say, do I have freedom? That's a different question. But that I have goals, that just seems self-evident. I feel like I can know that through introspection.
Yeah, we
Is this a
usually say
one-on-one, like on
we,
purpose, or is
we usually
this?
say like it's a complex living being that
Yeah.
has
Is it a
enough
one on one on purpose, or
brain
can
complex.
other people
What
chime
is
in?
If you
Because
want, yeah, if you
manifestly
want,
everybody got
I'm
different
absurd?
views.